Her son had just passed away, yet the mother-in-law sold her daughter-in-law to the wealthy old Zhang as a concubine, not even sparing the 13-year-old granddaughter. To protect her daughter from harm, she was brutally violated to death by the old man. Although the daughter managed to escape, her leg was broken, marking the beginning of a tragic life. After that, she clung precariously to life, swearing over and over that if she could live again, she would kill Li Shi, eliminating the root cause that pushed her and her daughter into the fiery pit. Suddenly, a harsh, scolding voice erupted. "You, Su Qing, truly have a black heart. Such an unfilial thing. You don't even come out to greet me when you hear I've arrived." Hearing this voice, Mu Yunyao's head buzzed as if countless thunderclaps exploded in her mind, making her tremble with rage, a chilling hatred rising from the depths of her heart. Touching the wound on the back of her head, she silently remembered. This was right after her father had passed away. Her grandmother, Li Shi, came to their home to cause trouble. She had stepped forward to argue, but was struck with a stick, nearly losing her life. Now she was back before all the nightmares began. Mu Yunyao bit her tongue hard. If this was rebirth, she was willing to pay any price. She couldn't easily let this go. Su Qing stepped forward to support her. Mother-in-law, daughter-in-law wouldn't dare. "Please, come in quickly." But Li Shi slapped her hand fiercely, causing her face to pale from the pain. Li Shi curled her lips, her eyes gleaming with malicious delight. "Unfilial thing. Do you really think that just because Mu Chang is dead, I can't handle a hussy like you? Is that it?" The back of her hand throbbed with pain, yet Su Qing didn't even dare to rub it. She quickly shook her head. Daughter-in-law wouldn't dare. "It's just that Yaoer just woke up from her coma. Still dare to talk back?" Li Shi roared furiously. "Heartless schemer. Don't think I don't understand your filthy intentions. When Mu Chang was still alive, you instigated him to separate our household. Now that Chang'er is gone, you become even more brazen. Truly an ill-bred, venomous creature. I told him back then he should have divorced you. Perhaps by now, I would have grandchildren filling my halls." "Shut up." A restraining shout filled with murderous intent rang out. Mu Yunyao, burning with fury, rushed forward, glaring at Li Shi. Get out of my house." Her granddaughter, usually timid and easily bullied, suddenly talked back. Li Shi was incensed beyond measure. Pointing at Su Qing, she cursed loudly. "You husband-jinxing slut. All these years, you only managed to produce one girl, and not just any girl, but a debt-collecting evil spawn. Now that my son is dead, don't even think about freeloading off me. Tomorrow, I'll send you both to Landlord Zhang's house. Let you live in luxury from now on. No, please don't." Su Qing's face turned deathly pale. She quickly pleaded, "My husband just passed away. I must remain faithful to him. My son was jinxed to death by you." Li Shi lost her patience. "I've already accepted Landlord Zhang's betrothal gift. Whether you go or not is not up to you." Li Shi grabbed Mu Yunyao, threatening viciously. "Dare to resist again, and I'll sell this debt-collecting ghost to a brothel. Who knows if the child you carry back then was even my Chang'er's seed." Su Qing was aghast, falling to her knees at Li Shi's feet, begging ceaselessly. "Mother-in-law, Yaoer is Mu Chang's only flesh and blood. I can go to the Zhang residence, but she must stay with the Mu family. That landlord Zhang is old, but he's notoriously beastly. You can't push Yaoer into that fiery pit." Hearing Su Qing finally agree, Li Shi sneered, her eyes full of contempt. Just as I thought, a promiscuous hussy, pretending to be so chaste and virtuous before, truly acting the whore while demanding a monument to your purity. Shut up. Don't you dare insult my mother. Mu Yunyao's fists clenched tightly. She stepped in front of Su Qing, hatred surging within her. Anyone who insulted her mother must die. Mu Yunyao rushed towards the wardrobe and pulled out a pair of scissors. She lunged at Li Shi. This old menace who had ruined their lives. She would kill her right now. Kill her. Li Shi screamed, slapping Mu Yunyao hard across the face. The scissors flew out of her hand. Li Shi grabbed her hair tightly, rolled up her sleeves, and rained heavy blows down on her face. "You wretched girl, deserving 1,000 cuts. I am your grandmother. How dare you try to stab me with scissors? I'll beat you to death today, you debt-collecting ghost." Su Qing quickly threw herself over Mu Yunyao, shielding her. "Mother, hit me instead. Let Yaoer go. She's just a child." Li Shi, consumed by rage, raised her hand and struck down mercilessly at both of them. Mu Yunyao clenched her teeth tightly, her mouth filling with the taste of blood. She pushed away Su Qing, who was protecting her, and glared fiercely at Li Shi. Old witch, if you have the guts, kill me today. If you don't kill me, I will definitely kill you. Li Shi was intimidated by her expression, involuntarily taking a step back. Mu Yunyao rushed to the table, grabbed a porcelain bowl, and smashed it. Pressing a shard against her cheek, she sneered, "If this face of mine is ruined, how will you explain it to Landlord Zhang?" Mu Yunyao pressed harder, and blood instantly trickled down her fair cheek. "You've beaten us black and blue. If Landlord Zhang sees these injuries, he will certainly demand his silver back from you." "Stop!" Li Shi panicked. She knew Landlord Zhang's predilections all too well. If Mu Yunyao was truly scarred and Landlord Zhang was offended, it would be akin to cutting off her own livelihood. Mu Yunyao stared coldly at Li Shi and slowly said, "Delay the matter for a few days. Once our injuries heal, we will go to the Zhang residence. Perhaps we can even help you ask for some more silver." Li Shi almost jumped for joy. "Are you serious?" She fiercely poked Mu Yunyao's forehead, threatening viciously, "If you dare play any tricks, I'll sell you both to a brothel. Serving one man or serving a crowd of men. You'd better think carefully." With that, Li Shi spat, swaggered, and left triumphantly. After Li Shi departed, Su Qing frantically rummaged through the cabinets. "Yaoer, you absolutely cannot go to the Zhang residence. Mother has silver. I stole. Landlord Zhang, you must escape quickly." But no matter how many times she searched, she couldn't find the 5 taels of silver she had saved. Su Qing was filled with despair and hatred. She hated Li Shi for being so heartless towards her own granddaughter. She hated herself even more for her current powerlessness. "Mother, don't be afraid." Mu Yunyao softly comforted Su Qing. "It's not like at a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Besides, who will be the one to die when the time comes is still uncertain." Just after her father passed away, her vicious grandmother sold her and her mother for 50 taels of silver to an old landlord as a concubine. That landlord was old, had strange habits, and was notorious. He particularly favored tender young girls. To protect her, her mother was humiliated and tortured to death by the old landlord. Later, when a landlord's evil deeds were exposed, she managed to escape, but with a crippled leg. Having lost the protection of her parents, she was whipped and tormented daily by her grandmother, Li Shi. Countless times, she wanted to set herself and Li Shi ablaze, but she couldn't. Her life was bought with her mother's. No matter how bitter or difficult, she had to live. After enduring like this for a year, a group of people claiming to be her maternal relatives, the Su family, suddenly appeared. They coaxed her with gentle words to return with them for a better life. She couldn't believe it, only wanting to escape Li Shi quickly. So she went with the Su family. Her status was low, and she lived cautiously, but a glimmer of hope for the future finally sparked in her heart. But someone, somehow, spread the news that she had been sold as a concubine to Landlord Zhang. She was once again trampled into the mud, suffering endless humiliation. Fortunately, the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Yui, showed her kindness. She was so beautiful and proper, so gentle and kind. Mu Yunyao wished she could tear out her heart for her, shielding her from disaster, taking punishments for her. After getting drunk, on their way to offer incense at the Hugwa temple, they encountered bandits. She desperately protected the eldest miss, helping her escape, and was nearly captured and violated herself. Luckily, she was rescued. She rushed desperately to check on Su Yui's safety, only to overhear the cruel truth. It turned out those bandits were hired by Su Yui. It was simply because Prince Jing had once praised Mu Yunyao. Su Yui was extremely resentful. She couldn't tolerate her man looking at another woman. All her kindness towards Mu Yunyao was merely to display her own benevolence and incidentally see if she could be used. After this, Mu Yunyao schemed to climb into Prince Jing's bed, slapping Su Yui hard in the face. Although Su Yui, as Prince Jing's consort, often made things difficult for her, what did it matter? Relying on Prince Jing's favor, she lived a vibrant life. Until one day later on, her carriage suddenly exploded on the way back. Tumbling out of the wrecked carriage, she fell right at the feet of the god of slaughter, Prince Yu. Just because Prince Yu glanced at her twice, Prince Jing treated her like a plaything and sent her to Prince Yu's residence. When she woke up again, she found herself covered in blood, bound, and thrown into a dungeon, framed as a spy. Thus ended her bumpy, dark, lightless life. Fortunately, heaven had eyes and let her live again. Fortunately, everything was still in time. Her mother was healthy and safe. In this life, she would definitely not let the tragedy repeat. Those debts owed to her, those who bullied them, she would reclaim them all, one by one. Her father had just passed away when her grandmother sold her and her mother to an old landlord as concubines. Fortunately, she had managed to scratch her own face with a porcelain shard, buying herself for precious days. This was how she prevented the tragedy from repeating itself. In the dead of night, Mu Yunyao was lost in thought, recalling the dark and heavy past of her previous life, when a rustling sound reached her ears. Mu Yunyao sat up abruptly, her eyes fixed warily on the outside. Grabbing a rolling pin, she crept quietly towards the door. Reaching the doorway, she saw a dark figure rummaging through the wardrobe in the outer room. A faint smile touched Mu Yunyao's lips. Seizing the moment while the shadow was distracted, she rushed forward with the rolling pin, bringing it down hard on the figure's head. Startled awake, Su Qing rushed out from the inner room, only to see Mu Yunyao relentlessly beating someone on the ground. With fierce intensity, she struck again and again. Seeing that the dark figure on the floor showed no signs of life, Mu Yunyao finally lit a candle, turning to comfort her mother. "Don't be afraid, mother. I just caught a thief." But upon seeing the person on the ground clearly, Su Qing couldn't help but gasp. It's mother. There's blood." Mu Yunyao blinked innocently. "Oh dear, how could it be grandmother? Mother!" I heard a noise and thought a thief had broken in. "You black-hearted spawn." Mu Yunyao felt a sudden tightness in her throat. Li Shi had woken up and grabbed her fiercely, her face demonic. "You dare lay a hand on me? I'll beat you to death. Try it." Mu Yunyao snapped, a smile on her face, but her voice laced with chilling, killing intent. Meeting Mu Yunyao's gaze, so cold it pierced the bone, Li Shi trembled uncontrollably, a wave of icy fear washing over her. You little slut. Why are you so damn strange?" A cold sneer played on Mu Yunyao's lips, her face taking on a sinister cast. "Using a talisman means death anyway. Why don't I just drag you down with me today? Let's see how King Yama judges an old crone like you, who persecutes her daughter-in-law and granddaughter." Li Shi's heart pounded violently. She shoved Mu Yunyao away forcefully. "You little slut. I won't deal with you now. Just wait until you fall into Landlord Zhang's hands. Let's see if you're still so sharp-tongued then." Mu Yunyao stumbled back from a push, the oil lamp falling from her hand and clattering to the floor. Darkness enveloped the room, leaving only the sound of Li Shi's ragged breathing. In this new life, the rolling pin descended again, striking Li Shi hard on the back. Caught off guard, Li Shi took the full force of the blow. Mu Yunyao channeled all her strength, fueled by rage and hatred. The rolling pin struck Li Shi's leg viciously. A sickening crack echoed, the sound of bone breaking. Li Shi let out a blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered. "Ah, you spawn of evil. I'll kill you. Kill you." Mu Yunyao ignored her, calmly retrieving her flint and tinder, lighting the oil-soaked wick and tossing it onto the floor. Flames erupted, engulfing the room. Li Shi, dragging her broken leg, panicked completely. Screaming, she began to crawl towards the outside, her face contorted in terror. "You cursed wretch! Are you trying to burn me alive?" The piercing screams grated on the ears, but Mu Yunyao watched everything with cold indifference. "Yeah." Su Qing trembled uncontrollably, her gaze fixed on Mu Yunyao with complex emotions. Mu Yunyao turned her head, the ferocity in her eyes vanishing instantly, replaced by a flood of tears. "Mother, I had no choice. Believe me, Yaoer, don't be afraid." Mother started the fire. Su Qing suddenly pulled Mu Yunyao into her embrace, trembling with fear. "Yaoer, take this chance. Escape, run away, and never come back." Though terrified, as a mother, her instinct was to protect her child. "No, mother. The Vuntaidi." Mu Yunyao's icy gaze, filled with boundless strength, fixed on Li Shi lying on the ground. "They're the ones who will die. Those beasts who wronged us." Li Shi screamed until her voice was hoarse. At first, her cries were filled with vile curses, but soon they turned into desperate pleas. "Mu Yunyao, Yaya, I am your grandmother. Save me. Please save me. I won't sell you anymore. We can live well together from now on. Mu Yunyao let out a cold laugh. Such pretty words. Too bad. I don't want to hear a single one. But don't despair too much. I won't let you die. At least, not yet. Saying this, she looked at a piece of burning wood on the floor, knelt down, gritted her teeth, and grabbed it. A sizzling sound filled the air, accompanied by the smell of burning flesh. Su Qing cried out in shock, not understanding why Yaoer would do such a thing. Mu Yunyao's face was deathly pale. She smeared some soot onto Su Qing's face. Mother, help me rescue grandmother. The vicious grandmother had sold her and her mother to the old landlord as concubines. So she broke her grandmother's leg and burned down her house. Just as the neighbors rushed over, they worked together to drag the old woman out. Li Shi was already mad with fear, screaming hysterically, "Demon, you are a demon! Get away, get away!" By the time the villagers, alerted by the commotion, arrived, they witnessed the scene. Two figures, their backs raw and injured, desperately pulling Li Shi from a danger. Seeing Mu Yunyao's small hands covered in burns, the crowd felt a jolt of shock. Li Shi's vicious mistreatment of her daughter-in-law and granddaughter was, in fact, infamous in the village. They never expected this mother and daughter duo to repay such malice with virtue, injuring themselves like this just to save Li Shi. Mu Yunyao trembled, her voice laced with anxiety. "I am fine. It's just my fault. I was too late rescuing her. Grandmother's leg was crushed. When she wakes up, she'll beat me to death." Annie Yang's eyes filled with pity. Clasping Mu Yunyao's hand, she was about to offer some words of comfort when Li Shi shrieked abuse. "You little slut! You damned wretch! I'll kill you!" Mu Yunyao snatched her hand back, letting out a terrified cry. As if seeing a ghost, she hid behind Su Qing, who was also trembling uncontrollably. "Grandmother, are you all right?" Li Shi was furious, wishing she could flay Mu Yunyao alive. "You disastrous creature! You've harmed me like this, and you still dare ask if I'm all right? Just wait until I'm better. I'll definitely break your damn legs." The surrounding villagers couldn't bear to watch any longer. This heartless Li Shi. Look how injured the mother and daughter were from saving her. Yet she was still here, shamelessly slandering them. Annie Yang stepped forward and said to Su Qing, "You two, a widow and an orphan, why don't you stay at my place tonight?" "No, thank you, Auntie Yang." Mu Yunyao quickly refused. "Grandmother's leg is injured and inconvenient. She needs someone to look after her. We should stay by her side and fulfill our filial duties." Mu Yunyao spoke these words gently, sounding considerate, but as her gaze fell upon Li Shi, it held a chilling, terrifying quality. Li Shi shuddered violently, recoiling in fear. "I don't want care from you two black-hearted creatures. Who knows if you'll secretly try to kill me?" Mu Yunyao crouched down, her small hand touching Li Shi's wound. "Grandmother, you're injured so severely. We absolutely must take good care of you." Suddenly, her hand pressed down hard, squeezing the broken bone. Li Shi screamed and fainted directly from the pain. "Grandmother, are you all right?" "Grandmother, Auntie Yang, could I trouble you to help carry my grandmother back into the house?" Mu Yunyao settled the still-shaken Su Qing into another room. Then, she went to Li Shi's side. Li Shi lay on the bed, her face pale, heart trembling. Are you going to kill me?" Mu Yunyao began cleaning the bloodstains for her. A cold laugh escaped her lips. "What are you saying, grandmother? I wouldn't have enough time to show my filial piety. Besides, if you haven't done anything wrong, you shouldn't fear ghosts knocking at your door. Grandmother, why are you so guilty?" As she spoke, Mu Yunyao increased the pressure of her hands. Li Shi was in agony. She opened her mouth to curse Mu Yunyao, whose hand immediately clamped down hard on her wound. "Grandmother, I'm timid. Please don't curse anymore. When you open your mouth, I get scared, and then my hands lose their sense of measure." Li Shi gritted her teeth in hatred, but didn't dare to shout recklessly again. The next day, Mu Yunyao ventured into the mountains through the heavy snow. Greeting neighbors along the way, she carried a basket, ostensibly to gather herbs for Li Shi. She remembered a spring on the back mountain, warm year-round. She was heading to the water's edge to find a venomous snake, intending it as a gift for landlord Zhang, the man who planned to take her mother as his wife and her as his concubine. Spotting an area lush with grass and trees, she crouched down, parting the tall grass. Just as she was about to search, she felt a cold glint flash before her eyes. A sharp blade pressed against her throat. In her past life, merely because this man had glanced at her, she was ruthlessly abandoned by her husband and died tragically in prison. Favored by heavens, she was granted a chance to live again. Yet unexpectedly, she encountered this man once more. "Who are you?" The deep voice carried a chilling undertone. The icy tip of the blade made Mu Yunyao freeze, breaking out in a cold sweat instantly. She quickly explained, "I'm a villager from down the mountain, here to gather herbs. I mean no harm." Smelling the thick scent of blood, Mu Yunyao added in a small voice, "I have herbs that can stop bleeding." After a long moment, the blade was slowly withdrawn. Though the man's face was pale and he was covered in blood, it detracted nothing from the inherent nobility of his bearing, his gaze sharp and invasive. Mu Yunyao risked a peek, and what she saw struck her heart with terror. The man before her was him, the Prince Yu from her past life, the one connected to her unclear, unjust death. Ning Junyue frowned slightly, his voice as cold as a winter pond. "What medicine?" Mu Yunyao snapped back to reality, hastily rummaging through her basket. Holding up a handful of hemostatic herbs, she kept her eyes lowered and whispered, "These are common herbs I gathered. They should be enough to stop the bleeding." Ning Junyue looked at the herbs, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. A handful of grass? Was he supposed to chew it directly? Mu Yunyao also realized the awkwardness. "Where? Were you injured?" she quickly asked. Ning Junyue stared at her coldly for a long moment before finally speaking. His chest, as he removed his robe. Mu Yunyao's heart leaped. A wound stretched from his left shoulder down to his right ribs. The flesh around the gash was torn open, revealing the bone beneath. Mu Yunyao couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, asking hesitantly, "That dagger, may I use it?" She could feel Prince Yu's wariness toward her. Mu Yunyao quickly explained, "There's dirt and poison around the wound. It needs to be cleaned immediately, otherwise the treatment won't be effective." Ning Junyue's icy gaze swept over her slender neck before he finally handed the dagger over. Mu Yunyao's mind raced, though her hands moved steadily. An uncontrollable tremor ran through her, a mix of hatred and fear spreading in her heart. I must not let Ning Junyue see anything amiss, she thought. Otherwise, given his nature, he would never leave a witness alive. Ning Junyue stared at that fair neck. He felt an urge to reach out and touch it. Following this impulse, he couldn't resist placing his hand there after all. Indeed, it felt as warm and smooth as fine jade. A chill ran down Mu Yunyao's neck, as if she were being targeted by a ferocious beast. Her heart pounded wildly. "Prince Yu, I saved your life. You wouldn't repay kindness with enmity and kill me, would you?" A flicker of interest crossed Ning Junyue's eyes. His thumb moved slightly, brushing against the side of her neck, only feeling the person beneath his hand give a violent shiver. He abruptly snapped the red string around her neck, grasping it in his hand. "I'll owe you a favor. You may claim it." Mu Yunyao let out a huge sigh of relief. Before Prince Yu could react, she grabbed her basket and ran off quickly, still clutching the dagger she had used to treat his wound. This dagger came at the perfect time, she thought. It can replace that snake. On the way down the mountain, Mu Yunyao had already devised a plan. She would use her mother Su Qing's name to send a note to Zhang Kaiju. When she lured him over, it would be the perfect opportunity to test this dagger. Soon, 2 guards hurried over. "We were late, master. Please punish us." Prince Yu looked down, fiddling with the small bell on the red string. "Cheyenne Village, daring to steal my dagger. She certainly has courage." Night deepened, blanketing the village in silence. 2 dark figures slowly approached Li Shi's house. Zhang Kaiju, holding a folding fan, arrived with his steward, Ding Shan. Ding Shan stepped forward and gave the gate a gentle push. It creaked open. Zhang Kaiju grinned silently. It seems this Su Qing knows how to please a man. Zhang Kaiju eagerly shut the door behind him. Only then did he clearly see the petite, delicate figure, seemingly capable of stealing one's soul. Mu Yunyao offered a benign smile. "Zhang Kaiju, those clothes aren't bad. Quite suitable for a veterinarian to wear. If the little beauty likes them, I'll wear them for you every day," Zhang Yong'an said, lunging forward. But Mu Yunyao leaped aside, grabbing the rolling pin. She brought it down hard on Zhang Caiju's head. Outside the door, the steward Ding Shan was just wondering why the sound was somewhat off. When he saw Mu Yunyao, peek her head out. Steward Ding, Master Zhang, suddenly fainted. Would you like to come in and see? Grandma harmed him. She would break Grandma's legs and set her on fire. The old lecher coveted her mother, so she tricked him into coming here, setting him up. Along with the steward who humiliated her mother in the past life. She wouldn't let him go either. They all deserve to die. Looking at her blood-stained hands, Mu Yunyao revealed a bloodthirsty smile. This dagger truly is a fine thing. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the room. Mu Yunyao turned her head to look. She saw Li Shi staring wide-eyed at her. Her eyes filled with the kind of terror one reserves for seeing a demon. You killed someone. Yes. So, Grandma, why don't you scream? Call everyone over. Li Shi was already scared witless, stumbling backward. No, I won't say anything. Don't kill me. Mu Yunyao flipped the dagger, pointing it directly at Li Shi's throat. Scream. I told you to scream. Go on. Murder. 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 An abrupt shriek pierced the night, jolting the entire village awake. Mu Yunyao gripped the dagger tightly, found the right angle, and slashed her own shoulder fiercely. Then, unhurriedly, she walked over to Zhang Kaiju and smeared the blood onto his hand. Then, she pressed the bloody dagger into Zhang Kaiju's hand. Mu Yunyao quickly walked up to Li Shi. You pushed me, shoved me into a fiery pit, spread rumors everywhere, ruining my reputation. Today, I'll let you taste what that feels like. Soon, news of the deaths in Xian Village spread throughout Yinqing. Mu Yunyao and all related personnel were taken back to the county yamen. Atop a tavern in Yinqing, a guard respectfully reported, Master, there's been a homicide case in Xian Village involving a family named Mu. A trace of interest flashed in Ning Junyue's cold, sharp gaze. Let's go take a look. Causing such a commotion right after stealing my belongings. Her nerve is certainly not small. The gavel struck as County Magistrate Lu Yuansheng called the court to order. Li Shi, terrified and utterly bewildered, immediately cried out, desperate to distance herself from the proceedings. Magistrate Lu Yuan gave a cold snort. Silence in the court. How dare you cause a disturbance? His gaze shifted to Mu Yunyao. Do you have anything to say? Mu Yunyao, her face drained of color, spoke with a trembling voice. Your Honor, I am wrongly accused. I merely overheard Zhang Kaiju arguing with his steward, saying something about killing someone and burying them in the garden. When they discovered me accidentally, Zhang Kaiju rushed at me with a dagger to kill me. I was so frightened I fainted. I don't know what happened after that. Magistrate Lu frowned. Then why does your grandmother insist you are the murderer? I saw it with my own eyes. Li Shi, Shriaka Isterically. She used her own dagger to cut her shoulder. Utter nonsense. The gavel slammed down again. Magistrate Lu snapped coldly. That dagger, inlaid with gold and jade, is worth at least 1,000 taels of silver. Do you think just anyone can afford such a weapon? Your Honor, seeing the evidence mounting against him, Zhang Kaiju quickly interjected. It was Su Qing who invited me for a rendezvous. I have the note. She wrote me. Zhang Kaiju eagerly handed over the slip of paper. Your Honor, this is it. Magistrate Lu took the note, his brow furrowing deeply. This paper only lists women's names. How does this prove Su Qing seduced you? Your Honor, Mu Yunyao suddenly exclaimed as if remembering. I recall now. Zhang Kaiju and his steward were fighting over this very item at the time. Magistrate Lu read the names aloud, puzzled. Why would they fight over a simple list of names? Wait, the chief clerk suddenly spoke up. Your Honor, these names, they belong to the young women who disappeared and were never found. Magistrate Lu's eyes widened abruptly. Mu Yunyao, what exactly did you hear? Mu Yunyao shuddered violently, recalling with a quiver. Zhang Kaiju was cursing Ding Shan for being ungrateful. Ding Shan retorted that if Zhang Kaiju didn't give him money, he would reveal the matter of him killing people and burying them in the garden. Magistrate Lu's heart pounded in shock. He slammed the gavel decisively. This case is adjourned until tomorrow. Men, investigate this immediately. In her previous life, she and her mother have been sold by their grandmother to the old Master Kaiju as concubines, ultimately suffering humiliation and death. Reborn into this life, she used the memories of her past life to scheme against the old Master Kaiju, exposing his wicked deeds. She also killed the steward who had violated her mother, framing the old Master Kaiju for the crime. Following Mu Yunyao's testimony, Magistrate Lu indeed unearthed 7 bodies from Zhang Caiju's garden. Female corpses. Zhang Caiju, tears streaming down his face, confessed to everything. Everything except murdering Steward Ding. Zhang Caiju whipped his head around, his eyes filled with hatred, glaring at Mu Yunyao. Your Honor, see clearly. Ding Shan was truly killed by Mu Yunyao. Mu Yunyao merely smiled coldly inside. Outwardly, however, she appeared terrified. I didn't kill anyone. How could I possibly overpower a strong man? Are you trying to drag me down with you even as you face death? Magistrate Lu's disgust for Zhang Caiju reached its peak. Zhang Yongin, stop making baseless accusations against others. Li Shi, explain your relationship with Li Shi, with Zhang Yongin and Ding Shan. Were you involved in the murders and the burial of the bodies? Your Honor, it was truly Su Qing who invited me. Li Shi also shrieked. Your Honor, I know nothing, and I certainly didn't do anything. A villager from Jiangyan couldn't help but speak up. Your Honor, when we entered Li Shi's house, her clothes were in disarray. This Zhang Yongin must have had improper designs on her. Li Shi hastily knelt and cowed out. Your Honor, I've been a widow for many years. I am absolutely innocent. I only sold Su Qing and Mu Yunyao to him. I did nothing else. No longer daring to hide anything, Li Shi wailed and cried as she revealed the truth. Outside the courthouse, the crowd looked at Li Shi with revulsion. This old shrew, selling her daughter-in-law and granddaughter right after her son died. Worse than an animal. Magistrate Lu rubbed his temples. Men, take these 2 down and beat them. Beat them until they tell the truth. Mu Yunyao quickly scrambled to Li Shi's side. Your Honor, my grandmother just broke her leg. If she undergoes corporal punishment now, she might die. Let me persuade her. She will surely confess. Mu Yunyao leaned close to Li Shi's ear, her voice soft yet menacing. Grandmother, Zhang Caiju is finished. Will you live well or accompany him to the underworld? You are experienced and knowledgeable. You should understand what I mean, shouldn't you? Li Shi's eyes widened, her teeth chattering. She remembered Mu Yunyao's words in the prison cell. Her only option now was to ensure Zhang Yongin confessed quickly, thereby extricating herself. Li Shi giritet hertit. Your Honor, I confess. I was intimate with both Zhang Yongin and Ding Shan. Last night, they both came to see me at the same time and ran into each other. In their anger, they turned on each other, which led to everything that followed. With this connection made, the sequence of events finally became clear. In the end, Magistrate Lu announced the verdict. Zhang Yongin, for the brutal murder of 7 innocent women and the killing of his accomplice Ding Shan, is sentenced to death. Li Shi, for immoral conduct unbecoming of a widow, shall receive the cane. Your Honor, Mu Yunyao bowed respectfully. My grandmother is elderly and injured. Although her conduct was improper, she did not harm anyone. I implore your Honor to show leniency. Magistrate Lu shook his head with a sigh. Out of consideration for such a filial granddaughter, she is released forthwith. Upon returning home, Mu Yunyao rushed into Li Shi's room and retrieved 55 taels of silver from under the pillow. Li Shi, dragging her injured body, moved/shuffled towards her, her eyes filled with resentment. That's my silver. Mu Yunyao sneered. Of this silver, 5 taels you stole from me. 50 taels was the price you sold mother and me for. Why don't you tell me exactly where your silver is? Mu Yunyao handed all the silver to Su Qing. She planned to rely on the embroidery skills from her past life, earn another sum, and then take Su Qing far away from Xiayan village, heading towards Jiangnan to start a new life. From the moment she plotted to kill Zhang Yongin, she had already calculated everything. According to her memories, the Su family would come looking for them in about a year and a half. In this life, she intended to confront the Su family to make them pay the price. Therefore, she needed to forge a different path, accumulating enough capital to stand against them before the Su family arrived. Mu Yunyao headed straight for the largest embroidery workshop in Yinqing, Chunxiufang. Dressed in the cheapest linen clothes, her words were nevertheless blunt. Shopkeeper, your selection of embroidery thread colors is incomplete and lacks elegance. The shopkeeper sized Mu Yunyao up, frowning slightly. Miss, are you perhaps here to cause trouble? Mu Yunyao smiled faintly and drew a handkerchief from her sleeve. Shopkeeper, take a look before you speak. The shopkeeper took the handkerchief, and a single glance made him gasp. This is the lost Fei Zhenhua Xiu technique. Splitting silk threads finer than hair, truly like monkey fur, uniquely capable of dyeing patterns. It's ingenious craftsmanship. Mu Yunyao smiled knowingly, deliberately mentioning she was embroidering an 8-foot-long, 6-foot-high piece titled Splendid Rivers and Mountains. As expected, upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's eyes gleamed. He immediately offered to buy the embroidery piece. Mu Yunyao, having achieved her goal, purposefully feigned hesitation, prompting the shopkeeper to proactively raise the price. Meanwhile, inside the Xingxing restaurant, Yu Heng reported to Prince Yu, "Your Highness, the dagger has been replaced with an identical one. We've merely removed the pattern engraved on the hilt. Although that dagger lacked the Yu mansion's insignia, it bore a pattern personally carved by Prince Yu himself. If it fell into the wrong hands, it could potentially stir up significant trouble." Prince Yu's brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. That little girl had caused him such a major headache, forcing him to linger in Yinqing. He spoke of heading to Xiayan village, but Yu Heng stopped him. "In 2 months, it will be the Emperor's birthday celebration. The situation is pressing. It's best to return to the capital first. We can settle accounts with this little girl later." Prince Yu considered for a moment. "Very well. 2 months. That damp handkerchief won't run far." A month and a half flashed by. Mu Yunyao, timing it perfectly, returned to Chunxiu Fong, carrying her embroidery piece. As the embroidered cloth was slowly unrolled, a majestic landscape of rolling mountains, the splendid rivers and mountains, seemed to come alive, breathtakingly realistic. The single piece of cloth appeared to capture the very essence of heaven and earth. It was simply divine craftsmanship. The shopkeeper stared, eyes wide, praising it repeatedly. In the end, Mu Yunyao sold the splendid rivers and mountains for 20,000 taels of silver. She knew that Chunxiu Fong was backed by the Su and Meng families. It was their money purse. This time, she used this embroidery piece as the first appetizer served to the Su family. If she could cripple Chunxiu Fong, it would be akin to carving a hole in the hearts of the Su family members. It would also sever one of Prince Jing's future supporters, enough to cause them profound pain. Having received the silver, Mu Yunyao hired a carriage, took Su Qing and Li Shi, and journeyed out of Yinqing. Upon reaching a deserted stretch of woods, she threw Li Shi out. Li Shi's eyes filled with panic. Now, apart from relying on Mu Yunyao and Su Qing, she had no other means of survival. Su Qing's heart leaped. "Yaoer, she is, after all, your grandmother." "Mother." Mu Yunyao cut her off resolutely. "How did she treat us? Have you forgotten?" Mu Yunyao looked coldly at Li Shi. "Grandmother, if you manage to survive, you can come find me in the capital in a year and a half. Perhaps someone there might even want to help you get revenge on me." Li Shi's initial pleading gradually turned into hysterical curses. Mu Yunyao took out a handkerchief laced with anesthetic. "Grandmother, just to be safe, perhaps it's best you don't speak anymore from now on." She tossed the small, blood-stained knife into the bushes, abandoned the carriage, and taking Su Qing's hand, walked towards a new town. 2 days later, the pair arrived in Linjiang City. It boasted a pier with waterways and roads extending in all directions, connecting to various places in Jiangnan. It attracted merchants and travelers from all over, creating a diverse and complex environment. As Mu Yunyao passed by a slave market, she heard the cries of sellers and glanced over. That one look revealed a man both familiar and unfamiliar. Prince Jing's most loyal, fearless guard from her previous life. After she had become Prince Jing's concubine, she often saw him silently following behind Prince Jing. She had assumed he was just an ordinary guard, never imagining he was a highly skilled swordsman. Rumor had it that Prince Jing had bought him off the street for a mere 10 taels of silver. Mu Yunyao approached without hesitation and bought the man for 6 taels. Holding a rope binding his hands, Mu Yunyao said, "I spent 6 taels to buy you. From now on, your name is Lu Liang, 6 taels. If you still have breath in you, get up and follow me." Without waiting for his response, she pulled the rope and walked away. Lu Liang, bound by the rope, struggled to follow her. Mu Yunyao tossed him newly bought clothes and shoes. "Change your clothes and clean yourself up. From today onwards, I am your master. You must obey my words, understand?" Lu Liang remained silent. Mu Yunyao's face turned cold. Her gaze was stern as she looked at him. "Don't stay silent. I know you can speak." After a moment, Lu Liang gave a barely perceptible nod. "All right." Lu Liang's features were deep set. He was quite a handsome young man. A beauty mark near the corner of his left eye gave him a distinctively dashing and unrestrained air. Mu Yinyao handed over a stack of silver notes, telling him to rent a passenger boat. Lu Liang remained silent for a moment, then took the silver notes and turned to leave. Mu Yinyao watched his retreating figure, her eyes cold. Giving him so much silver to handle this task was also a test, to see if he would take the money and disappear forever. Mu Yinyao held a pink peach blossom oil paper umbrella, twirling it gently. Unexpectedly, the striking pose attracted Tan Bawang, the young master of Kaiwa Pavilion. Tan Bawang's eyes were full of teasing amusement. He reached out, about to touch her. "Miss Mu Yinyao, what color do you like? I can buy any for you." Mu Yinyao hadn't expected such luck, actually running into the sworn enemy of Chunxiu Workshop. She gripped the oil paper umbrella with both hands, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. "I think this peach blossom is quite nice, but I really want a bright red one." Tan Bawang turned to the old man selling umbrellas. "Didn't you hear the young lady? Hurry up and bring out the bright red one." Mu Yinyao smiled lightly, a brilliant smile blooming on her face. "Let's not trouble the old sir. Why don't you help me personally, young master?" Personally is good," Tan Bawang said, leaning closer, ready to savor her fragrance. Mu Yinyao abruptly raised the oil paper umbrella and smashed it down hard on Tan Bawang's head. Then, taking advantage of the moment he bent over, she kicked him squarely between the legs. "How dare the insignificant Kaiwa Pavilion bully someone from my Chunxiu Workshop? Don't you weigh yourself? Don't you know your own worth? Compared to Chunxiu Workshop, your Kaiwa Pavilion isn't even worth a dog. Let me tell you, this young lady is from the Han family of Chunxiu Workshop." Mu Yinyao wielded the oil paper umbrella like a club, spinning Tan Bawang around like a top. "Even if I beat you to death today, your Tan family wouldn't dare utter a word of complaint. Are you all dead?" Tan Bawang roared at his two stunned attendants. Mu Yinyao quickly stepped back, shouting behind her, "Lu Liang." The next second, Lu Liang, who had been hiding somewhere nearby, materialized beside Mu Yinyao. His long sword unsheathed, he swiftly lopped off the fingers of an attendant reaching out. Mu Yinyao's eyes shifted, a hint of a smile flashing within them. "Lu Liang, stop. For the sake of Tan Liuji of the Tan family, I'll spare your miserable lives. If you want revenge, come find this young lady in the imperial capital." She disdainfully tossed the peach blossom umbrella aside. "This umbrella is yours now. Take it back as a souvenir." With that, she grabbed the already terrified Su Qing and ran for it. Lu Liang paused for 2 seconds, then quickly followed, escaping the scene. The three ran all the way to the docks. Mu Yinyao quickly helped Su Qing onto the boat, urging, "Boatman, the people from before the docks are coming." Without a word, the boatman untied the mooring ropes, pushed off with his pole, and swiftly departed. Settled in the boat cabin, Mu Yinyao was in high spirits. If that young master of Kaiwa Pavilion really came seeking revenge, things would get interesting. At that moment, a dozen war horses like bolts of lightning tore through the night, heading straight for Cheyenne village. The horses stopped abruptly before a courtyard on the west side of the village. Yu Heng quickly stepped forward to report, "Master, this is Mu Yunyao's residence." King Yu strode forward and kicked the door open. He walked in and looked around the empty courtyard. His face grew darker than the night itself. "Where are they?" Hearing the commotion, Mrs. Yang came out to investigate, instantly terrified. Who are you people? Who are you looking for?" Yu Heng quickly stepped forward. "Madam, we're old acquaintances of Mu. Chung, here to visit Madam Mu. Do you know where they are now?" Mrs. Yang felt her heart pound, answering cautiously. "They left over a month ago. As for where they went, they left so suddenly, nobody knows." Hearing this, the chill emanating from King Yu intensified. Yu Heng couldn't help but swallow hard. Only one thought in his mind. He was finished. Meanwhile, in Jinling City, Mu Yunyao purchased a 2-courtyard residence. 2 entrances, 2 exits with large front and backyards. A stream of running water flowed through a pavilion in the courtyard, making it elegant and unique. Su Qing looked at Mu Yunyao with complex emotions in her eyes, finally voicing the doubt suppressed in her heart. "Yaoer, tell me the truth. Are you hiding something from me? Why did your personality change so suddenly? And how did you learn embroidery?" Mu Yunyao gazed towards the horizon, memories pulling at her. "Nyangqin, that day Grandma knocked me out. I hit my head and had a long dream. In the dream, Nyangqin entered the Zhang residence and was tortured to death. My legs were broken too. After my legs were broken, I was taken in by the Su family and suffered greatly there. Mu Yunyao selectively recounted some details, looking anxiously at Su Qing, her heart clenched tightly. Would Nyang Qing find me strange? Would she be afraid? Warmth flooded Su Qing's heart, and her eyes couldn't help but redden. How could it be strange? You are a child blessed by the heavens. This time, too, heaven favored you, warning you of danger in advance. As for the Su family, we'll just stay far away from them. Let's not get entangled with them ever again. Mu Yunyao squeezed Su Qing's hand tightly, speaking earnestly. Nyangqin, Cheyenne village was so remote, yet the Su family still managed to find us. How much easier would it be here in Jinling City? I know Nyangqin only wants a peaceful life, but I promise you, Mu Yunyao continued, even if we fall into the Su family's clutches in the future, I will definitely protect you well. Su Qing gently stroked her hair. Silly girl, Nyangqin isn't afraid of getting hurt herself, but afraid that you'll walk the path from your dream all over again. A cold, dark glint flashed through Mu Yunyao's clear eyes. Nyangqin, rest assured, in this life, even if only for your sake, I will certainly strive for a brilliant future. It's time to implement the next step of the plan. Dressed in an exquisite moon-white embroidered gown, Mu Yunyao arrived before the entrance of Kaiwa Pavilion. By chance, she encountered Jean Foreign, the principal wife of Prefect Chao Yunyan. She knew that Chao Yunyan would rise rapidly in 3 years, ascending from prefect all the way to Governor General of Liangjiang. Indeed, the moment Jean Foreign saw her, she was captivated by the unique and exquisite embroidered skirt she wore. Mu Yunyao stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Forgive my humble appearance, Foreign. This garment I am wearing is something I made myself. Hearing the voices, the manager of Kaiwa Pavilion sensed trouble and hurried out, intending to quickly usher this potential gold mine indoors. Mu Yunyao, however, timed her actions perfectly, pretending she was about to leave. But Jean Foreign stopped her. Seeing the young lady in this attire, I find myself quite taken with it. I wish to commission the young lady, at a high price, to make one for me. Would the young lady be willing? The two entered Kaiwa Pavilion. The manager personally served tea, standing behind them, his heart racing with anxiety. If he let a mere slip of a girl easily snatch away Kaiwa Pavilion's biggest patron, his days as manager would be numbered. Foreign, the manager interjected, I specifically had a batch of garments rushed from the capital. They're all downstairs now, waiting for your inspection. A faint smile touched Jean Foreign's lips. The styles from the capital are always the same old thing. Nevertheless, she went downstairs and carefully examined the clothes for a while, ultimately shaking her head. She turned sideways to look at Mu Yunyao. I wonder if the young lady would be willing to tailor a garment for me to wear to the provincial governor's banquet. Naturally, I am willing, it's just... Mu Yunyao glanced towards the Kaiwa Pavilion manager with feigned difficulty. Jean Foreign smiled. I feel an affinity with the young lady. How about I invite you to the tea house next door for a cup of tea? Having poached Jean Foreign, this living advertisement, the Kaiwa Pavilion manager fumed inwardly, but was utterly powerless. Mu Yunyao looked across the street, a hint of worry in her voice. I suppose I've thoroughly offended the manager of Kaiwa Pavilion now. How could Jean Foreign not understand her meaning? Rest assured, since you are helping me make this dress, whether it turns out well or not, I will protect you. Within Jinling City, as long as I say the word, Kaiwa Pavilion wouldn't dare harbor any ill intentions. After obtaining Jean Foreign's measurements, Mu Yunyao took her leave. 20 days passed in a flash. Mu Yunyao arrived at the Chao residence with a finished garment. A certain Chun Foreign, who was also present, pursed her lips discreetly and spoke bluntly. So the dress is ready? I wonder if I might have the honor of feasting my eyes on it first. Mu Yunyao naturally noticed the disdain in Chun Foreign's eyes and gave a cold smile. Then, she generously displayed the dress. Foreign, please look. The moment the dress was unfurled, Chun Foreign's mouth fell open in shock. The peonies on the skirt were lush and vibrant, appearing astonishingly lifelike, radiating such vitality that one couldn't help but feel joyful just looking at them. Chun Foreign couldn't suppress her jealousy. She wondered what kind of luck Jean Foreign had stumbled upon to discover such a treasure. After carefully committing the details of the dress to memory, she said no more and promptly rose to take make her leave. Once she had departed, Jean Foreign sighed. I adore this garment more than words can say. It's just a pity. I fear I won't be able to wear it out. Mu Yinyao looked puzzled. Foreign, why would you say such a thing? Jean Foreign spoke with regret. You are young. There are some things you don't understand yet. She gently caressed the peonies on the skirt. After today, I'm afraid every woman's dress in Jinling City will feature these intertwining peonies. A nearby maid couldn't help but interject. The design has been seen. If at the banquet, Foreign's dress is identical to what common women are wearing, it would be a great loss of face. A smile remained on Mu Yunyao's face, her expression one of complete confidence. Foreign, this dress holds its own secrets. Why don't you try it on and see for yourself? Returning to the inn with a bank draft for 500 taels of silver, Mu Yunyao happily handed it to Su Qing. Why is it so much? A single dress is actually worth 500 taels of silver? Su Qing was incredulous. Mu Yunyao acted cute and coy. 500 taels? I still think it's too cheap. Once my fame spreads, Nyang Qin will be counting silver drafts every day until her hands cramp. Su Qing couldn't help but tap her nose affectionately. Then Nyang Qin will just wait to count those silver drafts. The 7th day of the 6th month. The prefect's wife's banquet was truly as Jean Foreign had described. Every lady wore dresses woven with peony patterns. All the assembled wives were waiting to see Jean Foreign make a fool of herself. When Jean Foreign entered, seeing her still wearing that same outfit, many couldn't help but reveal expressions of schadenfreude. Chun Foreign even stepped forward with feigned sympathy, saying, "It's all my fault for speaking too quickly. Seeing the unique pattern on your clothes, I mentioned it to others, who knew it would cause everyone to rush and imitate it." Jean Foreign's smile remained unchanged as she replied lightly, "One can paint a tiger's skin, but not its bones. Merely imitating a pattern is nothing remarkable." Chun Foreign gave a forced laugh, about to say more, but she was interrupted by gasps from the crowd. They saw Jean Foreign bowing towards the direction of the capital in gratitude. As she moved, the peony branches on her skirt seemed to tremble, and golden butterflies fluttered up and down. Illuminated by the sunlight, the radiance shimmered, like a celestial fairy descending from the heavens. The crowd gasped in amazement. It must be that Jean Foreign's sincere reverence towards the emperor has moved heaven and earth, thus attracting these colorful butterflies to surround her. The prefect, arriving upon hearing the commotion, had an expression of indescribable envy. Why couldn't his wife attract butterflies like this? Once word of this scene reached the capital, the emperor would surely be greatly pleased. This Chao Union's official position was bound to rise along with it. Also making a grand splash was the Su family. In the Golden Palace Hall, when the double-sided embroidered screen depicting splendid rivers and mountains was brought forward, it caused a wave of astonishment. It prompted even the emperor to descend from his throne for a closer look. The front depicted a rising sun over magnificent landscapes. The back showed dragons and phoenixes soaring amidst auspicious clouds. This tribute from the Su family outshone all the other gifts of gold and jade, delighting the emperor immensely. He bestowed generous rewards on the spot, making the assembled officials burn with envy. Just as the emperor was about to drink with his ministers, a eunuch cried out in alarm, "Your Majesty, there's something wrong with this screen." The emperor looked towards the screen, and upon seeing it, his face contorted with sudden fury. Under the lamplight, the original red sun on the screen seemed to bleed outwards, with streaks of red resembling bloodstains. Someone softly murmured, "The rivers and mountains are stained with blood." The officials instantly lost all appetite for wine, falling to their knees, trembling. The emperor roared in fury, "Su Wenyuan, you tell us what is going on." Su Wenyuan was already deathly pale, his voice trembling. "Your Majesty, your subject does not know what happened. Please grant your subject 3 days. I will definitely investigate the origin of this screen thoroughly." An official known to be at odds with the Su family spoke out. "Lord Su, did you not have someone inspect this tribute before presenting it to His Majesty?" "No, your subject wouldn't dare." Su Wenyuan felt utterly unable to defend himself, his eyes filled with terror. After a long silence, the emperor spoke coldly, "Let beloved minister Su handle this investigation." Using a tribute gift to curse the court, such audacity must be punished severely. Beloved Minister Su, do not show any leniency. "Yes, your Majesty, your humble servant will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly." After the prefect's banquet, many people sought sought out Jean Foreign to inquire about Mu Yunyao. Among the first was the prefect's wife herself, who, through Jean Foreign, sent her measurements to Mu Yunyao. After 10 days of diligent work, when the prefect's wife first saw the color of the dress, she felt quite dissatisfied. She found the style traditional, the color dull, lacking any brilliance. But the effect after putting it on was exceptionally good. The cyan color with subtle patterns made her appear much slimmer. Its extreme simplicity, paradoxically, made it more eye-catching than elaborate attire. The prefect's wife's attitude shifted completely, her voice becoming warm and eager. Yunyao, from now on, I'll have to trouble you with my clothes. Even as she left, Jean Foreign remained puzzled. Yunyao, what secret was hidden in the dress you made for the prefect's wife? Mu Yunyao explained softly. Jean Foreign, the prefect's wife, is rather plump, exceptionally sensitive to heat, and perspires easily. I focused my efforts on these aspects. My intention was to make the dress dignified and not revealing, while also making it feel much cooler and fresher. Jean Foreign had a sudden realization. You truly possess an exquisite mind. Mu Yunyao smiled faintly. She knew very well that relying solely on goodwill provided no solid foundation. By making clothes for Jean Foreign now, bringing benefits to Chao Yunyan, she aimed to intertwine their interests. Not long after, Chunshio Workshop, which had rivaled Kaiwa Pavilion, ceased to exist. Its owner, the Han family, was exiled entirely due to the incident with the tribute screen. To protect themselves, the Su family directly implicated the Han family, but in doing so, they also severed their own financial lifeline. They must be suffering now, surely. But this was merely the beginning of Mu Yunyao's revenge. Through her interactions with Mu Yunyao these days, Jean Foreign had seen her potential and knew she was destined for greater things. Maintaining a long-term association with her would undoubtedly bring them more benefits. After discussing it, the two decided to offer Mu Yunyao a restaurant they owned in a good location. Mu Yunyao did not accept it directly, but instead arranged to rent it at 70% of the market rate. She also requested 10 skilled embroiderers from Jean Foreign, planning to convert the tavern into an embroidery workshop to teach embroidery skills. Jean Foreign readily agreed and handed over the indentures of the 10 artisans to her as well. Ever since Mu Yunyao's appearance, business at Kaiwa Pavilion had plummeted drastically. The manager fumed inwardly. They had only just managed to overcome the major threat of Chunshio Workshop. Yet now, a mere slip of a girl had emerged to steal their livelihood. Burning with suppressed fury, the manager arrogantly demanded to purchase Mu Yunyao's embroidery techniques and patterns. However, Mu Yunyao flatly refused, offering him no courtesy. The Kaiwa Pavilion manager furiously swept the teacup before him aside. I was trying to give you face, he snarled aggressively. We brought down the mighty Chunshio Workshop. Do you truly believe you, all alone, can possibly contend with Kaiwa Pavilion? He had looked down on Mu Yunyao from the beginning, only approaching her for collaboration out of self-interest. Since she refused his offer politely, she would face the consequences. Don't come crying to my door later, he threatened. Not a flicker of annoyance crossed Mu Yunyao's face. It's simply a pity, she stated calmly, that I have no taste for any wine you might offer. Rising gracefully, she walked to the edge of the pavilion and addressed Lu Liang. Lu Liang, please help me see the manager of Kaiwa Pavilion out, respectfully. Shameless. Have you really thought this through? The Kaiwa Pavilion manager opened his mouth to retort further, but suddenly a cold light flashed before his eyes. He felt his hair stand on end, startled into taking a hasty step back. His eyes, wide with alarm, fixed upon the long sword now held steadily in Lu Liang's hand. Fine, you're ruthless, he spat. Just don't come begging to me later. With that, he spun around and beat a hasty retreat. Once his retreating figure had vanished from sight, Mu Yunyao suddenly burst into laughter. Lu Liang, she called out cheerfully, how about I double your wages this month? Make it triple. With the plan settled, Mu Yunyao immediately began preparations for the renovation. The tavern spanned 3 spacious floors. Mu Yunyao even retained the tavern's former manager, keeping him on to help run the establishment. In less than half a month, the embroidery workshop would be ready for its grand opening. As fate would have it, the tavern stood directly across the street from Kaiwa Pavilion. When Manager Tan spotted Mu Yunyao there, his brow twitched violently. What, he demanded, are you doing here? His heart skipped a beat with foreboding. He hastily turned to Manager Jean, who stood nearby, forcing a smile. Manager Jean, I heard that Jean Foreign was considering closing this tavern, so I came specifically to ask if the premises might be available to rent. Manager Jean offered a slight, apologetic bow. My apologies, Manager Tan, but it's inconvenient. This establishment has already been leased to Miss Moo. Manager Tan felt his head buzz, as though a clap of thunder had exploded right beside him. He whipped his head around to face Mu Yunyao, his voice laced with menace. Well, it seems our paths are destined to cross. From this day forward, Miss Moo, you and I are competitors in the same trade. It would be wise for a young lady like yourself to conduct herself with due respect. Mu Yunyao, however, simply met his hostile gaze with a radiant smile. Thank you ever so much for your kind reminder, Manager Tan, she replied sweetly. I must be sure to invite you for tea some other day. Manager Tan felt fury consume him. Utterly exasperated, he stormed off, muttering curses against Mu Yunyao as he went. You'll pay for this. Sooner or later, you will pay. Back in the quiet solitude of their home, Mu Yunyao discussed potential names for the new embroidery workshop with her mother, Su Qing. After pondering for a long while, Su Qing finally offered a suggestion. Yaoer, she began softly, what do you think of the name Niyun Workshop? You ride upon the whirlwind as your steed. Oh, Lord of the Clouds, descend now. Niyun Workshop, it has a beautiful ring to it. Mother, you are truly learned. With these words, Mu Yunyao immediately picked up an ink brush. In her past life, she had once seen the calligraphy attributed to the King of Yu. The strokes were as sharp as drawn swords, imbued with powerful structure and bone. A single glance conjured images of thundering warhorses and the sharp whistle of wind through ranks of weapons. With flamboyant strokes, like soaring dragons and dancing phoenixes, she inscribed the three characters Nai Yun Fong onto the paper. She herself was now a sharpened blade poised at the throats of both the Su family and Prince Jing. Calligraphy imbued with such palpable, killing intent suited her current path perfectly. On the day Niyun Workshop opened its doors, the sound of celebratory firecrackers filled the air. Jean Foreign, having received the exquisite beauties catalog, was the very first patron to grace the new establishment. Prior to the grand opening, Mu Yunyao had painstakingly crafted a unique beauties catalog entirely from embroidered cloth, sending a copy to the residence of every notable lady in the city. This remarkable catalog spanned 20 pages, each featuring a figure meticulously brought to life with needle and thread. Every beauty portrayed struck a distinct pose, radiating a unique temperament and style utterly different from the last. What astonished the ladies even further was the revelation that the exquisitely detailed jewelry and the seemingly divinely crafted gowns showcased within the catalog's pages were all available for purchase at Niyun Workshop. Furthermore, Mu Yunyao had personally sewn a complete ensemble exclusively for Jean Foreign. It was an ensemble identical to the one worn by the ethereal figure depicted dancing beneath the moon within the beauties catalog. Jean Foreign's eyes lit up with delight. Just then, 3 other noble ladies arrived, entering one after the other. Lady Zhao's gaze immediately fell upon the stunning garments held carefully by an attendant. She rushed forward for a closer look. This is the very design from the catalog. I never dreamed it could be rendered so perfectly in actual fabric. And judging by the dimensions, she added, turning to Jean Foreign, it appears to have been custom-made just for you. Mu Yunyao smiled and inclined her head. Your ladyship possesses a discerning eye. This ensemble was indeed crafted exactly to Jean Foreign's measurements. Lady Zhao beamed encouragingly. Jean Foreign, you simply must try it on at once. Allow us the pleasure of admiring it. When Jean Foreign emerged, adorned in the pale, cyan gauze gown, its waist cinched perfectly, the fabric flowing with ethereal softness, sleeves and hem fluttering with every movement, she looked utterly transformed, like a celestial fairy descended from the moon palace itself. Lady Zhao and the others stared, utterly mesmerized. They nodded again and again, showering Jean Foreign with compliments, their gazes filled with undisguised envy. Just then, Mu Yunyao presented another catalog. Your ladyships, she began, when I was first preparing to open Niyun Workshop and designing the initial collection of gowns, I found myself lacking inspiration without figures to model them. Therefore, she paused delicately. I took the liberty of embroidering the likenesses of several of your ladyships within the pages as reference. I hope your ladyships can forgive me. Several ladies were overjoyed. Even we are included. Now we finally don't have to worry about our attire for the Qiqiao festival banquet. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the capital city of Jingdu, King Yu, emanating a chilling aura, listened to his subordinate's report, his fine brows furrowing slightly. Say that again. Your Highness, the courtyard we were preparing to acquire has been bought by someone else. It's adjacent to Hengshan Temple. An embroidery workshop named Niyun Workshop has opened in the city. The golden plaque hanging above the workshop bears, Your Highness, your calligraphy. My calligraphy? King Yu's eyes turned glacial, a hint of intrigue coloring his voice. His script was not easily imitated. Have you investigated thoroughly? Regarding Hengshan Temple, yes, the investigation is clear. It's just seeing his subordinate hesitate. King Yu's curiosity intensified. Yu Heng's expression grew increasingly peculiar. It's the young woman from Xiayan village, the one who previously stole your highness's brush. Mu Yunyao. King Yu couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Seeing Yu Hong still had more to say, his brow furrowed tighter. What else? Your Highness, some time ago, the tribute screen presented by the Su family met with mishap en route, angering the emperor. The Su family has consequently fallen out of favor, leading many to seize the opportunity to suppress them. During the investigation, your subordinate discovered that the screen originated from Jingling City. The one who embroidered the screen was that very Mu Yunyao. King Yu's expression tightened. Have the Su family traced it back to Mu Yunyao? Yu Hong nodded. They have. However, by the time the Su family members arrived in Shen village, Mu Yunyao had already departed, her whereabouts unknown. Now, this is interesting. King Yu narrowed his eyes further, the corner of his mouth lifting into an almost imperceptible curve. Today, I shall request leave from Father Emperor. Tomorrow, I return to Yueshi. King Yu traveled relentlessly, arriving in Jingling City on the night of the Qiqiao festival and heading straight for Niyun Workshop. At this moment, Wangfeng Tower was hosting the Qiqiao festival banquet. Below, the streets flanking the tower bustled with crowds, a scene of vibrant festivity. Upstairs, the ladies and young misses of various families gathered, each exquisitely dressed. Mu Yunyao strolled around, noticing quite a few people had already begun wearing imitation Niyun Workshop garments. Mu Yunyao gave a faint, knowing smile. In a moment, I'll show you what genuine quality looks like. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard gasps from the surrounding crowd. Look quickly. Fireflies. So many. Mu Yunyao's lips curved slightly as she looked towards Jean Foreign. My lady, a light silk fan swats at drifting fireflies. You happen to be holding a round fan. Why not catch a couple to suit the occasion? Hearing her suggestion, Jean Foreign couldn't help but chuckle softly. She gently moved the fan in her hand, waving it towards the fireflies. It was merely a subconscious gesture. Yet unexpectedly, some fireflies truly flew toward her fan. Lady Zhao witnessed Jean Foreign's action and gasped repeatedly in admiration. She followed suit, waving the fan in her hand towards the fireflies. Instantly, a portion of the fireflies flew in her direction. Before long, the fireflies began to dance around Jean Foreign and Lady Zhao, for ladies in total. Specks of fluorescent light flickered, dreamlike and fantastical, resembling stars fallen from the night sky, stunning the onlookers lining the street. A wave of admiration swept through the crowd. This wondrous sight today must be because the Niyun Workshop clothes are too beautiful. Manager Tan's face turned ashen, his heart sinking to his feet. Jean Foreign couldn't suppress her laughter. Yinyao, look at the intense stares from those ladies. They could almost pierce through someone. It seems you'll be quite busy in the coming days. After tonight, Niyun Workshop's reputation would soar, unmatched in its brilliance. Mu Yinyao was in high spirits, but she was unaware that not far away, at the entrance of Niyun Workshop, a formidable figure awaited her. King Yu gazed at the three characters on the plaque, his brow involuntarily knitting tightly. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, it would be hard to believe someone could imitate his calligraphy so exquisitely, capturing 8 or 9/10 of even its spirit and momentum. Yu Hong, open the door. Yu Hong hesitated slightly. Your Highness, This Nian workshop is technically a private residence. If you barge in like this and word gets out, it could damage your highness's esteemed reputation. King Yu, impatient, shot him a cold glare. Open it. Yu Hung quickly stepped forward, examined the lock on the main door, but still hesitated. Your Highness, if Miss Mu returns and sees the lock has been picked, reporting it would also be troublesome. I see the second floor window is still open. Perhaps we should enter from the second floor. King Yu glanced up at the second floor without a word. The next second, he leaped upwards. Yu Hung was left below, utterly astonished. Yu Hung grinned wryly. Thankfully, His Highness wasn't angry. An unknown amount of time passed. Seated on the cool couch, King Yu's aura grew increasingly frigid. Where is she? Why hasn't she returned yet? A tremor went through Yu Heng's heart. Miss Mu has likely been detained by those ladies for conversation. King Yu's face hardened. He waited on the couch for another half hour. Still no movement. Another half hour later, King Yu turned his icy gaze upon Yu Hung. Yu Hung trembled inwardly, quickly saying, Your Highness, please wait here a moment. Your subordinate will go and look for her. Hurriedly rushed towards the window. King Yu rose and surveyed the room, discovering a poem hanging on the wall. The wind returns, immortals desire clouds. Opening the fan reveals a bluer moon. Where do the fallen stars turn? On the pillow, dream souls startle, smiling faces scatter like rain. The poem still used his handwriting, but the content. Just then, Yu Hung returned, his tone filled with caution. Your Highness, the banquet has ended. Miss Mu seems to have gone home. King Yu directly took down the poem, his deep eyes concealing his current emotions. He coldly uttered a single word, go. The two quickly arrived at the Su residence entrance. Yu Heng's heart pounded increasingly harder. Your Highness, barging in like this might not be appropriate. King Yu's brow furrowed, his icy gaze sweeping past Yu Hung. He then turned and directly entered the adjacent garden. Yu Hung paused, then realized the Jinshou garden next to Miss Mu's place belonged to His Highness. Meanwhile, Mu Yinyao reached the second floor and saw footprints covering the ground. Judging by the size, they likely belonged to two men. She examined the area carefully. The person must have entered through the window. She quickly asked Jean Lan to check around and see if anything was missing. Soon, Jean Lan returned to report. Nothing else was missing. Only the poem she had written was gone. Mu Yinyao felt puzzled. Not stealing money, not stealing clothes, only stealing a piece of poetry? This was rather strange. That night, the more Mu Yinyao thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She tossed and turned for a long time before drowsiness finally overcame her. Just as she fell asleep, the door was suddenly pushed open. A dark figure darted in swiftly. Before Mu Yinyao could even react, a long sword was pressed against her neck. The sharp sword energy stung her skin, causing a jolt of pain, and she instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Mu Yinyao dared not move. She lay stiffly in bed. You certainly made me search hard for you. The deep voice was like a cold winter wind, sending a shiver down her spine the moment it entered her ears. It was him, King Yu. It was actually King Yu. She struggled to maintain her composure. The life-saving grace back then was merely a small effort. You needn't seek me out specifically to repay it. King Yu sneered, the long sword in his hand inching forward slightly, pressing closer against Mu Yunyao's neck. Mu Yunyao felt a sharp pain at her throat, followed by the sensation of warm liquid trickling down. She mustered her courage. I saved you, and you intend to kill me? Only today do I learn that such ungrateful people exist in this world. If he hadn't known about Mu Yunyao's actions, King Yu might have actually been fooled by the righteous indignation in her tone. First, you used my dagger to kill someone. Then, you imitated my handwriting for plaques and poems. Tell me, how should we settle this account? Mu Yunyao's heart tightened, but she stubbornly refused to admit it. I don't understand what you're talking about. King Yu leaned closer, his voice soft against her cheek. One piece of evidence currently hangs on the main door of Nian Workshop. Another is in my hand. Do you still intend to deny it? Mu Yunyao couldn't quite grasp what King Yu truly intended to do. However, she could be certain. After talking so much, he probably didn't genuinely want to kill her. Today, I found footprints of two people on the second floor of Nian Workshop. I assume one set belongs to you. King Yu remained seemingly cold and didn't respond. Mu Yunyao continued. I've had someone keep the carpet with those footprints. Trespassing in a private residence with intent to steal. I have evidence too. The sharp edge of the sword pricked Mu Yunyao's neck again, causing another sting of pain. King Yu couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. He found the woman before him exceptionally interesting. She piqued his curiosity more and more. Since we both hold evidence against each other, we can indeed negotiate. Mu Yunyao breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this god of death wouldn't endanger her life, at least for the moment. King Yu retracted his sword and stood up. Mu Yunyao calmly wiped the blood from her neck. How do you propose we negotiate? King Yu looked at her jade-like neck, his brow furrowing slightly. He hadn't intended to hurt her. How could he have suddenly lost control of his strength? King Yu closed his eyes, his voice deepening. You borrowed my handwriting to open Neon Workshop. Therefore, half of the earnings from this Neon Workshop should belong to me. Either you give me half the silver, or I will dismantle half of Neon Workshop and take it away. Mu Yunyao couldn't help but widen her eyes. Dismantle half and take it away? But considering King Yu's usual style, if he said it, he could probably do it. Half is too much. If you take half the silver, this workshop probably won't be able to continue operating. Why don't you just give me the other half of the silver, and then you can take the whole thing away? King Yu observed her, feeling somewhat perplexed. Just moments ago, she looked frightened and stiff, yet now she was calm and composed, even daring to bargain with him. Then what do you propose? Mu Yunyao rapidly weighed the pros and cons in her mind. King Yu's identity was the best banner to rally under. If she could hold onto this flagpole securely, the benefits would definitely outweigh the drawbacks. No matter what, she had to take this gamble. Various thoughts flashed through her mind. Mu Yunyao gritted her teeth fiercely. I propose giving you 2/10 of the silver earned by Neon Workshop. King Yu was taken aback. I still have the betrothal gift records, the ones used to frame Zhang Kaiju. The brush holder. Mu Yunyao quickly denied it. Zhang Caiju's murder had conclusive evidence. The authorities have already closed the case. As for whose brush holder it was, I know nothing. King Yu gave a cold laugh. Even ironclad cases decided by the emperor can be overturned, let alone one merely judged by a branch magistrate. Mu Yunyao heard the threat in his words and decided to play defiant to the end. I am but a commoner. If I die, I die. But what about you? King Yu's eyes narrowed sharply, killing intent radiating from him once more. You know my identity? Mu Yunyao did not shrink back, her clear, cold eyes meeting his without hesitation. You wear shoes embroidered with the Kirin pattern and use a brush holder inlaid with gold and jade. You must certainly be 100 times more noble than this commoner. The corners of King Yu's lips curled up, a smile playing on them. Yet his expression was colder than ice. Are you threatening me? 30% for your share. That is my bottom line. If you cannot agree, then run me through with your sword. Mu Yunyao stated calmly, then closed her eyes. Swish! The long sword was once again pressed against her neck. King Yu shifted his gaze to her face. Mu Yunyao's clear, cold eyes met his gaze unflinchingly. Neither would yield, neither would retreat. She couldn't let King Yu suppress her forever. After a long moment, the sword slid back into its sheath. King Yu's cool voice sounded fine. I agree. Relief washed over Mu Yunyao, and she let out a long breath. With your abilities, young master, I imagine you've already investigated my background thoroughly. Now that you are effectively a part owner, may I ask your esteemed name? You may call me Fourth Master Ning. Mu Yunyao sneered inwardly. King Yu, Ning Junyue, ranked fourth among the royals. Wasn't that precisely Fourth Master Ning? Mu Yunyao walked to the central table, took out paper and brush. Spoken words are no proof. Let's draw up a contract. Fourth Master, I am giving you a genuine 30% share of the profits. Yet you only leave the name Fourth Master Ning? Ning Junyue raised his eyes to look at her. Is there a problem? Mu Yunyao rested her chin on her hand. There are countless men ranked fourth in this world. If something changes in the future, where would I find you? Her eyes shifted, and she produced a box of rouge. Fourth Master, how about leaving a thumbprint? Seeing King Yu obediently press his thumb into the rouge without anger, Mu Yunyao breathed a heavy sigh of relief. She wouldn't deny it. She felt a degree of apprehension, even fear, towards King Yu. If it were King Jin or the Su family, she could scheme against them without batting an eye. Only when facing King Yu did she feel as though a cold blade hung constantly above her head, ready to fall at any moment. Having finally secured King Yu, she naturally had to make full use of him. So, where shall I find you when I deliver the money each month? Go to Jinshio Garden next door and find Steward Chin, King Yu said casually, wiping the rouge from his hand. One more thing. That red string you snatched from my neck back in Cheyenne Village. Fourth Master, please return it. King Yu slanted a glance at her. Lost it. Mu Yinyao was speechless. That was something she had worn since childhood, and he had just lost it like that? Then shouldn't Fourth Master also give me a token? It would make contacting Steward Qin more convenient in the future. King Yu gave her a look that was half smile, half sneer, then took something from his robes and tossed it over. Mu Yinyao instinctively caught it in her hands. It was the brush holder she had taken from King Yu that day. Quite valuable indeed. If King Yu ever regretted it and wanted it back, she would also tell him, lost it. Mu Yinyao needed to go to the adjacent Jinshio garden, so she had Lu Liang carry her over the wall. Lu Liang, holding the small figure in his arms, was exceptionally stiff. An elderly man with a kind face approached. Seeing Mu Yinyao, his eyes brightened slightly. Greetings, Miss Mu. Please follow me. The master is waiting in the study. King Yu was looking through some letters. Hearing footsteps outside the study, his brow furrowed. When he saw who it was, the coldness in his eyes lessened slightly. To gain a firm foothold and bring down the Su family. How could a mere embroidery workshop be enough? She decided to cater to King Yu's needs and open a tea house for gathering intelligence. Since she had no usable people under her command, she could only borrow them from King Yu. King Yu looked at Mu Yinyao with astonishment in his eyes. None of my subordinates know embroidery. Mu Yinyao sat down opposite him. Does Fourth Master have any young boys or girls under his command who know martial arts but appear like ordinary people? King Yu's gaze grew even more curious. What do you need young boys and girls for? Fourth Master, don't get the wrong idea. Mu Yinyao quickly waved her hands. I'm not running some illicit business. It's a legitimate enterprise. I plan to open a tea house and want them to help serve tea and entertain guests. Upon hearing this, King Yu's expression shifted slightly, his eyes flickering. Brothels, restaurants, tea houses, wine shops. These had always been prime locations for gathering information. After considering for a moment, are you confident of success? Of course, Mu Yinyao was confident of victory. As long as your highness provides the manpower, I am 70% certain I can get the tea house running. King Yu's gaze was profound as he stared fixedly at Mu Yinyao, feeling that the smile on her face was not entirely innocent. Yet, his gaze met hers directly, finding nothing amiss. This girl possessed a keen mind and farsightedness, always leaving herself a way out with every step. Such an intelligent young woman sparked a sense of intrigue within him. Moreover, he was already certain that the Su family's affairs were undoubtedly connected to her. King Yu abruptly changed the subject. How many people do you need? Mu Yinyao thought carefully for a moment. For now, just one branch in Jinling City. 50 people should suffice. If it succeeds here, I intend to open tea houses throughout the entire Dali dynasty. King Yu didn't take her words entirely seriously, a faint smile touching his lips. You certainly dare to dream big. King Yu considered it with great seriousness. Although it was only 50 people, their selection needed to be exceptionally meticulous. Now, using Mu Yinyao's hand to insert his personnel under the guise of commerce presented an excellent opportunity. If successful, it would solve a major problem for him. By the time King Yu had finally decided on the candidates, he saw Mu Yinyao leaning back in her chair, dozing off. She was slightly turned to the side, her head pillowed on her arm, her skirt spread out beneath her feet, making her appear particularly petite and endearing. Her long eyelashes trembled occasionally, as if she might awaken at any second. King Yu's gaze lingered on her for a long while, and he couldn't help murmuring, quite well behaved when asleep. Perhaps sensing that gaze, Mu Yinyao suddenly jolted awake. Your Highness, have you decided on the personnel? King Yu quickly averted his gaze, turning his head away. In 5 days, I will have them find you. You are currently managing Nian Workshop. Do you still have the energy to open a tea house? Mu Yinyao nodded. Now that Chunshio Workshop has been sealed, a large number of embroiderers have lost their jobs. I can select some good ones and gather them, free myself from Nian Workshop. From what I know, many embroiderers were poached by Kaiwa Pavilion. The remaining ones are a mixed bag. Aren't you afraid of ruining Nian Workshop's reputation? Mu Yinyao seemed completely unconcerned. Indeed, people were poached by Kaiwa Pavilion. But can't I just poach them back? King Yu chuckled softly. Kaiwa Pavilion managed to contend with Chuanxio Workshop for so long without falling behind. Naturally, it has its own foundation and backing. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth won't be easy. Kaiwa Pavilion was now a behemoth. Mu Yunyao naturally understood her own standing, but fortunately, she was only interested in the Jinling City branch for now. King Yu detected absolute confidence in her expression, and his heart stirred slightly. Was she planning to make a move against Kaiwa Pavilion? Destroying the Kaiwa Pavilion branch within Jinling City would be effortless for him, but doing so would cost him his 30% profit share. He should have asked for more. Mu Yunyao didn't intend to reveal her entire plan to King Yu. Your Highness, I've been out for quite some time and should be heading back. Farewell. King Yu had expected her to ask for his help, but unexpectedly, she had other plans. A faint sense of disappointment arose in his heart. As Mu Yunyao prepared to climb back over the wall with Lu Liang, Steward Qin stopped them. Miss Mu, this old servant has already placed a ladder by the wall. There's no need to trouble this young hero. As Steward Qin spoke, he deliberately shot a harsh glance at Lu Liang. It wasn't often a woman was near his highness. He couldn't let this lad ruin things. Back in her own courtyard, Mu Yunyao had Lu Liang deliver the petition detailing Kaiwa Pavilion's seizure of village farmland to the government office. Lu Liang requested 2,000 taels in silver notes from Mu Yunyao, his heart tightening slightly. He worried Mu Yunyao wouldn't trust him, yet he didn't know how to explain. He only wanted to help her achieve her wish. Mu Yunyao, however, didn't question him or ask for an explanation, merely saying he could ask for more if needed. Lu Liang's heart swelled. Mu Yunyao's trust moved him in a way that was hard to express. A rare trace of emotion flickered across his face. In a past life, he killed his husband and sister, ending his life tragically. In this life, however, a small gesture from Mu Yunyao had changed his destiny. The sky turned gloomy, and suddenly, rain began to pour down heavily. Just as Mu Yunyao was about to close the window, she suddenly spotted a figure in red walking past the entrance of Nian Workshop. Mu Yunyao was startled. That figure looked familiar. She quickly went downstairs, grabbed an oil paper umbrella, and chased after them. The figure in red seemed to be wandering aimlessly, staggering through the heavy rain. Only when the rain above their head disappeared did they snap back to reality. Turning, they saw Mu Yunyao diligently holding the umbrella for them. Madam, the rain is too heavy. Please come into Nian Workshop to take shelter. The person caught in the rain was Madame Ding Yuelon. After changing into dry clothes and drinking a cup of ginger tea, Ding Yuelon's complexion finally regained some color. After a moment of silence, Ding Yuelon spoke, her expression sorrowful. To think that a stranger I've met only once shows more kindness than the man who shares my bed day and night. Seeing me in such a wretched state, aren't you the least bit curious about what happened? Mu Yunyao turned her head, a faint smile playing on her lips. To say I'm not curious would certainly be a lie. But if Madame is unwilling to speak of it, asking would be forcing the issue. And if Madame is willing to speak, there would be no need for me to inquire. Therefore, I choose not to ask. Ding Yuelon was prompted by these words to curve her lips slightly. Yet before the smile could fully bloom, it abruptly vanished. My elder sister and I were not born of the same mother. But when we were young, she fell into a pond while saving me, which left her frail and sickly. From then on, I regarded her as my own blood sister. For years afterward, I cared for her meticulously, even suppressing my own nature for her sake. Saying this, Ding Yuelon fell silent, a heavy sense of desolation emanating from her. After a pause, she continued, "Who could have known that the human heart is the easiest thing in the world to change? What you believe to be deep sisterly affection, what you thought was marital devotion, it all dissipates like mist and smoke. Only when the wind blows it all away do you see clearly that nothing remains but utter devastation." Mu Yunyao didn't interject rashly, watching as Ding Yuelon seemed lost in memories of a past life. In her previous life, she had been out strolling the streets. She saw a prisoner cart carrying Ding Yuelon pass by. At that time, Ding Yuelon was clad in prisoner's garb, utterly wretched, yet her eyes held a bright and resolute smile. From the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, she learned that Ding Yuelon had killed her own husband and sister. Her husband and sister had been carrying on an illicit affair for years, secretly administered infertility medicine to her, and conspired to empty Ding Yuelon's entire dowry. Only later did she discover that the sister was not her true sibling. Ding Yuelon's mood improved considerably, a trace of warmth returning to her eyes. "Miss Mu, I've disturbed you so late. I shall take my leave now." Mu Yinyao picked up an oil paper umbrella and offered it to her. "This umbrella may be simple, but it can offer some shelter. Madam, please take it with you." Ding Yuelon accepted it solemnly, gratitude flashing in her eyes. "Thank you. Mu Yunyao maintainit harsimide." A small act of kindness in a time of hardship might just save someone from dire straits. She felt a pang of sympathy, hoping only that this pitiable woman would not repeat the mistakes of her past life. To throw away her own life for people like that was simply not worth it. In the dead of night, when everyone else was asleep, Lu Liang stood guard resolutely outside Mu Yinyao's door, sword in hand. That man from last time, he hadn't been able to injure him in the slightest. It left him feeling deeply frustrated. Mu Yinyao, perhaps because she had been reminded of past events, was plagued by dreams this night, making her feel as though she had returned to the lonely helplessness of her previous life. As she struggled painfully in her predicament, she suddenly sensed two sharp gazes upon her, causing her to jolt and open her eyes abruptly with a startled cry. Lu Liang's eyes snapped open. Hearing the gradually steadying breaths from inside, he finally relaxed. In the following days, a piece of news exploded like thunder within Jinling City. Someone had reported Tan Lu, the manager of Kaiwa Pavilion, to the authorities, accusing him of heinous crimes such as seizing farmland, embezzling private funds, and causing a death. King Yu noted inwardly that Mu Yinyao's actions were quite swift. The county magistrate of Zhucheng was known for his upright and incorruptible nature. He would undoubtedly investigate thoroughly. When that happened, the Kaiwa Pavilion in Jinling City would likely be unable to continue operating. The old steward, desperate for his master, the king, to find a partner, deliberately bought a rabbit and tossed it into the adjacent courtyard. Then, wailing dramatically, he ran before King Yu. "Your Highness!" The rabbit this old servant raised ran into the next yard. "Oh, this rabbit I worked so hard to raise. If I can't get it back, it'll be the death of this old servant." The steward's eyes sparkled. "Your Highness, could you help me catch it?" Ning Junyue felt his temples throb faintly. But faced with this old man who had cared for him since childhood, he felt utterly helpless. With a leap, he vaulted over the wall and landed in Mu Yunyao's yard to look for the rabbit. The moment he picked up the rabbit, he felt bewildered. Why had he, always as cold as a god of death, agreed to come here and catch a rabbit for the old man? Clang! Ning Junyue immediately turned around, only to see Mu Yunyao staring at him with an expression like she had seen a ghost, clearly not expecting this side of King Yu. Ning Junyue coughed awkwardly twice. The rabbit got lost. He finished speaking and turned to flee. "Wait!" Mu Yunyao quickly called out to stop him. She pointed towards the main gate. "There's a door." Ning Junyue's temples throbbed faintly again. Mu Yunyao changed the subject. "The weather is lovely today. I wonder if I might stroll through Fourth Master's garden." King Yu frowned, a flash of impatience in his eyes. What's so interesting about a perfectly ordinary garden? Mu Yunyao was speechless. "If Fourth Master doesn't have time, perhaps Steward Qin could show me around." The words had barely left her mouth when Ning Junyue suddenly swept Mu Yunyao into his arms. With a whoosh, he leaped up, soaring over the wall and landing back in his own courtyard. Mu Yunyao paused, her heart unexpectedly stirred. This cold-faced King Yu, perhaps he wasn't as heartless as the rumors claimed. "Follow me," King Yu instructed, setting off ahead of Mu Yunyao. Steward Qin and Yu Heng remained near the corner of the wall, their eyes gleaming as they watched. Steward Qin allowed himself a gratified smile, nodding in satisfaction. King Yu strode forward with large steps, moving like a gust of wind through the garden. Mu Yunyao had a trot to keep up, soon finding herself breathless. She glared resentfully at his retreating back. Just moments ago, she thought he wasn't entirely cold and unfeeling. Now, it seemed that was purely her own misconception. King Yu heard her footsteps cease behind him and turned back. "Weren't you going to look at the garden? Why have you stopped?" Feeling indignant, Mu Yunyao's tone inevitably carried a hint of pique. "I do want to see the garden, but I didn't intend to run around it. How troublesome, King Yu muttered, his expression growing more impatient, yet his pace noticeably slowed for the remainder of the walk. Mu Yunyao examined the garden earnestly, a bold idea suddenly sparking in her mind. Fourth Master, this garden of yours is truly a masterpiece of ingenuity. Every view is a splendid scene. In all of Jinling City, I fear no other place can compare to Fourth Master's garden. With his back still to her, King Yu uttered, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. Just say what you want to say. Mu Yunyao beamed, batting her bright, large eyes. Fourth Master, how about lending me this garden to open a tea house? Only a tea house is truly worthy of Fourth Master status. But rest assured, Fourth Master, I won't borrow it for free. How about we split the profits 50-50? King Yu let out a cold laugh. I'll lend you the people, and now you want me to lend you the garden too? Mu Yunyao, you contribute nothing yet expect to take half the share. Where in the world can one find such a favorable deal? Mu Yunyao brazenly squeezed out a smile. Fourth Master, how could you say I contribute nothing? This business venture can't succeed with just people and a location. Since it's a tea house, the tea itself and the connections are indispensable. Besides, Fourth Master, you are occupied with important matters and surely cannot constantly oversee a single tea house. Any subsequent problems will still require me to step forward and resolve them. Most importantly, I am also doing this for your benefit, using the tea house to place personnel and establish a network in Jiangnan. In short, you absolutely will not be at a disadvantage. It was as if two little figures were battling inside King Yu's head. After a moment of internal conflict, he turned and scrutinized Mu Yunyao seriously. A 60-40 split. You take 4/10. Deal. Mu Yunyao's heart leaped with joy. Although it was only 4/10, she certainly wasn't losing out on this deal. Steward Qin brought over some tea and refreshments, subtly observing the pair, gauging their mutual feelings and wondering if his master, that stoic old tree, finally had a chance to blossom. King Yu's expression turned indifferent as he spoke coolly. I must depart tomorrow for Yueshi. If anything comes up in the future, contact Steward Qin directly. Mu Yunyao smiled and waved. Then I wish Fourth Master a smooth journey. With that, she turned and walked back towards her own courtyard. King Yu's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Steward Qin sighed inwardly, shaking his head. AI, what a wasted opportunity. News that Mu Yunyao intended to teach her embroidery techniques spread quickly throughout Jinling City before long. The number of people signing up for lessons nearly wore down the threshold of Nian Workshop. Madame Ding was thrilled upon hearing the news. If the teaching of embroidery skills succeeded, it would provide the women of Jinling City with another means to support themselves. What a significant political achievement this would be. A large portion of the credit for this great deed, aimed at improving the people's livelihood, could be attributed to her husband, Tao Yuanian. However, this action would simultaneously stir up significant waves, potentially even endangering Mu Yunyao herself by infringing upon the interests of others. Yu Heng asked worriedly, Your Highness, should we offer Miss Mu some assistance? After all, she is doing a good deed beneficial to the common people. If this comes to light later, it could be counted as a merit-earning public support. No need, King Yu replied, a deeper interest glinting in his eyes. I want to see just how capable Mu Yunyao truly is. Just send someone to keep a closer eye on Chao Yuanian. For the sake of his political achievements, he certainly won't let anything go wrong with this matter. Half a month flew by in a flash. Progress at Jinxiu Garden was heartening. Under Steward Qin's supervision, the workers were efficient and skilled. In a short time, many areas were already taking shape. The courtyard's renovation style was designed by Mu Yunyao. Steward Qin watched the intelligent Mu Yunyao, growing fonder and more satisfied the more he observed her. It was just that his own foolish young master. After all this time, how'd he made no move? Steward Qin's mind turned, and suddenly, inspiration struck. Miss Mu, the Fourth Master said, if anything comes up, you can write him a letter. Mu Yunyao paused, carefully considering Steward Qin's words. Write a letter? Could it be that King Yu didn't trust her? Was he worried she coveted his assets and that's why he wanted her to report her situation from time to time? If that was the case, then to put his mind at ease, she probably should write. After a moment's thought, she smiled at Steward Sheen. Yes, I will certainly write often in the future, so the fourth master can also understand the situation at Jinshio Garden. Steward Sheen's eyes filled with smiles. The fourth master would surely be extremely pleased to receive the young lady's letter. Although he had acted somewhat presumptuously, the fourth master would definitely thank him for it later. Not long after Mu Yunyao returned to Nianfang, she saw Madame Jean enter with Yin Hong. Yunyao, thank you. I won't say more than necessary. I heard you're opening a tea plantation. Take this gift as my congratulations. As Madame Jean spoke, Yin Hong, standing behind her, brought out a small box and presented it respectfully to Mu Yunyao. Mu Yunyao opened the box. Inside lay only a thin sheet of paper. Mu Yunyao's expression shifted in surprise. It was a land deed for a 20-mu tea garden and a top-grade one at that. Madam, Mu Yunyao quickly pushed the deed back. This gift is far too valuable. I truly cannot accept it. Yunyao, what I gave you has a limited value. But what you gave me is intangible, something many pursue for years without success. Its value is immeasurable, far surpassing what we gave you. If you try to refuse again, I shall genuinely become angry. Mu Yunyao pressed her lips together slightly, then broke into a relieved smile. In that case, I shall accept it. Thank you very much, Madame Jean. Madame Jean's face immediately lit up with a smile. That's more like it. All right, I know you're busy lately, so I'll take my leave. Later that evening, Mu Yunyao was examining the blueprints for Jinshio Garden when the wind suddenly picked up outside, blowing the window shutters open. In the blink of an eye, rain began to fall. Lu Liang had just finished closing all the windows and was about to head downstairs when she heard the sudden sound of approaching footsteps. Seeing who it was, Mu Yunyao's heart gave a jolt. The figure standing in the doorway was soaked through. It was the wife of the Xian Fu Shi, Ding Yuelon. Her face was deathly pale, even more so than during the last rainy night. She managed a stiff smile. Forgive me for disturbing you on a rainy night, Miss Mu. Madam, please come in quickly. Mu Yunyao helped Ding Yuelon inside. Ding Yuelon's voice trembled. I truly had nowhere else to go. Only here would I not be arrogantly turned away. Mu Yunyao instructed a maidservant to prepare hot water for Ding Yuelon to bathe and ward off the chill. She then took out the red dress Ding Yuelon had left behind last time. After thinking it over, I still feel this dress suits you best. Madam, Ding Yuelon gazed at the dress, which still appeared fiery and dazzling even in the dim light of night, and felt her eyes grow hot. You are right, Ding Yuelon murmured. I also feel this dress suits me. I want to live freely and proudly. Now, even if I am trampled into the mud, I cannot cast away the pride within me, because some things once lost are incredibly difficult to find again. Ding Yuelon had come this time to bid farewell to Mu Yunyao. Although their acquaintance was brief, she felt she couldn't leave without saying goodbye to Mu Yunyao. Her heart wouldn't be at ease. Mu Yunyao found this strange. She hadn't heard any news about the Xian Fu Shi being reassigned. Henceforth, I will have no connection with the Xian Fu Shi, Ding Yuelon said, her eyes filled with bitterness. I'm divorcing him. My family feels I have shamed them and has also cast me out. If I don't leave this place, there is no shelter for me. Mu Yunyao's heart trembled. She spoke gently. Madam Ding, if you don't mind, how about staying here at Nianfang? Ding Yuelon froze, looking up in disbelief. She had already explained the serious implications. For Mu Yunyao to ask her to stay at this moment, didn't she realize what kind of trouble this action could bring to Nianfang? Mu Yunyao was indeed unafraid. Because of the matter of her teaching the embroidery techniques, currently, no one dared to touch her Nianfang. Furthermore, with the recent opening of the tea plantation, she was indeed too busy to manage everything. If she could ask Ding Yuelon to help, she could then focus on the tea plantation matters with peace of mind. Ding Yuelon's eyes grew hot. At a time when even her own family had driven her out, a young girl she had only met twice was actually willing to let her stay. Mu Yunyao handed Nianfang's account books to Ding Yuelon. After she had familiarized herself and settled in, Mu Yunyao presented her with a contract offering extremely generous terms. Yet, Ding Yuelon did not sign. Her divorce agreement hadn't been finalized yet. If trouble arose, the impact on Nianfang would be too great. Now was a critical moment for teaching the embroidery techniques. She couldn't let Nianfang's future affairs be affected because of her. Mu Yunyao couldn't help but break into a smile. Don't mind them at all. Seeing the ladies care so much for Nianfang proves I chose the right manager. She handed the brush over. Sign it with confidence. If anything truly happens, Nianfang will openly support you. Ding Yuelon still shook her head. If the Zhou and Ding families join forces to cause trouble, Nianfang won't be able to withstand it. Just as she spoke, Jean Ran rushed in hastily. Miss, Madame Tongji is here. She's downstairs with people, crying, saying she wants to ask Madame Xian Fushi to return. Ding Yuelon shot up, her face instantly turning extremely unsightly. Miss Mu, thank you for sheltering me these past few days. Next, before she could finish, Mu Yunyao grabbed her arm. Dipping Ding Yuelon's finger in ink paste, she pressed it directly onto the agreement. You are now the manager of my Nianfang. If I can't even protect my own manager, won't Nianfang be trampled upon by anyone in the future? Ding Yuelon froze. Then a warm current spread through her heart. She secretly resolved that if the Zhou and Ding families were relentless this time, she would fight to the bitter end, even if it meant mutual destruction, rather than let Nianfang be innocently implicated. Mu Yunyao stopped her, asking seriously, Madam Ding, have you truly decided to completely sever ties with the Zhou and Ding families? A pang hit Ding Yuelon's heart. She nodded heavily. I have decided. I will no longer have the slightest connection with them. Then I understand what needs to be done. Mu Yunyao called Jean Ran over. Go help Madame Ding change her clothes and tidy up her appearance. I'll go downstairs first to see what's happening. A crowd had gathered at the entrance. Nianfang had already been attracting attention these days. Added to that, Ding Yuexin's soft, weak crying at the door drew even more onlookers and busybodies. Ding Yuexin, Ding Yuelon's elder sister, was dressed in mourning attire, her face pale, eyes red-rimmed. Tears rolled down the moment she opened her mouth slightly, as if she had suffered the greatest injustice, evoking sympathy from many. Mu Yunyao descended the stairs, a faint smile playing on her lips. Ding Yuexin sobbed softly. Miss Mu, is my younger sister here? Mu Yunyao nodded. Madame Ding is indeed at Nianfang. Madame Tongji, have you come to visit your sister? Mu Yunyao put on a sorrowful expression, her voice clear and crisp. 2 days ago, Madame Ding arrived at Nianfang on a rainy night, drenched, her face pale. Only after much inquiry did she say she was thrown out by the Ding family, not even allowed to take an extra set of clothes before being driven out. My heart truly couldn't bear it, so I hired Madame Ding as Nianfang's manager. For several days now, I haven't seen you visit. I thought, given your deep sisterly bond, you surely wouldn't ignore her plight. Madame Tongji, were you perhaps delayed by some matter? Ding Yuexin paused in the act of wiping her tears, stunned that she had been preempted by a young girl. Fortunately, she had come prepared. Miss Mu, because of my sister's actions, our parents were angered to the point of illness. I was tending to them at home. Now that their condition has stabilized slightly, I seized the opportunity to come find her. I hope to bring my sister back to apologize to our parents and beg for their forgiveness. Mu Yunyao sneered inwardly. With just a few words, Ding Yuexin had branded Ding Yuelon guilty. If she didn't return, she would be unfilial. If she did return, her fate would be uncertain. The elderly couple must have fallen ill from worrying about Madame Ding. She too has been constantly thinking of them these past few days, only fearing that returning would anger them further. Now that you've come looking for her, it must mean their anger has subsided and they've decided to support her choice. Mu Yunyao's face lit up with joy. She turned to Jean Ran and instructed, Quick, go invite Madame Ding out. Tell her that Master Ding and old Madame Ding already support her decision to divorce Lord Xian Fushi. She can finally rest assured. She was known as the famously good elder sister. Yet she secretly had an affair with her brother-in-law, causing her sister to become homeless and even abandoned by her maternal family. Now, her sister's tragic fate from the previous life had been changed by Mu Yunyao. She had decided to start anew and divorce her husband. Yet here she was, crying pitifully at the door, hypocritically begging her sister to return. Little did she know, this time, her manipulative facade had run into Mu Yunyao. This star, the cunning Mu Yunyao, unleashed a verbal onslaught, giving Ding Yuexin absolutely no chance to speak. The word divorce instantly caused a wave of gasps. An official taking a wife was 100 times more particular than common folk. No one had ever heard of an official divorcing midway through. Ding Yuexin's breath caught, hatred making her grit her teeth. She had clearly said Ding Yuelon angered their parents into illness, but in Mu Yunyao's mouth, it was twisted into them falling ill out of worry for Ding Yuelon. Miss Mu, my parents did not agree to my sister's divorce. They forbid it. She widened her eyes slightly, a touch of panic on her face. Hearing Madame Ding's plight, I just felt unbearable pity. Even I, an outsider, feel such heartache. Could it be, I guess, wrong? Please forgive me, Madame Tongji. The already curious crowd, hearing this, immediately buzzed with various speculations. Miss Mu, what exactly happened to Madame Xian Fushi? Ding Yuexin's neck tensed. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Mu Yunyao quickly shook her head. After all, it was a family matter. It was best for an outsider like her not to interfere. Jinlan, go and invite Madame Ding out. Everyone stared intently towards the interior of Nianfang. Ding Yuelon, clad in a simple white dress, descended the stairs. Her face was pale, her complexion poor. She appeared even more fragile than Ding Yuexin. Slowly, she stepped down and stood firm. Sister, I didn't expect you to come see me. As she spoke, her slightly hoarse voice tugged at the heartstrings. What had happened to the wife of Xian Fushi? What kind of blow could have left her looking so utterly devastated? When people first heard that Ding Yuelon had angered her parents and run away from home, their initial assumption was that she was being unreasonable. But now, seeing the usually cheerful and optimistic woman reduced to such a frail and haggard state, many began to suspect there was more to the story. Ding Yuexin could barely maintain the expression on her face. How could a girl barely in her teens possess such cunning, ruining her plans? Her gaze shifted, softening into gentle concern. Younger sister, Lord Xian Fushi treats you exceptionally well and usually indulges you. How could you possibly leave him in a fit of pique? Mu Yunyao looked at Ding Yuexin with confusion. Madam, do you know why Madame Ding wishes to divorce Lord Xian Fushi? Ding Yuexin replied faintly. I have heard a thing or two. Then how can you speak of it so lightly? Mu Yunyao adopted a look of righteous indignation. Even I, an outsider, felt an unbearable anger upon hearing some of the reasons. As Madame Ding's own elder sister, don't you feel furious? I. Ding Yuexin took 2 steps back, a guilty cold sweat breaking out. Ding Yuelon wiped the corners of her eyes as tears streamed down. Sister, you naturally believe Zhou Ao. You always take his side. Mu Yunyao sighed and stepped forward to support Ding Yuelon. Madam, please don't be heartbroken. Madame Tongji and you are sisters. She will naturally side with you, not with Lord Zhou. Ding Yuexin's smile froze, her gaze towards Mu Yunyao turning sharp. If she insisted on persuading Ding Yuelon to go back, it would mean she trusted Zhou Ao over her own sister. If she stopped urging her to return, it would be an admission that Zhou Ao had wronged Ding Yuelon, effectively endorsing their divorce. Neither outcome was what she had anticipated. Ding Yuelon gave a bitter smile. Sister, after you go back, tell Lord Zhou that out of respect for our past as husband and wife, I will not publicize his affairs. If he doesn't know what's good for him, then don't blame me for disregarding old ties. With that, she turned and walked straight back into Nianfang. Mu Yunyao sighed softly. Although I am young, I can distinguish right from wrong. Madame Ding is truly not to blame in this matter. She has now become the manager of my Nianfang. Please trouble Madame Tong Ji to go back and inform her parents. If they truly care for this daughter, they should not force her back into a sea of suffering. Ding Yuexin was too flustered to speak. She hadn't expected Ding Yuelon and Mu Yunyao to settle the nature of the divorce in just a few words. Moreover, judging by their tone, it seemed they knew about her and Zhou Ao. Having witnessed everything, Madame Jean couldn't help but curve her lips slightly. She quietly instructed her coachman, let's go. She had initially intended to help Mu Yunyao, depending on the situation, but unexpectedly, Mu Yunyao had resolved the matter perfectly herself. Madame Jean chuckled softly and gave an order. If anyone tries to cause trouble around Nianfang, have them all arrested and thrown into jail. At this time, no one is allowed to obstruct Mu Yunyao from teaching embroidery techniques. Who could have imagined that the husband she wholeheartedly served was actually in love with her own sister? To outsiders, Zhou Ao's supposed affection and indulgence towards her were nothing but pretense. Ding Yuelan's divorce from Zhou Ao had already affected his official career. To prevent the situation from escalating further, he swallowed his pride and knelt before Ding Yuelan, begging her to voluntarily retract the divorce agreement. Startled, Ding Yuelan instinctively took 2 large steps back. Having been married to Zhou Ao for many years, she knew exactly how proud he was. Yet now, he was kneeling and begging her. The divorce papers have already been approved and issued. How can they possibly be retracted? Witnessing this scene, Mu Yunyao couldn't help but feel a stir of suspicion. When Zhou Ao came looking for Ding Yuelan a few days ago, he was arrogant. Today, he was so subservient. Could it be that something related to this matter had caused his sudden change in attitude? Zhou Ao looked at Ding Yuelan, his eyes filled with hope. With a little effort, it can surely be retracted. Ding Yuelan's brow furrowed tightly as she looked at Zhou Ao with cold mockery. Are you suggesting I claim I was mentally unstable at the time, talking nonsense in a fit of madness? A flash of agreement crossed Zhou Ao's eyes, and he abruptly stood up. This finally turned Ding Yuelan's heart completely to cold ashes. Zhou Ao, you actually entertained such an idea. I truly overestimated you. Only then did Ding Yuelan notice Mu Yunyao. Little proprietor, you're back. I'll drive this person away immediately. Mu Yunyao nodded, preparing to leave, when Zhou Ao's voice, thick with fury, erupted. Mu Yunyao, so young, yet so venomous, driving a wedge between me and my wife. Mu Yunyao turned, her gaze calm as she faced Zhou Ao. If one's heart holds a Buddha, one sees Buddhas everywhere. If one's heart holds demons, then the world appears full of malice. Lord Zhou, you tarnish my reputation with baseless accusations. This is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. Zhou Ao couldn't help but grit his teeth. Such a sharp tongue. The trouble Ding Yuelan had stirred up had utterly destroyed the reputation he had painstakingly built over the years. He had been busy pulling strings, seeking connections, trying to procure the divorce papers. Unexpectedly, the Jin family had intervened behind the scenes, rendering all his efforts futile. He was certain Mu Yunyao had a hand in this. Enough. Ding Yuelan's expression was glacial, her eyes filled with deep mockery. We were husband and wife for many years, yet you never paid me any mind. If you continue this farce, I will expose you. The crime of harassing respectable women was not a minor one. Zhou Ao stared as if seeing Ding Yuelan for the first time. You, Ding Yuelan, must you be so heartless? When it comes to heartlessness, I am no match for you. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? From now on, whether you wish to cherish tender beauties or protect the frail and weak, you are free to do as you please. Zhou Ao's eyes widened abruptly, a wave of unease washing over him. What do you mean by that? Ding Yuelan let out a derisive laugh, pointing towards the entrance. Little shopkeeper, if you please. Lu Yang, help me drive this person out. Mu Yunyao nodded. Lu Yang acted instantly. The cold steel of his sword pressed against Zhou Ao's neck, forcing him back and out of the building. Mu Yunyao couldn't shake the feeling that things weren't so simple. Zhou Ao's sudden shift in attitude felt strangely unsettling. Meanwhile, in the Ueshiyu prince's mansion, the letter Mu Yunyao had written, prompted by Steward Qin's words, finally reached the Prince of Yu's hands. There were 2 envelopes. One contained Steward Qin's usual correspondence. The other, the Prince of Yu, frowned slightly. Why would Mu Yunyao write to him? Could it be something important? As he opened the letter, his surprise deepened. The contents were detailed and lengthy, covering everything from how many orders Ninefang had received and what kind of clothes were made, to the changes made in Jinshio Garden, the beautiful scenery arranged, and even noting the type of pastries Steward Jin had served her. Reading it felt almost as if he had experienced everything alongside Mu Yunyao. Reaching the end, he felt a sense of lingering curiosity, wanting to know the outcomes of so many things. With the spread of the embroidery techniques, would opening the tea plantation be too much to handle? And how was the matter with Ding Yuelan resolved? He remembered that Zhou Ao was one of Prince Jing's men. Would Mu Yunyao face danger for helping Ding Yuelan? A cascade of questions intensified his growing unease. He decided it would be best to get clarification. He should reply to Mu Yunyao quickly. Mu Yunyao had no idea that the letter she had written somewhat perfunctorily had captured the Prince of Yu's serious attention. At that moment, she was in Jinshio Garden, hosting a tea gathering featuring the first batch of newly arrived tea leaves. Steward Jean let in two individuals from the 50 selected by the Prince of Yu, a man and a woman. With slightly stiff movements, they bowed to Mu Yunyao. Oui, Yun-chan grit mismo. The 50 tea attendants are ready and await the young Mrs. instructions. Mu Yunyao nodded slightly. Very good. Today, I will first demonstrate the tea brewing techniques for the two of you. Afterwards, you will teach the others. She had been married for many years without children, never imagining it was because her own husband had administered sterilization medicine. But the most heartbreaking, despairing part of it all was that this was a scheme concocted by her own sister and husband. Her parents knew, yet did nothing to stop it, leaving her utterly devastated, her heart turned to ash. And now, they had even brought their commotion to Nianfang, insisting she suffered from hysteria, trying to force her back to live with Zhou Ao, pushing her relentlessly towards death's door. Seeing Mu Yunyao descend the stairs, old Madame Ding lunged forward, grabbing her arm. Mu Yunyao, my perfectly fine daughter comes to you and suddenly develops hysteria. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will drag you before the officials. Mu Yunyao's heart chilled. Just as she suspected, they were targeting her and Nianfang. Hearing the commotion, Su Qing hurried down. Old Master Ding, old Madame Ding, if there's some misunderstanding, can't we just talk it through calmly? Old Madame Ding's sharp eyes swept over Su Qing, her expression frosty as she sneered. Is this Nianfang an embroidery workshop or a den of foxes? The moment one steps inside, there's this reek of fox stench. No wonder a small place like Nianfang can cause such a stir in Jingling City. Naturally, the common folk of this city can't withstand your foxy charms. Su Qing, already timid by nature, was struck dumb by old Madame Ding's harsh words. For a moment, she could only stand there, face flushed pale with anger, utterly speechless. Mu Yunyao's gaze swept over, filled with a chilling aura, as she looked towards old Madame Ding. Even the most vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Today, I have truly witnessed something malevolent. To insist that your perfectly fine daughter has depression. I wonder what benefits saying such things brings to Master Ding and old Madame Ding. Mother! Before old Madame Ding could speak, Ding Yuelon ran out, her face deathly pale. There is nothing wrong with me. Please, mother, do not slander Miss Mu. Slander? Old Madame Ding snorted through her nose. You arrive at Nianfang, and within days, you insist on separating from your husband, even causing a scandal known throughout Jingling City. Those who don't know might think Zhou Ao has done something terribly wrong to you. He is the one who wronged me. Don't you both know this clearly in your hearts? Ding Yuelon was utterly heartbroken. Her own parents were actually siding with an outsider to pressure her. However, old Madame Ding took Ding Yuelon's hand and whispered, as your parents, we would never harm you. Just pretend nothing has happened. Come back with me and live properly with Zhou Ao. I will not go back. Ding Yuelon snatched her hand back abruptly, her chest heaving. Now that I've seen Zhou Ao's true face, the sight of him sickens me. Old Madame Ding sneered, turning her attack towards Mu Yunyao once more. It's all because of you, you little vixen, bewitching people's hearts. You've harmed my daughter, and one isn't enough. Now you want to harm all the women in Jingling City. I absolutely will not let you succeed. Saying this, she turned to the surrounding commoners. Do you still dare to let your wives and daughters learn embroidery from Nianfang? Perhaps in a couple of days, your wives and daughters will completely change their temperaments and insist on divorce. Then you won't even find a place to cry. As she relentlessly threw dirt on Nianfang's name, Mu Yunyao merely gave a light laugh. No matter how foxy my methods might be, they cannot compare to old Madame Ding's intricate calculations. The Ding family started as merchants and rose to prominence in a short time, securing a place in Jingling City. First, you married your eldest daughter into the capital. Then, you married your second daughter, Ding Yuexin, to a fifth-rank Jingming commandant. Your third daughter, Ding Yuelon, married a fifth-rank Xian honors guard. Even your youngest daughter is currently discussing marriage with the Xianwei commandant. These daughters you've raised have truly all achieved high status. Old Madame Ding couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling there was a hidden meaning in Mu Yunyao's words. That is because my Ding family performed good deeds and accumulated virtue, thus receiving heaven's blessing. The Ding daughters could all find good matches. This isn't something a black-hearted person like you can envy. Mu Yunyao couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. If your Ding family truly performed good deeds and accumulated virtue, heaven wouldn't have let the Ding family line be severed. Old Madame Ding's expression suddenly changed drastically. Her voice abruptly became shrill. Stop your nonsensical talk, or I'll tear your mouth apart. Mu Yinyao curled her lips into a cold smile. Old Madame Ding, if you apologize to Steward Qin and Nine Fang right now, I might consider letting you off. Let me apologize? Old Madame Ding was arrogant and aggressive. Every word I said is true. Why should I apologize to a vixen like you? My Ding family acts uprightly and properly. Who in Jingling City doesn't know? My Ding family is renowned as a benevolent household. If you don't make things clear today, I will definitely drag you to the officials. Hearing this, the surrounding commoners nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Mu Yunyao now tinged with suspicion. Indeed, the Ding family provides relief porridge to the poor every year and contributes money to repair temples. They have truly done many good deeds. Old Madame Ding curled her lips, a triumphant look on her face. In her view, Mu Yunyao was just a young girl. Even if she had some ability, she couldn't stir up significant trouble. But the words she heard next made her feel as if her heart and guts would split open. The Ding family has indeed done many good deeds. But where did the silver for these good deeds come from? And how did the Ding daughters manage to secure such good marriages? More importantly, old Madame Ding, you have never given birth in your life. So, where did these 4 daughters come from? Mu Yinyao's final question was like pouring cold water on a hot oil. Instantly, the entire place fell into stunned silence. Old Madame Ding stumbled back 2 steps, her face instantly turning deathly pale. For a moment, she couldn't even utter a rebuttal. Ding Yuelan's eyes widened in disbelief. Young mistress, what do you mean by that? Old Madame Ding, like a duck being strangled, lunged forward with a shrill voice. Nonsense. You're spitting blood, slandering. Mu Yinyao stood motionless, her expression still calm. Old Madame Ding, being right isn't about shouting the loudest. Whether I'm talking nonsense can be verified by bringing a midwife over for an examination. Your Ding family raised these daughters, yet you treat them all as tools to climb the social ladder. Truly, utterly cold-blooded. Now that you see Ding Yuelan is out of your control, you come to Nianfang to cause a scene, ruin her reputation, claim she has depression, wishing you could force her to death on the spot. Furthermore, you use this to obstruct Nianfang from teaching embroidery skills to the women of Jingling City. I want to ask you, what exactly are the intentions of your Ding family? Old Madame Ding stood there, mouth agape, utterly speechless, not knowing how to respond. Seeing the situation turn sour, Master Ding hastily stepped forward. This vixen, seeing her plot exposed, resorts to such despicable tricks. Dr. Wang happens to be here. He can verify my wife's innocence and restore the Ding family's reputation. As he spoke, he pulled over a doctor in his 50s from the side. Dr. Wang was also a veteran physician in Jingling City. After a glance, he declared, judging by her physique, the marks on the old madame's hip bones are evident. One look is enough to tell she has indeed borne children. This statement instantly caused an uproar. Dr. Wang's skills were renowned, and his Yishan Hall was a long-established institution. Did this mean Mu Yunyao had falsely accused old Madame Ding? Master Ding then pulled Dr. Wang over to examine Ding Yuelan. Please, examine Lana as well. Does she suffer from melancholy? Dr. Wang stroked his beard and nodded. Madame Ding does indeed suffer from melancholy. The episodes are unpredictable. She cannot control her thoughts or words and is prone to making rash actions. Mu Yinyao, however, let out a soft chuckle. Dr. Wang, you should know, there are plenty of physicians in Jingling City whose medical skills surpass yours and whose character is far nobler. As her words fell, a voice suddenly rang out. Wang Run, you are utterly unworthy of calling yourself a physician. Spouting nonsense. Wang Run turned back in anger, but his expression instantly froze. Master, why are you here? The white-haired elder looked at Wang Run and couldn't help but shake his head. You follow me to study medicine for many years. Have you forgotten everything you learned? Wang Ren's face turned pale. The elder, however, shook his head again and looked towards old Madame Ding beside them. In my humble opinion, this old madam has indeed never given birth. Nonsense! Your old eyes must be failing you. Master Ding jumped up in agitation, but the elder showed no sign of anger, turning his gaze to Ding Yuelan instead. Although I haven't taken the lady's pulse, observing her complexion, her thick, dark hair, and her clear, bright eyes, the claim of melancholy is simply baseless. Who do you think you are, spouting such nonsense here? Master Ding's face flushed crimson as he roared incessantly at the elder. The elder spoke calmly, unperturbed. A reminder to Master Ding, it's best not to get too agitated. You neglected your health in your youth, indulged yourself, and damaged your kidney essence, leading to difficulties in siring children later. Subsequently, you paid even less attention to your well-being, allowing your body to be drained by wine and women. Getting so enraged now could easily lead to a stroke or seizure. Master Ding nearly fainted from anger, pointing a trembling finger at the elder. You're spouting utter nonsense. I'll have you arrested and reported to the officials. Men, come in. As Master Ding shouted, an old phlegm suddenly caught in his throat, cutting off his breath. He tilted his head back and collapsed. This time, it truly was a stroke and seizure. Old Madame Ding rushed forward to help him breathe. Ding Yuelon also hurried over, wanting to check on the situation. But old Madame Ding shoved her away forcefully. You money-losing baggage. It's all your fault. You've harmed the master. Get away. Old Madame Ding looked anxiously at Wang Ren. Dr. Wang, don't just stand there. Hurry over and take a look. Cold sweat dripped down Wang Ren's face as he looked pleadingly at the elder. Master, the elder sighed and took out silver needles from his medicine box. He then swiftly inserted them into Master Ding's acupoints. After 2 needles, Master Ding's eyelids fluttered, and he slowly regained consciousness. Now, the surrounding commoners erupted like a boiling pot. That Dr. Wang must have been bribed by the Ding family to slander the Madam of Xian Manor and discredit Nianfang at the same time. Madame Jean slowly walked to the entrance of Nianfang, looking coldly at Master Ding and old Madame Ding. So, it was you causing trouble at Nianfang. Old Madame Ding instinctively shrank back. Although the Ding family was prominent, compared to the Jean family, it was like comparing mud to clouds. Greetings, Madame Jean. It wasn't us causing trouble. I heard everything clearly just now. You still dare to argue? Madame Jean scanned the surroundings, her voice filled with sternness. The building housing Nianfang was rented to Mu Yunyao by me. The first set of clothes produced by Nianfang was first worn by me. When the clothes attracted fireflies back then, I was also one of the witnesses. According to your reasoning, was I too bewitched by Mu Yunyao's foxy charms? That's not what I meant. It's just, old Madame Ding was completely flustered, but Madame Jean gave her no chance for further explanation, shouting sharply, Today, we will investigate this matter thoroughly. Can black and white truly be reversed? Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Master Ding quickly got up from the ground. Madame Jean, you are powerful and influential. Since you have spoken, we won't pursue matters with Nianfang today. Let's go. Stop right there, Madame Jean commanded coldly. Now it's not about whether you pursue the matter, but whether Nianfang and Miss Mu will pursue it against you. Ding Yuelon chose separation, meaning something intolerable must have happened. Yet you insist on forcing her back and have heaped so much slander upon Nianfang. Old Madame Ding was utterly distraught. She had initially only intended to ruin Nianfang's reputation, but ended up gambling away the entire Ding family. It was him. It was all his nonsense. Master Ding, knowing he had incurred public wrath and feeling utterly desperate, shockingly pushed old Madame Ding forward. I'll have her apologize to Nianfang and Miss Mu right now. Madame Jean, I too was momentarily confused and nearly made a grave mistake alongside her. Please forgive me, Madame Jean. Master, how could you? Old Madame Ding was stunned. She never imagined she would be thrust forward as a scapegoat. But Mu Yinyao had no intention of letting the Ding family off so easily. A wounded snake might still bite. Nianfang was still too vulnerable, and Madame Jean couldn't possibly guard this place at all times. I implore Madame Jean to seek justice for me and investigate this matter thoroughly. Master Ding hastily interjected. Miss Mu, my wife has already apologized to you. If you feel it's insufficient, I am willing to compensate you with 10,000 taels of silver. Mu Yunyao's expression, however, showed no sign of softening. She didn't even spare Master Ding a glance. I implore Madame Jean to preside over this. Ding Yuelon gazed at Mu Yunyao, the light in her eyes growing brighter. Since Mu Yunyao requested a thorough investigation, then the remaining matters were beyond her control. This matter has far-reaching implications. I will ask Lord Chao to report it clearly to the prefectural governor and request that Governor Zhang make the final decision. You! Master Ding's face turned ashen, his finger trembling uncontrollably as he pointed at Mu Yunyao. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight onto the ground. "Master!" Old Madame Ding cried out in alarm. The white-bearded elder stroked his beard, shaking his head. "I warned him earlier not to get overly agitated, lest he suffer a stroke or seizure. That previous fainting spell was already a clear sign. Now, even if Hua Tuo himself were here, it would be difficult to cure him. Take him home and care for him well. Perhaps there's still a sliver of hope for recovery." "Master!" Old Madame Ding wailed, yet no one felt any sympathy. The Ding family, having arrived full of arrogance, departed crestfallen and disgraced, providing ample amusement for the citizens of Jingling City. In particular, the revelation that none of the 4 Ding daughters were biologically hers spread through the entire Jingling City in an instant. Late that night, Mu Yinyao finally knocked on Ding Yuelan's door. In defending Nian Feng, she hadn't considered Ding Yuelan's feelings. It was best to clear the air. She produced a beauty album and handed it to Ding Yuelan. Ding Yuelan opened it. The album was filled with portraits based on her likeness, depicting beautiful women. The women in the paintings wore vibrant, colorful dresses, some galloping on horseback, others appreciating flowers and willows, their gazes bright, their smiles radiant, exuding a vibrant energy. Looking at them truly made her envious. It was just a pity she no longer resembled that former self. She understood Mu Yunyao's intention and had never meant to blame her. Mu Yunyao was merely the one who revealed the truth. In fact, she should thank Mu Yunyao. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how many more years she would have remained deceived. Mu Yunyao, however, gave a wry smile, voicing the words Ding Yuelan hadn't spoken. "It's just that this hurdle in Madame's heart is still difficult to overcome." Ding Yuelan fell silent, nodding almost imperceptibly. "I decided to leave in a couple of days." This time, Mu Yunyao didn't try to persuade her to stay. She took out a stack of silver notes and pressed them into Ding Yuelan's hand. "If you ever wish to return, Nian Feng's doors will always be open for you." The teaching of embroidery techniques gradually got back on track. After the incident with the Ding family, Nian Feng was not only unaffected, but the women learned with even greater diligence. On this day, Madame Jean summoned Mu Yunyao to discuss the matter of presenting the New Year's tribute to the Emperor at year's end. Her teaching of embroidery was a meritorious service to Jingling City. Chao Yunyan had also written about her deeds in a memorial submitted to the capital. Madame Jean wanted Mu Yunyao to seize the opportunity of presenting the tribute to gain visibility, suggesting she might even receive further praise from the emperor. Mu Yunyao, however, shook her head and declined. A tall tree attracts the wind. Her objective had already been achieved. There was no need to thrust herself into the limelight again. Madame Jean sighed. "Well, I'll think about it some more then." Recently, news about the Ding family's affairs came out. The Xinwei commandant's side broke off the engagement with the Ding family. Ding Yuexin was involved with 5 men simultaneously. Her reputation is completely ruined. Because the matter is quite serious, the prefectural governor couldn't make a decision unilaterally and has already reported it to His Majesty. In a few days, news of the disposition should arrive. During this time, you need to be extra careful. Mu Yunyao felt a jolt in her heart and instantly understood. By exposing the Ding family, she had simultaneously offended their 3 sons-in-law. It might even affect their official careers. How could these 3 possibly harbor no resentment? Although Chao Yunyan offered protection overtly, they might resort to underhanded tactics secretly. Mu Yunyao looked at Madame Jean gratefully. "Thank you for the reminder, madam. I will certainly be more careful." A wave of headache struck, and Madame Jean couldn't help but rub her temples. Mu Yunyao carefully observed Madame Jean's expression, noting her slightly pale complexion, and proceeded to check her pulse. The pulse diagnosis took some time. After a long while, Mu Yunyao stood up and bowed deeply to Madame Jean. "Congratulations, madam. You are already over a month pregnant." Madame Jin's face filled with disbelief. She and Chao Yunyan had been married for over a decade and had long given up hope of having children. Unexpectedly, after some time under Mu Yunyao's care, she actually became pregnant. Madame Jean wept tears of joy. "Yunyao, without you, this child in my belly wouldn't exist." After leaving the Chao residence, Mu Yinyao went to Jinxiu Garden to find manager Qin, asking her to help find several maids skilled in martial arts to stay by Su Qing's side and protect her. With everything arranged, she took the time to teach the 50 people tea-making techniques. Everyone changed into uniform white robes. At a glance, their beautiful clothes fluttered, their appearances graceful and lovely, giving an impression of otherworldly elegance. Yet, Mu Yinyao remained somewhat disappointed. These 50 people lacked a certain finesse in the art of tea. Although they followed the procedures, it felt stiff and rigid. Mu Yinyao pondered for a moment, then directly instructed Lu Liang to sell these 50 people separately into the brothels and pleasure houses along both banks of the Qinhuai River. Let them stay for a period to witness the warmth and coldness of human relationships. The 50 individuals each possessed martial arts skills for self-protection. Finding some people to secretly guard them should prevent any mishaps. Lu Liang obeyed Mu Yunyao's command absolutely, without a second word. Just then, Jinlan approached, beaming, holding a letter from Prince Yu. She specifically added, "These accounts need to be sent to the fourth master, young lady. Just write the reply and have someone deliver it." Mu Yinyao paused, clearly not expecting Prince Yu to reply. Unfolding the letter and scanning it, Mu Yinyao couldn't help but blink. The letter contained only one concise sentence. "Explain in detail." Mu Yinyao mulled over Prince Yu's meaning, secretly pondering. Could it be that her previous letter wasn't detailed enough? That she would write down every single detail. Returning home that evening, Mu Yinyao began to write the letter meticulously. She wrote for nearly 4 hours, producing a thick stack of paper. Besides this, she also added some silver inside. Nian Fang was currently facing frequent troubles. Only by seeing real gold and silver would Prince Yu pay more attention. Furthermore, Yueshi was bitterly cold and military provisions were insufficient. She would send more silver this time. She could slowly find ways to recoup it later. That night, she suddenly woke with a start, smelling the scent of something burning. Throwing on a robe and running outside, she simultaneously shouted for people to come put out the fire. By the time she reached downstairs, she could already see the flames soaring high. Awakened by the commotion, people grabbed water basins and quickly extinguished the flames. The fire wasn't large. It had only ignited the mosquito net and blackened a section of the wall. Mu Yinyao's brow furrowed tightly, a chill spreading through her heart. She had been exceptionally careful these past 2 days. Fortunately, she had taken precautions, storing away flammable items. She hadn't expected her premonition to come true. In her past life, this young Master Jia, praised by the world, had brutally caused her to miscarry her 4-month-old child. To encounter him again in this life, outside Jingling City, a contingent of 100 men escorted gifts bestowed by the Emperor into Jingling City. The grand and imposing procession caused onlookers to hastily make way. Inside the yamen, officials stood lined up on both sides, waiting quietly. Mu Yinyao kept her gaze slightly lowered, fixed on the ground, her expression calm and exceedingly respectful. She heard an attendant announce, "Lord Su, everyone has arrived. You may now read His Majesty's decree." Hearing the surname Su, Mu Yunyao's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively looked up. Upon seeing him, her entire being felt as though struck by lightning, freezing abruptly on the spot. Su Qingwu, the Su family's most favored legitimate eldest grandson. At the young age of 20, he had been exceptionally promoted to first-rank guard. Even princes and nobles praised him when mentioned, calling him a rare talent of his generation. His features were as fine as a painting, his entire bearing like that of a proud pine braving frost and snow, radiating an innate, unyielding arrogance. Mu Yinyao knelt on the ground along with the crowd, her posture impeccably respectful. Yet the hatred in her heart surged like monstrous waves crashing against the heavens. Those dark, deep eyes seemed frozen like 1,000-foot-deep black ice. In her past life, seeking revenge against that dear sister, she had used schemes to climb into Prince Jing's bed. This young Master Jia, praised by the world, had kicked her squarely in the chest. She vividly remembered his expression then, icy and disdainful, as if looking at a pile of filth on the ground. Later, she entered Prince Jing's manor as a concubine, accompanying Prince Jing to Huwu Temple to copy Buddhist scriptures and pray for the emperor's blessing. She was unexpectedly seen by Su Qingwu, accusing her of disrespect towards the emperor. He had her dragged into the courtyard and ordered her beaten. At that time, she was already 4 months pregnant. After the 10 strokes of the plank, she started bleeding. Returning that night, the child was lost. Without those 10 strokes, perhaps the child could have been born safely. As her thoughts tumbled, Su Qingwu had already read the part of the decree concerning her reward. Mu Yunyao possesses a benevolent heart and exemplary character. Bestow upon her the 3 characters Nai Yun Fong. Furthermore, name the tea house Buxinlu. Thus decrees the emperor. Mu Yunyao struggled to regain her composure, following the crowd and performing the rites and expressing gratitude. Governor Zhang accepted the imperial decree, his face wreathed in smiles as he invited Su Qingwu to a banquet. Su Qingwu stood his ground, his gaze fixed in Mu Yunyao's direction. Speaking of which, he said, "This official has a private matter to inquire about. Is Miss Mu, who has been spreading embroidery techniques within Jingling City, present?" Mu Yunyao dug her nails fiercely into her palm. This is bad. Could it be that suspicions about the screen had fallen upon her? She forced herself to appear calm and composed, walking step by step towards Su Qingwu. Though turmoil raged within her heart, her face bore a gentle smile. This humble girl, Mu Yunyao, greets Lord Su. Seeing Mu Yunyao, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Qingwu's eyes. He hadn't expected Mu Yunyao to be so young. She stood delicately, like a lotus bud, exuding a certain charm. Su Qingwu quickly concealed the unusual emotion in his heart and spoke gently. "I hear that the young lady's embroidery skills are unparalleled. Might I be so bold as to request a screen from your hands as a birthday gift for my grandmother?" Mu Yunyao bowed slightly. Ordinarily, I should not refuse Lord Su's request. However, recently, I am unable to handle a needle and thread. I must disappoint Lord Su. Why is that? Su Qingwu scrutinized Mu Yunyao, a trace of displeasure rising within him. Mu Yunyao extended her hand, revealing a particularly conspicuous bloody scratch across her palm. "I injured my hand some time ago. Please forgive me, Lord Su." "Ah, so that's how it is. It was presumptuous of me. What a pity." Seeing this, the displeasure in Su Qingwu's heart immediately dissipated. Mu Yunyao curtsied and then retreated. Su Qingwu glanced at her again, his brow twitching slightly. He didn't know why, but facing Mu Yunyao gave him an inexplicable sense of incongruity, making him unable to stop paying attention to her. After the banquet ended, Mu Yunyao emerged with a very unwell expression, nearly collapsing. Jin Nan and Jin Xiao immediately rushed forward to support her and called for a carriage. Mu Yunyao's face grew even paler. She clutched her chest, gasping for breath, as if doing so could alleviate some of the pain in her heart. The mere thought of the nightmare that was the Su family gave her no peace, moment to moment. As the carriage passed Jingling Bridge, Mu Yunyao called out, "Stop for a moment. I need some air." If not for Su Qingwu's sudden appearance, Mu Yunyao wouldn't have realized that alongside her hatred for the Su family, she also harbored a deep fear. Perhaps this is for the best. Recognizing the fear means it can slowly be overcome. Su Qingwu, holding humble plants, the bright phoenix Qingwu, you truly have lofty aspirations. She murmured softly. Suddenly, a smiling voice abruptly interjected. "I hadn't expected Miss Mu to know the origin of my name." Mu Yunyao turned sharply to see Su Qingwu approaching slowly from the other side of the bridge. His face held a gentle smile, much like his voice, soft as water, warm as jade. Su Qingwu also looked at Mu Yunyao, a bright light flashing his eyes. He hadn't thought Mu Yunyao would possess such grace at her young age. Give her time, and she would surely blossom into a remarkable figure. Mu Yunyao curtsied. "My lord, it's getting late. I should be returning home. Farewell. I wonder when Miss Mu's hand injury might heal." Su Qingwu asked with a smile. "Whenever I get injured, my wounds heal extremely slowly. With the weather being hot now, I imagine it might take half a month to heal properly." A hint of disappointment crossed Su Qingwu's face. "That truly is a pity. I once saw a double-sided embroidered screen depicting brocade mountains and rivers. My granduncle was astounded, as if it were divinely crafted. Then Lord Su could seek out the person who embroidered that screen. I imagine your esteemed grandmother would be even happier. It's getting late, and my mother is still waiting for me at home. This humble girl bids farewell." Mu Yunyao finished speaking with a composed expression, turned directly, and descended the bridge. Watching the hastily departing carriage, Su Qingwu couldn't help but feel puzzled. Mu Yunyao seemed to be afraid of him. But why would someone he had never met react this way towards him? Accustomed to admiration in the capital, being suddenly shunned felt somewhat novel. Back at Nianfang, Su Qing didn't notice anything unusual about Mu Yunyao. She listened excitedly as Mu Yunyao described the scene of receiving the imperial decree, then excitedly took the maids to arrange the room for displaying the bestowed gifts. Once Su Qing left, the smile instantly vanished from Mu Yunyao's face. She held up her hand, examining the wound on her palm. Su Qingwu must have come because of the screen. Fortunately, she had secretly cut her hand while Su Qingwu was announcing the imperial decree. Otherwise, she truly wouldn't have been able to evade it. Even so, it had likely raised Su Qingwu's suspicions. After all, this eldest legitimate grandson, upon whom the Su family placed such high hopes, possessed intelligence and talent praised even by the emperor himself. Mu Yunyao frowned. Just now on Jingling Bridge, his mention of the Brocade Mountains and River screen was likely a probe. Having been deflected by her, he certainly wouldn't give up and would surely make another move. If he were to investigate her and her mother's origins thoroughly, things would become troublesome. Mu Yunyao's thoughts raced rapidly, finally culminating in a slight upturn of her lips. Since we crossed paths, let's test the waters early. We were bound to clash sooner or later anyway. Early the next morning, Mu Yunyao and Su Qing were already waiting by the door. Half an hour later, Su Qingwu arrived in a sedan chair, bringing the imperial rewards to the entrance of Nianfang. Staring intently at the Nianfang plaque, a flash of admiration crossed his eyes. Truly fine calligraphy. From the corner of his eye, he noted Mu Yunyao's expression. His thoughts stirred slightly. Yesterday was indeed not his imagination. This Miss Mu truly harbored hostility towards him. Su Qingwu, intrigued, examined the water lilies displayed in the hall. If Lord Su fancies them, I can gift them to you as a token of gratitude. Having decided to cross swords with Su Qingwu, Mu Yunyao no longer deliberately avoided him. Su Qingwu gave a faint smile. Seeing how meticulously they are cared for, they must be the young lady's cherished possessions. A gentleman does not take what others love, so I shall refrain. I'm not particularly fond of them. Keeping them is merely to cater to those ladies who appreciate lotus flowers. Su Qingwu felt a sense of surprise. Mu Yunyao was being remarkably direct. Then what is the young lady like? I run Nianfang, so naturally I like silver. Mu Yunyao knew Su Qingwu was proud. Her stating so bluntly her love for silver would surely make him uncomfortable. As expected, Su Qingwu's expression remained neutral, but a flicker of displeasure flashed quickly through his eyes. If one doesn't even dare to speak their mind, spending all day fawning and scraping, wouldn't life be too stifling? Besides, who doesn't like silver? Mu Yunyao's words carried a hidden barb, yet her smile was utterly flawless. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Su? Su Qingwu scanned Mu Yunyao's face, now certain she genuinely held animosity towards him. But where did this hostility stem from? I have just arrived in Jingling City and wish to look around. Might Miss Mu be willing to guide me? Mu Yunyao quickly refused. That would be inappropriate. If I were to accompany you out now, I might as well forget about my business when I return. A hint of amusement flickered in Su Qingwu's eyes. It was inconsiderate of me to impose on you, Mississippi. However, you have not yet reached the hairpin ceremony age, and you have attendants with you. Surely it wouldn't be an issue. Mu Yunyao naturally knew it wasn't an issue. She was merely provoking him deliberately. Who asked him to be the one praised by the emperor years later, becoming the model of etiquette the entire capital sought to emulate? If, in the future, rumors spread of him rashly inviting a young lady out, wouldn't the Su family lose face? You worry too much. Since that's the case, I shall accompany Lord Su for a walk. Along the way, Mu Yunyao was either sarcastic or lukewarm. Su Qingwu finally couldn't resist asking, have I offended Miss Mu in some way to warrant such hostility from you? Mu Yunyao smiled faintly. You've offended me in far too many ways. Outwardly, however, she feigned confusion. What is Lord Su saying? Su Qingwu knitted his brows. I just feel that the young lady seems to hold some prejudice against me. Mu Yunyao offered him a sincere and brilliant smile. Perhaps we were enemies in a past life. Su Qingwu paused in his steps. Miss Mu, what do you mean by that? Mu Yunyao smiled lightly. I was merely joking. Lord Su needn't take it seriously. Lord Su possesses remarkable bearing and is accomplished at such a young age. Walking along this path, how many young ladies have blushed shyly? Has Lord Su not noticed? Su Qingwu unconsciously lifted the corners of his lips, blurting out, "Then what about you, Miss Mu?" Mu Yinyao's smile remained. Naturally, I also admire Lord Su for achieving fame and success at such a young age. It's just that I am a woman and cannot enter the court as an official. Otherwise, I would certainly learn from Lord Su. Su Qingwu breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Mu spreads embroidery techniques, benefiting the people of this region. You do better than many officials. Lord Su thinks too highly of me. I spread embroidery techniques purely for silver. By disseminating the techniques, more people learn them, and I can select the best among them to make more clothes and earn money for me. Silver is the most practical reward. Having both fame and silver, that is true perfection. As Mu Yinyao said this, she continuously observed Su Qingwu. Sure enough, the smile on Su Qingwu's face faded slightly. Always pure and aloof. Mu Yinyao knew he was angered, but seeing him unhappy, she felt gratified. Just as Su Qingwu was about to say something, Mu Yinyao abruptly changed the subject. We've walked for so long. Lord Su must be tired. How about we rest our feet at the nearby tavern and sample some jingling delicacies? Su Qingwu's handsome brow twitched slightly. He sighed. Forget it. There's no reasoning with her anyway. The two wandered through most of Jingling City, ate some food, and visited the more famous scenic spots. Su Qingwu admired the scenery along the way, yet a third of his attention remained on Mu Yunyao. Although he didn't know why she would say things that displeased him, he could sense that Mu Yunyao possessed excellent self-cultivation and worldly knowledge. His original intention was to probe Mu Yunyao, but unexpectedly, he failed to sound her out, and instead, his own thoughts grew distracted. On the way back, they passed a small stall selling embroidery goods at a street corner. He couldn't help but walk over, pick up a piece, and examine it closely. The stall owner recognized him at a glance. He was the gentleman who had been strolling around with Miss Mu from Ninefang earlier today. That Miss Mu was beautiful, and her temperament was first-rate. Everyone in Jingling City praised her. Who knew who would have the good fortune to marry such a woman in the future? Su Qingwu paid without a word. Beautiful, yes, but her temperament wasn't necessarily first-rate. And did she have anything to do with that screen after all? In the dead of night, the urgent clang of a bronze gong shattered the silence of Jingling City. Startled awake, citizens hastily threw on clothes and peered towards the glow of fire. A glance revealed, to their horror, that the blaze originated from Ninefang. The fire raged fiercely, rapidly engulfing the entire small building. Most critically, the main door had been locked from the outside. Mu Yinyao, Su Qing, and a group of embroiderers were still housed within Ninefang. Cries for help echoed from the third floor. A window was thrown open, and a rope fashioned from knotted bedsheets tumbled down. Chao Yunyan's face turned deathly pale as he frantically directed the guards below to rescue them quickly, shouting, "Don't let the fire reach the rope. Quickly, upstairs. Mother, don't be afraid. Just climb down the rope. There are people below who will surely catch you." Su Qing shook her head, wanting Mu Yunyao to go first. But the fire grew increasingly ferocious, leaving no room for hesitation. Mu Yunyao thrust the rope into Su Qing's hands, then pushed her towards the window to climb out. "Si Qing, you go second. Protect my mother. Everyone, don't panic. Form a line and descend one by one." Seeing Su Qing land safely, Mu Yunyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She directed Jin Lan and the others to descend, placing herself last in line. No one wanted to go first, insisting Mu Yunyao descend before them. Mu Yunyao pushed them, her voice hoarse as she barked, "Stop pushing and shoving. If you don't want to die, then hurry up and go." The fire intensified. Wooden beams on the first floor began to collapse. Just then, Su Qingwu arrived on horseback. He witnessed the perilous sight of Mu Yunyao suspended in midair, flames licking around her as if threatening to swallow her whole. Chao Yunyan was drenched in a cold sweat, continuously shouting up at her, "Miss Mu, be careful." Su Qingwu stood nearby, also clenching his fists anxiously. Sparks rained down around her. Mu Yinyao's hands burned with searing pain from gripping the rope. Gritting her teeth, she carefully dodged the embers. Suddenly, the lowest part of the rope ignited, the flames rapidly racing upwards. Su Qing nearly fainted from terror. She let out a piercing scream. Yao! Mu Yunyao glanced down at the ground, then bit her lip with fierce determination. She released her grip and plummeted downwards. She squeezed her eyes shut tightly, bracing for the inevitable pain. Instead, she suddenly landed in an embrace filled with a cool, clean scent. Seeing the rope burn, Su Qingwu hadn't hesitated, rushing beneath her and catching her in his arms. Otherwise, the fall likely would have cost her half her life. Miss Mu, are you all right? Mu Yinyao opened her eyes and couldn't help but cough twice. Before she could utter a word, she fainted. After the others carried Mu Yinyao away, Su Qingwu's gaze fell upon the collapsed, charred signboard of Nianfang. His expression instantly turned grim, his voice taking on an edge of severity. Lord Zhang, this incident must be thoroughly investigated. Otherwise, I truly have no way to answer to His Majesty. When Mu Yinyao awoke again, she was already back home. Su Qing sat beside her, weeping silently. Mother! Su Qing startled. She hastily wiped away her tears, her voice filled with joyous relief. Yaya, you're awake. Oh, thank heavens. Mu Yinyao started to sit up, but as her palm brushed the bed surface, she inhaled sharply in pain. You have injuries on your hands and body. Don't move recklessly. Whatever you want, Mother will do it for you. Yet Mu Yinyao insisted on sitting up, leaning directly into Su Qing's embrace. Mother, I am sorry. Su Qing froze for a moment. Then her tears flowed even more fiercely. Silly child, as long as you're safe and sound, that's all that matters. But Mu Yinyao merely wept without speaking, repeating her apologies over and over. She couldn't tell her mother that she had set the fire herself. To avoid raising Su Qingwu's suspicions, she had no choice but to pay this price. After a while, Mu Yinyao gradually regained control of her emotions. Mother, what happened to Nianfang? The fire burned everything to the ground. Seeing Mu Yinyao unharmed, Su Qing no longer cared about those worldly possessions. We can simply start over again. Don't be too heartbroken. Mu Yinyao nodded. Mother, don't you be sad either. In the future, I will definitely open an even better embroidery workshop for you. Early the next morning, Lady Jean hurried over to Mu Yinyao's home. Seeing her pale complexion and hands wrapped heavily in bandages, Lady Jean couldn't help but feel a pang of distress. Yower, I brought some ointment for burns. It's extremely effective. You should apply it consistently to prevent any scars from forming. Right now, you don't need to think about anything. Others will naturally handle matters for you. Mu Yinyao lowered her head slightly, the light in her eyes dimming. The previous arson incident hadn't yielded any clues about the perpetrator, and now, with this happening in the dead of night, tracing the culprit would likely be difficult. Rest assured, this time, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we will definitely find the culprit, Lady Jean declared with exceptional resolve. Mu Yinyao nodded, offering Lady Jean a grateful smile. Thank you, my lady. Just after the king had rewarded Mu Yinyao, such a major incident occurred. This left Chao Yunyan and Governor Zhang deeply unsettled. The 3 men hadn't slept a wink all night. Seeing Lady Jean return, they quickly gathered around her. My lady, apologies for the trouble. Thank you for making the trip so early in the morning. How is Miss Mu doing? Governor Zhang asked first. Lady Jin's expression was grave. She shook her head before even speaking. Such a delicate young lady, experiencing a great fire in the middle of the night. Frightened and terrified, she nearly lost her life. Her condition is truly not good. Su Qingwu's heart tightened. Although his expression showed no unusual change, his hand hidden inside his sleeve clenched tightly. Involuntarily, the image of Mu Yinyao falling from the upper floor into his arms surfaced in his mind. Disheveled, her face pale, she evoked an undeniable pang of sympathy in anyone who saw her. Governor Zhang, Lord Chao, this matter must certainly be reported to His Majesty. I implore you both to investigate the details as soon as possible. Just as she spoke, an official hurried in to report. Reporting to Your Excellencies. Your subordinates have discovered that the bronze lock used to secure the main gate of Nianfang was purchased from the Ding family shop. The Ding family? Governor Zhang frowned deeply. Thinking carefully, the only ones who had recently clashed with Nianfang were indeed the Ding family. Su Qingwu, silently acknowledged his thought. Since there was a suspect, the priority was to uncover the truth quickly. This would also serve as an explanation to His Majesty. 2 days later, all of the Ding family's shops were sealed. Someone confessed, admitting they acted under the instructions of the Jingling Prefectural Magistrate and the Provincial Administration Commissioner, setting fire to Nianfang. Although they only confessed to the first arson, the second fire was also attributed to the Ding family. Consequently, the Ding family's reputation was ruined, leading to their complete downfall. Inside the Jinxiu garden, Mu Yunyao waited by the entrance. Today was the day the 50 individuals were due to return. Regardless of the others, Lu Yang would surely return on time. Just as she was thinking, a servant came forward to report, "Miss, they have all returned." Mu Yunyao felt a surge of joy. "Invite them in." Jin Shi led the group in, bowing first to Mu Yunyao. Mu Yunyao scanned them one by one, a hint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. "Very good. You have all worked hard. Go back and rest for today." After the others left, Mu Yunyao kept Qin Guanshi behind. Nianfang can be rebuilt anytime. The embroidery workshop has been in preparation for so long. It's time for it to open. In the Yueshi region, the Prince of Yu's residence received a letter. The light in the Prince of Yu's eyes turned abruptly cold and fierce. Nianfang had encountered trouble repeatedly. "Yuhong." A box delivered along with the letter was presented. "Your Highness, this box was also sent by Miss Mu." The Prince of Yu opened the box and saw its contents. His brow relaxed slightly. It contained 20,000 taels in silver banknotes. To others, 20,000 taels might seem insignificant, but for the already impoverished Yueshi region, 20,000 taels of silver was enough to solve their urgent needs. A cold glint flashed in the Prince of Yu's eyes. "Yuhong, send word. Mobilize our people in the court to help Mu Yunyao gain control of Jingling City." This prince claims Mu Yunyao. Another 2 days passed. The emperor's decree arrived back in Jingling City. Lady Jean sent someone to invite Mu Yunyao over. Seeing her complexion much rosier, Lady Jean felt somewhat pleased. "I called you over today, mainly regarding the Nianfang matter." His Majesty learned about what happened in Jingling City and was furious. The Jingling Prefectural Magistrate and the Provincial Administration Commissioner, Hurue, will be escorted to the capital for trial. His Majesty intends to compensate you. Is there anything you wish to request? Mu Yunyao was momentarily stunned, looking up at Lady Jean in disbelief. Inwardly, however, she was blooming with joy. Excellent. It seemed even heaven was helping her. "My lady, I have already decided. I wish to request a piece of calligraphy from His Majesty, inscribed with the 3 characters Nianfang. Then, after I rebuild the embroidery workshop, I will have it made into a plaque to hang above. I believe that in the future, no petty individuals will dare to cause trouble for Nianfang again." Hearing this, Lady Jean couldn't help but nod repeatedly. "I didn't expect you to be even more thoughtful than I. You've judged the situation perfectly." In Hong entered to report, "My lady, the master has sent someone requesting Miss Mu to come to the front hall." Su Qingwu sat beside Governor Zhang. Hearing the servant's announcement, his motion of drinking tea paused. His gaze involuntarily shifted towards the entrance. Mu Yunyao walked in slowly, performing the curtsy with flawless etiquette. "Greetings, Your Excellencies." Lord Su Qingwu's gaze fell upon him, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Involuntarily, his mind returned to that night, recalling the soft warmth he had felt in his arms. She was so small, yet her bones seemed almost fragile, as if the slightest touch required extraordinary care, lest one inadvertently cause her harm. "Lord Su?" Governor Zhang inquired, looking at Su Qingwu with a hint of confusion. Su Qingwu quickly collected himself, speaking, "Miss Mu's Nianfang has rendered a great service to Jingling City. His Majesty specifically sent word, asking if the young lady desires anything in return." Mu Yunyao dipped into a slight curtsy, respectfully stating, "I am deeply grateful for His Majesty's offered reward. Your humble servant feels truly apprehensive. Everything I did was merely an attempt to repay Jingling City in some small measure. I dare not claim any merit." Previously, Mu Yunyao had claimed she was spreading embroidery techniques simply to earn silver. Now, it had transformed into an act of repayment towards Jingling City. Though young, she certainly knew how to tailor her words to her audience. The Emperor's word is as good as gold. Since he has decreed a reward, you should speak your mind boldly. Mu Yunyao's face lit up with a mixture of delighted surprise and gratitude. If that is the case, then your humble servant does indeed harbor an audacious wish. Eunuch Su, standing beside Su Qingwu, couldn't resist interjecting. Young lady, what wish might you have? Please, feel free to speak. A faint blush crept onto Mu Yunyao's cheeks. She hesitated for a moment before saying, I wish to request a piece of calligraphy from His Majesty himself. Eunuch Su paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Young lady, for what purpose do you desire His Majesty's calligraphy? Mu Yunyao turned to face the direction of the capital, her expression overflowing with gratitude. His Majesty's grace is boundless. The true dragon's presence majestic and awe-inspiring. Calligraphy penned by his hand carries the aura of the true dragon itself. Surely it can bless this humble servant with fortune, longevity, and peace. Mu Yunyao's effusive praise left even Eunuch Su momentarily stunned. This young girl is truly remarkable. He had served the emperor within the palace walls for years, yet he had never encountered someone capable of delivering flattery with such refreshing and unconventional grace. Very well. Upon my return, I shall convey the young lady's wish accordingly. Mu Yunyao, having achieved her objective, beamed, the sparkle in her eyes growing ever brighter. Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, my tea house is set to open tomorrow. I have prepared a batch of tea leaves that I roasted personally. Might I trouble Your Excellency to present them to His Majesty? Please consider it my humble gift in return, a token expressing my profound gratitude. Eunuch Su paused, slightly taken aback. A return gift for the emperor? This young girl is truly the first. Mu Yunyao lowered her gaze slightly, a trace of unease in her posture, her voice tinged with disappointment. I only hope His Majesty might sense the sincerity of my gratitude. To be quite honest, young lady, anything intended for the emperor's consumption must undergo layers upon layers of rigorous inspection. Furthermore, tea must be a designated tribute item. I fear these leaves may not be permitted within the palace walls. Disappointment washed over Mu Yunyao's eyes. Then, a flicker of an idea sparked within them. In that case, might I perhaps gift the tea leaves to Your Excellency instead? In doing so, it would feel as though my sentiment has, in a way, reached the capital. Eunuch Su couldn't suppress a chuckle. Very well. As it happens, I too am quite fond of tea. I shall gladly sample the young lady's craftsmanship. The young girl before him possessed an innocent, sincere heart, a quality truly rare and commendable. Su Qingwu had been observing Mu Yunyao intently all along, the light in his eyes shifting subtly. Young lady, regarding your tea house opening, might we impose upon you and perhaps pay a visit? If Your Excellencies would grace Buxianlu with your presence, it would naturally bring unparalleled honor to my humble establishment. I shall personally brew tea to host you esteemed gentlemen. Mu Yunyao's face radiated pure delight, a sight that instantly lifted one's spirits. After leaving the governor's residence, Mu Yunyao proceeded directly to Jinxiu Garden to inform Manager Qin of the impending visit from Su Qingwu and the others. She feared her own identity might be recognized, hence she came ahead of time to give him warning. Should it prove inconvenient, he could discreetly withdraw beforehand. Manager Qin looked at Mu Yunyao with astonishment. Young lady, your timing for this opening is truly impeccable. If managed effectively, this visit might just propel our Buxianlu to fame overnight. By the way, young lady, now that our tea house has a name, shouldn't we commission a sign plaque overnight to hang above the entrance? Mu Yunyao shook her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. Commissioning one ourselves seems rather uninspired. I intend to see if I can persuade someone to bestow one upon us instead. Manager Qin didn't initially comprehend her meaning. It was only after Mu Yunyao had departed that realization struck him like lightning, his face instantly suffused with ecstatic joy. If she truly manages to obtain such a prestigious gift, then the prince's grand ambitions are surely within reach. Early the following morning, Su Qingwu, accompanied by Eunuch Su and the others, arrived at Jinxiu Garden. Upon reaching the entrance, they were momentarily startled by the scene that greeted them. Mu Yunyao stood at the very front, flanked by a contingent of people arranged behind her. Men and women stood distinctly on either side, all uniformly clad in white robes. In perfect unison, they bent their knees in a formal salute. Greetings to Your Excellencies. A subtle thought flickered through Su Qingwu's mind. He quickly stepped forward, offering a slight bow in return. Miss Mu, there is no need for such extensive formalities. Mu Yunyao turned, gracefully guiding them into the depths of Jinxiu Garden. Wei Yi, Yun Shun, and the others respectfully maintained their bowing posture until the entire party had passed through the entrance. Only then did they straighten up and follow in the official's footsteps. As the group strolled onward, they couldn't help but murmur continuous praise, admiring the surrounding scenery. Even before a single drop of tea had touched their lips, their spirits already felt partially enchanted. Young lady, the landscape within this tea garden is truly unique and exquisitely elegant. Mu Yunyao led them along the path until they reached a pavilion nestled by the edge of a serene lake. Once everyone was comfortably seated, she began the ritual of preparing the tea. Her movements were deliberate, unhurried. Each gesture flowed like moving clouds and flowing water, possessing an ineffable quality of gentle grace and refined elegance. Slender, fair hands deftly handled the tea utensils, which gleamed like polished white jade, making it difficult to distinguish which was more captivating. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying waves of lotus fragrance. Watching her movements, the officials almost seemed to hear the faint sounds of Zen chanting by their ears. Su Qingwu stared at Mu Yunyao, gradually losing himself in the moment, until Mu Yunyao presented the tea, saying, "Lord Su, please enjoy the tea." Only then did the officials abruptly return to their senses. For a long while, none of them spoke, holding their teacups in a daze. Eunuch Su couldn't help but sigh with admiration, his mind clearing. He drained the tea in his cup in one gulp, the rich lotus aroma instantly washing away the regrets in his heart, leaving only a sense of complete relief. "Miss Mu, might I ask the name of this exquisite tea?" Mu Yunyao smiled faintly. "Actually, it doesn't have a grand name. It's simply made from the tender new leaves picked from the tea bushes, brewed with dew collected from lotus leaves and blossoms." Eunuch Su chuckled teasingly. "Miss Mu, you previously mentioned you would gift me some tea leaves. You mustn't go back on your word, you know." Mu Yunyao was overjoyed. "Naturally, as long as your eunuch doesn't mind, I'll give you all that I've prepared." Hearing this, Su Qingwu felt a twinge of displeasure. Miss Mu was truly too biased. Wouldn't she offer some to him as well? Eunuch Su couldn't suppress his laughter. "I completely forgot Lord Su was here too. However, Lord Su has always favored Longjing tea. You shouldn't compete with me for this one." Mu Yunyao immediately interjected. "Since Lord Su prefers Longjing, I shall go purchase some of the finest quality to bring back for you." Su Qingwu smiled, yet the displeasure in his heart deepened. "I was merely joking with Miss Mu. How could I let you incur such expense? I have already instructed someone to buy some, along with a few other things to take back for my family." Mu Yunyao smiled. The waves of mockery washed through her heart. Yes, Su Qingwu valued his family immensely, especially that eldest daughter of the Su family. Su Qingwu would seek out any precious treasure in the world for her. Su Qingwu looked up towards the six-story building not far away. "Is that the Buxian Lu established by Miss Mu?" Eunuch Su gazed at the building and couldn't help remarking, "It seems that building is lacking a plaque." "Indeed," Mu Yunyao sighed. "I wanted to commission a good one, but after looking at many options, I found the calligraphy styles unsatisfactory." Eunuch Su didn't respond further, and Mu Yunyao seemed to have just mentioned it casually. After Jinlan brought up the tea leaves, Eunuch Su suddenly turned back and said, "Miss Mu, regarding the plaque for Buxian Lu, if you truly cannot find a suitable one, perhaps you could wait a while longer." Mu Yunyao showed a puzzled expression, but inwardly, she was blooming with joy. She respectfully saw the officials off into their carriages. Just as she was about to turn away, Su Qingwu suddenly lifted the curtain on the carriage window, looking directly at Mu Yunyao. Mu Yunyao looked up, the corners of her lips lifting slightly into a perfectly measured smile. She curtsied gracefully, respectfully sending off your lordships. The wheels turned, and the carriage slowly moved forward. Eunuch Su couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So many people spoke of the capital's prosperity, its abundance of talent and auspicious energy. Yet who would have thought that in a place like Jingling City, there could also be someone who embodied the spiritual essence of heaven and earth? Sukingwunadith. Indeed, it's one thing to be strikingly intelligent and beautiful, but she is also exceptionally clever by nature. Did Mu Yunyao truly not understand the meaning behind Eunuch Su's words? He didn't think so. Jinxiu Garden opened for business, yet barred people from entering. Mu Yunyao employed a strategy of scarcity marketing. Only 50 tables were available each day, and only guests who received an invitation from Buxian Lu could enter for tea. Initially, people were disgruntled, but when the gates opened, revealing 50 tea servers dressed in flowing white robes, bowing gracefully, the men gentle like jade, the women exquisitely beautiful, the crowd was instantly mesmerized. Even before entering to drink tea, they felt somewhat elated. People became even more eager, all wanting to go inside and experience it. Seeing those holding invitations, they swarmed like wolves spotting meat, trying to get close and secure a spot. In no time, Jinxiu Garden and Buxian Lu became the talk of the entire Jingling city. Inside the garden, Mu Yunyao examined the newly delivered tea leaves and summoned Steward Qin. After each tea processing, there were many broken tea fragments left over, useless if kept and not worth much money if sold. Mu Yunyao thought of setting up tea stalls along some official roads and docks. For just 1 coin, people could freely drink tea. It would be convenient for travelers and also earn her a good reputation. Steward Qin nodded repeatedly. Miss is truly kind-hearted. I will carefully consider the locations for the tea stalls. Steward Qin handed a letter from the Prince of Yu to Mu Yunyao. This time, the message was even simpler, containing only 2 words. Rest assured. Mu Yunyao couldn't help but muse that the Prince of Yu's words were truly worth 1,000 gold pieces each. She had sent him 20,000 taels of silver notes, only to receive 2 words in return. Anyway, she already knew he was destined for a major comeback in 3 years. It wouldn't hurt to help him a little. Perhaps she might even receive an unexpected reward. Thump! The Emperor slammed his teacup down onto the table. Are you not aware that wearing fragrances is forbidden in my presence? The heavy pressure in the air made Su Li tremble uncontrollably. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he hastily knelt. Your Majesty, he reported, the fragrance you speak of must be from the tea I drank. It is this servant's fault for being gluttonous. Please, Your Majesty, spare my life. Since when did the tea in the palace carry the scent of lotus? The anger in the Emperor's voice hadn't lessened in the slightest. Su Li, trembling, replied, It was a gift from Mu Yunyao when this servant returned from Jingling City. Is that so? The Emperor's interest was somewhat piqued by his words, the fury receding slightly. Go fetch some. We shall also have a taste and see if it is truly as good as you claim. A moment later, the Emperor held the teacup, his brow slightly smoothing as he took a sip. Indeed, it is exceptional. He couldn't resist taking several more sips, feeling the lotus fragrance fill his mouth, invigorating his spirit. Su Li let out a heavy sigh of relief and spoke cautiously. That Miss Mu was overwhelmed by Your Majesty's reward. She even mentioned wanting to open Buxian Lu here in the capital, hoping for an opportunity to express her gratitude to Your Majesty outside the palace walls. The Emperor stroked his beard, pleased. She asked for nothing else, only requesting a piece of calligraphy from us as a reward. She is considerate. Prepare the ink and brushes. Soon, 2 large scrolls bearing the characters for Nianfang and Buxian Lu were ready. Su Li emerged, holding the scrolls. Lord Su, His Majesty has decreed that these 2 pieces of calligraphy be sent to Jingling City and delivered to Miss Mu Yunyao. Su Qingwu accepted them. Please inform His Majesty, Eunuch Su, that this subordinate will immediately deliver the imperial treasures to Jingling. Su Li nodded with a slight smile. Is Lord Su going personally? In that case, perhaps you could convey a message to Miss Mu for me? Just say that her tea leaves have been delivered to His Majesty. A flicker of emotion crossed Su Qingwu's heart. I shall certainly deliver the message. Meanwhile, Mu Yunyao arrived at the Chao residence to visit Madame Jean. She found Madame Jean reclining on a chaise lounge, her face pale, lacking vitality. Mu Yunyao found it strange. Madame Jean was nearly 3 months pregnant. By rights, the pregnancy should be stabilizing, and she shouldn't appear this way. As Mu Yunyao took her pulse, Madame Jean explained that the midwife she had hired assured her it was just morning sickness, perfectly normal, and would pass after this period. Mu Yunyao's brow furrowed, her expression turning grim. Madam, perhaps it would be best to dismiss that midwife. Madame Jean abruptly sat upright, staring at Mu Yunyao with suspicion and uncertainty. Yunyao, what are you saying? It is true that morning sickness during pregnancy is quite normal, Mu Yunyao explained, but at 3 months, madam, you have become alarmingly thin. Madame Jean completely panicked, gripping Mu Yunyao's hand tightly. Yunyao, you must help me. I have to protect the child in my womb. Seeing her agitation, Mu Yunyao quickly spoke to soothe her. Madam, do not worry excessively. Fortunately, we've discovered this in time. With proper care, there is still time to recover. Mu Yunyao glanced around the room, and her heart couldn't help but sink slightly. The last time she visited Madame Jin's room, she hadn't noticed anything unusual. Now, however, there were several unsettling additions. Madam, this poinsettia is blooming beautifully. I find it extremely lovely. I wonder if Madam would be willing to part with it and gift it to me? Madame Jean instantly understood something and nodded. Yunyao, if you like it, then it's yours. Mu Yunyao opened the window, her voice gentle. Even in winter, it's good to open the windows for fresh air from time to time. How can one stay cooped up like this? Madame Jean reached out to touch her lower abdomen, her expression complex. Understand. I will certainly be extra careful from now on. Elsewhere, Ding Yuelon, unseen since the fall of the Ding family, had actually been sold by her elders to a human trafficker. Ding Yuelon was terribly thin, her body covered in whip marks, her hair disheveled, and her face deathly pale, bearing none of her former elegance. Lu Yang had been discovered while trying to help Ding Yuelon escape. He had started a fire along the way to facilitate their escape, finally managing to rescue Ding Yuelon. However, as their carriage departed, it was unfortunately spotted by Tan Bawang, who had come seeking revenge. Tan Bawang stared at Mu Yunyao's retreating figure, his face contorted with fury. That damn girl. She tricked me, claiming to be a cousin from the Chunshio workshop. Damn her. I searched half of Kyoto for her and found nothing. To think I'd run into her here. Go investigate thoroughly. Find out who that wretched girl really is. Back in Kyoto, Su Qingwu stood by the water's edge, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Logically, having just returned from Jingling City to report to the Emperor, the task of escorting the imperial calligraphy could have been done by someone else. Yet, upon hearing Eunuch Su speak, he had subconsciously volunteered for the duty. He felt a sense of agitation within him, yet he couldn't quite grasp its source. Still, he thought, just being able to see her will be enough. Meanwhile, Ding Yuelon, these past few days, seemed like a puppet drained of its soul, moving in a daze. Mu Yunyao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Ding Yuelon, mindful of the kindness of being raised by her elders, had gone back to visit them. How could she have known that those two elders of the Ding family saw her merely as a tool for profit, directly selling her to a brothel to squeeze out her last remaining value? The dragons will heal the wounds on his body, but the wounds on his heart had no cure. One could only hope he would come to terms with it soon. Mu Yunyao was completely unaware that Su Qingwu had arrived at Jinshio Garden. Clutching clusters of osmanthus blossoms, a smile couldn't help but appear in his eyes. She stood on her tiptoes, reaching out to pick one, but after several attempts, she couldn't quite touch it. Suddenly, a slender, long hand reached out and plucked that very osmanthus blossom. Mu Yunyao turned her head sharply, only to see Su Qingwu standing behind her. Her heart couldn't help but tremble violently. Su Qingwu held the osmanthus, his phoenix eyes looking directly past Mu Yunyao. Brilliant sunlight scattered down, a gentle breeze blew, carrying the scent of golden osmanthus. In that instant, her eyes blurred, and her heart fell into disarray. For the first time, Su Qingwu clearly heard his own heartbeat, rapid and forceful. After a brief moment of eye contact, Mu Yunyao quickly stepped back. Lord Su, haven't you already returned to Kyoto? Su Qingwu snapped back to reality, clearing his throat twice. I came this time to escort the 2 pieces of calligraphy the Emperor has bestowed upon you. Hearing this, Mu Yunyao was overjoyed, the delight nearly overflowing from her clear eyes. The Emperor truly bestowed calligraphy upon me? That's wonderful. Lord Su, you just mentioned 2 pieces. Are they for Nianfang and Buxin Lu? Shouldn't Miss Mu have guessed this already? Su Qingwu scrutinized Mu Yunyao, recalling all her previous schemes. Emotions churned within him. Was her special treatment towards him also part of her calculations? Mu Yunyao ignored the cold mockery in his words, turned around radiantly, and ran off, eager to share her immense joy with Qin Guanshi. Su Qingwu held the osmanthus branch. Its leaves were verdant green, the blossoms abundant. Tiny, pale yellow flowers crowded together in a cluster, looking exceptionally lovely. He took a deep look at the osmanthus. Then, he casually tossed it to the ground before turning to leave. He had met many women, but none had ever made him feel as complexly as Mu Yunyao did. Mu Yunyao excitedly rushed all the way to Qin Guanshi's side. Qin Guanshi, our plaques have arrived. Qin Guanshi grinned from ear to ear. Really? This is truly wonderful. With this golden plaque, who would dare cause trouble for Buxin Lu? If managed well, Wang Yu can use Buxin Lu to spread informants throughout the entire Jiangnan region. Soon, he'll be able to achieve his grand ambition and return to Kyoto sooner. I'll write to Fourth Master right away. He will surely be extremely pleased. Life must be hard for Fourth Master in the bitter cold of Yueshi, isn't it? Mu Yunyao asked, seemingly unintentionally. Yes. Qin Guanshi immediately agreed. After speaking, he suddenly froze on the spot. Mu Yunyao looked at Qin Guanshi with a smile. Still unwilling to tell me Fourth Master's true identity? Since Qin Guanshi refuses to say, then let me guess. Fourth Master has an extraordinary bearing, uses Yu as his surname, and is ranked fourth. I made a bold guess. Could Fourth Master possibly be His Highness Prince Yu? Qin Guanshi hesitated for a moment. He nodded slightly. Since the young lady has already guessed, I wonder what your plans are? What plans could I have? His Highness is of noble status, and I am merely a commoner. Naturally, I must find ways to curry favor with His Highness. Hearing her say this, Qin Guanshi felt increasingly uncertain. Indeed, others might value the prince's status, but knowing Mu Yunyao, he wasn't sure if she truly held the prince in high regard. He needed to inform the prince immediately. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Su Qingwu sped out of Jingling City. An attendant couldn't help but ask, "My lord, the scent of osmanthus in Jingling City is so enchanting. Why not stay another night before leaving?" Su Qingwu couldn't resist looking back one last time, complex emotions swirling in his eyes. No matter how beautiful the scenery, it cannot compare to the prosperity of Kyoto. You might be captivated for a moment, but can you stay here for a lifetime? It's better to leave early, lest the beautiful scenery confuses the mind. Su Qingwu's expression turned cold, his phoenix eyes finally returning to a state of calm. Mu Yunyao sat in the courtyard, the corners of her lips involuntarily curling upwards. Sufin, with the emperor's personal commendations, Nian Feng and Buxin Lu were now firmly established in Jingling City. Everything was gradually falling into place. In another year, the Su family would come looking for people. Then, she could properly settle old scores with them. Hopefully, when we meet then, Su Qingwu, you won't be too surprised. After downing a cup of wine, Mu Yunyao started to feel tipsy. Lu Yang entered the courtyard. He saw Mu Yunyao standing on a stool, trying hard to reach a flower branch. Her steps were somewhat unsteady. The next second, she slipped off the stool. Lu Yang, with quick eyes and swift hands, leaped forward, firmly cushioning Mu Yunyao's fall, preventing her from getting hurt. Feeling the warmth of Mu Yunyao's breath against his neck, Lu Liang's body tensed. "Mistress, are you all right?" Mu Yunyao shifted, slowly straightening up. She raised a finger to her lips, whispering, "Shoo, don't let Nong Qing find out." Lu Yang observed the smile playing on Mu Yunyao's lips. He ventured cautiously, a hint of hesitation in his voice. "Mistress, could it be that you are drunk?" "Of course not." Mu Yunyao stood up unsteadily. "I still need to go to Jinxiu Garden to help Nong Qing pick osmanthus flowers. It's late. It's too dangerous for you to go there now." Mu Yunyao, however, wouldn't listen and even started to throw a small tantrum. "No, I want to go. I will go." Lu Yang gave a helpless smile. "All right, I will accompany you." Mu Yunyao brightened instantly, hopping twice on the spot. Lu Yang couldn't help but chuckle. "Mistress, which branch of osmanthus do you desire? I can simply pluck it for you." Mu Yunyao blinked, pointing upwards. "Lu Yang, I want to go up there. Aren't you able to fly? How about you carry me up?" Lu Yang's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he felt that whatever command she gave, he would obey unconditionally. Lifting Mu Yunyao horizontally in his arms, he leaped, carrying her onto a branch. After finding a sturdy bough to settle on, Mu Yunyao broke off a sprig of osmanthus, cradling it in her palm. She turned to Lu Yang, who was protectively beside her. Isn't this one much prettier than the one I picked earlier?" Beneath the moonlight, her slender fingers shone like white jade, even more beautiful than the cluster of osmanthus. Lu Liang nodded, his mind captivated by the beautiful scene before him, rendering him even more unsure of how to respond. Mu Yinyao suddenly sprang up. I'll take this osmanthus back to Nongqing right now. The one I picked before can just be considered practice. Startled, Lu Liang jumped up and quickly caught her. Mu Yinyao, however, burst into laughter. You used to have such a wooden personality, scolded countless times by others. I never expected you'd become so talkative after joining me. I really wonder, if that black-hearted ghost saw you now, how angry would they become? Mu Yinyao looked up through the osmanthus branches towards the night sky. The woods gather the clear cold. The silent Milky Way turns the jade plate. This life, this night, will not last. Next year, where will I view the bright moon? By next year's Mid-Autumn Festival, she should have returned to the Su family. Even if she encountered such a beautiful moonlit night and scenery again, she feared she wouldn't be in the mood to appreciate it. Lu Liang watched Mu Yunyao, sensing a powerful emotion emanating from her, one he could see but not comprehend. Mistress, if you like the scenery here, you can always come back to admire it next year. Mu Yunyao leaned slightly, the intense emotion around her dissipating instantly. Returning to the Su family next year would mark the beginning of her revenge. The night wind blew, carrying the deepening chill of autumn. Mu Yinyao felt overwhelmingly dizzy, her body swaying as she leaned against Lu Yang's shoulder. The moon, like a perfect disk, spilled its clear radiance, illuminating the garden's scenery distinctly and reflecting this hazy beauty deep into Lu Yang's heart. Just let him be selfish this once, to briefly savor this moment. When Mu Yinyao awoke again, the sky was already bright. Just as she sat up, she saw Jin Lan enter carrying a vase of osmanthus flowers. Lu Yang mentioned that Miss likes osmanthus, so this servant took the liberty of bringing some over. Mu Yinyao carefully examined them for a moment, then smiled faintly. I do indeed like them very much. Sent a branch to Nongqing's room later as well. Ever since receiving the plaque bestowed by the emperor, business at Buxian Lu had become increasingly prosperous. Every day upon opening, the garden would be filled with customers. Outside Jinxiu Garden, several children in tattered clothes would wait daily. Upon seeing well-dressed individuals, they would always approach to ask if they needed companions to fill a table. If they successfully brought customers into the garden, they would usually receive a few coins as a reward. Mu Yunyao found this interesting and observed one of the boys for a moment. Do you wait at the garden entrance every day? The boy smiled timidly. I don't beg from the garden's guests. I wouldn't dare disturb them. However, just as he spoke, a young girl ran over, hurriedly bowing to Mu Yunyao. My younger brother is young and doesn't understand things. If he has offended you in any way, please forgive him. Rukong quickly apologized to this young lady. Mu Yunyao smiled and shook her head. Miss, you misunderstand. Your brother is very well behaved. He didn't offend me at all. I have reserved a table in the garden. May I invite you and your brother to eat something? The older girl's face immediately showed a hint of defensiveness. There's no need. Big sister, I'm hungry. The child beside her, upon hearing about food, had eyes full of longing. Ruko, let's go. The girl snapped sharply at the boy. After bowing to Mu Yunyao, she pulled the little boy away, turning to leave. Back inside, Mu Yunyao summoned Lu Yang. She asked him to investigate the urchins at the garden entrance. Lu Yang couldn't help but inquire, does Mistress intend to employ those urchins? I just find them somewhat interesting. If they can be put to use, it would grant them a way to survive, and I would effortlessly find usable people. It would be killing two birds with one stone. Mu Yinyao mused that if these people possessed loyalty and could be won over, they could be useful in the future when opening branch stores and tea plantations in other places. By evening, Lu Yang returned to report to his mistress. Those children came from the CEO Bureau. That place is specifically for sheltering the orphaned elderly and young children of Jingling City. The young girl is named Kai Qing, and the child who spoke with you is called Nanner. They both only arrived outside the courtyard these past few days. That Kai Qing even specifically studied embroidery techniques, but she only learned halfway before being delayed to care for the other children. Mistress, I have already recruited some people under my command. If you have any use for them, feel free to give instructions. Mu Yinyao was somewhat surprised. After giving Lu Yang the silver previously, she had let him handle it and didn't inquire further. She hadn't expected that in such a short time, Lu Liang had actually found usable people. Mu Yinyao suddenly asked Lu Liang, "Speaking of which, I still don't know what your real name is or what you did before." Lu Liang stiffened, then abruptly knelt down on one knee before Mu Yinyao. "I don't remember, but please rest assured, Mistress, Lu Liang will never betray you." Seeing such a strong reaction from him, Mu Yinyao, who had only asked casually, became somewhat thoughtful. "If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have entrusted my life and fortune into your hands. Get up. If you don't want to say, then don't. Why make up excuses about not remembering?" Lu Liang remained kneeling on the ground, his expression firm and stubborn. Mu Yinyao frowned slightly, a flicker of annoyance sparking within her. "Enough. Trust those you employ. Employ not those you distrust. You've been following me for quite some time now. If I didn't trust you, I would have driven you away long ago. I merely asked casually. Acting like this makes it seem like you have something to hide." Lu Liang was already not good with words, and hearing Mu Yinyao say this, he knew even less how to respond. Looking at his wooden expression, Mu Yinyao sighed helplessly. "Get up. Go keep an eye on Qin Guanshi these few days. It's best to be promptly informed if anything happens. But remember, do not be discovered." Although she was currently cooperating with Prince Yu, there was no telling when they might turn against each other as enemies in the future. It was always wise to take extra precautions. Early this morning, when Mu Yinyao went to Jinxiu Garden again, she once more encountered the child named Nanner. The boy, having listened to his sister, refused to accept anything Mu Yinyao offered, no matter what. So Mu Yinyao found an excuse to bring him in, letting him sweep the paths and trim the flowering branches. Nanner was very diligent. The small orphan carried himself with considerable propriety, yet spoke constantly of his sister Kai Qing. Mu Yinyao grew increasingly curious about this Kai Qing. However, the very next day, Nanner ran to Jinxiu Garden, his face bruised and swollen, and knelt with a thud on the ground. "Miss, I beg you, please save Sister Kai Qing." Mu Yinyao never expected that Kai Qing, brought back by Lu Liang, had actually been injured by Tan Bao. Was this truly a coincidence, or deliberately arranged? And what connection did this Kai Qing have with Tan Bao? Jinglan was applying medicine to Kai Qing. Seeing Mu Yinyao walk in, Kai Qing quickly rose to curtsy. "Greetings, Miss Mu." Mu Yinyao's cool gaze fell upon Kai Qing, filled with intense scrutiny. "Kai Qing, I heard Tan Bao has taken an interest in you, seemingly with the intention of taking you as a concubine." Kai Qing abruptly looked up, meeting Mu Yinyao's eyes, which flickered. It was Tan Bao who deliberately picked a fight and hit Nanner. I went forward to argue, but who knew he harbored ill intentions? And so, Kai Qing suddenly knelt before Mu Yinyao, her voice growing smaller and smaller, feeling increasingly unnerved. "I beg Miss to save my life." A chill permeated Mu Yinyao's eyes. Thinking of the pure-hearted Nanner, she gave a cold laugh and stepped aside past her. "Why should I save a liar? I saw through these schemes of yours at a glance. How could you bear to use a child who trusts you so completely? Speak, who exactly is instructing you from behind the scenes?" Kai Qing quickly got up. "Miss Mu, I am not a liar. I was forced. If I didn't do this, those children at the CO Bureau would lose their lives. This morning, Tan Bao brought people, grabbed me, forced me to put my thumbprint, compelling me to voluntarily agree to enter his residence as a concubine. Then he secretly instructed Nanner to come to you for help. He predicted you would soften your heart and rescue me. He would then seize my younger brothers, and he even gave me a packet of poison, telling me that when he comes to cause trouble, I should voluntarily take the poison to kill myself, thereby framing you, Mississippi. If I follow his instructions, he will release my brothers. If I disobey, he will beat all of us to death. I truly had no choice. I beg, Miss, for your mercy." Mu Yinyao looked at Kai Qing, prostrating on the floor, and raised her lips in a cold smile. "If I hadn't come to question you, what did you intend to do?" Kai Qing's face turned pale. Under Mu Yinyao's gaze, she felt as though her innermost thoughts were laid bare. "But I will definitely find a chance to tell Mississippi." "You won't." Mu Yinyao stood up, her eyes cold and certain. "Besides threatening you with Nanner, Tan Bao must have promised you quite a few benefits, right? If this were real poison, I might have believed your words. Unfortunately, your act wasn't thorough enough." Kai Qing looked up, trembling uncontrollably. "Miss Mu, you also understand medicine? There are too many wicked people in this world. One must always have more means to protect oneself. If I didn't understand medicine, wouldn't I have fallen into your scheme today?" Kai Qing fell silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears. "Miss Mu, I deserve to die, but I truly had no choice. My younger brothers don't have enough to eat. Even now, you still use them as an excuse? Mu Yunyao watched Kai Qing coldly, a flicker of disgust crossing her heart. If they were truly so important to you, how could you bear to use them? Kai Qing trembled, remaining silent for a long time. Slowly, she stood up, a cold smile playing on her lips. You live a life of comfort, high and mighty. How could you possibly know the suffering of orphans like us? The Tso Bureau. On the surface, it seems to rescue orphans like us, but in reality, it's utterly corrupt inside. Girls like us, once grown, are secretly sold off to become someone's concubine or secret mistress. I couldn't resign myself to such a fate. That's why I agreed to Tan Ba Wang's conditions. Mu Yunyao hadn't expected the Tso Bureau to be involved in such dealings. Mu Yunyao let out a derisive chuckle. You certainly know how to use people thoroughly. Kai Qing couldn't help but sob loudly. Miss, I truly regret it. I shouldn't have used my brothers. I was just momentarily confused, desperate not to meet such a miserable end. Mu Yunyao's brows furrowed. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Nana rush in. The brother and sister knelt together on the ground, pleading with Mu Yunyao. Miss, please, save Kai Qing Jijia. As long as you can save her, I'm willing to trade my life for hers. I'll do anything. Mu Yunyao finally let out a long sigh. I can save you. I can also help you escape the Tso Bureau. However, you both must sign indenture contracts. Are you willing? Kai Qing and Nanner immediately kowtowed in gratitude. We are willing. Thank you for your immense kindness, miss. Just then, Lu Yong came in to report. Tan Bawang has brought constables and is causing trouble at the door. What started as lust at first sight had actually led Tan Bawang to lay this trap. Seeing Mu Yunyao emerge, Tan Bawang ground his teeth audibly, his sinister gaze fixed on her, wishing he could tear Mu Yunyao limb from limb. He had finally caught this little vixen. Officer, Mu Yunyao has stolen my concubine. I implore Officer Zhao to handle this impartially. Officer. Before Officer Zhao could inquire, Mu Yunyao spoke first. I merely brought Kai Qing and her younger brother to my home to recuperate from their injuries. Yet I face such slander from young Master Tan. I request the officer to uphold justice for this humble woman. Officer Zhao's brow furrowed, his expression stern. Regardless of who it is, this official will handle the matter impartially. Explain the situation clearly. Mu Yunyao shook her head slightly. Rather than us arguing endlessly here, why not let Kai Qing speak for herself? What? Tan Bawang couldn't help but exclaim in shock. According to their plan, shouldn't Kai Qing have taken poison and committed suicide by now? Mu Yunyao looked over, a mocking smile touching her lips. Why does young Master Tan seem disappointed that Kai Qing is still alive? Soon, Kai Qing followed Jin Xiao out. Seeing Magistrate Zhao, she quickly bowed in greeting. Greetings, Lord Zhao. Seeing Kai Qing truly safe and sound, Tan Bawang couldn't help but glare fiercely at her. This treacherous wench must have backed out at the last moment. Since she broke her word, she couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Seeing Tan Bawang, Kai Qing instinctively shrank closer to Mu Yunyao. Witnessing this, Magistrate Zhao felt a stir in his heart and inquired, Kai Qing, did you willingly become Tan Bawang's concubine? Kai Qing quickly shook her head. Lord Zhao, please see the truth. It was Tan Bawang who, driven by lust, injured my two younger brothers and tried to force me to submit. Fortunately, my brother Nana ran out for help, and Miss Mu kindly rescued me. Only then was I spared from being violated by him. Tan Bawang ground his teeth in hatred, but produced a contract. Lord Zhao, this is the contract Kai Qing signed with her handprint. Please examine it, your lordship. Once he dealt with Mu Yunyao, he would deal with Kai Qing. Anyone who dared to scheme against him wouldn't get away easily. Magistrate Zhao examined the contract's authenticity and immediately demanded, Kai Qing, you clearly signed this contract. Why do you now deny it? Kai Qing glanced at Tan Bawang, her eyes filled with indignation. Tan Bawang, I never thought you were such an unscrupulous person. Lord Zhao, please observe clearly. My hand is injured. I couldn't possibly make a handprint. Saying this, she held out both hands. Her fingers were covered in wounds, already scabbed over. Tan Bawang froze, then roared furiously. Damn you, Mu Yunyao. You actually incited Kai Qing to commit perjury. Magistrate Zhao, sir, Kai Qing's hands were perfectly fine this morning. Please have a physician examine them. Magistrate Zhao only dispatched the coroner. Go forth and examine the wound on Kai Qing's hand. The coroner meticulously inspected it for a moment before reporting back. Your Honor, The injury on Kai Qing's hand is indeed a burn. Judging by its appearance, it is already 5 or 6 days old. What? That's impossible. Tan Baowang abruptly surged forward, seizing Kai Qing's hand to inspect it minutely. Shameless scoundrel! Kai Qing cried out, sharply withdrawing her hand. Magistrate Zhao, please uphold justice for this humble servant. When Mu Yunyao had helped her fabricate the wound, she had worried it would be exposed. Never did she expect that even the coroner couldn't discern its falsity. True or false? Magistrate Zhao turned his head towards Tan Baowang, his eyes piercing. Audacious Tan Baowang, how dare you behave so impudently before this official? Only then did Tan Baowang realize he had been outwitted by Mu Yunyao. That damnable vixen. Gaiking instanti postat her sao, weeping bitterly. Your Honor, please uphold justice. Quickly rescue the children abducted by this vile man. Magistrate Zhao's gaze turned frigid. Guards, seize him. The rest of you, immediately search Tan Baowang's residence. Tan Baowang, utterly enraged, couldn't stop himself from yelling. I am the young proprietor of the Kaiwa Pavilion. You cannot treat me this way. Magistrate Zhao's expression turned even colder. When the Son of Heaven himself breaks the law, he faces the same punishment as the common people, let alone you. This official will thoroughly investigate and ascertain every one of your crimes. Take the man away. If he dares to spout any more nonsense, gag him immediately. After they had departed, Mu Yunyao instructed Jing Lan, bring those abducted children here to Jinxiu Garden, and please summon a physician to examine them thoroughly. As for Kai Qing, Mu Yunyao did not send her away. Tan Baowang bore an old grudge against her family, and these children had, in a way, been innocently entangled because of her. Kai Qing volunteered to remain, offering to sweep the courtyards and perform other servants' duties. Mu Yunyao thus acquiesced, having them sign a 5-year indenture. Once the 5 years passed, whether they chose to leave or stay would be entirely their decision. After Kai Qing departed, Su Qing came in. There was a smile on her face, yet her expression seemed tinged with complex emotion. Seeing you like this, Yaoer, makes Nyang Qing happy. Is it because I took in Kai Qing? Mu Yunyao asked, perplexed. Yes. Su Qing's expression slowly clouded with sorrow. She spoke softly, Nyang Qing can imagine how arduously you must have struggled in your previous life, step by painstaking step, exerting all your strength, only to still not meet a peaceful end. Seeing tears glistening in Su Qing's eyes, Mu Yunyao hastily tried to soothe her. Nyang Qing, that was just a dream. My foolish Yaoer, Su Qing interrupted, her heart aching profoundly. You don't need to lie to me. If it were merely an ephemeral dream, how could you possibly have mastered embroidery techniques overnight? And how would you understand the tea ceremony in medicine? Most importantly, you're my daughter. Whatever changes occurred within you, how could I possibly fail to perceive them? A tremor ran through Mu Yunyao's heart, 1,000 explanations instantly vying for utterance. Yet, as she looked up into Su Qing's eyes, brimming with palpable heartache, she found herself frozen in place. Su Qing reached out, drawing her into a warm embrace. I was so afraid that the events of your past life would warp your nature, turning you cold, unfeeling. It seems now that Nyang Qing worried unnecessarily. Mu Yunyao rested against Su Qing's bosom, tears streaming down her face unchecked. As long as Nyang Qing is here, I promise I will never allow hatred to consume me. So, Nyang Qing must stay with me, always. It was precisely because her mother was present that she hadn't allowed bitterness to completely take hold, preserving a tender space within her heart. Su Qing gently patted her back, her eyes overflowing with affection. Nyang Qing will always be with you. One day, Mu Yunyao summoned Qing Guanshi, considering she was using King Yu's garden and retaining a 40% share of the profits. She wished to ask Qing Guanshi if there was anything she could do to assist King Yu in return. Qing Guanshi appeared taken aback. Miss Mu, simply by establishing the Buxian Lu, you have already rendered His Highness significant aid. And should you become family in the future, Qing Guanshi added, there would be even less need for such calculations. A gust of autumn wind rustled past, scattering fallen leaves. Mu Yunyao murmured softly, it seems winter will soon be upon us. It must already be quite cold in Yueshi, wouldn't you say? Qing Guanshi gazed up towards the heavens, sighing deeply. Indeed, Yueshi suffers from bitter cold. The terrain is perilous and forbidding, utterly barren. When winter arrives, even charcoal for warmth becomes a scarce commodity. His Highness King Yu was sent to Yueshi when he was merely 12 years old. That very year, he contracted a severe illness and nearly perished. If one had not witnessed it firsthand, who could possibly imagine the emperor could be so ruthless, exiling his own flesh and blood to such a desperate, forsaken place? Listening to Qin Guan Shi's narrative, Mu Yunyao felt a growing sense of astonishment. In her past life, she had only encountered King Yu on 2 occasions. The first instance was when she had tumbled from her carriage, landing almost at his feet. At that time, she had only perceived the man before her as possessing an aura as chillingly clear as water, his sharply defined features and eyes radiating an intense, piercing coldness. A single look felt capable of slicing through one's very spirit. The second encounter occurred when she was delivered to King Yu's manor by King Jing. Within the room, she had caught but a fleeting glimpse before succumbing to unconsciousness. Her impressions of King Yu were largely formed from the grievances she had previously heard from King Jing. By then, King Yu already held command over the Imperial Guard, his status imposing and formidable. She had never conceived that his time in Yueshi had been marked by such profound suffering. A prince of the imperial blood, actually forced to worry about basic sustenance. In my hometown, Mu Yunyao began, there is a method for preparing a kind of ginger tea using mainly fresh ginger and rice flour. When it's time to consume it, simply add hot water and stir. Not only is it convenient, but it also effectively dispels the cold. It's just the ingredients are rather ordinary. I wonder if His Highness might find it beneath him. Qin Guan Shi's eyes suddenly brightened. Might I ask, miss, if you happen to have this ginger tea here? Could I possibly trouble you for a bowl to sample? Go ahead and bring up what I've prepared. Mu Yunyao instructed toward the entrance. Xinglai immediately presented a bowl and hot water. Within the bowl lay a measure of pale yellow rice flour, accompanied by finely chopped green onions, ginger, and tender vegetable leaves. Mu Yunyao poured the steaming water into the bowl, stirring without pause. In moments, the simple rice flour transformed into a bowl of smooth rice porridge. A faint sniff revealed a wonderfully fragrant aroma wafting upwards. Qin Guan Shi, please try it. Ignoring the heat, Qin Guan Shi lifted the bowl and took a careful sip. The vegetable leaves, once dried by roasting, now gracefully unfurled in the warmth. A single sip sent a comforting heat spreading through his entire body. Miss, what might be the value of such ginger tea? Excitement surged within Qin Guan Shi's heart. Mu Yunyao hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction from him. Truthfully, they're merely common seasonings. It simply requires a bit of care in the roasting and stir-frying process. It wouldn't cost much more than a dan of ordinary grain. Qin Guan Shi paused, a wry, Ku-suk smile touching his lips as he shook his head. Resources are desperately scarce in Yueshi. The cost of rice and flour is exorbitant. The meager military stipend issued by the court each month isn't even sufficient to purchase a single shung of rice. If this bowl of ginger tea could be transported to His Highness, imagine how many lives it might save. A flicker of joy ignited in Mu Yunyao's heart. If that's the case, then I shall arrange to have it sent to His Highness as quickly as possible. Then I must impose upon you, Mississippi. I shall return to Jinshio Garden immediately and pen a letter to inform His Highness of this wonderful news. Back in Yueshi, within King Yu's mansion, Ning Junyue held the earlier letter, his eyes tracing the characters back and forth countless times. His brows furrowed deeply, his mind consumed by a storm of uncontrollable thoughts and speculations. Mu Yunyao was now aware of his true identity. Would she react with fear and apprehension, or perhaps with disdain and contempt? Or could it be she wouldn't spare him a second thought at all? Whichever possibility surfaced, it stirred an inexplicable agitation deep within his heart. Chung Gonggong observed him, looking utterly lost, as if his very soul had wandered off. A bloom of delight spread secretly in Chung Gonggong's heart. King Yu acting like this? He must surely have developed feelings for Miss Mu. If so, oh, what splendid news this is. Setting down the teacup, he quietly withdrew. Finding Yu Heng just outside the door, he inquired, Yu Heng, what sentiments does that Miss Mu hold towards His Highness? Yu Heng considered this carefully for a moment, then swiftly shook his head. I truly do not know. Chung Gonggong shot Yu Heng an exasperated glare. Useless when it truly matters. Just like that rascal Yu E, a complete waste of good rations. Chung Gonggong, were you calling for me? As if summoned by the thought, Yu E came running up, clutching 2 letters. Qing Guanshe sent these back. He insisted they must be delivered directly into His Highness's own hands. Chung Gonggong's face lit up with delight. Old Qin sent letters. Is there one addressed to me? Yu examined the 2 envelopes, turning them over and back. Not finding a single character indicating one was for the eunuch, he shook his head. Qin Guanshe instructed me to deliver the letters personally into His Highness's hands. He made no mention of one for you. Chung Gonggong waved a dismissive hand. Humph. And here I thought I might glean some news from old Qin's own words. He walked away, a sense of disappointment shadowing him. King Yu accepted the 2 letters, his eyes rapidly scanning the contents. As his gaze fell upon the second letter, an involuntary blush crept up his time-worn face. This, what utter impropriety is this? At that very moment, back in Jinxiu Garden, Qin Guanshe was contentedly feeding the rabbits, murmuring softly to himself, I wonder if old Chung has received the letter I wrote him yet? All to encourage old Chung to redouble his efforts in playing matchmaker. Why, in that letter, I made sure to emphatically describe Miss Mu's profound affection and deep regard for His Highness. How Miss Mu constantly worries and cares for His Highness's well-being, even devising the brilliant method of preparing roasted ginger tea to help His Highness endure the harsh winter. Such devotion surely knows no bounds. I dearly hope His Highness can soon bring Miss Mu, that precious golden doll, home. Then, old retainers like us can finally find some peace of mind. Within King Yu's mansion, Chung Gonggong carried a tray laden with food into the study. Your Highness! King Yu was just poised to set his brush to paper. At the sound of Chung Gonggong's voice, his fingers clenched with sudden force. The writing brush snapped cleanly in 2, emitting a sharp, crisp crack. Chung Gonggong glanced over, perplexed, noticing that King Yu's demeanor seemed unusually agitated, restless, yet strangely laced with a subtle thread of pleasure. What in the world did old Qin write in that letter? Chung Gonggong wondered, to provoke such a complex expression from His Highness. Your Highness, this old servant observes that you seem somewhat vexed. Did old Qin perhaps mention something troubling in his letter? King Yu had just selected a replacement brush. Upon hearing Chung Gonggong's words, another sharp snap resonated from his hand. Who procured this batch of writing brushes? Their quality is absolutely abysmal. See to it that his wages are docked for an entire month. After exiting the study, Chung Gonggong relayed King Yu's decree to Yu Heng, whose eyes widened in disbelief. That batch of brushes? But when I first brought them back, didn't His Highness praise how smoothly they wrote? Why the sudden decision to dock my wages? He had only just managed to achieve a slightly more comfortable financial state. He'd been planning to save that money, hoping to put it towards finding a wife in the future. The very next day, at the break of dawn, King Yu summoned both Yu Heng and Yu E. Take these 2 letters. One is destined for Qin Guanshe. The other letter is for Miss Mu Yunyao. Yu E, you must deliver it quickly. King Yu's gaze lingered on the letter addressed to Mu Yunyao. After a moment's pause, he spoke again. Yu Heng, immediately dispatch men. Wait at the border between Yueshi and Yushi City. As soon as you encounter the merchant caravan transporting tea to Yushi City, bearing my token, escort them into Yueshi. Yu Heng acknowledged the order, though confusion lingered in his heart. Your Highness, what is the purpose of sending tea, truly? Wouldn't sending grain be more practical? King Yu's brow furrowed, his sharp, cold gaze sweeping over Yu Heng. What's wrong with sending tea? This king feels that sending tea is excellent. Yu Heng was taken aback, hastily bowing. Yes. Your subordinate also feels it is excellent. Your subordinate will go at once. Chung Gonggong suppressed a smile, his heart blooming with delight. There's hope. It looks like there's hope. Perhaps, after a little while longer, the residents would finally have a mistress. Although that Miss Mu was young, it didn't matter. Marry her first, then raise her. That would settle it. As the year's end approached, Jin Foreign came to discuss the New Year tribute gift for the Emperor with Mu Yunyao. Mu Yunyao felt that sending ordinary embroidery lacked novelty. Furthermore, the Su family's gift of the mountains and rivers painting last year had displeased the emperor. Thus, she conceived an idea that incorporated embroidery. Invite the men of Jingling City to write the 4 characters fortune, longevity, peace, health on paper. The women would then embroider according to these characters. Subsequently, these small embroidered characters would be assembled to form larger characters. She herself would rush to complete any remaining parts. Jin Foreign was overjoyed, not expecting Mu Yunyao to solve another major worry for her. If this matter could earn the emperor's great pleasure, then her husband's official position might be promoted once more. After several consecutive days, the fabrics and embroidery threads needed for the New Year tribute were finally prepared. Mu Yunyao carefully inspected them, her gaze lowered, fixing on the crimson thread in her hand. Involuntarily, the figure of Prince Jing surfaced in her mind. The third prince, Ning Junjing, was quite a legendary figure in Kyoto. His mother, Consort Jun, had been a handmaiden to the late Empress. Later, she gained His Majesty's favor and rose rapidly. After giving birth to Ning Junjing, she was enfeoffed as a consort. Ning Junjing, by virtue of his handsome appearance and gentle disposition, received widespread praise within the court, attracting the admiration of numerous women. Yet, the daughters of truly prestigious families often looked down upon him due to his mother's origins. But who could have imagined that this outwardly gentle prince could quietly bring the Su family under his wing, even marrying their treasured pearl, Su Yui? He leaped to become the prime candidate for the throne. Unfortunately, he died too young, leaving the ultimate inheritor of the throne unknown. If only she had known earlier, she could have prepared another path in advance. Just as she was lost in thought, Jin Xiao entered. "Miss, Steward Qin has arrived." Steward Qin held King Yu's reply, grinning from ear to ear. "Miss Mu, this is His Highness King Yu's reply to you." Mu Yunyao was somewhat surprised. She hadn't sent a letter last time. What kind of reply was this? Upon opening the letter, only 3 words were on the paper. Got it. Truly King Yu style, where each word was worth 1,000 gold pieces. She held up the letter for Steward Qin to see. "What did His Highness King Yu get?" Steward Qin couldn't help but grumble inwardly. According to Old Cheng's meaning, His Highness clearly cares for Miss Mu in his heart. Why couldn't he write a bit more in the letter? He only wrote 3 words. Who the devil knows what His Highness is thinking? Seeing Steward Qin's tongue-tied appearance, Mu Yunyao couldn't bring herself to press him further. "I'll write a letter to ask His Highness King Yu. It happens to be a while since I last sent one. By the time the letter arrives, the ginger tea should also be nearing Yueshi." Steward Qin hastily wiped away his cold sweat. Thankfully, Miss Mu is understanding. "No, I must write a letter to scold old chum. It's infuriating. Why can't His Highness say a few pleasant words to coax the young lady?" Far away in Yueshi, King Yu couldn't help but sneeze. Chung Gonggong, standing before him, fretted slightly. The merchant caravan transporting the tea finally arrived outside Yushi City after a long journey. Unfortunately, before they could even enter the city, another band of fierce bandits rushed out, robbed the caravan, and hauled everything away directly. The garrison soldiers of Yushi City saw the caravan leader crying his heart out and couldn't help but offer comfort. "Stop crying. They only took the goods and didn't harm anyone. That's already very good." The caravan leader shouted defiantly, "I will definitely be back." The group of bandits removed their face coverings. The leader was none other than King Yu's personal guard, Yu Hong. The other guards swiftly moved all the goods into a courtyard. Learning that the ginger tea had been entirely secured, King Yu emerged from his room. Yu Hong opened a sack, revealing its contents for King Yu to inspect. King Yu reached in, grabbed some ginger tea, and rubbed it between his fingers. Raising it to his nose, he inhaled its fragrance. A rich aroma diffused outwards. King Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath, his eyes filled with delight. Chung Gonggong brought over bowls and hot water. "This ginger tea is what Miss Mu went through great trouble to transport. Everyone, quickly have a taste and see how it is." The guards paid no mind to the scalding heat, gulping down the tea in large mouthfuls, praising it repeatedly. Dried greens and diced meat had been added to the rice noodles, filling their mouths with a savory aroma that lingered delightfully. Yu Hong then produced a wooden box from his bag and handed it to King Yu. Chung Gonggong grinned mischievously. Your Highness, I suppose the contents of this box were specially prepared for you by Miss Mu. King Yu turned, glancing across the courtyard. Chung Shu and the others were already starting on their second bowls. Chung Gonggong quickly turned back. You wretched boys, put those bowls down, he exclaimed, raising the ladle in his hand and swatting playfully towards them. Yes, you. Don't scoop so much. Your bowl is only so big. If you put that much tea paste powder in, won't it turn into sludge once you add water? Amidst the noisy chatter of the crowd, King Yu slipped away quickly with the wooden box. Among the network developed by Lu Liang, there was one named Qi Ming who was exceptionally shrewd and capable. On this day, Mu Yunyao summoned him. After studying him carefully for a moment, she asked if I wanted to open a Yibao Xian, specializing in jewelry, rouge, and scented powders, and appointed you as the manager. How would you build its reputation? Qi Ming scratched his head, pondering for a moment. Miss, the Nian Fang you established is renowned far and wide. If you want Yibao Xian to achieve the same level as Nian Fang, the only way is to climb by stepping on Nian Fang. The smile on Mu Yunyao's lips deepened. Explain in detail. How exactly does one climb by stepping on Nian Fang? Privately, your servant has heard no shortage of jealous remarks about Nian Fang. It's only because Nian Fang has the plaque personally bestowed by the Emperor that people don't dare to openly oppose it. If Yibao Xian dares to step forward, it will certainly gain the covert support of many. In the future, as Nian Fang opens branches throughout the entire Dali dynasty, Yibao Xian will also blossom everywhere alongside it. Mu Yunyao beamed, her eyes sparkling with extraordinary light. Since that's the case, go ahead and do it. Report directly to Lu Liang for whatever silver you need. I will have him provide it to you. She truly hadn't expected Qi Ming's thoughts to align so perfectly with her own. Originally, she had planned to wait until Nian Fang had opened several more branches before diverting her attention to establishing Yibao Xian. Now, with Qi Ming's help, there was no need to wait. With this, she was one step closer to her goal. Time passed day by day. Outside Yushi City, a merchant caravan, after traveling for nearly 20 days, finally saw the gates of Yushi City in the distance. Just as they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, a thunderous sound of horse hooves approached. Masked bandits, just like the last time, appeared suddenly once more. After snatching the goods, they departed just as swiftly. The owner of the caravan knelt on the ground, wailing loudly. Why is it always me who gets hurt? The city guard saw them, and their eyes widened abruptly. It's you again? How did you get robbed again? Yu Hong returned to King Yu's mansion to report, Your Highness, the newly arrived batch of ginger tea has been properly stored. The merchant caravans hired to assist in the charade have also been dealt with. King Yu nodded. Very good. Ensure Miss Mu's involvement in transporting the tea is thoroughly concealed to prevent any gossip. 2 months later, the first snow began to fall. Qin Guan Shi poked at the charcoal fire, unable to stop his lips from curling into a pout. Miss Mu sent the embroidered New Year gifts to Lady Jean. Inspector Zhang was quite satisfied upon seeing them. That Chao Yunian truly struck gold marrying his wife. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Guan Shi Qin, what do you mean by that? Qin Guan Shi took a sip of tea. All these years, Chao Yunian has relied on Lady Jean to rise smoothly through the ranks. Now, with this New Year's gift delivered, the Emperor will be greatly pleased. In the future, perhaps even His Highness will have to treat him with respect. He became even more perplexed. Even if Chao Yunian becomes incredibly powerful, reaching the first rank in officialdom, he would still be an official before His Highness. How could he make His Highness respect him? Qin Guanshi, somewhat annoyed with Lady Jean, explained, it's because of Miss Mu's repeated assistance that Chao Yunian has advanced step by step. And now, Lady Jean has adopted Miss Mu as her goddaughter. That makes Chao Yunian Miss Mu's adoptive father. Do you understand now? Goddaughter, adoptive father, Miss Mu, the more you speak, the more confused I become. Qin Guan Shi's temper flared. He directly pulled out an account book and threw it over. Get lost. Just looking at you, you blockhead, irritates me. He caught the account book in one hand and flipped through it casually, clicking his tongue in amazement. Guan Shi Qin, you're so well off now. When the new year comes, shouldn't you give me a red envelope too? I've spent a good part of this year running back and forth between Ueshi and Jingling City. If you utter one more word of nonsense, I'll slap you dead. Qin Guanshu retorted. This money all belongs to Miss Mu. The credit is all Miss Mu's. You'd better respect her properly. He nodded repeatedly. Yes. Miss Mu is beautiful and kind-hearted, truly rare. I just saw Miss Mu distributing kanji on the street earlier. Distributing kanji? Qin Guanshu paused, surprised. Let's go take a look. On the day of the Laba festival, Mu Yinyao, along with Ding Yulan, had set up kanji distribution stalls in the city. Besides the wandering beggars, many common folk also lined up behind them, holding bowls, chatting with each other as they ate the kanji. Laughter and cheerful voices echoed continuously, as if the entire Jingling City had grown warmer because of this bowl of kanji. On the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, a painting titled Jingling Laba Kanji Distribution was sent into the imperial palace. Because it was sent by people dispatched by the emperor's elder sister, Princess Ida, the emperor was exceptionally pleased. Two guards carefully unrolled the scroll. Depicted upon it was the scene of the kanji distribution, the common folk rendered with lifelike resemblance. Through the painting, one could almost feel the harmonious and joyful atmosphere of that day. This painting was also a personal work of Masterly Chon. The emperor felt deeply shaken as he looked at it. Merchants were serving the people, yet many officials were merely occupying their positions without contribution. This was his imperial sister reminding him, urging him to always remember the responsibilities of a ruler. On New Year's Eve, Su Qing, mindful that Steward Qin was alone, invited him to celebrate the occasion together. Steward Qin and Yi were in the courtyard assembling a swing frame. Watching the cheerful figures on the lake surface, he couldn't help but lift the corners of his lips in a smile. Several days of continuous heavy snow had frozen the lake in Jinxiu Garden. Mu Yinyao simply let loose her inhibitions, playing and laughing with a group of maids. The entire Jinxiu Garden was filled with joyous laughter. Yi sighed, holding onto the frame. If only His Highness King, you could also return for the new year. Steward Qin also let out a long breath. Don't speak such nonsense. Without His Majesty the Emperor's decree, how could King Yu possibly return? Yi's eyes suddenly widened. He cried out in alarm towards the space behind Steward Qin. Your Highness, what are you shouting about? Steward Qin's temples throbbed. Didn't he know King Yu's identity needed to be kept secret? Besides, even if you shout so loudly, could His Highness possibly appear before you? Yi quickly tugged at Steward Qin. Steward Qin, open your eyes. His Highness is right behind you. Steward Qin turned his head. Upon seeing, his eyes widened involuntarily, his mouth agape. Why, your Highness. Behind him, clad in a fur cloak, radiating an aura of biting cold, stood none other than King Yu. Steward Qin's face lit up with joy as he hurried forward to greet him. King Yu, however, was captivated by a figure on the ice surface. Steward Qin's smile deepened. Your Highness, perhaps you might go over and take a look as well. Yi grimaced slightly off to the side, thinking inwardly, it's the dead of winter. People are nearly frozen stiff. How could His Highness possibly be in the mood to watch a few young ladies playing on the ice? King Yu walked into a pavilion situated at the side of the lake, his gaze fixed intently on the lake's surface. Mu Yinyao, like a nimble spirit, glided rapidly forward on the ice. Her posture was graceful, her speed incredibly fast. As she moved, her skirt ribbons billowed in the wind, resembling blooming flowers, beautiful beyond measure. In Ning Junyue's eyes, only Mu Yinyao spinning on the lake surface remained. His eyes were captivated, his heart thrown into disarray. In the end, only one word surfaced in his mind: beautiful, a beauty that was peerless in the world. Within King Yu's profound eyes, sheer astonishment surfaced. When they first met, he had thought her timid and small-minded, yet he never expected she could calmly help him bandage his wound and even steal his dagger. After the murder and framing incident, his investigation led him to believe she was deeply calculating. Now, finally able to see her clearly, he witnessed such a passionate and pure side of her. And such a complex, unfathomable woman was secretly devoted to him. Thinking of this, King Yu couldn't help but smile inwardly. After a good while, Mu Yinyao finally noticed King Yu in the distance. She quickly approached to offer her respects. This humble woman, Mu Yinyao, greets your Highness, King Yu. King Yu turned, presenting his back to her. Rise. My identity is not suitable for public knowledge. Henceforth, it is better to address me as Fourth Master. Mu Yinyao quickly rose, offering a slight curtsy. Fourth Master, your visit this time, is it to inspect Niyun Workshop and Bushian Pavilion? King Yu nodded slightly. Mu Yinyao maintained a smile, finding an excuse regarding Steward Qin. When I came over just now, Mother asked me to come find you to borrow a few people to help make dumplings. There are many people in both courtyards, so quite a number of dumplings need to be made. As Mu Yinyao spoke, King Yu kept his back turned to her, as if deliberately avoiding her. Mu Yinyao felt something wasn't quite right. She ventured, Your Highness, are you perhaps going back to rest? King Yu's eyes flickered slightly. He gave a faint nod in return. Mu Yinyao was left speechless. Forcing a smile, she said, Then, Your Highness, please rest first. Once the dumplings are ready, I will bring them over to you. King Yu nodded slightly again, uttering a single word, Good. Afterward, he led his men and departed straight away. Mu Yinyao arrived carrying the dumplings. Steward Qin beamed with delight, quickly opening the containers. Madame Su prepared so much. His Highness surely cannot eat all this alone. Why don't you eat some as well, miss? While speaking, he arranged the dishes from inside onto the table. Mu Yinyao quickly shook her head. These were all prepared for Fourth Master. How could I possibly partake? Mother is already waiting at home for me to eat. King Yu, however, seemed not to have grasped the underlying meaning of her words. He directly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Mu Yinyao was just preparing to excuse herself and leave. King Yu suddenly spoke up. These dumplings are exceptionally delicious. What did you put inside? Mu Yinyao had no choice but to pause her steps and explain. I added some winter bamboo shoots, shiitake mushrooms, and shrimp. Chung Gong chuckled knowingly and quietly retreated. Only King Yu and Mu Yinyao remained in the room. Silence fell between them for a moment. Mu Yinyao felt a surge of anxiety. Her mother was still waiting for her to return for their meal. Yet, King Yu didn't dismiss her, leaving her wondering about his intentions. Watching as King Yu finished every last bite of food, he finally set down his chopsticks. Are all the preparations for the new year ready? Mu Yinyao nodded, replying to Fourth Master, Everything is prepared. I wasn't aware Fourth Master would be coming earlier, so the preparations for both households were made together. But it won't be troublesome to separate them. There's no need after I return. King Yu quickly interrupted. It was decided both sides would celebrate the new year together. Let's just celebrate together then. Why go through the trouble of separating things? Mu Yinyao's heart tightened, but she couldn't let it show on her face. She forced a smile. That sounds wonderful. More people make the new year livelier. Mu Yinyao's smile felt stiff. In that case, I shall go back and inform Mother. I'll take my leave now. Without waiting for King Yu's consent, she turned and practically fled the study. Just as Mu Yinyao left, Qin Guanshu hurried in. Your Highness, young ladies are often thin-skinned. Perhaps Miss Mu felt a bit embarrassed, which is why she ran off so quickly. King Yu's gaze flickered slightly. Hearing Qin Guanshu's explanation, he nodded as if accepting the reasoning. No wonder she left in such a hurry, head lowered as she went. So, she was feeling shy. Miss Mu has worked hard managing her business over the past half year. Since it's the new year, help me send a New Year's gift over to her. Qin Guanshu nodded nonchalantly, agreeing, as I should. I'll go prepare it right away. Seeing the king's current state, he had clearly misunderstood that Miss Mu harbored feelings for him. Since that was the case, let the misunderstanding continue. After all, the goal was to marry Miss Mu into the royal mansion. The process itself didn't need such scrutiny. On New Year's Eve, a thick layer of snow blanketed the courtyard. The trees were draped in white. When the wind blew, snowflakes rustled down. Mu Yinyao couldn't help but murmur aloud, as if spring breezes arrived overnight, adorning thousands of trees with pear blossoms. Mu Yinyao turned back, her smile blooming. Jing ran, Look, don't those trees look like they're covered in pear blossoms? Her smile suddenly froze on her face. King Yu had appeared behind her at some unknown moment, quietly watching her, lost in thought. Suddenly, a snowball flew towards them. King Yu turned, instinctively reaching out and catching the snowball. Nwaner peeked out with her small head, saw the situation wasn't good, and quickly scampered away. The snow melted in his palm, carrying a trace of coldness. Yet, King Yu looked at Mu Yunyao, feeling a slight warmth stir within his heart. Noticing Mu Yunyao staring intently at his hand, he couldn't help but extend it, offering the snowball. Mu Yunyao was just about to reach for it, but King Yu withdrew his hand again, frowning slightly in disapproval. The weather is cold. Don't get too chilled while playing with snow. He took out a pair of pink rabbit fur gloves and handed them over. Mu Yunyao somewhat stiffly put the gloves on before finally taking the snowball. The two entered the house. Su Qing quickly came forward to offer greetings, but was stopped by King Yu's gesture. Madam is my elder. There's no need for such formalities. In the future, just call me Huai Jin. Seeing King Yu's remarkable bearing and humble, courteous manner of speaking, Su Qing couldn't help but smile. In that case, I shall address you as young Master Ning. Mu Yunyao poured tea for King Yu. Just as she was wondering what to say, she heard King Yu speak first. Why seek afar when help is near? You acknowledge Chao Yuanian as your adoptive father. Isn't he more worthy of reliance than a mere minor censor? Mu Yunyao rapidly considered King Yu's words. Chao Yuanian was currently neutral, not aligned with any prince. Besides, Chao Yuanian was only a fourth-rank official at present. King Yu shouldn't feel threatened by him. Fourth Master lent me the funds to start the tea plantation. Naturally, you are my support, but I feel hesitant to trouble you with every minor issue. King Yu nodded, lifted the teacup, and took a sip. Just as the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly awkward, Nwana ran in. Elder sister, the snowman is built. Do you want to come see? Mu Yunyao's eyes lit up. She couldn't be happier. A savior. Finally, a chance to escape. She turned, beaming at King Yu. Fourth Master, I want to go see the snowman. Hi, Xingming. Unexpectedly, King Yu stood up directly and walked towards the door. Seeing Mu Yunyao hadn't followed, he turned back, greatly puzzled. Didn't you want to see the snowman? What are you standing there for? In the kitchen, Mu Yunyao rested her chin on her hand, watching Su Qing knead dough. My zodiac sign is the rabbit. Mother, you have to steam the rabbit buns to be exceptionally cute. Jiwan Tian, he wants to eat them too. Su Qing smiled lovingly, kneading the dough in her hands. I know. Every new year, when we compete over the 12 zodiac animals, you always say the same thing. Mu Yunyao held both hands up beside her head, mimicking rabbit ears. If they aren't made exceptionally cute, how could they possibly be worthy of me? Su Qing chuckled and tapped her on the nose. Your cheekiness certainly doesn't resemble a rabbit's. More like the last of the 12 zodiac animals. Just as the two were laughing, they saw King Yu slowly walk in. Mu Yunyao immediately clamped her mouth shut, a look of displeasure crossing her face. Why was this man haunting her like a persistent ghost? Su Qing quickly spoke up with a smile. Young Master Ning, it must be quite stuffy on the street. Perhaps it's better to wait outside? Don't want to get your clothes dirty. King Yu, however, walked straight to the water basin and began washing his hands. I came to see if there's anything I can help with. Su Qing looked utterly astonished. The Dali dynasty emphasized the principle of a gentleman stays far from the kitchen. For someone of young Master Ning's status, to actually, while Su Qing was still reeling in surprise, she saw King Yu pick up a piece of dough and begin kneading it in his hands. In no time at all, he had fashioned a small fox. Mu Yunyao was taken aback. Wow, you possess such skill. King Yu turned his head to look at Mu Yunyao. I used to carve small objects in the past. Would Miss Mo like to try making one too? Su Qing couldn't help but laugh aloud. She can barely knead steamed buns properly, let alone sculpt animals. Mother! Mu Yunyao couldn't help blushing furiously. How could her mother expose her shortcomings like that? And right in front of King Yu, no less. Su Qing smilingly ushered them both out of the kitchen. All right, leave the rest to me. You two go out and play. Amidst the crackle of firecrackers, the entire courtyard buzzed with lively energy. Su Qing brought out red envelopes, eliciting cheers from everyone present. Mu Yunyao was the first to snatch the thickest one, her eyes crinkling with unconcealed delight. Su Qing distributed the red envelopes. Everyone received one. Mu Yunyao, busy grabbing her red envelope, failed to notice King Yu standing off to the side, his gaze fixed upon her, his eyes filled with amusement. Su Qing took out another one, walked over to King Yu, and handed it to him. Young Master Ning, May you have abundant wealth and great fortune in the coming year. King Yu's eyes flickered abruptly. Looking at Su Qing, he felt an unexpected sense of discomposure. He accepted the red envelope, his expression softening remarkably. "Many thanks, madam." Steward Qin, standing nearby, lamented inwardly. In all these years, this was likely the first time His Highness had ever received a red envelope. May the coming year truly bring less sorrow and more joy, more reunions and fewer partings, and may all wishes come true. Early on the morning of the first day of the new year, Steward Qin approached tentatively, asking, "Your Highness, according to etiquette, since you address yourself as a junior before Madame Su, propriety dictates that you should visit the Su residence this morning to offer New Year greetings." King Yu acknowledged with a sound and followed Steward Qin to the Su residence. Cupping his fists in salute, King Yu offered his New Year greetings. "Greetings to Madame Su. May all your affairs be auspicious and as you wish." Su Qing took out a red envelope and handed it over. "And may young Master Ning also find all matters auspicious in the new year." Mu Yinyao, a smile gracing her lips, also offered King Yu a phrase of good fortune. King Yu nodded. "May Miss Mu also have all her wishes fulfilled." After speaking, he retrieved a red envelope from his sleeve and handed it over. After Mu Yunyao left for the Chao residence to pay her New Year respects, King Yu returned to Jinxiu Garden. Steward Qin's eyes held a hint of a smile. Celebrating the new year at the Su residence yesterday was truly lively. It was the first time this old servant has felt so content. Hearing the commotion from next door, Steward Qin remarked casually, "Previously in Yueshi, I saw you Hengi and you eat carving ice lanterns. Why don't we have them carve a couple later to send over to Miss Mu?" King Yu's eyes shifted slightly. "Unnecessary. What's so interesting about ice lanterns?" Steward Qin felt it was somewhat a pity. "Then we shall heed your highness's wishes." I wonder if Miss Mu has capable people over there who can create ice lanterns to her liking. Steward Qin, it's getting late. You should go back and rest as well. After a full day of festivities, Mu Yunyao fell into a deep sleep. Just as she drifted off, she heard a noise by the window. Startled, she quickly opened her eyes and looked towards the window. A dark figure appeared inside the room, rustling about, doing something unknown. Mu Yunyao's heart tightened. Fumbling under her pillow, she retrieved the dagger King Yu had given her. She abruptly sat up, leaped off the bed, and lunged towards the figure by the window. Her wrist was suddenly seized in a grip, the cold, strong touch making Mu Yunyao's scalp tingle. Just as panic surged within her, a familiar voice sounded. "Are you trying to assassinate me?" Mu Yunyao let out a heavy sigh of relief. "Fourth Master, it's the middle of the night. Don't you think there's something improper about you coming here?" In that fleeting moment, she had thought she was reliving the scene from her past life when the Su family sent assassins after her. A cold sweat instantly broke out across her skin. King Yu turned his head away, looking rather embarrassed. Then, from behind his back, he produced an ice lantern. The lantern was carved with extreme delicacy, depicting an adorably intricate snow fox, its tail curled around its body. In the center, a single candle flickered. Mu Yinyao paused, then couldn't help but break into a smile. One exquisite ice lantern. It's so late. Are there still people selling ice lanterns on the street? A flicker of emotion crossed King Yu's face. "I made it. You made it." Mu Yunyao was stunned, her fingers tightening slightly. "I truly never imagined that Fourth Master knew how to make ice lanterns." King Yu watched her, his gaze clear, intense, utterly focused, sharp enough, it seemed, to seize one's very soul. Mu Yunyao's heart trembled, and an unsettling thought arose unbidden. Could it be that King Yu had fallen for her? Maintaining a faint smile, Mu Yunyao said, "Thank you, Fourth Master, for bringing the ice lantern. If there's nothing else, I should rest now." Seeing her attempt to send him away, King Yu blurted out, "You don't like this ice lantern?" The smile on Mu Yunyao's face faded slightly. "This ice lantern looks crystal clear and translucent. Beautiful indeed, but it is also exceptionally fragile. The slightest change in temperature outside can make it lose its original form. Admiring it for a moment is fine, but to truly grow fond of it would easily lead to heartbreak." A myriad of emotions seemed to flash through King Yu's eyes, and for a moment he felt an unusual discomfort. "Since you don't like it, then just throw it away." After saying this, he gave Mu Yunyao one last deep look, then turned and strode away. Her heart was consumed by vengeance. She hadn't considered matters between men and women at all. Moreover, her death in her previous life was entangled with King Yu. Although it was possible King Yu had been framed, she still couldn't completely let it go. In this life, she only wanted revenge and to live peacefully protecting her mother. She had no desire to get involved with any royalty or nobility again. Her mind made up, Mu Yinyao placed the ice lantern by the window and lay back down on the bed. She forcefully suppressed the chaotic emotions swirling within her and drifted into a hazy sleep. She didn't know how long she slept, only that she felt sore and feverish all over, as if being roasted over a fire, causing her brows to furrow involuntarily. Yao? Yaya? Are you awake? Su Qing, her face etched with worry, called softly to her. Mu Yinyao struggled to sit up, feeling a splitting headache. What happened to me? Su Qing's eyes filled with heartache. You silly child, how could you sleep without closing the window? Even if the room felt stuffy, you can't leave it open all night while sleeping. Mu Yinyao nodded absently. Understand, mother. After finishing her medicine, Mu Yinyao lay in bed and glanced towards the window. It was shut tight, and the ice lantern was nowhere to be seen. Her thoughts scattered. She drifted back into a muddled sleep. She slept until evening this time. Faintly, she heard a noise by the window. Mu Yinyao quickly sat up and looked outside. A warm light glowed by the window. She could vaguely make out it was a rabbit-shaped ice lantern, embracing a candle. Mu Yinyao lowered her gaze, turned away, and tried to ignore it. If she paid it no mind, perhaps he would give up. But over the next 10 days or so, every night, an ice lantern would appear at her window. She counted them carefully. After the fox from the first night, all 12 zodiac animals, except for the monkey, had made an appearance. But tonight, Mu Yinyao waited for a long time, yet no ice lantern appeared. Mu Yinyao suppressed the flicker of disappointment in her heart, which soon returned to its usual calm state. King Yu had finally given up, hadn't he? If so, then she could finally be at ease. The next day dawned. Jin Lan entered carrying a bowl of medicine. Mu Yinyao, rubbing her temples, still felt somewhat weak. Tomorrow is the Lantern Festival. Jinshou Garden should be reopening too. Are the lanterns and everything else prepared? Jin Lan nodded quickly. Steward Qin has prepared everything according to your instructions. Meanwhile, inside Jinshou Garden, Steward Qin looked at King Yu's injured hand, his heart aching with distress. Your Highness, how can you be so careless? The wound is so deep, one can almost see the bone. If it were just a fraction deeper and sever the tendons, this hand of yours would be crippled. King Yu waved it off nonchalantly. It was just a moment of carelessness. Steward Qin, don't worry. Steward Qin sighed deeply. Your Highness carves ice lanterns during the day, delivers them in the dead of night, avoids being seen, and then has to retrieve them before dawn. All this effort has made you lose weight. Before this hand injury heals, please don't carve any more ice lanterns. King Yu nodded reluctantly, letting out a faint sigh. He consoled himself inwardly. Good things take time. Good things take time. Mu Yinyao's contributions during the New Year selection had greatly pleased the emperor, who once again bestowed many gifts upon her. 100 taels of gold, 10 bolts of brocade, a set of gold needles, a pair of jade rui scepters. By the time the long list of rewards was read out, everyone's knees were numb from kneeling. Chao Yuanian, having governed Jinling City meritoriously, also received rewards. It turned out the palace attendant delivering the decree was surnamed Li, the apprentice of eunuch Su from last time. His attitude towards Mu Yinyao, however, was exceptionally gentle. Mu Yinyao learned from eunuch Li that eunuch Su had recently been promoted to chief palace attendant, and he asked Mu Yinyao to bring him some more tea sometime. Chao Yuanian had prepared food and wine, respectfully inviting eunuch Li to take a seat. Aunuk Li Smilad Barmli. After some time, I expect we shall be seeing Lord Chao frequently. Chao Yuanian responded with polite deference. Eunuch Li, seizing the opportunity, offered a hint as a favor, revealing a bit of news. Chao Yuanian paused, understanding the implication in Eunuch Li's words. A look of ecstatic joy flashed in his eyes. Many thanks, Eunuch Li. Please come in quickly. It seemed that after some time, he would be promoted and transferred to the capital. Leaving the Chao residence, Mu Yinyao went directly to Jinshou Garden to find King Yu. Upon entering the study, she detected a faint scent of blood. Frowning slightly, she greeted him, "Greetings, Fourth Master." Today, the Emperor bestowed quite a few rewards. Eunuch Li, who delivered the decree, might come to Bushin Lu for tea tonight. Should Fourth Master perhaps avoid him? I am unfamiliar with this place and its people with nowhere else to go. Besides, Jiangnan is crowded and eyes are everywhere. I worry my whereabouts might be exposed. King Yu's expression turned somewhat grave. Mu Yunyao considered for a moment. If Fourth Master doesn't mind, perhaps you could take refuge in my home for a while. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered Madame Jean would also be visiting, which would inevitably mean seeing Su Qing. King Yu looked up, his gaze resting gently upon her, quietly awaiting her decision. Mu Yunyao thought it over, pressing her lips together slightly. If Fourth Master doesn't mind, perhaps you could hide in my room for a bit? Even if Mother comes, she wouldn't enter my private chamber. Comparatively speaking, it was the safest place. King Yu nodded calmly. In that case, I shall trouble you, Mississippi. Steward Chin, bringing in tea, entered with a smile. Miss Mu was ill some days ago, and I didn't have the chance to visit. Miss Mu must take better care in the future. Falling ill or getting injured is the most unpleasant experience. Mu Yunyao blinked, sensing a hidden meaning in Steward Chin's words. The illness naturally referred to her, but what about the injured part that followed? Recalling the scent of blood upon entering the study, she couldn't help but look towards King Yu. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Yunyao asked, "Is Fourth Master injured?" "I carelessly injured my hand. It's nothing serious." As he spoke, he casually placed his injured hand on the table. Steward Qin glanced towards the door, feigning annoyance. "Yi Heng, why hasn't he returned with Dr. Zhang yet?" Saying this, he shot King Yu a look, waggling his eyebrows and mouthing the words, "Feigned injury. Feigned injury." King Yu, understanding perfectly, coughed twice, gently placing his left hand over his injured right one, his expression twisting slightly in pain. Mu Yunyao's gaze flickered. "I know a little about medicine myself. Why don't I bandage it for Fourth Master?" Mu Yunyao unwrapped the gauze from King Yu's hand. Seeing the wound, her brow furrowed sharply. The injury on his hand appeared to be caused by a carving knife. No wonder he hadn't come to deliver the ice lantern that night. It wasn't that he had given up, but rather that he had injured his hand and couldn't continue carving. Realizing this, Mu Yunyao's heart couldn't help but tremble. The previously calm lake of her heart rippled once more. Mu Yunyao cleaned King Yu's wound, her movements swift yet gentle. After Mu Yunyao left, King Yu lowered his gaze, a light slowly flowing within his eyes. Having commanded troops on the border for many years, patience was something he possessed in abundance. Many things could not be rushed. Haste makes waste. It was better to calm down and proceed slowly, especially when dealing with a woman who appeared delicate on the outside, but possessed the cunning of a fox within. The more anxious he became, the deeper her defenses would grow. By the time Mu Yunyao finished hosting Chow Yuanian and Eunuch Li, it was already late at night. As soon as she entered her room, the candle was lit. Only then did Mu Yunyao remember that King Yu was still in her room. To avoid being discovered, he had simply stayed there until deep into the night. "It's my fault for being inconsiderate. Please forgive me, Fourth Master. It's nothing. Have Eunuch Li and the others left." Mu Yunyao shook her head. They should still be admiring the scenery in Jinxiu Garden. King Yu nodded, his fingers twitching slightly. "Then I can only stay a while longer." Mu Yunyao suddenly remembered. "Has Fourth Master eaten anything tonight?" King Yu remained silent, but his stomach let out an inopportune rumble. "In that case, please wait a moment, Fourth Master. I'll go to the kitchen and be right back." The kitchen was empty at this hour. Time was short, and she couldn't prepare anything elaborate, so she could only quickly cook a bowl of noodles to tide him over. After about half an hour, Mu Yunyao returned carrying a bowl of scallion and egg noodles. "It's very late, so I just made a simple bowl of noodles. Please don't mind, Fourth Master." Mu Yunyao felt it was just a bowl of noodles. What was there to fuss about? But he didn't know what this bowl of noodles meant to the King Yu of today. It was profoundly significant. King Yu took a bite, and his eyes brightened slightly. Silently, he quickly finished the entire bowl of noodles. Not even a broth was left. Just as King Yu was about to speak, he suddenly heard a few bird calls from outside the window. It was Yu Heng sending him a message. Mu Yunyao smiled faintly. "That bird call sounds remarkably lifelike. It's just that birds shouldn't be singing at this time of year." "Sure, Yu Heng." King Yu's expression suddenly turned cold. Chow Yuanian and Eunuch Li had already left. Mu Yunyao rose and curtsied. "Then I won't keep Fourth Master any longer." At the side door, Steward Qin was already waiting with a lantern. "It's all my fault, old servant. For a moment, I forgot to send food to your highness. You must be terribly hungry now." Steward Qin smiled. "The meal is ready. Your highness can eat as soon as you return." "No need. I've already eaten." King Yu slightly lifted the corners of his lips. Steward Qin was taken aback, then realized, Miss Mu is indeed thoughtful. However, this old servant personally made a bowl of longevity noodles. You must try at least a bite. After all, today is your birthday. A trace of coldness flashed in King Yu's eyes. So only you and Ning, he still remember my birthday. Seeing his expression, Steward Qin's heart ached in sympathy. His Highness had truly suffered too much. If it were an ordinary person, their spirit would have long since collapsed, unable to recover. He didn't know when Miss Mu and His Highness would finally understand each other's hearts, so she could share some of the bitterness he carried. Back in the room, Steward Qin quickly brought the noodles over. King Yu took a bite, then looked up and said, I just ate a bowl of noodles too. They were better than yours, Steward Qin. Steward Qin paused, then a smile spread across his face. My skills are rough. Naturally, I can't compare to Miss Mu. Meanwhile, Mu Yunyao compiled the embroidery techniques into a booklet, had Chao Yuanian deliver it to the emperor, and signed a contract with Kaiwa Pavilion. Using Kaiwa Pavilion, she disseminated the embroidery techniques over a wide area. Jinlan was quite puzzled by Mu Yunyao's actions. Many common folk are now saying that Kaiwa Pavilion's achievements surpass Nine Fangs. They also say that soon, the emperor will surely bestow a golden plaque upon Kaiwa Pavilion. Mu Yunyao exchanged a glance with Ding Yulan and smiled nonchalantly. Let them be happy if they wish. It doesn't affect us. Receiving the emperor's reward is their good fortune. We just need to wait and see. Miss, we have old grievances with Kaiwa Pavilion. If they rise to prominence, won't that Tambawang come looking for trouble with us? Mu Yunyao smiled faintly. All right then, for the next few days, keep a close eye on Kaiwa Pavilion. If anything truly happens, we can prepare ourselves. Lu Liang walked in. Mistress, Steward Qin requests your presence at Bushin Lu. Mu Yunyao nodded slightly. King Yu must have received the news as well. He likely wanted to ask her about this matter. Arriving at King Yu's study, Mu Yunyao got straight to the point. Fourth Master, did you wish to ask me about the Kaiwa Pavilion matter? King Yu looked at Mu Yunyao, his gaze gentle. Haven't you already begun handling it? You don't need my help, do you? Mu Yunyao looked slightly surprised. I thought Fourth Master summoned me in such a hurry because you wanted to inquire about Kaiwa Pavilion. It seems I misunderstood. King Yu fell silent for a moment, then slowly said, I am leaving tomorrow. So I had Steward Qin ask you to come. I wanted to bid you farewell. A flicker of disappointment crossed Mu Yunyao's eyes, though the smile remained on her lips. Then I shall wish Fourth Master a safe journey here. As King Yu was about to leave, he instructed Mu Yunyao, temporarily avoid Kaiwa Pavilion's sharp edge. Don't act rashly. As for Bushin Lu, you can let Steward Qin help manage things. In another 2 months, Chao Yuanian's transfer order should arrive, directly moving him to the capital. His replacement should be Li Munyan. Mu Yunyao looked up, her expression puzzled. Li Munyan? With the Li family backing him, why would he be interested in a minor, fourth-rank salt commissioner position? As the words left her mouth, Mu Yunyao inwardly cursed. She had been too surprised and blurted out Li Munyan's background. King Yu was somewhat surprised. Hadn't Mu Yunyao never been to the capital? Why was she so knowledgeable about the court's factions? Though puzzled, he didn't ask. Correct. Li Munyan is the youngest son of Prime Minister Li Qingzhou. He is exceptionally talented in literature, a Manhwa scholar. Logically, he shouldn't be coming to Jinling City. But who could resist, given how lively Jinling City has been these past 6 months? The Li family sending someone down isn't solely because of this. There's also Kaiwa Pavilion and the Jiangnan salt tax. The salt tax is audited every 3 years. The time for the audit is approaching. With Chao Yuanian being transferred away, the Li family is seizing the opportunity to extend their influence into Jiangnan. Fortunately, what you are currently doing has no connection to the salt tax. You should be able to remain safe and sound. Mu Yunyao couldn't help but practically drool, her eyes shining alarmingly bright. King Yu noticed her expression. His brow furrowed slightly. What are you thinking? Mu Yunyao's lips curved into a brilliant smile. Your Highness, fortune favors the bold. Wealth is sought amidst danger. You certainly have courage. King Yu's eyes narrowed sharply, instantly understanding her intentions. Tampering with the salt monopoly is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations. Mu Yunyao laughed openly. But isn't your highness here? With you around, I imagine my head will remain securely on my neck. Hearing this, King Yu suddenly felt exceptionally pleased. He subtly lifted the corners of his lips. Seeing him remain silent, Mu Yunyao couldn't help but urge him again. Your highness, you also need funds, don't you? Although I haven't been in Jiangnan long, I know about the salt administration. Officials conspire with merchants. We won't touch the officials, only the private salt merchants. We won't be greedy. Just one batch will be enough. Enough for you to develop your influence and cultivate power. If luck is on our side, perhaps in the future, you could even commission a bed made of gold and sleep on it every day. King Yu's lips twitched slightly. The amount of silver I need is considerable. No matter how much, as long as you ask, I can procure it for you. Mu Yunyao gazed at King Yu, her eyes burning with intensity. If they could successfully intervene in the salt administration, the silver obtained would be enough to bury the entire Jinling city. King Yu felt increasingly comfortable inwardly, yet he feigned reluctance. Your Highness, opportunity knocks but once. If we don't act now, we might have to wait another 3 years. Circumstances change rapidly these days. How many 3 years can we afford to waste? Finally, having savored Mu Yunyao's gaze long enough, King Yu nodded firmly. I agree. If he didn't agree, wouldn't it seem like he lacked the boldness of a mere woman? Besides, he truly did need a large sum of silver. Returning to the Ni Yunfang, Mu Yunyao immediately summoned Lu Liang. This year, the imperial court will reform the tea and salt policies. Influenced by this, Jiangnan is bound to face turmoil, especially among the salt merchants. Help me select a few major salt merchants and keep a close watch on them. Report any movements immediately. Lu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Mistress, the salt administration is treacherous territory. If we get involved rashly, it might prove difficult. Mu Yunyao naturally knew what worried Lu Yang. Although she already possessed a considerable amount of silver, it was far from enough to put her mind at ease. The Jiangnan Salt Administration was the Dali dynasty's largest purse. Now, it presented her with an opportunity. If she could successfully intervene, she could rest easy. Mu Yunyao sighed softly. Lu Yang, although I don't know your true identity, I can glean some insights from your actions. Your origins are not ordinary. Perhaps in the future, you will return to your original path. While I cherish my life, I haven't reached the point of using others' lives to take risks for me. Your loyal service is already more than enough. There's no need for more. Lu Yang looked up, gazing urgently at Mu Yunyao. Mistress, everything I do is of my own free will. My identity is your guard. The path I walk is to follow you ever forward. To sacrifice my life in return for your kindness would be a worthy death. Seeing his anxious expression, Mu Yunyao smiled faintly at him. All right, help me investigate the information thoroughly. That would be a great help. Don't worry, I know my limits. I am living so well now. Naturally, I treasure my life immensely. Besides, I still have Mother to protect. I wouldn't let anything happen to myself. She believed that King Yu's ability to seize control of the capital after the emperor fell gravely ill was definitely not a stroke of luck. Learning that he had begun to intervene in Jiangnan further confirmed her suspicions. King had been diligently expanding his influence, and perhaps he had already achieved some success. If he successfully intervened in the salt administration now, it would provide him a stepping stone to soar, helping him ascend straight to the heavens in one fell swoop. Chao Yuanyan's promotion once again stirred envy in countless eyes. In just one short year, he had achieved what others might strive for over a decade. Taking advantage of the full moon banquet, many came to offer congratulations. Mu Yunyao accompanied Su Qing to see Madame Jean and the child. Leaving the rear courtyard and arriving at the front hall, she saw Li Munyan. Li Munyan was the youngest son of Prime Minister Li Qingzhou. It was said that he only pursued official rank because the Prime Minister forced him to take the imperial examinations. Yet, who would have thought that the one most valued by the Li family was not Li Muqian, who had already reached the second rank with his undeniable literary talent. Nor was it Li Mu Bai, skilled in warfare and decorated with numerous military honors. Instead, it was this rather inconspicuous Li Munyan standing before them. The lively full moon banquet concluded. Just as Mu Yunyao and Su Qing reached the entrance of Jinxiu Garden, a maidservant stopped them. "Greetings, Miss Mu. I am a maidservant attending the wife of the Salt Commissioner. My mistress admires your embroidery skills and wishes to speak with you." As her voice fell, the curtain of the carriage behind her was lifted, revealing a beautiful, noble woman smiling towards them. It was precisely the wife of Salt Commissioner Li Munyin, Zhou Ruihua. Zhou Ruihua hailed from the family of the Minister of War, Zhou, and was said to have felt an instant connection with Li Munyin upon meeting him. She had even risked her reputation to marry him. Although the emperor eventually granted the marriage, the relationship between the two families remained stiff, and they still had little contact. Madame Zhou stepped forward and said softly, "I have newly arrived at Buxianlu, but I didn't make a reservation in advance. I'm afraid I won't find a seat. That's why I took the liberty of asking Miss Mu. Would this inconvenience you?" Mu Yinyao stepped forward to greet her, smiling slightly. "Madam, you're an honored guest. If you don't mind, how about I personally brew a pot of tea for you to try?" Mu Yinyao personally brewed tea for Zhou Ruihua. After chatting idly for a few moments and taking her on a brief tour, Zhou Ruihua left Jinxiu Garden. Mu Yinyao escorted her all the way outside the garden, waiting until she boarded her carriage and departed. Steward Jean approached, smiling faintly. "Miss, what do you think of this person?" Mu Yinyao curved her lips into a smile. "Warm and amiable, very approachable. Even though we didn't spend much time together, she easily makes one feel favorable towards her." Hearing this, Steward Jean felt relieved. "Miss sees things clearly. I imagine Madame must be getting anxious. Miss should hurry home." He listened to their conversation, somewhat bewildered. "Steward Jean, what did you mean just now? I didn't catch any hidden meaning." Steward Jean flicked his sleeve, not waiting for the slow-witted Yu. "Consider Madame Zhou's status, and then consider Miss Mu's status." He stroked his chin, pondering. Madame Zhou is Li Munyin's principal wife, from the Zhou family of the capital, the legitimate daughter of the current Minister of War. Furthermore, the marriage was personally decreed by the emperor. If one were to scrutinize it, this layer of identity is rather superficial. I'm afraid Madame Zhou wouldn't hold it in high regard. Steward Jean nodded. "Haven't you already pointed out the crucial part?" He thought carefully, then suddenly froze. "Yes, logically speaking, even if Madame Zhou is approachable, she shouldn't treat Miss Mu with such favor. Moreover, for what I've heard, this Madame Zhou, despite her gentle appearance, is extremely proud internally. She even once declared disdain for becoming an imperial daughter-in-law. It seems the winds are about to shift in Jinling City again." Steward Jean stopped, his expression grave. "Recently, have your people keep a close watch. The Li family ultimately belongs to the First Prince's faction. Our current operations haven't fully expanded yet. We absolutely cannot let the First Prince become aware. Otherwise, all our previous efforts might be wasted." Li Qingzhou's eldest daughter entered the palace many years ago and now holds the rank of noble consort. She also raised the emperor's eldest son and is highly respected by the emperor. Now, the First Prince has married a daughter from a collateral branch of the Li family, making the connection even more solid, like a golden fortress. For the past 2 years, they have been supporting the First Prince in developing his faction. This is also a major reason why the emperor has begun to curtail Li Qingzhou's power. Mu Yinyao returned home. Su Qing looked her over and breathed a sigh of relief. "Why did that Madame Zhou seek you out? I suppose Nai Yunfang and Buxian Lu have become too prominent, and she intended to probe a little. I just played along with her act. Mother, rest assured, Madame Zhou comes from a noble background and married into a powerful family like the Lis. Naturally, she wouldn't stoop to making things difficult for me. Never mind the small Nai Yunfang and Buxian Lu. Even a behemoth like Kaiwa Pavilion is merely a merchant enterprise in their eyes." Su Qing couldn't help but sigh. "With Lord Chao and Madame Jean gone, I truly feel like I've lost some support." Mu Yinyao took Su Qing's arm and sat down. "Mother, don't worry. It's good that Godfather and Godmother went to the capital. When we return to the Su family, we can meet them in the capital. As for other matters, I have my own plans. To get close to the leader of the salt merchants, Wu Minji, Mu Yinyao specifically had Lu Liang investigate his preferences. She carefully cultivated several peony plants, preparing to cater to his taste on his birthday. She didn't expect the old fox to yield easily, but gaining some goodwill was better than facing complete guardedness. Recently, just as Mu Yinyao arrived at the flower house, she felt a piercing chill from behind. Turning around, she met King Yu's profound gaze. A gentle look flashed in King Yu's eyes as he nodded slightly. "I've returned." Jinlan tactfully withdrew. Lu Yang gave the two a deep look. Then he also exited the flower house, leaving only Mu Yinyao and King Yu facing each other from a distance. After a moment of silence, King Yu finally spoke. "When the flowers bloom, could you give me a plant? I also greatly enjoy flowers and plants." Mu Yinyao was taken aback, not expecting King Yu to be someone who loved flowers and plants. "As long as your highness likes them, it's naturally no problem." King Yu surveyed the surrounding flowers and plants with interest. "Are these intended as a gift for the salt merchant leader, Wu Minji?" Mu Yinyao nodded. "Yes, because he loves flowers and plants. I'm catering to his preference." King Yu gently touched the leaf of a peony and spoke lightly. "As the leader of the salt merchants, although he might not be wealthy enough to rival the state, the silver he handles flows like water. The gifts he usually receives often surpass the preciousness of imperial tributes. I'm afraid this peony might not necessarily catch his eye." Mu Yinyao smiled without offering an explanation, continuing to water the peonies with the kettle. "It's just asking for directions, after all. It would be good if we can find out, but it's no great loss if we can't." King Yu's intense gaze fell upon Mu Yinyao, momentarily lost in thought. Mu Yinyao shivered under his stare. She quickly put down the watering kettle, found an excuse, and turned to leave. "Your Highness must be extremely tired after rushing all the way here. I shall return first and not disturb you any longer." "Wait." Realizing his gaffe, King Yu quickly composed himself and grabbed Mu Yinyao's arm. "Last time, during the New Year, I returned in such a hurry that I didn't have time to prepare a New Year's gift for you. Today, I wish to make it up to you." For some reason, Mu Yinyao recalled the dozen or so ice lanterns King Yu had sent over each night during the New Year. The words of refusal reached her lips, but somehow couldn't be spoken. "Your Highness, there's no need for such trouble. Aren't you curious about what I brought for you?" King Yu leaned closer, his tall frame exuding a strong sense of pressure. Without waiting for Mu Yinyao to speak, he turned and walked out of the flower house. Mu Yinyao stood rooted to the spot, her brow furrowing tighter and tighter. Finally, she sighed and followed him. With the Salt Administration issue currently holding him back, she couldn't afford to strain their relationship. Otherwise, relying solely on herself, she would have no way to intervene. After a few steps, King Yu suddenly stopped. He took off his cloak and draped it over her shoulders. "It's been so cold along the way. Why didn't you say anything just now?" Fearing she might refuse, he didn't turn back to look. "What if you catch another cold?" Seeing the faint blush on Mu Yunyao's cheeks and the pallor fade, King Yu subtly breathed a sigh of relief. "Never let this happen again, remember?" "Yes, it's very warm in the study. This cloak isn't necessary," Mu Yinyao said, attempting to return the cloak. King Yu reached out and held her hand down. "Don't try to be strong." Mu Yinyao uncomfortably stepped back, trying to pull away, but ended up stepping on a cloak. She fell straight backward. King Yu reached out, caught her, and pulled her directly into his embrace. Mu Yinyao felt the world spin, and then the distinct, invasive scent belonging solely to King Yu filled her nostrils. Along with it came an even more pronounced body heat, causing her face to flush crimson instantly. They walked to the study, where King Yu brought out a small, exquisite cage. Mu Yinyao looked closely, her eyes widening slightly in surprise. Inside the cage, a small, snow-white fox was curled up, its lively eyes watching her. Its two fluffy ears stood erect, tinged with pink. Paired with its delicate little nose, it looked exceptionally well-behaved and adorable. Mu Yinyao couldn't help but reach out, wanting to touch its front paw. Just as she was about to make contact, King Yu abruptly grabbed her hand back. "Be careful. Its teeth and claws are poisonous." Inside the cage, the previously docile and cute little fox, having missed its target, was now baring its teeth fiercely, appearing extremely aggressive. "Be careful. This is a snow fox from Ueshi. They are inherently cunning and love to deceive people," King Yu reminded her softly from the side. Mu Yinyao was indeed intrigued, her eyes shining slightly. "Its appearance is exceptionally exquisite and cute." but this temperament needs to be properly tempered. Seeing how much she liked it, King Yu considered having it tamed before giving it to her. Keeping it by her side might offer some protection in the future. However, Mu Yuniao tucked it into her arms. No need. I will tame it myself. With that, she ran out of the study like the wind. One moment, the Kaiwa Pavilion was flourishing. The next, it collapsed entirely, completely sealed off. The emperor smiled. An edict, Tan Lin, the owner of Kaiwa Pavilion, under the guise of teaching embroidery techniques, secretly amassed wealth, colluded with local officials, helped Tan Boang cover up crimes, disregarded the law, and committed heinous acts. The matter of Kaiwa Pavilion spread like wildfire. Li Munyin put down the letter in his hand, sighed, and shook his head. It was originally a good thing. Alas, being too ostentatious ultimately brought disaster upon oneself. Zhou Ruihua placed a teacup by his hand, looking quite puzzled. Old master, and Ai Yunfeng also taught embroidery techniques before and was similarly beloved by the people of Jinling City. Why did the emperor issue an edict praising them? But when it came to Kaiwa Pavilion, it provoked his majesty's great anger. Why order an investigation? Li Munyin picked up the teacup and said leisurely, and Ai Yunfeng only influenced the small city of Jinling and then remained modest and well-behaved. They even compiled the embroidery techniques into booklets and presented them to the emperor. For the good deeds done within Jinling City, they attributed most of the credit to officials loyal to the emperor, daring not to overstep in the slightest. But Kaiwa Pavilion spread everywhere. In a single breath, he gained the adoration of the common people. His reputation even surpassed that of the imperial court. Tell me, would the emperor tolerate him? Just as dawn broke the next day, Mu Yunyao summoned Qi Ming. He was to travel to Yangzhou on her behalf to offer birthday congratulations to Wu Mingji. After all, the commotion she had caused in Jinling City was too significant. Rashly intervening in the Salt administration would easily arouse the vigilance of others. Qi Ming, however, was an unfamiliar face. Furthermore, the Yibao Pavilion he was preparing was about to open, primarily under the guise of opposing Ai Yunfeng. No matter how others speculated, they wouldn't connect it back to her. Qi Ming dressed himself up and, accompanied by the guards assigned to him by King Yu, swaggered directly into Yangzhou City. When Qi Ming arrived, a long queue had already formed in front of the Wu residence. Qi Ming presented the meticulously prepared calling card from Mu Yunyao and walked straight in. Qi Ming wore a broad smile, appearing exceedingly amiable. Yet, his actions and the look in his eyes were brimming with arrogance. This calling card was prepared by Mu Yunyao. His identity originated from the capital. There were vague connections to people from the first prince's residence, whether true or false. Presenting such an identity at the very least ensured that no one dared to slight him. After Qi Ming entered the residence, Wu Mingji personally came out to greet him. Qi Ming bowed in salute, his movements meticulous, yet his tone held not a trace of sycophancy or flattery, instead carrying a subtle, almost imperceptible air of pride. Within the main hall, salt merchants and magnates from various regions filled the seats. Although merchants were traditionally considered the lowest social rank, the influence wielded by these individuals was something no one dared to underestimate. Servants carried the gifts inside. Qi Ming began leisurely. I heard Chief Wu has a fondness for flowers and plants. I happened upon a peony that looked quite extraordinary, so I offer this flower to wish Chief Wu prosperity and peace. Hearing faint chuckles from below, Qi Ming continued, but this peony of mine is no ordinary flower. It can seek out its own master. Therefore, Chief Wu, it would be best if you personally came to bring out. Wu Mingji's brow furrowed, slightly displeased. Mr. Qi, since you were presenting me with a gift, it should rightly be you who brings the flower out. Hearing Wu Mingji's words, Qi Ming immediately performed a salute. It seems my gift has not met Chief Wu's approval. In that case, it's better not to offer it. It was presumptuous of me. My apologies for the disturbance. Farewell. I had thought you were a true lover of flowers, yet you don't even know that famous flowers choose their masters. Haha. With that, he actually turned and walked towards the entrance. In the instant Wu Mingji's expression flickered, he quickly called out, Mr. Qi, please stay. It was I who was discourteous just now. Please, Mr. Qi, don't take offense. A visitor is a guest. If I let you leave like this, it would be my failure as a host, Wu. He hadn't yet ascertained Qi Ming's true identity. If he let him leave just like that, it could lead to complications later. Filled with a measure of curiosity, Wu Mingji opened the box. Seeing another layer of white cloth covering the contents inside, he couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Truly adept at putting on airs, he somewhat reluctantly lifted the white cloth. Suddenly, he froze on the spot, eyes wide, staring in disbelief at the peony before him. The moment the white cloth was pulled away, the peony bud in the pot, which had been closed, began to slowly unfurl. Immediately, a heart-refreshing fragrance permeated the air, making one feel invigorated. Many people in the surroundings gasped in amazement. Wu Mingji was even more stunned, his face alight with pleasant surprise. Qi Ming, however, shook his head. Chief Wu, this flower has not acknowledged you as its master. It seems the destined person has yet to arrive. My apologies for the intrusion. Saying this, he signaled the young attendant behind him to cover the peony again and place it back in a box. Wait, Wu Mingji hurriedly stopped him. Mr. Qi, this flower bloomed the moment it saw me. Surely that proves I am its destined owner. Qi Ming still shook his head. Not so, not so. Chief Wu, look here. Hidden beneath the shadow of the peony leaves, there was another bud, closed and yet to bloom. Chief Wu, do you understand now? Both buds must bloom simultaneously to prove that this peony acknowledges you as its master. But it truly is strange. Why did only one bud bloom? Qi Ming frowned, perplexed. Wu Mingji's eyes, however, widened in realization. Please wait a moment, Mr. Qi. I will immediately go and call that person out. Wu Mingji led Madame Wei to the front of the peony flower. Madame Wei stepped forward and gently brushed aside the leaves. The moment she drew near, the peony bud that had remained closed instantly bloomed. Wu Mingji was overjoyed. I knew it. This peony was surely meant for us, husband and wife. Qi Ming had earned Chief Wu's gratitude, thus fulfilling the task entrusted to him by Mu Yunyao. Soon, the news traveled back to Jinxiu Garden. King Yu personally delivered the letter. His gaze swept over the snow fox nestled on her shoulder. King Yu's heart stirred. Its nature is cunning. Aren't you afraid it might take advantage of a chaotic moment to strike if you let your guard down like this? Mu Yunyao lifted the corners of her lips slightly, raising her arm. The snow fox obediently crawled down her arm, moving from her shoulder onto the back of her hand. Didn't Fourth Master say that the snow foxes of Yueshi possess spiritual intelligence? That once tamed, they become fiercely protective of their masters? I believe it can distinguish what is best for it. King Yu was somewhat curious. He had seen others tame snow foxes before, but never had he witnessed a tamed one appear so serene and close to its master. What did you do? Mu Yunyao narrowed her eyes. Does killing a chicken to warn the monkey count? I've been taking him to the kitchens with me every day lately. He's quite clever, actually. A smile spread in King Yu's eyes. So he became obedient? Mu Yunyao carefully read the contents of the letter. The resemblance between the girl and the snow fox was striking, causing King Yu to look a few more times, feeling as if a feather had gently drifted down into his heart, making it tremble uncontrollably. Fourth Master, I heard that the one dispatched this time to investigate the salt tax is the Governor-General of Liangjiang, Li Yuanyi. King Yu nodded slightly. Li Yuan-yi is from a collateral branch of the Li family. The current Grand Princess consort hails from this branch. He is the Grand Prince's maternal granduncle. Mu Yunyao couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile. Now, the entire Jiangnan region is about to get lively. The emperor sent someone to investigate the salt tax, clearly wanting to curb the rampant private salt trade. But if he sends members of the Li family all the way to Jiangnan, wouldn't that just turn it into the Li family's domain, allowing them to amass wealth opportunistically and help the Grand Prince expand his influence? King Yu pondered for a moment. Imperial Father's mind is profound and difficult for outsiders to fathom. However, from the current situation, it seems Imperial Father likely holds some dissatisfaction towards my eldest Imperial brother. Thinking of Li Yuanyi's fondness for beautiful women, Mu Yunyao asked to borrow one of King Yu's secret guards, the maiden Mingyin. Before leaving, she also asked King Yu to give the little fox a name. He called it Ta Shui, treading on snow. After she left, Lu Yang rushed back with news from Qi Ming. Wu Mingji and the others were extremely cautious. Although they appeared cordial to Qi Ming, they remained deeply wary of him. Qi Ming had only vaguely gathered from others' conversations that, after some time, a large batch of officials will be transported via the West River, passing through Jinling City. Moyunio is stirred. With the emperor about to send someone to investigate the salt tax, there shouldn't be a large-scale movement of officials at this time. Such news wouldn't spread without reason. She instructed Qi Ming to be careful and not rush his inquiries. In times like these, the steadier one remained, the more inscrutable they appeared to others. Yibao Xian can also open now. Let's start with 2 branches, one each in Jinling City and Yangzhou City. I will have Jin Guanshi dispatch people from Buxian Lu to help him establish a firm footing. Spare no expense. We must first build its reputation. After Lu Liang departed, Mu Yunyao immediately rose to see King Yu. Arriving at the study, she waited quite a while before King Yu entered. Seeing his appearance, Mu Yunyao's heart skipped a beat. King Yu must have just finished bathing not long ago, dressed in a light-colored robe, revealing glimpses of firm abdominal muscles. His ink-black hair cascaded down, making him look exceptionally handsome. Mu Yunyao's face flushed red, and she quickly turned to leave. Since you've come, why leave without saying anything? It makes my heart worry. King Yu's gaze fell upon her, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Mu Yunyao let out a long breath and spoke. It's about some news from Qi Ming. He found out that recently, there might be a large group of officials passing through Jinling City, being transported north. Transporting officials at this time, King Yu clearly understood the implications, his mind racing. I will have someone investigate further. It's absolutely impossible to transport a large number of officials at this moment. There must be a reason we don't know. Having finished discussing official matters, Mu Yunyao made an excuse, planning to slip away. King Yu offered to escort her back. Mu Yunyao quickly voiced her refusal, but King Yu had already stood up, taken a lantern from the doorway, and lit it. Let's go. It's dark. I won't be at ease if you go alone. Mu Yunyao suppressed the ripples in her heart and reached out to take the lantern from King Yu's hand. Fourth Master should dry his hair first. It's just a short distance. I can go back by myself. Without waiting for King Yu to reply, she quickly walked away. Watching her retreating figure hurry off, a faint, almost imperceptible sigh escaped King Yu's heart. He had thought Mu Yunyao's defenses against him had lessened somewhat, but now it seemed she was still full of caution. Jin Guanshi walked over, holding a cloth towel. Constant dripping wears away stone. Persistent sawing cuts through wood. The road ahead is long and winding. Perseverance can cover 1,000 miles step by step. I heard the things you were reciting were rather disorganized. King Yu interrupted Jin Guanshi, a slight smile reappearing on his lips. But the principle makes sense. Returning indoors, King Yu took out a red string and gently shook it. Only then did his troubled thoughts seem to quiet down somewhat. Wherever Mu Yunyao and Bu Xianlu were located, opposite them, a shop called Yibao Xian had opened. Wu Mingji immediately went to Yibao Xian to gather information. He chatted idly, trying to draw out details for quite some time. Wu Mingji grew even more suspicious of Qi Ming's identity. The sealing of Inkai Yuega was inexplicably linked to Nianfang. This led him to believe Qi Ming had a powerful backer, was dissatisfied with Nianfang, and had come to authorize him to suppress Nianfang's businesses. Upon returning to his residence, Wu Mingji summoned Chao Wei. The two families conferred. This time, the person dispatched by the emperor to investigate the salt tax was the governor-general of Liangjiang, Li Yuanyi. He is the first prince's maternal uncle and belongs to the first prince's faction. Jiangnan is bound for turmoil. If we cannot accurately gauge the situation, perhaps we will be the next to fall. They were all fully aware of Qi Ming's actions over the past few days, each harboring different thoughts. This Qi Ming, his conduct appears bold and unrestrained, yet his mind is meticulous and calculating. Every action, every move holds a purpose. Even the shopkeeper of Buxian, Lu, suffered a setback at his hands. Such a style of operation, coupled with his methods and financial resources, cannot be underestimated. Wu Mingji's brow furrowed slightly. We just received word that the investigator for the salt tax is Li Yuanyi. Right after, he sent over his visiting card. The timing of his appearance is simply too coincidental. I feel increasingly uneasy. Could this Qi Ming truly have been sent by the first prince? The three remained silent for a moment before Wu Mingji continued. Regardless, we must proceed with caution. If he was indeed sent by that person, we might need to rely on him later. Even if he wasn't, being careful is never wrong. Have our people treat Qi Ming with more deference. Avoid any conflict with him. Furthermore, regarding the salt tax issue, you can have someone discreetly leak some information as long as it doesn't trace back to us. They possess a large quantity of private salt they haven't managed to ship out. Holding onto it ties up a significant amount of silver. They've underpaid a substantial amount of salt tax previously. When Li Yuani arrives to investigate, he'll spot the discrepancies immediately. Therefore, they intend to use the pretext of procuring official salt this time to dissolve their private salt stock in water. By doing so, the deficit in silver can be attributed to the cost of purchasing official salt. The silver is spent, the salt is dissolved. As for the actual truth, who could possibly dive into the river to investigate? Mu Yinyao examined the letter Qi Ming had sent back, then turned to King Yu. Fourth Master, what are your thoughts? King Yu stated firmly, this matter is decidedly out of the ordinary. Mu Yinyao nodded in agreement. For them to proceed this way, there must be an underlying reason. Purchasing official salt now requires a vast sum of silver. With the salt tax inspection looming, spending such a large amount will reflect very poorly on their accounts. Yet, they are willing to take such a significant risk. The most plausible explanation is that there is something illicit about this silver. King Yu gave a slight nod. If the salt merchants intend to collude with officials to commit fraud, they will undoubtedly strive to make their cover-up meticulous. There likely won't be major issues when the official salt is purchased and loaded onto the ships. The most probable point for manipulation is during the transportation process. Hearing King Yu's analysis, Mu Yinyao was reminded of something. Several years ago, the price of salt plummeted sharply. The salt merchants were extremely discontented. During the transport of official salt, they deliberately arranged for salt ships to encounter floods. This instantly created a salt shortage. The populace scrambled to buy, causing prices to skyrocket several-fold within a short time. It's possible they are employing the same tactic again. King Yu's brow furrowed slightly as his thoughts raced. I will have someone investigate this immediately. Early the next morning, Ming Yin came looking for Mu Yinyao. Jean Guanxi had already informed her of Mu Yinyao's plan. The plan required her to use a beauty trap to seduce Li Yuani. Mu Yinyao had anticipated some hesitation from Ming Yin, but surprisingly, Ming Yin accepted with resolute determination. Mu Yinyao studied Ming Yin, sighing softly in her heart. When Jean Guanxi had recommended Ming Yin, he had told Mu Yinyao that Ming Yin's entire family had been ruined by Li Yuani. 10 years prior, Ming Yin's father served as the prefect of Linjiang City, while Li Yuan, he was the provincial governor of Linjiang. Linjiang City experienced a drought unseen in a century. The imperial court issued a decree for disaster relief and grain distribution. Ming Yin's father, obeying the imperial decree, went to inspect the granaries, only to discover the grain had vanished, replaced by sack after sack of sand. After extensive investigation, it was revealed that Li Yuan, he had secretly spirited away the grain, selling it all for silver. Ming Yin's father, an official of integrity, seeing the people of Linjiang City left without grain, furiously intended to report the matter to the imperial court. Regrettably, the Li family's influence was immense. Li Junzhou held the position of prime minister. The report was intercepted before it could even leave Linjiang City. Subsequently, Li Yuan fabricated evidence, framing Ming Yin's father for the entire affair. Consequently, even now, mentioning his name causes the people of Linjiang City to erupt in curses. Now presented with an opportunity to get close to Li Yuan, she knew she had to seize it. Regardless of the price, she would follow the instructions with all her might, ensuring that those who framed her father would pay for their actions. Mu Yinyao compiled details about Li Yuanyi's circumstances and preferences into a booklet, handing it to Ming Yin. Afterwards, she imparted techniques for charming and deceiving people. As Ming Yin carried the booklet away, Mu Yinyao's earlier movements and instructions replayed vividly in her mind. Despite his demeanor, Jean Guanxi had just walked over when he saw Ming Yin looking utterly lost. Ming Yin, what's wrong with you? Ming Yin snapped back to reality, her heart leaping in fright. Steward Jean, I was just thinking about something. Steward Jean nodded. Has Miss Mu taught you how to approach Li Yuan? At this reminder, Ming Yin's face suddenly flushed crimson. She has. I need to go back and practice brewing tea. I won't disturb Steward Jean any longer. Your servant takes her leave. After speaking, she curtsied directly and turned, walking away quickly. Steward Jean had only asked casually, but seeing Ming Yin's reaction, his heart suddenly clenched. Why was that girl acting so strangely just now? Could it be that Miss Mu taught her something extraordinary? The more Steward Jean thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He'd better tell His Highness as soon as possible. The next time Ming Yin went for lessons, he absolutely had to have His Highness accompany her. Otherwise, he felt like something bad was bound to happen. Having made up his mind, Steward Jean hurried to the study. While grinding ink, he remarked casually, as if unintentionally, that girl Ming Yin seemed extremely reliable originally. But why does she seem so flustered now? Just moments ago, I asked her how her studies with Miss Mu were progressing. Unexpectedly, she turned red-faced and left immediately. I wonder what Miss Mu actually taught her. King Yu's brow furrowed. The writing brush he held snapped in his hand with a crisp crack. Steward Jean looked over with extreme innocence, saying composedly, this batch of brushes wasn't bought well. Later, I'll dock you Hang's monthly allowance for 2 months. King Yu nodded. Qing Shu, go find out when Ming Yin will next visit the Su residence. When Ming Yin came for her next lesson, King Yu indeed followed along. I heard you were instructing Ming Yin, so I thought I'd come and observe. After all, this matter carries significant weight. If Li Yuan detects anything unusual, it would hinder our subsequent plans. Mu Yinyao felt his reasoning was sound and didn't perceive anything amiss. Ming Yin held the booklet, earnestly seeking guidance. Your servant has memorized everything in the booklet. I just don't know how to truly grasp its essence. Mu Yunyao nodded. In that case, next, you must integrate the contents of the booklet into your actions. Let your every move naturally reveal an alluring intent. Only then can you bewitch others. Ming Yin pondered carefully for a moment, feeling as though she had grasped something, yet unable to pinpoint it when she tried to analyze it closely. Miss, your servant boldly asks, could you perhaps demonstrate the tea brewing techniques from before once more? Mu Yinyao nodded. Very well. This time, I will slow down my movements and explain them carefully to you. Pay close attention and try to internalize it. The three sat down in the courtyard. Mu Yunyao gently raised her hand. I once heard someone say that common bewitchment techniques only enchant the eyes. This method might make someone infatuated for a time, perhaps utterly captivated, but the end result often harms both parties. Truly superior bewitchment, however, enchants the heart. Only by captivating the heart can one make someone utterly devoted, truly lost in fascination, unable to extricate themselves. Even if everyone tells him you are a deceiver, even if you break his heart completely, he still cannot bear to see you weep. Mu Yinyao lifted her gaze towards Ming Yin, but her eyes inadvertently met King Yu's. Her heart suddenly jolted. At this moment, King Yu was watching her with rapt attention. King Yu once again recalled the legends from Yueshi about the snow fox. A fox's body possessing spirit, formed from the essence of heaven and earth, taking human form, capable of enchanting all living beings. At this moment, Mu Yunyao seemed the very incarnation of a snow fox. Gazing at her, King Yu felt his usually steady heart suddenly stir restlessly deep beneath his ribs, leaping like a startled rabbit, making him feel flustered. Only now did Mu Yunyao realize the impropriety of her actions. Her breath caught sharply in her chest, her mind filled with aonak, frustration/regret at her own carelessness. She quickly averted her gaze towards Ming Yin. Ming Yin, did you remember the movements I just made? Ming Yin lowered her head in embarrassment. Miss Mu, your servant was mesmerized just now. Forgive me. Ming Yin felt deeply ashamed. She always wanted to learn quickly, but seeing Mu Yunyao's every frown and smile, she couldn't help but lose focus. Mu Yunyao comforted her with a few words. As Ming Yin walked away, Mu Yunyao felt the intense gaze from behind her, making her instinctively want to flee. She quickly stepped forward and took Ming Yin's arm. Ming Yin, let me accompany you for a walk to clear your head. Huh. A smile touched King Yu's lips involuntarily, yet it held a trace of bitterness. A few days later, Lu Liang returned with news from Qi Ming. Master, the information is confirmed. The salt merchants indeed intend to collude with the officials, using the pretext of purchasing salt to cover the deficit in salt taxes. A bright smile flashed in Mu Yunyao's eyes. Qi Ming has worked hard. When he returns, he must be handsomely rewarded. Mu Yunyao pondered. Deliberately avoiding King Yu like this wasn't quite appropriate either. Thus, she took the letter next door to Jinxiu Garden and handed the correspondence to King Yu. A letter arrived from Qi Ming. It confirmed our previous suspicions were correct. The salt merchants indeed intend to use the purchase of official salt to cover their deficit. Mu Yunyao's expression soured. These people are truly audacious. Although the court prohibits the sale of private salt, in reality, only about 30% of the salt trade in Jiangnan goes through official channels. The remaining 70%, the vast majority, is privately sold by these salt merchants. Even the government has repeatedly failed to stop this. The emperor must surely be aware, but perhaps lacks the means to investigate and prosecute. This might be for the best. If they were law-abiding, we truly wouldn't have an opportunity to intervene. King Yu pondered carefully, quickly running the plan through his mind. I will immediately have people watch them. As long as they dare to tamper with the salt during transport, I have ways to seize the real official salt. A thought struck Mu Yunyao. Fourth Master, I heard from Qi Ming that this purchase of official salt involves funds of about 6 million taels of silver. And that's just the bulk purchase price. If this batch of salt is sold, the money involved could reach tens of millions. The salt merchants dare to act this way because they naturally have backing. Your men must be extra careful. We cannot afford any mistakes. King Yu offered a faint smile and nodded. Rest assured, I will personally oversee it. Nothing will go wrong. Mu Yunyao's eyes flickered, the corners of her lips lifting into a radiant smile. Then, has Fourth Master decided how the silver should be divided? King Yu gave her a half-smiling look. Qi Ming went to gather intelligence, which counts as a contribution. Your coaching of Ming Yin, if she successfully gets close to Li Yuan and helps tamper with the salt tax audit, also counts as a contribution. However, the main effort still comes from my side. I can give you a share. Fourth Master is too stingy. Mu Yunyao feigned indignation. Suddenly, a smile bloomed on her face. But you are right. My contribution is indeed small. Therefore, after this batch of official salt is sold, I won't take a single coin of the silver. King Yu felt a stir within him. This wasn't like her usual style. Even one share would amount to over 1 million taels of silver. Doesn't it pain you? Moyunio es milidepend. I don't own the silver from selling the official salt. However, if I have ways to obtain silver from other places, it all belongs to me. How about that? King Yu quickly considered. Besides this batch of official salt, where else could money be squeezed from? But Mu Yinyao didn't give him much time to think. Fourth Master, making money depends on one's own abilities. Your men have the capability to seize the official salt, so the silver from its sale naturally belongs to you. If I have ways to acquire silver from elsewhere, that silver naturally belongs to me. This way is fair and just. Surely you wouldn't haggle with me over such minor gains? King Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Fine, I agree. In mid-April, the emperor decreed an investigation into the salt tax. He appointed Li Yuan, the governor-general of Liangyang, as the imperial commissioner to inspect Jiangnan, audit the salt tax, and rectify salt administration. Li Munyan, serving as the jingling salt commissioner, was the first to respond to the emperor's decree. He presented the ledgers and documents for the imperial commissioner's inspection. Mu Yinyao had prepared in advance, having Nanner find children from the CO Bureau to spread songs about Enai Yunfang and Buxian Lu Jiangnan is good, Jiangnan is fine. Even immortals forget to leave once they arrive. Enai Yunfang is draped in rosy clouds. Buxian Lu holds celestial tunes. The tea service is graceful like fairies. One fragrant cup dispels all worries. Before long, the ditty spread throughout Jingling City. The effect was excellent. Soon, it attracted Governor-General Li Yuanyi to pay a visit to Dong Qianlai Baifang. Li Yuan surveyed the surroundings. Munyan, the Miss Mu you spoke of, is she the one who received imperial rewards twice? Li Munyan bowed slightly. Precisely her. I have met Miss Mu before and praised her for being exceptionally blessed with talent and beauty, truly rare. Jing Guanshi, smiling, ushered the two men inside, cursing inwardly, shameless old scoundrel. Just as they entered, Ming-yin, clad in a white gauze dress, walked out slowly. She curtsied gracefully to the two men, her voice melodious like a nightingale's song. "Greetings, your excellencies. I am Ming-yin." Li Yuan-yi, initially interested in Mu Yin-yao, found his gaze instantly fixed upon Ming in the moment he saw her. "Please rise, Mississippi Ming-yin." Truly a fine name. Li Mun-yin scrutinized Ming-yin, a flash of greed flickering in his eyes. Once the two were seated, Ming-yin softly inquired, "What kind of tea would your excellencies prefer? I need to select the water source and tea set according to the tea type." Li Yuan-yi's gaze deepened. "This is my first visit to Bushin-lu. I'm unaware of the customs. Why don't you decide for us, miss?" Ming-yin seated herself behind the tea table, took a deep breath to suppress the surging hatred in her heart. With practiced and elegant movements, she began to prepare the tea. Li Yuan-yi watched Ming-yin's every move, swallowing involuntarily. She made no superfluous gestures, yet there was an inexplicable allure about her. Li Mun-yin frowned deeply. He felt as though Ming-yin was intentionally trying to seduce Li Yuan-yi, yet upon observing her actions closely, it didn't seem so. Could he be overthinking it? "Please have some tea, esteemed sirs." Ming-yin carefully placed the teacups, respectfully presenting them before the two men. Li Yuan-yi took a sip of the tea, his gaze once again falling upon Ming-yin. His heart remained unmoved, yet the smile gracing his features was impeccably proper. He inquired about Ming-yin's background and shared some details about himself, his words repeatedly hinting at his own distinguished status, as if intentionally flaunting it. Finally, at Li Mun-yin's urging, he departed from Jinxiu Garden. Ming-yin let out a long, deep sigh of relief. Utterly drained, she sank onto the floor, a cold sweat having broken out across her forehead and back. Steward Jean, entering just then and witnessing the scene, quickly instructed someone to help her up. "Miss Ming-yin, please come with me. Fourth master and Miss Mu wish to see you." Ming-yin entered the study and recounted the entire process and conversation, concluding, "It just seems Li Yuan-yi isn't particularly interested in me." Mu Yin-yao offered reassurance. Although Li Yuan-yi has a fondness for beautiful women, he is by no means an incompetent fool. His residence is filled with numerous beauties, yet not a single one was coerced by him. In fact, quite a few women are genuinely devoted to him. While rumors of his romantic escapades are plentiful, no one has ever accused him of being heartless. Therefore, dealing with him requires exceptional patience. In any case, investigating the salt tax in Jinling City will take some time. You will have opportunities during this period. Tomorrow, you shall attend to the tea guests as usual. However, in the evening, you must accidentally fall into the water and require several days of quiet recuperation. Do you understand? Ming-yin couldn't help but voice her concern. "Miss, if we proceed this way, Li Yuan-yi won't have much time left in Jinling City." Mu Yin-yao shook her head. "This matter cannot be rushed. If we arouse his suspicion, then no amount of time will be of any use." King Yu waved a hand, signaling Ming-yin to withdraw. He then fixed his gaze upon Mu Yin-yao. Mu Yin-yao's heart gave a little jump. She lifted her eyes, meeting his gaze with a smile. "Fourth master, why are you looking at me like that?" "It's nothing. There has been movement over in Yangzhou City. I must set off tomorrow to travel with the ships. During this period of my absence, matters concerning Yuan-yi will fall entirely to you." As Mu Yin-yao departed from Jinxiu Garden, walking back, she appeared somewhat lost in thought, her heart heavy. No matter how nonchalantly she composed her features, a trace had inevitably been etched upon her heart. Every time she saw King Yu, she couldn't help but involuntarily recall the dozen or so ice lanterns he had sent, one after another. She had believed she'd already put them out of her mind. Yet, upon careful reflection, there remained a corner deep within her heart where the glow of those ice lanterns perpetually flickered, denying her easy tranquility. The following day, upon hearing the news of Ming-yin's fall into the water, Li Yuan-yi indeed dispatched an attendant bearing numerous medicinal supplies, but Ming-yin refused them all, sending them back. Witnessing his behavior, Li Munyin felt compelled to offer counsel. Buxianlu is different from other places. Moreover, your purpose in coming here this time was for tea and refreshment. It is truly ill-advised to stir up further complications. If you have genuinely taken a fancy to that Mingyin, wait until this business is concluded. I will find a way to deliver her to your residence. Li Yuan gave a perfunctory grunt in acknowledgement. Rest assured, I naturally know what I'm doing. Li Munyin felt a flicker of displeasure. Yet, according to familial hierarchy, he was obliged to address this man as cousin-uncle, which meant many things could not be stated too bluntly. I wonder when cousin-uncle intends to proceed to Yangzhou City? Compared to Jinling City, those cities in the Jiangnan region are the true focal points of the investigation. Li Yuan smiled, an air of profound mystery about him. Salt merchants from Yangzhou City have approached us, expressing their hope that we scrutinize Jinling City with particular care. Consequently, we cannot hastily depart for Yangzhou City. We must linger here for some additional time. Li Munyin mulled over the implications of Li Yuanyi's words. The salt merchants would absolutely never wish for a meticulous inspection. To say such a thing now was merely a tactic to compel them to remain longer in Jinling City, thereby affording the merchants ample time to make thorough preparations. It appeared there were undoubtedly significant problems within the Salt administration this time. Precisely. By conducting the inspection slowly, I grant them the time to prepare adequately, which effectively does the salt merchants a favor. The potential benefits from this in the future could be limitless. His objective this time was specifically to assist the eldest prince in currying favor with these salt merchants, so that later on, wealth could be extracted from them. Li Munyin, inwardly delighted, offered a word of caution. While this is indeed good news, cousin-uncle must also exercise extreme caution. After all, the salt merchants are notoriously cunning, and these waters run exceedingly deep. The slightest misstep could result in capsizing in an unforeseen channel. After Li Munyin had departed, Li Yuan glanced towards the restorative gifts arranged on the table. It seemed that tomorrow he would have to pay a personal visit to inquire after her well-being. The very next day, Li Yuan arrived at Buxianlu, eager and impatient, yet he did not find Mingyin. Steward Qin appeared troubled and apologetic. My deepest apologies, Lord Li. The tea patrons arriving daily to inquire after Mingyin are ceaseless, but Miss Mingyin refuses to see anyone at all. My hands are tied. I cannot compel her. Li Yuan directly slipped a silver bank note into Steward Qin's hand. Might I trouble the esteemed steward to perhaps ask Miss Mingyin on my behalf? Who knows? Perhaps she might be willing to grant me an audience. Steward Qin accepted the silver note, a smile blooming on his face. In that case, please wait just a moment, my lord. Shortly after, Ming Sicha led Li Yuan to a pavilion in the rear courtyard. Mingyin, dressed in a pink gauze skirt, was gazing absently at the water's surface. Looking at her pale, yet exquisitely beautiful profile, Li Yuan felt his heart completely captivated by her. He softly called out, "Miss Mingyin." Hearing the voice, Mingyin abruptly snapped back to reality, quite surprised. Lord Li. Li Yuanyi's eyes held deep concern. "Miss Mingyin, you seem troubled. Is there anything I can help you with?" Mingyin looked up and smiled bitterly. "I'm quite well, Lord Li. You needn't worry." Saying this, she guided Li Yuan to sit down in the pavilion. "If my lord doesn't mind, allow Mingyin to brew a pot of tea for you." Li Yuan sat opposite her, his tone full of solicitude. "Miss Mingyin, no matter what happens in Jingling City, I can more or less lend some assistance." Mingyin didn't respond, just smiled faintly. Her smile was like a gentle ripple spreading across the water's surface, light and fragile, evoking an involuntary sense of pity. Suddenly, a breeze blew, lifting Mingyin's sleeve and revealing a long scar on her arm. Mingyin quickly pulled her sleeve down, but Li Yuan had seen it clearly. "Miss Mingyin, that injury on your arm." Mingyin hastily stood up, her expression growing more flustered. "Mingyin has been impolite. I shall not entertain you here any longer. Please excuse my departure." "Miss, please stay." Li Yuan instinctively stepped forward to grab Mingyin's arm. Mingyin flung her hand away. Li Yuan only managed to brush her sleeve with his fingertips. Mingyin hurried away, failing to notice a silk handkerchief falling from her sleeve. Li Yuan stepped forward and picked up the handkerchief. Embroidered on it were 4 lines of a short poem. Flowers bloom, unshared the sight. Petals fall, unshared the plight. If you ask where longing lies, it's when flowers bloom and fade from eyes. Li Yuan, he stared fixedly at the retreating figure, his heart growing increasingly tumultuous. Over the next few days, Li Yuan, he went to Buxianlu every day to see Ming Yin, but each time, she found various excuses to avoid him. On this day, Li Yuan, he finally couldn't hold back and confessed his feelings to Ming Yin. Ming Yin's expression was cold as she replied bitterly, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Lord Li, but it really isn't necessary. I am no canary, nor am I accustomed to living in a golden cage." Hearing her direct refusal, Li Yuan, he grew anxious. "Miss Ming Yin, why must you be so stubborn? I can sense that you are not entirely unmoved by me either." Ming Yin's face changed. She abruptly stopped walking, subconsciously clutching her arm. "Lord Li, just consider me stubborn. Besides, I am inherently of lowly status and unworthy of you, my lord." No matter how Li Yuan tried to persuade her, Ming Yin remained resolute. He, who had never lacked admirers, found himself increasingly preoccupied with Ming Yin. At night, as Mu Yunyao slept drowsily, she suddenly heard a noise at the window. She quickly reached her hand under the pillow. "Ooh, don't be afraid. It's me." King Yu's voice sounded in the quiet night. Mu Yunyao quickly got up and opened the door. "Fourth master, did everything go smoothly?" King Yu's eyes held barely suppressed joy. "Things went just as we predicted. The salt was loaded onto the ships smoothly. There were no problems, except that hidden on the river were boats identical to the salt transport ships. The bags on those boats were filled entirely with sand, not salt. The salt merchants planned to take advantage of the night to swap the salt ships with the sand-filled ones. They were caught red-handed by our men. The salt ship was intercepted, and all the salt on board has already been moved to a safe place." Mu Yunyao's heart leaped with joy. "What about those boats filled with sand?" King Yu's eyes twinkled with amusement. "They've already been scuttled. The salt merchants, already guilty, didn't dare make a fuss about it either." Mu Yunyao nodded. If the imperial court found out the salt transport was intercepted, they would surely dispatch a large number of people to investigate and clear it up. In that case, the salt merchant's fate would be countless times worse than this. King Yu coughed softly, his face turning somewhat pale. Mu Yunyao quickly took King Yu's hand to check his pulse. Upon feeling it, her heart suddenly jolted in shock. "Fourth master, how did you get injured so badly?" "It's not that serious." Before King Yu could finish, Mu Yunyao resolutely turned and went back into the room. She quickly wrote down a conditioning medicinal formula on paper. "Internal injuries should not be taken lightly. Fourth master, please don't dismiss this. Fortunately, I have most of the medicinal ingredients here. Once it's brewed, I'll have someone send it over." King Yu obediently nodded in agreement. "Good, then I'll wait for you to send it over." After speaking, he turned directly and left. King Yu returned to Jinxiu Garden and quickly took a bath, waiting for Mu Yunyao to send the medicine. Shortly after, Steward Jin knocked on the door, his voice full of worry. "Your Highness, are you injured?" Upon entering, his gaze swept over King Yu. This medicine was sent over by Miss Mu. Hearing it was sent by her, the light in King Yu's eyes instantly dimmed. He pushed the medicine bowl aside. "Steward Qin, no need to worry. I'm fine." A flicker of embarrassment crossed King Yu's eyes before vanishing just as quickly. He clenched his fist and coughed lightly. "I merely used my internal energy to alter my pulse slightly. It's nothing." Steward Jin paused, stunned, then blinked rapidly. Then, "Your Highness, please rest early. After all, you've suffered an internal injury. It wouldn't be good if it worsened from lack of rest." Having said his piece, Steward Jin turned and left directly. Once outside the door, he couldn't help but chuckle aloud. To think, after only half a year, His Highness already knew how to feign injury to gain a lady's sympathy. Impressive, truly impressive. The next day, Mu Yunyao met with Ming Yin, handing her a packet of medicinal powder and instructing her to swap out the Governor-General of Liangjiang's official seal. The Lianshan Guild certainly wouldn't swallow this major loss without a fight. They would definitely seek ways to retaliate and would soon approach Li Yuanyi. If Ming Yin missed today's opportunity, Mu Yunyao's entire plan would be ruined. Therefore, she and King Yu had deliberately remained in Jinxiu Garden. However, Li Yuan-yi, who usually arrived early every morning, brought Li Moon-yin with him when he came today. Mu Yinyao's heart suddenly sank. Could it be they had received some news? King Yu quickly signaled her to remain calm. I will find a way to lure Li Moon-yin away, but doing so might make him suspicious afterwards. Mu Yunyao nodded. This was a golden opportunity. If she seized it properly, she could rest easy thereafter, unafraid even when facing the Su family. But if she missed it, she would have to tread carefully from now on. King Yu looked at her intently, his tone steadying. Don't overthink it. Just do what you need to do with confidence. Although my influence isn't fully established in Jiangnan yet, protecting you is still well within my capabilities. Mu Yinyao felt as if her heart was being tightly squeezed. In her past life, she had been helpless and alone, desperately wishing someone would appear before her and shield her. Driven to desperation, she had chosen the third prince, King Jing. She had painstakingly tried to please him, doing everything to make him happy, only to die a miserable and unexplained death in the end. In this life, she no longer relied on others for protection, striving instead to become strong enough to shield her loved ones from harm. Yet now, someone had stepped forward voluntarily, saying he could protect her, causing waves of emotion to surge within her heart. King Yu closed the lid of the tea set. It's about time. Go check on Ming Yin. Mu Yunyao suppressed all her turbulent thoughts, her smile gentle and serene. Thank you, Fourth Master. If Ming Yin doesn't succeed, there's no need to force it. We can simply wait for another chance later. Hearing this, King Yu stopped abruptly in his tracks. Caught off guard, Mu Yunyao bumped right into his back. Without turning around, King Yu spoke, his voice firm and chillingly resolute. She won't fail. Since it was something she wished to achieve, he would exert all his effort to make her wish come true. No matter what it was, he would pour everything he had into it for her. Meanwhile, Ming Yin was serving tea to Li Yuan-yi and Li Moon-yin, her heart pounding with anxiety. According to the plan, she was supposed to drug Li Yuan-yi's tea and then steal the Governor-General of Liangjiang's seal. Who would have expected Li Moon-yin to appear out of nowhere? She could only wait for the right moment. Li Moon-yin observed Ming Yin, suspicion stirring anew in his heart. Li Yuan-yi was utterly captivated by her, and given the sensitive nature of the past few days, precautions were necessary. Ming Yin sat quietly to the side. Though she desperately told herself to stay calm, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of her agitation, which Li Yuan-yi happened to notice. Miss Ming Yin, you seem troubled by something? Ming Yin lowered her head slightly. Brewing tea for guests and ensuring their comfort is my most important duty. Naturally, nothing else matters more than attending to you, sirs. Li Moon-yin curled his lip into a cold smirk. Miss, you certainly have a sweet tongue. Just as Ming Yin was about to serve the tea, she suddenly knocked over a teacup. Scalding tea splashed directly onto her skirt, causing her to cry out. Li Yuan-yi immediately stood up, concerned. Miss Ming Yin, are you all right? Are you hurt? I'm fine, sir. Please don't worry. I'll just go change my clothes and come back to serve you both. No need. We have other matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving now. Li Moon-yin rose directly, looking sternly at Li Yuan-yi. Cousin, there are still matters at the yamen. We should go take a look. Ming Yin panicked inwardly. Li Moon-yin was clearly suspicious of her. If they left just like this, all of Mu Yunyao's meticulous planning would be for naught. Just as she was desperately trying to think of something to say to salvage the situation, Mu Yunyao's voice sounded from the doorway. Hearing that Lord Li is here, I took the liberty of coming to pay my respects. Please forgive my intrusion, your lordship. Mu Yunyao walked in, saw the tea stains on Ming Yin's clothes, and hurried forward to check if Ming Yin was burnt. Ming Yin's eyes filled with remorse. Forgive me, my lord, I am unharmed, but I've wasted this perfectly good tea. Mu Yunyao's eyes softened into a smile. It's all right as long as you're not hurt. Don't trouble yourself over it. As it happens, I have some matters to discuss with Lord Li. You may leave this to me. Seeing Mu Yunyao, Li Moon-yin sat down once more. Miss Mu, it has been a while. May I ask what brings you here to see me? Mu Yunyao smiled and replied, with the Dragon Boat Festival in May just a few days away, and seeing how the people of Jingling City have always treated me with great kindness, I wish to take this opportunity to give some zongzi, grain, and the like as a token of gratitude to the citizens of Jingling. Interest immediately sparked in Li Moon-yin's eyes. The smooth success of a Chow Yu cotton venture had been thanks to Mu Yunyao's influence. If Mu Yunyao was planning another major undertaking, he naturally wanted to be involved. And how much does Miss Mu intend to gift? I plan to use all the 100,000 liang of profit I previously earned. 100,000 liang? Li Munyin hadn't expected Mu Yunyao's generosity to be so vast. Even the disaster relief funds allocated by the imperial court typically amounted to only slightly more than 100,000. Nearby, Li Yuan Yi, who had been watching Mu Yunyao, lost in thought, couldn't help but interject. As far as I know, Miss Mu's reputation in Jingling City is already unparalleled. Even His Majesty holds you in high regard. From my perspective, there is truly no need to be so demanding of yourself. Mu Yunyao replied while preparing tea. Truthfully, it is more that I wish to cultivate some goodwill for myself. This way, when Ni Yunfang expands to other regions, perhaps the resistance encountered will be somewhat lessened. Li Munyin chuckled softly. Miss Mu is certainly forthright. Mu Yunyao presented the teacup. Before you two esteemed lords, I wouldn't dare to lie or act presumptuously. Besides, even if I didn't voice these minor thoughts, your lordships would surely guess them. Li Yuanyi's gaze remained fixed on Mu Yunyao's movements, growing more captivated the longer he watched. Her complexion was fair, like flawless jade, making it increasingly difficult for him to look away, stirring a desire to draw closer and appreciate her beauty more intimately. Lost in this thought, he instinctively rose to his feet. Li Munyin, who was contemplating Mu Yunyao's words, noticed Li Yuanyi's movement and frowned sharply. Uncle, you haven't even finished your tea. Are you planning to return to your residence already? Li Yuan snapped back to reality. I have long heard of Miss Mu's esteemed name, but never had the fortune to meet you. Seeing you today, I couldn't help but feel excited. Please forgive my lapse, Miss Mu. It's of no consequence, my lord. You are too kind, Mu Yunyao quickly replied, shaking her head. She then turned her gaze back to Li Munyin. Lordly, managing the distribution of grain is not easy. Previously in Shizhou, it was Lord Chao and Madame Jean who handled the arrangements. I merely contributed some silver and benefited from their efforts. If Lordly has a specific plan, I shall have the silver delivered to your residence/manor. Li Yuan quickly interjected. Rest assured, Miss Mu, we will formulate a detailed plan within the next 2 days and discuss it with you. How does that sound? A smile bloomed on Mu Yunyao's face. Naturally, that would be best. I apologize for troubling you two lords. Under Mu Yunyao's clear gaze, Li Yuan, he felt almost weightless, utterly charmed. Seeing Mu Yunyao rise to leave, Li Yuan, he couldn't stop himself from starting to follow her. However, Li Munyin firmly grasped his shoulder, his expression darkening. Uncle, he said gravely, Mu Yunyao has received praise from the emperor multiple times. She has now been accepted as an adopted daughter by Chao Yuanian and Madame Jean. Behind her stand Ni Yunfang and Buxin Lu. Her influence surpasses even that of the legitimate daughters of ordinary prominent families in the capital. Therefore, whatever thoughts you may harbor, you must suppress them completely. Li Yuan frowned. Nephew, your words are biased. I am the uncle of the eldest prince, practically imperial kin. If Miss Mu were interested, it would hardly be a disgrace to her. Li Munyin was speechless. Uncle, at your age, you are more than old enough to be her father. Hearing this, Li Yuan Yi's face instantly darkened. Nephew, those words are exceedingly harsh. I'm merely stating the facts. Uncle, do not forget the purpose of your investigation into the Salt administration this time. If you jeopardize official matters, do not blame father for coming personally to reprimand you. It's getting late. We should leave. With that, Li Munyin turned and walked out directly. Mu Yunyao arrived at the study to find Ming Yin kneeling on the floor, still in her unchanged clothes, her face faintly pale. She looked up at King Yu. What is the meaning of this? King Yu raised his head, his voice cold. Ming Yin failed in her task. She deserves to be punished. Mu Yunyao gave a slight smile. There is still room to salvage the situation. You need not be overly hasty. Before she could finish speaking, Yu rushed in anxiously. Fourth Master, the Governor-General of Liangjiang, Li Yuan has returned. He specifically requests to see Miss Mu. The atmosphere in the study instantly turned frigid. Yu couldn't help but lower his head further. That Li Yuan, he must have a death wish, daring to harbor intentions towards the person His Highness King Yu admired. King Yu stopped Mu Yunyao as she started to move, a frown creasing his brow. You need not see him. Let Ming Yin try again. If that still doesn't work, I will handle it. Sensing the murderous intent in King Yu's tone, Mu Yunyao quickly shook her head. Li Yuan, you will be very useful later on. We cannot let him become suspicious at this time. It is most appropriate for me to go. Absolutely not. King Yu's brow furrowed even tighter. For Li Yuan to rush over to see Mu Yunyao at this moment. His intentions seemed blatantly obvious. How could he possibly allow her to walk into potential danger? Yu shot Ming in a meaningful glance, and the two quietly withdrew. Only King Yu and Mu Yunyao remained in the room, facing each other. Fourth Master, why is this? Do you not trust me? It is Li Yuan I do not trust. King Yu's expression was glacial, the chill emanating from him making the atmosphere in the study increasingly tense. Mu Yunyao paused, only then realizing the reason behind King Yu's staunch refusal. He was jealous. Fourth Master, I am merely going to retrieve the seal. Nothing else will happen. Besides, she added, I am well versed in medicine. I possess the means to protect myself. Even so, I cannot let you expose yourself to danger. King Yu remained stubbornly unyielding. Mu Yunyao's brow knitted together, a flicker of exasperation rising within her. Is Fourth Master planning to build a golden cage to keep me locked up? King Yu's lips twitched. Gazing at Mu Yunyao's determined expression, he finally let out a resigned sigh. I will accompany you. I will remain hidden nearby to ensure your safety. He drew a dagger from his sleeve and handed it over. Keep this for self-defense. Seeing Mu Yunyao again, Li Yuan Yi's eyes lit up. I just heard Miss Mu speak of thanking the citizens of Jingling City during the Dragon Boat Festival. I was deeply moved and thought I might offer some assistance. As you know, Miss Mu, I am now the Governor General of Liangjiang. I have some influence in many areas. If you wish to expand the scale of an Yun Fong, I can offer my full support. Mu Yunyao looked overjoyed, her eyes sparkling like stars. Is what your excellency says truly genuine? Naturally. Would I deceive you, Miss Mu? From our first meeting, I felt a strong connection. Your kind heart and nature are truly commendable, which is why I wish to help. It is not for any sort of reciprocation. Mu Yunyao sensed him drawing nearer and slowly turned. Lord Li, you are being so considerate towards me. Yunyao truly has no way to repay you. Allow me to wholeheartedly brew a pot of fine tea for you as a token of my gratitude. Li Yuan Yi's mind, at present, was not focused on tea at all. Naturally, whatever she said was fine by him. Unconsciously, he had moved to stand beside the tea table. Mu Yunyao finished preparing the tea, rising with the cup in hand. Just as she turned, she bumped into Li Yuan Yi. The teacup in her hand nearly spilled, prompting him to quickly reach out and steady it. Forgive me, Lord Li. Li Yuan Yi caught only a whiff of the tea's fragrance before his expression turned slightly dazed. Mu Yunyao apologized. While with extreme swiftness, she swapped the seal pouch hanging from his waist. With a flick of her wrist, the original was hidden within her sleeve. In preparation over these past days, she had even prepared numerous identical scent pouches matching Li Yuan Yi's. Whether in size, shape, pattern, or weight, they were exact replicas of the one he wore. Mu Yunyao's movements were incredibly fast. Li Yuan, he felt nothing amiss. He merely accepted the teacup, sipping distractedly. Just as he was about to say something more, Steward Qin's voice sounded from the doorway. Lord Li, just now, His Excellency dispatched Sui Feng to request Lord Li return to the Yamen for discussions. Li Yuan Yi's brow furrowed in deep displeasure. Li Mun Yin was truly meddlesome. Yet, wary of Li Mun Yin and fearing he might report matters to Li Chengxiang, he dared not provoke him. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to depart. Once Li Yuan Yi had left, Mu Yunyao quickly returned to the study, seal in hand. He had already laid out the pre-forged letter. Mu Yunyao rapidly affixed the seal impressions onto the paper. After King Yu inspected it, he immediately ordered his guards to deliver it overnight to Yangzhou. Mu Yunyao restored the seal to look almost exactly as it was before, placed it back into the duplicate pouch, and handed it to Yu. Be careful. We absolutely cannot let Li Yuan Yi notice anything unusual. Rest assured, Mississippi. Yu took the pouch, swiftly left Jinxiu Garden, and went after Li Yuan Yi. Li Yuan Yi, in a foul mood, rode his horse towards the government office. As he passed a crossroads, a small pebble suddenly flew out, striking the horse's neck. The startled horse neighed loudly. Li Yuan Yi, shaken, pulled hard on the reins, nearly falling off. Just then, a burly man darted out, reached the horse, and grabbed the reins. Only then was Li Yuan helped down, safe and sound. Li Yuan stepped forward to express his gratitude. Many thanks, strong warrior, for your timely rescue. After Li Yuan had ridden some distance away, the burly man took a winding path through several turns into an alley and produced the swapped scent pouch. Sir, Li Yuan didn't suspect a thing. You nodded in satisfaction. Take this silver and travel overnight to Hawaiian City. The Busian Lu branch there is already open. I will arrange for someone to settle you in. Within Jinshio Garden, King Yu stood by the pavilion, his face like cold frost. Keep a close watch on Li Yuan. For the next few days, I do not wish for him to set foot in Jinshio Garden again. Though standing with his back to them at one side, listening to King Yu's commands, it felt as though a blizzard swept past, carrying an infinite, unspoken meaning that sent a chill deep into the hearts of the two men. D.E. hastily nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Your Highness, your subordinate will attend to it immediately. Sensing the surrounding coldness slightly abate, D.E. stepped forward and spoke. Your Highness, recently the First Prince seems to also be slowly infiltrating Jiangnan. Should we take action to obstruct him? No need. We have planned for many years. Our strength must not be exposed. Otherwise, it's highly likely we could be uprooted entirely. This time, once Yunyao's plan is complete, the salt merchants will inevitably throw the entire Jiangnan region into chaos. Find a way to lead the clues towards the First Prince. Within Yangzhou City, the salt merchants gathered, their faces etched with worry. Chief Wu, the official salt shipment was intercepted. Every one of us has suffered significant losses. Losing a few million taels of silver is a small matter. The crucial point is, once this affair is investigated, I fear we will no longer have a foothold in Jiangnan. Indeed, Wu Mingji frowned slightly. Fortunately, to outsiders, it appears that batch of officials has already sunk to the bottom of the river. This means there's no incriminating evidence. At the very least, the salt tax accounts have been balanced on paper, enough to deal with the Governor General of Liangjiang. Though you say that, if the people who intercepted our salt expose the matter, what should we do then? Wu Mingji gave a cold laugh. That salt, once sold, is worth perhaps tens of millions of taels. Since those people intercepted the salt shipment, they naturally did it for profit. Would they be foolish enough to hand the salt shipment over to the authorities? Everyone felt Wu Mingji's words were reasonable and departed with heavy hearts shortly after. Unexpectedly, they simultaneously received an invitation card, summoning them to Chunfeng Courtyard to discuss important matters. Initially, they were dismissive, but upon seeing the seal on the invitation, they couldn't help but adopt a serious demeanor. The invitation was issued by Li Yuan, the Governor General of Liangjiang. Whether it was genuine or fake, they could not afford to be negligent. They wondered if the matter of the salt shipment had been exposed. Wu Mingji had no clue either, feeling only an exceptional unease in his heart. Let's go to Chunfeng Courtyard first and meet the person, he decided. That evening, the salt merchants arrived at Chunfeng Courtyard, their hearts heavy with apprehension, each one deeply unsettled. When they finally saw the person who had sent the invitations, their eyes widened involuntarily. Wu Mingji's gaze flickered violently. Mr. Qi, you have kept us thoroughly in the dark. To think that you are actually affiliated with the Governor General's mansion. Qi Ming, alias Qi Yi, neither confirmed nor denied. He scanned the assembled salt merchants, shook his head, sighed, and said, Gentlemen, what you have done this time has truly gone too far. Wu Mingji abruptly spoke up. Mr. Qi, what exactly are you referring to? Qi Ming fanned himself with the folding fan in his hand and sneered. Chief Wu, why continue to feign ignorance? What I speak of is naturally the official salt transport ship sinking in the West River. Wu Mingji lifted his teacup and took a sip. We are already aware of this matter. It truly is a pity. We heard that the amount of salt on that shipment was considerable. Qi Ming's expression turned cold. Judging by Chief Wu's meaning, you are not prepared to discuss this matter with me? If that's the case, then I have disturbed you all. Saying this, he rose and walked towards the door. A salt merchant near the entrance immediately stood up and hurried after Chi Ming. "Mr. Chi, please stay. Let's talk things over properly. We salt merchants have always shared fortune and misfortune. At this moment, it is a critical time when the imperial court is investigating the salt tax. We absolutely cannot afford internal conflict." Chi Ming glanced back at the listening salt merchants. "I originally intended to extend a favor to save your lives, but I didn't expect that with disaster imminent, you would still try to play games with me. Mr. Chi, don't be hasty. Let's talk properly. Please come back inside and sit down." Several salt merchants pleaded and cajoled until they finally persuaded Chi Ming back into the room. Chi Ming placed his teacup heavily on the table. "Now, does Chief Wu understand what matter I was referring to?" Wu Mingji could only grit his teeth and nod. "Presumably, Mr. Chi must be referring to our secret manipulation and inflation of salt prices, which has caused the recent rise in the cost of table salt." Chi Ming snorted coldly. "Wu Mingji, you are audacious and reckless. You actually conspired secretly with officials, using sand to replace table salt to cover the deficits in your salt tax payments." Wu Mingji's heart leaped. "Mr. Chi, please do not speak recklessly. This is a capital crime punishable by the extermination of one's entire clan. Since you remain stubbornly unrepentant, there is no need for me to say more." Chi Ming looked towards the other salt merchants. "You can all accompany this fine chief of yours to the grave." "Mr. Chi, please don't be hasty." One of the salt merchants couldn't maintain his composure any longer and turned directly to Wu Mingji. "Chief Wu, Mr. Chi was able to inform us in advance. It seems he is on our side, wanting to save our lives. This is not the time to be muddled." Wu Mingji sighed, bowed deeply towards Chi Ming, and said, "Please forgive me, Mr. Chi. This matter carries enormous implications, and for a moment I was too panicked to think clearly. May I ask how you came by this information, sir?" "Someone wrote a secret letter detailing your clandestine substitution of salt with sand and delivered it into Lord Li's hands. Furthermore, the informant claims they can produce conclusive evidence." Chi Ming shook his head. This time, Lord Li was ordered to investigate the Jiangnan salt tax. He initially intended to extend a favor, hoping you would remember the goodwill of the Li family and the first prince. Who would have thought you would be so audacious, stirring up such a monumental disaster? Wu Mingji lowered his head. "To be perfectly honest, the deficit in the salt tax was simply too vast. We were forced into this desperate measure. We implore Mr. Chi to advise us on what we should do to persuade Lord Li to show leniency." Chi Ming sighed, saying, "As for the identity of those who expose your scheme of replacing rock salt with sand and mud, there isn't the slightest clue. To prevent Lord Li himself from becoming entangled and unable to extricate himself, your only option now is to quickly use silver to cover the salt tax shortfall." Wu Mingji furrowed his brow deeply. "But this matter is already widely known. If we produce the silver now to cover the deficit, wouldn't that clearly indicate our guilt? I have already informed you all. Whether you take this path or not is entirely up to you. My message has been delivered. If you reach an agreement, you can come directly to find me at Chunfeng Courtyard." Walking out of Chunfeng Courtyard, Wu Mingji signaled his guards to discreetly keep an eye on Chi Ming. He gestured for the others to remain calm and absolutely avoid any private actions that might expose them further. They would wait for 3 days as planned, assess the situation then, and decide their next move. According to Wu Mingji's thinking, even if they had to pay, they should stall for some time. Unexpectedly, however, news arrived the very next day. Rumors spread of boats dredging for something in the West River. Boats dredging for something in the West River? Upon receiving the news, Wu Mingji hurried back to Chunfeng Courtyard, only to see Chi Ming walking in, looking travel-worn and dusty. "Mr. Chi, where have you been? Why you look so weary and fatigued?" Chi Ming smiled. "My apologies for my appearance, Chief Wu. Some matters arose below that required my attention." Wu Mingji's heart leaped. Did he know about the situation on the West River? Could it be that those people had connections with Chi Ming? Or perhaps those people were actually sent by Li Yuan himself? Once they were in the room, Chi Ming spoke directly. "Chief Wu, you've come looking for me this time. Have you decided on a plan to cover the silver deficit?" Wu Mingji, his heart heavy, probed cautiously. "To be frank, Mr. Chi, I've recently heard some rumors saying there are boats on the West River dredging for something." A smile touched Chi Ming's eyes as he gave Wu Mingji a deeply meaningful look. "Chief Wu, there's no need to be nervous. The river is merciless. Whether something that fell into the water remains in its original original spot is another matter entirely. Does going down necessarily mean one can retrieve anything? Besides, can we be certain that whatever is brought up is the same thing that sank before? Wu Mingji began to smile along with him. Mr. Qi, we have also considered it. However, openly covering the deficit is truly difficult to manage. We can only trouble Mr. Qi to handle this discreetly and find a way. Qi Ming frowned, his expression showing extreme difficulty. Chief Wu, you are putting me in a difficult position. Wu Mingji produced a large, bulging pouch. This is a small sum for team money. Please accept it, Mr. Qi. Once the matter is settled, we will certainly show our immense gratitude. Qi Ming weighed the pouch, sighed, and said, Chief Wu, my master greatly admires your character and has paid close attention to you, even from the capital. With your intelligence, you should understand that there is more than one path. Hearing him mention the word master, Wu Mingji felt his guess was correct. This Qi Ming was very likely an advisor to the first prince. Therefore, he responded with even greater caution, his face showing reluctance. If it were just me, I would certainly be willing to toil for the Mister's master. However, I represent numerous salt merchants. I hope the Mister can help explain things to my master. This is understandable, but the mountains are high and the rivers long. We can observe things slowly over time. After speaking, Qi Ming stood up and walked out of the room. I will do my best to mediate. As for the silver to cover the deficit, Chief Wu should still prepare it in advance. A day later, Wu Mingji delivered the collected silver to Qi Ming. Mr. Qi, has Lordly given any definite word? Qi Ming handed over a letter. Chief Wu, Lordly made arrangements long ago. This is the Lord's personal letter and also a form of proof for you. Wu Mingji's eyes widened as he took the letter, carefully examining the handwriting and seal. Finally, he felt relieved. With this letter, he wouldn't have to fear Li Yuan coming after them in the future. As Wu Mingji departed cheerfully, Qi Ming couldn't help but chuckle softly. He hoped that once the truth came out, this Chief Wu could still manage a smile like the one he wore now. After Wu Mingji left, Lu Liang emerged. Qi Ming stepped forward and bowed respectfully. My lord, the silver has all been received. What should be our next step? If those salt merchants found out he took the silver but didn't act, they would likely want him dead. Miss has already made thorough arrangements. You just focus on managing Yibao Pavilion here. Don't worry about the salt merchants. Soon, they won't be able to cause any more trouble. Qi Ming's eyes widened, his heart pounding with excitement. Could it be Miss intended to deal with this entire group of salt merchants at once? If not handled carefully, it could turn the entire Jiangnan region upside down. Lu Yang's expression was indifferent. Mrs. Affairs are not for us to guess. Just focus on doing your own job well. Lu Yang quickly returned to Jingling City with the banknotes. Mu Yinyao was in the conservatory trimming leaves. Lu Yang strode into the room in 2 large steps. Kneeling before Mu Yinyao, he greeted her Mississippi. Everything proceeded smoothly. Mu Yinyao patted Lu Yang's shoulder, her face flushed with excitement. Excellent. With this much silver, we could even make the devil turn the millstone. Seeing Mu Yinyao so delighted, Lu Yang's expression softened as well. Does the master truly love silver so much? It's not the silver I love, Mu Yinyao replied, but what it represents. In these times, if you lack power, you must have silver. If you have neither, it's very difficult to live a peaceful and contented life. Mu Yinyao recounted the events in Yangzhou to King Yu. Seeing the smile on Mu Yinyao's face, King Yu couldn't help but feel happy too. Right now, the salt merchants think they've settled a major worry and are celebrating in secret. I just wonder if they'll still be smiling when Li Yuan arrives there. Qi Ming is still in Jiangnan, so I must ask your highness to dispatch personnel to ensure his safety. I fear that once Li Yuan arrives, the salt merchants might tear him apart alive. King Yu couldn't help but look over, a faint smile playing on his lips. Qi Ming has already earned enough silver for you. Why haven't you sent him elsewhere to lie low? Moyunio is milidepend. This has only netted us just over 10 million taels of silver. The net worth of any 1 or 2 of those salt merchants picked at random exceeds that amount. Naturally, we must find a way to fleece them again. King Yu's heart skipped a beat, his eyes widening. What? Over 10 million taels? The entire Dali dynasty's annual tax revenue is only just over 50 million taels. and you managed to squeeze over 10 million taels out of those salt merchants in one go. How could that not be shocking? King Yu didn't quite know how to describe his feelings at that moment. He blamed himself for agreeing too readily back then, handing such a lucrative piece of meat directly to Mu Yunyao. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of calculation flashing within them. You just said you want to fleece them again. Do you need my help? Mu Yunyao couldn't help but look up at him. Didn't your highness say before that you only wanted the batch of salt I intercepted? Why do you now want to finger in other pies? King Yu cleared his throat lightly. I see you're working quite hard and wanted to offer my help to share the burden. Why be so wary? I can't let your highness suffer a loss either. How about I offer the silver to buy that batch of salt you hold? That much salt is a large target and extremely difficult to dispose of. Why don't I buy the salt you have at the market price? That would save you further trouble. King Yu strongly suspected Mu Yunyao was setting another trap for him. This batch of salt is hard to sell in my hands, and it will be the same in yours. You've worked so hard to earn this much silver. Aren't you afraid of taking a loss by giving it to me so easily? Mu Yunyao turned away, preventing King Yu from seeing her expression. Helping you turn the salt into cash is mutually beneficial. Suffering a small loss is nothing. King Yu looked over with a half-smile. Forget it. Since you are being so sincere with me, I cannot let you suffer a loss either. I will slowly figure out a way myself. Mu Yunyao shook her head, slightly disappointed. She had hoped to earn some more silver from His Highness. It seems that won't be possible now. Then I shall be frank. I plan to spread the news that the salt merchants swapped the official salt. King Yu's brow twitched. If you do that, when the imperial court investigates, both you and I might be implicated. Mu Yunyao smiled faintly. But what if, before the news blows up, this batch of salt is recovered? Recovered? King Yu was puzzled. Are you suggesting I should send this batch of salt back? Mu Yunyao blinked, her face full of smiles. Something obtained with such difficulty must naturally be bought back by the salt merchants at a high price. King Yu's eyes lit up slightly. You intend to release the news to deliberately cause panic among the salt merchants? And then have Qi Ming step forward to guide the salt merchants into buying the salt to salvage the situation. This way, although it will cause turmoil, the consequences won't be too severe. With the Li family now overseeing Jiangnan, Prime Minister Li Qingzhou will surely find ways to mediate. His Majesty will most likely handle it leniently. But what if the salt merchants don't listen to Qi Ming's advice? Mu Yunyao stated with great certainty, if they listen, they will merely spend some silver to protect their fortunes and lives. They will naturally have opportunities to earn more silver in the future. If they don't listen, this time they might even lose their lives. As long as they aren't fools, they will surely know how to choose. Qi Ming's identity is linked to the first prince's mansion in the capital. Even if those salt merchants harbor resentment, they will eventually seek out the true culprit, the first prince. Yangzhou City. The salt merchants had thought they could finally rest easy, but they never expected news to strike like a bolt from the blue, exploding right above their heads. Didn't you say the matter was already settled? Qi Ming calmly sipped his tea, a cold smile playing on his lips. I was about to ask Chief Wu, why did you spread the news that the salt ships were transporting not salt, but mud and sand? What? Wu Mingji felt as if struck by lightning. How could we spread such news? That's a capital offense. Are we insane? Qi Ming set down his teacup with a cold snort. Bring the person in. Wu Mingji had come storming in to demand answers, but he was stunned into silence, right where he stood by the evidence Qi Ming presented. Qi Ming set down his teacup. With a cold snort, he ordered, bring him in. Immediately, a man was brought forward. Do you recognize this man? Isn't this Zhou Lu? Wu Mingji choked back the angry retort rising in his throat, forcing himself to swallow it. This man was indeed Zhou Lu, the brother-in-law of the salt merchant Wei Qi, known for his expertise in whining, dining, womanizing, and gambling. Could it be that he was the one who leaked the information? Qi Ming settled back on the soft couch, took a sip of tea, and spoke coldly. This man was drinking and carousing in a brothel. After getting drunk, he started bragging in front of the courtesans. That place is a melting pot of all sorts of people. Once word gets out, it spreads like wildfire in the blink of an eye. Naturally, the matter couldn't be contained. I've been working behind the scenes for you, trying to find a way to cover the deficit, while you directly sabotage my efforts. Are you trying to drag Lord Li down with you? As Qi Ming spoke, his tone grew tinged with anger. Wu Mingji snatched the teacup from Qi Ming's hand. He splashed the contents onto the drunken Zhou Lu's face. Confess honestly, did you spread the rumor? Jolted awake by the cold tea, Zhou Lu was still disoriented. Seeing Wu Mingji, he immediately started crying and begging for mercy. Chief Wu, I know I was wrong. I had too much to drink, and my tongue loosened. I didn't realize things would get this serious. Please save me. I'll never drink again. Wu Mingji slammed his fist on his Zhou Lu's head, feeling the urge to kill him. You damned fool! You worthless idiot! He turned pleadingly to Qi Ming. Mr. Qi, we must find a way to salvage this now. Qi Ming stroked his chin, his expression grim. Chief Wu, you make it sound easy. If the higher-ups investigate, even Lord Li will find it hard to escape blame. He'll be struggling to save himself then. How could he possibly protect you? Mr. Qi, please calm down. The master you serve has far-reaching influence. Surely there's a way. How much silver is needed to turn things around? Ning Jingguan interjected. Even if it means bankrupting ourselves, we must settle this matter. Qi Ming sighed heavily. Now that Lord Li is also involved, it can be said we are all in the same boat. If this boat capsizes, none of us will survive. Since the incident has already occurred, someone must step forward to take responsibility. Wu Mingji's heart trembled, filled with dread. Mr. Qi, you mean you want us to push someone out to take the fall? Qi Ming nodded. Just taking the fall isn't enough. You must claim that some government officials, seeing the vast amount of salt, became greedy. They deliberately hid the real salt shipments and replaced them with sand and mud, then declared the salt ships had sunk. Then Lord Li, with his sharp eyes, discovered their wicked scheme, immediately detained and interrogated them, and recovered the large batch of salt. Wu Mingji listened, his face etched with worry. Mr. Qi, the method you propose is feasible, but we truly have no salt available right now. Qi Ming frowned. There are many salt merchants among you. Those smaller ones must still have some stock. We need to find a way to buy some from them. Wu Mingji pondered for a moment, then sighed deeply. We can only try this. We'll gather as much as we can. It's better than all of us being tied up and beheaded. They spent 2 days pooling resources, but the amount collected was less than 10%. Just as Wu Mingji was consumed by worry, a servant suddenly entered to report, Master, someone delivered a letter at the gate. Wu Mingji opened it nonchalantly, but upon seeing the contents, his heart leaped violently. On the paper were only 3 words, I have salt. Wu Mingji's mind raced. It only stated the price, not the quantity for sale. Could the sender be the same person who robbed their salt shipment earlier? Wu Mingji gritted his teeth in fury. Despicable. That batch of salt was originally theirs. Not only was it stolen by this person, but now they were expected to buy it back at such an exorbitant price. Another day passed, and the situation grew increasingly tumultuous. Not only was there a severe shortage of salt on the market, but the price of the small amounts available was outrageously high. Wu Mingji ground his teeth in hatred. These vile opportunists, 15 million taels of silver. They intend to drain our entire fortunes, force us to sell our properties. If I manage to survive this crisis, I will definitely make them taste my methods. Meanwhile, Mu Yunyao was counting the property deeds and land titles in her hands, unable to contain her wild laughter. I truly am a genius, taking advantage of the chaos to make another huge profit. Jinlong walked in slowly. Miss, someone is at the door. They claim to be subordinates of Lord Li, the Governor-General of Liangjiang. Mu Yunyao smiled faintly. Send them away. Tell them to go back where they came from. 2 days prior, rumors about the crew swapping salt for sand and mud had begun to circulate. Li Yuani had no choice but to set off for Yangzhou City. While en route to Yangzhou City, he suddenly received a letter. The letter clearly detailed which officials were involved in the salt embezzlement, how they planned to substitute sand and mud for salt to make illicit profits, and even specified the hiding place for the stolen salt. Upon arriving in Yangzhou City, Li Yuan immediately dispatched government troops. They went to the hiding place mentioned in the letter. Unexpectedly, they indeed found a large cache of salt in a warehouse. When the officials from Yangzhou City arrived, they were thrown into prison by Li Yuan before they could even utter a single word. It was blatant that they were being made scapegoats. This would not only quell the salt crisis in Jiangnan, but also allow him to claim merit from it. More importantly, it would win over a great deal of popular support for the imperial house. Although he didn't know who had secretly sent in the letter, overall, it had done him a huge favor. Li Yuan composed a memorial detailing the events. It was dispatched post-haste to the capital overnight. Upon receiving the news, King Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. This lordly was truly decisive in his actions. In just a few short days, the Jiangnan salt situation was under control. The Northern Salt Transport Commissioner, Si Yin Tong, refused to speak, but one person alone couldn't stir up significant trouble. Fourth Master, Lord Li is certainly riding high on success now. I imagine it won't be long before that batch of rock salt is reloaded onto ships and sent north. Does Yin Yao have any thoughts on the matter? King Yu's gaze sharpened abruptly. This batch of rock salt, coming and going, had already generated over 30 million taels of silver. And she was still eyeing this salt? Could it be she intended to seize it again and sell it once more? Mu Yinyao looked at King Yu, her eyes gleaming brightly. Just as she was about to speak, King Yu raised a hand to stop her. He turned, his expression serious, towards Jingguan. Clear the study. Ensure there isn't a fifth ear listening. Jingguan nodded with a grave expression. He then went outside and issued orders to Hung and Yu, clear the surroundings of the study. Even if there are mice, block up their holes. A moment later, the area around the study fell completely silent. King Yu looked at Mu Yinyao. Ask whatever you wish to ask. Mu Yinyao seemed slightly stunned, unable to recover for a moment. She had merely made a casual suggestion earlier, testing King Yu to see if he harbored thoughts of profiting again. She hadn't expected him to take it so seriously, leaving her momentarily unable to react. Say whatever you want to say. When you're finished, I also have some questions I wish to ask you. Mu Yinyao's heart tightened slightly. If I ask, can Fourth Master guarantee that everything you tell me is the truth? Mu Yinyao's smile turned somewhat cool, her gaze chillingly clear as she watched King Yu. King Yu frowned but offered no answer. Mu Yinyao curled her lip into a cold smile, her heart filled with indescribable mockery. Fourth Master, please just consider my previous words unsaid. It's getting late. I shall not impose any longer. He constantly tested her, yet hoped for her complete honesty. Where in the world did such logic exist? Stop! King Yu rose to his feet, striding quickly to stand behind Mu Yinyao. Ask me. I guarantee I will tell the truth. King Yu's gaze burned, his expression focused like never before. A powerful impulse surged within him. He wanted Mu Yinyao to understand everything about him. As long as Mu Yinyao wanted to know, he was willing to shed all his defenses, to present himself completely before her. His tall frame almost completely enveloped Mu Yinyao. An intensely invasive aura struck directly at her heart. She had to admit, the shadow King Yu had cast in her previous life still affected her. It made her fear him from the bottom of her heart. King Yu sensed Mu Yinyao's change, his brow tightening sharply. Yinyao, you fear me? Mu Yinyao let out a cold laugh. Fourth Master possesses imposing authority and a noble status. A mere woman like myself is naturally fearful. No, if you truly feared my authority or were intimidated by my status, you would not have chosen to cooperate with me. Even less would you haggle during our subsequent cooperation. What exactly is it about me that you fear? The beginning of his association with Mu Yinyao had indeed not been pleasant, but in their later interactions, he had done his best to convey his intentions. So he genuinely wanted to know, what exactly did she fear about him? Mu Yinyao unconsciously clenched her fists. After a moment of silence, she suddenly gave a cold laugh. Fourth Master, our predetermined statuses are worlds apart. If I were to say I wasn't afraid of you at all, that would be deceiving you. Why must you fixate on such a trivial matter? King Yu lowered his gaze. If you're unwilling to speak, then so be it. Why fabricate these excuses to deceive me? Although I am an imperial prince of the current dynasty, speaking seriously, my status is not necessarily more esteemed than that of the Su family within the capital. You dared to secretly plot against the Su family, acting without the slightest fear. How much less would you fear me? I have investigated you. You were previously timid and cowardly, yet after a severe illness, Empress, your methods suddenly became forceful. Your grandmother, Madame Li, and Zhang Kaiju met miserable ends. The embroidery, tea ceremony, and medical skills you possess, added to the flower cultivation you recently displayed, and the techniques of enchantment you demonstrated. These are things absolutely beyond the grasp of an ordinary family. You are shrouded in mysteries. Muyunya Okalenchit had feastaitiv, had fingernes piusin herpalms. She lifted her eyes, smiling at King Yu. So, Your Highness King Yu, how do you intend to deal with me? Treat me as a demoness to be slowly interrogated, or will you draw the sword at your side right now and kill me, settling everything once and for all? Seeing Mu Yunyao raising her defenses completely, King Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. No, I have no intention of harming you. I just want to tell you, I can help share your burdens. I can help protect you and your loved ones. Your Highness, King Yu, Mu Yunyao interrupted him coldly. Since you've decided not to kill me, I shall take my leave. Having spoken, Mu Yunyao turned directly and walked towards the door. Whatever King Yu was thinking, she had neither the time nor the energy to play along with him. The days passed one by one, and seeing that the Su family was about to come knocking, she still had many things unprepared. Besides, who knew if King Yu would become the next King Jing? She had already walked down a dead end once. She didn't want to repeat the same mistake. Yunyao, King Yu felt helpless. He had intended to get closer to Mu Yunyao, but unexpectedly, he had pushed her completely away in an instant. The turbulent emotions surging in his eyes were like a tidal wave, threatening to bring devastation if they crashed down. He had never taken such initiative to approach someone before. He thought the time was ripe, thought he could finally be considered one of her own, which is why he impulsively asked those questions. But the result, King Yu opened the box on the table and picked up a white magnolia hairpin. The hairpin was entirely white, lustrous, and flawless. It made him feel instinctively that this hairpin would suit Mu Yunyao perfectly. Over the next few days, news from Yangzhou City trickled back. Li Yuan, he was currently working nonstop, verifying the salt affairs in Yangzhou City. Qiming would soon be brought before Li Yuan. Mu Yunyao instructed coldly, "Have Qiming give the letter I prepared for him to Li Yuan." That letter was written in the first prince's handwriting. He would naturally find ways to erase Qiming's traces in the salt tax case and protect him. One day, King Yu finally couldn't resist and invited Mu Yunyao over again. He wanted to hear Mu Yunyao's thoughts on that batch of salt. Mu Yunyao spoke directly. Currently, salt prices remain high and illicit salt is rampant. The common people already live difficult lives. The soaring salt prices will undoubtedly add to their burden. King Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, quickly pondering. Are you suggesting I send people to intercept that batch of salt again? Mu Yunyao smiled and nodded slightly. Right now, the salt merchants are busy protecting themselves for plausible reasons, so naturally, they don't have the capacity to deal with us. But once they recover, they will surely seek revenge by any means necessary. Therefore, it's best to be decisive and eliminate future troubles completely. King Yu pondered carefully for a moment, his gaze gradually deepening. Although this matter was dangerous, the opportunities within were boundless. If successful, his manpower would undergo a dramatic transformation. Mu Yunyao smiled. In a little while, the salt ship will pass West River, going through Jinling City. If we could catch a day with heavy fog, that would be heaven lending us a hand. King Yu gave Mu Yunyao a deep look, then nodded. All right, I will have someone arrange it immediately. Having finished with official business, Mu Yunyao rose to leave. I won't disturb Fourth Master any longer. Wait, King Yu stood up. He took an exquisite wooden box from his side. Thanks to your strategies, I was able to earn so much silver so smoothly. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you can accept it. Mu Yunyao took the box and opened it for a glance. Her heart jolted. Fourth Master, this jewelry is too valuable. Accept it. King Yu closed the lid. I'd hate to throw these things away, yet keeping them gathers dust. Giving them to you is just right. This jewelry was left by his late mother. It had been stored with him for a long time, and now, finally finding someone he wanted to give it to could be considered fortunate. After Mu Yunyao left, Steward Qin quickly entered the study. Your Highness, did Miss Mu accept it? King Yu nodded, yet his brow was slightly furrowed. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. The road is long and arduous. Water dripping wears away stone. King Yu couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Steward Qin, I understand. Li Yuan, He came to Jiangnan to investigate the salt tax. He not only accepted bribes, but also picked up significant merits for free. Before he could even savor his success for a few days, a piece of news struck like a thunderbolt. It left Li Yuan, Yi, and the salt merchants utterly terrified. That batch of confiscated salt, originally destined for the north, had met disaster while passing Linjiang City. The salt ship sank, and all the salt dissolved into nothingness. Li Yuan, he was like an ant on a hot pan. He wanted to send a message to Prime Minister Li for advice, but unexpectedly, another bolt from the blue struck. The emperor was already aware of the matter and was furious. Li Yuan-yi, in his quest for merit, had falsified reports to deceive the emperor, colluded with salt merchants, accepted bribes, and framed the Yangzhou Salt Transport Commissioner. The first prince now refused to see him, distancing himself completely. The salt merchants, who had believed themselves safe and secure, were now engaged in a final, desperate struggle. They possessed incriminating correspondence with the first prince. Unable to identify the true mastermind behind the scenes, their only recourse was to try and implicate the first prince. This way, with the first prince bearing the brunt of the blame above them, they might perhaps escape with lighter sentences. Within the Xiao Yuan courtyard, basin after basin of bloody water was carried out. On King Yu's shoulder, half an arrowhead was embedded deep within. Mu Yinyao's brow furrowed tightly as she firmly gripped the feathered shaft. With decisive action, she pulled the arrow out. King Yu let out a muffled groan of pain, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his body remained perfectly still. Mu Yinyao bandaged his wound for him and wrote out a prescription. After giving detailed instructions, only then did she depart. Though unwilling to admit it, she knew clearly in her heart that King Yu now held a place within it, somehow different than before. Returning to her room, sleep eluded her for a long time. Suddenly, a sound came from the window. Jingguan had sought her out. King Yu was burning with a high fever, delirious. Jingguan pleaded for her to go take a look. Jingguan led Mu Yunyao to the bedside. He's been burning for an hour now, lost in a daze, unable to wake up. Mu Yunyao quickly stepped forward to take King Yu's pulse and examine his wound. First, we must find a way to bring down Fourth Master's fever. Then we'll see if we can rouse him. Saying this, she prepared to rise and go to the nearby table to write a prescription, but just as she moved, her wrist was suddenly seized in a fierce grip. Mu Yinyao quickly turned back to look at King Yu. His eyes remained tightly shut, but the hand holding Mu Yunyao's wrist was incredibly strong. Jingguan hurried forward, wanting to pry King Yu's hand away. Mu Yunyao stopped him with a slight shake of her head. I will dictate. You write down the prescription. Have someone go brew the medicine. Jingguan nodded quickly. After writing the prescription, he immediately withdrew. Mu Yinyao sat by the bedside, gazing at King Yu's handsome, slightly pale face. Truly unexpected, she thought. Every time I saw you before, you were the image of cold severity, like an unsheathed blade. Yet now, you can reveal such a vulnerable expression. King Yu seemed trapped within a dream, his brow knitting tighter and tighter, appearing extremely unsettled. Mu Yinyao quickly leaned closer to him. Fourth Master? Fourth Master. King Yu's eyes snapped open. His hand shot out, clamping around Mu Yinyao's throat, pinning her directly onto the bed. Those eyes were utterly glacial and hollow, devoid of any emotion, coldly staring at Mu Yinyao. Boundless, endless killing intent surged forth like a mountain collapsing. Mu Yinyao's face flushed red. She clawed at King Yu's arm with both hands, but couldn't budge him in the slightest. Suddenly, King Yu jolted back to awareness. The killing intent flooding from him receded like a tide. He abruptly raised his hand, releasing Mu Yunyao. King Yu scrambled to help up the violently coughing Mu Yunyao. Are you all right? Mu Yunyao gradually caught her breath. If you wish to kill me, simply give the order. Why must you do it yourself? How could I possibly want to kill you? King Yu was somewhat at a loss. He carefully looked Mu Yunyao over, his gaze sweeping across her wrist. His brow suddenly furrowed tightly. How do you have bruises on your wrist too? Annoyance flared within Mu Yunyao, her tone turning harsh. Don't those bruises look familiar to you? King Yu asked cautiously. Did I injure you? Mu Yinyao looked up at King Yu, hatred flashing through her eyes. Was killing me once not enough? Do you wish to kill me a second time? King Yu keenly caught that flicker of hatred. A sharp pain lanced through his heart. I am sorry. Just now. It wasn't intentional. I know. Fourth Master need not dwell on it. Since you are awake, there is no need for me to linger. Farewell. King Yu staggered as he chased her to the doorway, his face paling further. He had seen hatred in Mu Yunyao's eyes just now. But why would she hate him? After Mu Yunyao left, Jingguan entered carrying a bowl of medicine. King Yu, thinking of the look Mu Yunyao had given him, seemed somewhat absent-minded. Jingguan, I asked you to send people to reinvestigate Mu Yunyao's identity. Have you found anything suspicious? Jingguan shook his head. Miss Mu's background is clear and simple. There is nothing unusual. However, the cause of Miss Mu's father's death is somewhat strange. Official records state the cause of death is unknown. Also, there's another rather peculiar matter. Miss Mu's mother was adopted. Her adoptive parents appear to be just ordinary farming folk, but in reality, they were related to the old steward of the Su residence and have intricate ties to the Su family in the capital. The Su family. King Yu suddenly recalled the incident where Mu Yunyao used the screen to entrap the Su family. A flash of understanding sparked in his mind. 1,000 threads, a myriad of clues, all seemed to subtly point towards the Su family in Kyoto. He recalled that many years ago, the Su family had lost a child. In their search for this missing child, the Su family had nearly exhausted all their resources. Could it be possible, then, that Su Qing was the very child the Su family had lost back then? He had a faint feeling that Mu Yunyao seemed to know something. Ultimately, he decided to have Steward Jean investigate the cause of Mu Yunyao's father's death more thoroughly. Additionally, he ordered a close watch on the Su family's movements. One day, Mu Yunyao came to change King Yu's bandages. The two calmly discussed Li Yuan, and the handling of the Jiangnan salt tax, as if the unpleasantness of the previous day had never occurred. Just as Mu Yunyao stood up to gather the medicine box on the table, she unintentionally knocked off a booklet resting there. As the booklet fell to the ground, an oiled paper slipped out from within its pages. Mu Yunyao bent down to pick it up, and a single glance revealed records concerning herself and Su Qing written upon it. A wave of nervousness washed over King Yu. Yunyao, but before he could finish, Mu Yunyao turned and strode away. Fury simmered within Mu Yunyao. Her connection to the Su family was her greatest secret, the root of her deep-seated hatred. Yet King Yu had been secretly investigating her relationship with the Su family. This undoubtedly struck the most taboo chord within her heart, causing all her defenses to rise abruptly. King Yu could clearly feel something shatter in that instant, causing an infinite sense of panic to surge within him. He had investigated those things, merely wanting to understand her better, never expecting to mess things up again. Not long after Mu Yunyao returned to her courtyard, Lu Liang, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, entered the gate. Li Yuan, he had been dismissed from office and summoned back to Kyoto for investigation. However, thanks to the letter prepared earlier for Qi Ming, he held firm and didn't implicate him. Qi Ming remained safe. Mu Yunyao nodded with satisfaction. King Yu's investigation into her and the Su family's relationship had finally solidified her resolve to sever ties with him ahead of time. She entrusted matters to Lu Liang, meticulously settled her business accounts, and once again arrived at the Jinshio garden, handing the ledgers to King Yu. King Yu's brow furrowed sharply, a cold glint in his eyes. You want to completely cut ties with me? Yunyao, you're blaming me for investigating you, aren't you? Mu Yunyao lowered her gaze. Your Highness worries too much. That is not my intention. Nongqing and I are preparing to leave Jinling City. King Yu froze abruptly. Leave? Your Highness's investigation was accurate. My mother, Nongqing, is indeed the daughter the Su family lost many years ago. Sooner or later, the Su family will trace our whereabouts and bring us back. King Yu fell silent for a moment, his tone softening slightly. Go back first. Let me consider this carefully, and let me look over the ledgers properly before we discuss further. How about that? 2 days later, King Yu returned to Yueshi under some pretext and had Steward Jean return the ledgers to Mu Yunyao. Steward Jean also casually mentioned King Yu's childhood, a tale so miserable and pitiful it evoked deep sympathy and made one's heart ache, unable to bear it. In the end, Mu Yunyao could only agree and took the ledgers back. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. The case involving the salt merchants and Li Yuan finally concluded. However, the prince and the Li family became much more subdued, losing their previous arrogance. Previously, Mu Yunyao had sent a letter to Kyoto, asking Lady Jean to inquire about the court's attitude towards Enai Yunfang. Learning that the higher-ups held a remarkably lenient view of Enai Yunfang, Mu Yunyao accelerated its expansion. Centered in Jinling City, she opened branches in Yangzhou, Suzhou, Huaiyan, Linjiang, and other places, thoroughly casting her net wide. As the 7th month approached, Mu Yunyao felt a growing unease. Subconsciously, she remembered the 2nd day of the 7th month in her past life. She was chased while cutting grass on a mountain, tumbled down the slope, and narrowly escaped death. Shortly after, on the 15th of the 7th month, the Su family sent people to bring her back. And now, with the reputations of Ni Yunfang and Buxian Lu spreading far and wide, it was about time for the Su family to come knocking. However, something puzzled both her and Su Qing immensely. Why had the Su family persecuted Mu Yunyao so relentlessly in the previous life? She was merely a palace maid. Given the Su family's ways, they should have known how to use her to gain a benevolent reputation. It would have cost them nothing more than an extra bite of food. Yet, the Su family had repeatedly acted in secret to harm her. Thinking back now, everything hinted at something unusual, something amiss. On this day, Steward Jean delivered a secret letter into Mu Yunyao's hands. Investigations had confirmed Mu Yunyao's father had not died by accidentally falling into the water. Instead, he had been secretly murdered by someone he did business with. And this person was assassinated after leaving Jinling. His entire family, young and old, spared no one. News also arrived from Kyoto. The Du family had already sent people to Cheyenne village to verify information. It wouldn't be long, she reckoned, before they sent someone to formally acknowledge their kinship. Steward Jean then pulled another slip of paper from his sleeve. He stated respectfully, "These properties and personnel under Miss Mu's control were originally left behind in Kyoto by His Highness. They haven't been managed by anyone for many years. Once the young lady returns to the Su family in Kyoto, we hope you might meet these people and offer them some guidance." Mu Yunyao paused, a warmth spreading through her heart. This wasn't about burdening her at all. It was clearly born from a fear that she would be alone and unfamiliar with Kyoto upon her arrival, a way to send her capable assistance. One person's strength is ultimately limited. To ensure Su Qing's complete protection, Mu Yunyao did not refuse. This debt incurred today, she would certainly find a way to repay it. In the blink of an eye, the 15th day of the 7th month arrived. As soon as Mu Yunyao arose, she felt her heart pounding violently. She quickly found Su Qing and instructed her mother not to go out today, but simply wait at home for her. She had an intense premonition, a feeling as though the Su family would send someone today. Sure enough, just before noon, Lu Yang appeared at the door. "Madam, miss, there are visitors at the door seeking an audience. They claim to be from the Su family in Kyoto." Hearing Lu Yang's words, Mu Yunyao suddenly felt a wave of release wash over her. She had waited so long, schemed for so much, all for this moment. The return to the Su family, to make those who had persecuted her in her previous life pay, one by one. Mu Yunyao stood up, the corners of her lips lifting into a perfectly measured curve. "Mother, it seems it's time for our entrance." The two proceeded to the front courtyard, where they found a dozen or so maids and matrons standing in neat rows. The Su family had merely dispatched a group of servants to receive them. The atmosphere grew momentarily tense. The leader, a certain Wenmomo, led the group in greeting, her face wreathed in a purely benevolent smile. "This servant has come this time to escort Madam and Miss back home. The old Madam has constantly been thinking of Madam, shedding countless tears in secret." Su Qing's face showed bewilderment. "Wenmomo, I have never met you before. I don't quite understand what this means." Wenmomo presented a letter. "Please, Madam, peruse this." Wenmomo carefully observed the expressions of the mother and daughter. Seeing them utterly calm, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of displeasure. According to her assumptions, people like Su Qing and Mu Yunyao, raised in the countryside, ought to be exceptionally agitated upon learning of their connection to the Su family. Yet now, observing their expressions, there was absolutely no reaction. As when Momo's thoughts raced, Su Qing had already finished reading the letter. She spoke, asking, "Logically speaking, I was lost for many years. For a prominent household like the Su family, why have you only found me now?" When Momo secretly raised an eyebrow. So, she harbors some dissatisfaction towards the Su family? She thought, though her face remained deferential. Replying to Madam, throughout these many years, the old Madam never once gave up searching for you. It is just that the distance from Kyoto is vast, hence the delay until now. Fortunately, heaven took pity, and we received news of Madam in Mississippi. Thus, we servants were hastily dispatched. Su Qing nodded, seemingly accepting this explanation. Then how can the Su family be certain that I am indeed the daughter lost back then? When Momo appeared prepared for this, quickly presenting a jade pendant and a sheet of Xian paper. Madam, please look, this is the proof. This was originally a personal item given to you by the old Madam. However, it was secretly sold off by your adoptive parents. Fortunately, someone at the time copied down this pattern. After Su Qing carefully compared them, a trace of excited emotion appeared on her face. Heavens be praised. After so many years, I can actually find my own mother. When Momo smiled, but the maids standing behind her couldn't help but reveal a hint of disdain in their eyes. Just moments ago, she seemed so cool and indifferent, they thought. Now that the relationship is confirmed, she immediately calls her mother to curry favor. Tralivang. Su Qing arranged for the group to settle in, deciding she would depart for Kyoto with them once she had handled her current affairs. The Su family wished to quietly bring the mother and daughter back, but Mu Yinyao intended to return with great fanfare, making sure it became known to everyone. She wanted to see just how the Su family would dare to act against them under such circumstances. Coincidentally, the Li and Su families had always been at odds. Thus, before leaving, Mu Yinyao donated another 150,000 taels of silver. She requested Li Monyan use it to lavishly organize the upcoming Dragon Boat Festival, giving back to the common people of Jinling City. Li Monyan naturally agreed with pleasure. Recently, the Li family had been suppressed by the emperor, while the Su family was quite triumphant. Mu Yinyao wanted to light a fire, and he was more than willing to add kindling and pour hot oil on it for her. The two matrons from the Du family had been constantly monitoring Mu Yinyao. Over the past few days, casually strolling about, they had managed to gather quite a bit of information. This cousin Miss truly knew how to cultivate a benevolent reputation. In terms of fame alone, perhaps even the eldest Miss, Su Yui, fell slightly short. However, they didn't pay it much mind. One was a phoenix soaring in the heavens, the other a wild chicken pecking for food on the ground. They were fundamentally different from the roots up. On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, Mu Yinyao and Su Qing went out early. When Momo, leading her entourage, followed closely behind. Madam and Miss should bring more attendants, so they are readily available for your commands. Mu Yinyao sneered inwardly, though her expression remained gentle. Since that's the case, it's a perfect opportunity to introduce you both to the local customs and atmosphere of Jinling City. The people here are warm and exceptionally kind. The two mamas sensed an underlying meaning in Mu Yinyao's words, but could only nod in agreement and follow her. Just as Mu Yinyao and Su Qing stepped out of the residence gates, people came forward to greet them, bowing respectfully. Kindness and gratitude filled everyone's eyes. Su Qing couldn't help but smile, the concentrated goodwill warming her heart and making it feel full. Mu Yinyao retracted her gaze, her eyes clear and profound. What she had ignited was merely a spark of kindness, yet what she reaped was a wildfire. Lady Zhou looked at Mu Yinyao, her eyes brimming with admiration. A woman like Mu Yinyao, if this Su family young lady was truly her, then the future held much promise. Li Munian's gaze swept over Momo one at the side, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He had heard earlier that the Su family was coming to escort the Madam and Miss back. Why hadn't he seen anyone from the Su family? Momo quickly stepped forward and curtsied, her demeanor extremely respectful. This servant greets Lord Li. Li Munian frowned, a trace of displeasure clouding his features. Su family? Are you the one sent to escort the Madam and Miss back? It is because Momo hastily tried to explain, but Li Munian had no patience to listen. Although court affairs are currently demanding, surely not everyone in the Su family is too occupied to spare a moment. To actually send mere servants to escort the Madam and Miss is truly a breach of etiquette. Momo's expression stiffened, awkwardly wanting to explain, but Li Munian gave her no chance. Since they sent you servants to welcome them, ensure you take good care of them along the journey. The Madam and Miss are the benefactors of the entire Jinling city. If even the slightest mishap occurs, none of you can afford the consequences. Momo tried to speak several times, but was cut off, forced to maintain a smiling facade. Yes, please rest assured, Lord. This servant and the others will certainly take good care of the Madam in Mississippi. Mu Yunyao covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Li Monian was returning a favor, standing up for her. Beautifully done. After a busy day, as evening approached, everyone returned to report to Su Qing. Momo 1, please rest early. We will load the boats and depart first thing tomorrow morning. After the two left, Momo Lu couldn't help but purse her lips. Truly unexpected. Just a small embroidery workshop and a tea house. Yet they can earn so much silver. In 1 year, 150,000 taels of silver thrown away just like that. Truly generous. Momo Wen's expression betrayed no emotion. The silver belongs to others. Naturally, they can spend it however they wish. Momo Lu quickly added, they've spent all their silver now and earned a good reputation. But once they reach Kyoto, won't they still rely on the Su family for support? We must inform the first madam about this situation beforehand, lest she suffers losses at the hands of this mother and daughter. On the day of Mu Yunyao's departure, large and small chests filled 2 entire cargo ships. Momo 1 and the other stood on the bank, their faces pale. The boats sent by the esteemed Su family to escort them couldn't even compare to the vessels Mu Yunyao used just to transport her belongings. And that wasn't all. What they hadn't anticipated at all was they had only assumed Su Qing and Mu Yunyao possessed some meager assets. But they never imagined that even Magistrate Zhang himself would come to see them off, treating them with utmost courtesy. Momo Lu's heart pounded with panic. Seeing that boarding was imminent, it was too late even to send a message back to Kyoto. She truly didn't know what kind of scene awaited them upon arrival in the capital. The old madam valued appearances above all else. This time, she would likely be furious. Not long after boarding the boat, Momo brought maids and mamas over, intending to place them by Su Qing's side. Mu Yunyao naturally saw through her intentions and proactively requested 3 individuals, keeping them to serve her personally. Her gaze lingered pointedly on Momo Zhou. In her previous life, this Momo Zhou had appeared respectful on the surface, but secretly helped Su Yui scheme against her, subjecting her to considerable ridicule and abuse. After the servants withdrew, Momo suddenly inquired, I wonder which courtyard the first madam has prepared to settle the madam and miss? The first madam ordered the Zhaolu courtyard to be tidied up. That courtyard has beautiful scenery. Momo Lu trailed off, suddenly stiffening. Originally, they had only prepared a small courtyard, but thinking of the contents of those 2 ships, her scalp tingled. If the people arrived at the Su residence only to find no place for their belongings, the first madam would lose face significantly. No, she absolutely had to find a way to send a message to the first madam. With this thought, she went to Mu Yunyao's room. Miss Gudong, you and madam have been on the boat for 3 consecutive days. You must be tired. Would you like to go ashore to rest for a night? Mu Yunyao shook her head slightly, her tone carrying a hint of melancholy. We were delayed for many days previously, only setting off for the capital now. Nongqing and I already feel quite guilty. How could we go ashore to rest merely for our own comfort? Beside her, Su Qing nodded in agreement. Yaoer is right. Let's travel through the night. Momo Lu was rendered speechless, only managing a defeated acknowledgement. As Momo Lu left the room, resentment festered within her. The great madam had instructed her to accompany them and observe the situation, but failing to report the circumstances accurately would surely result in punishment. She hadn't expected these 2 from the countryside to be so difficult to handle. Just as Momo Lu was anxiously turning around, she saw a maid carrying a medicinal soup towards the cabin. Her eyes narrowed instantly, and then a faint smile touched her lips. After several days aboard the boat, Mu Yunyao's appetite had been poor. Su Qing had personally gone to the kitchen to prepare a few small dishes for her. Mu Yunyao picked up a piece of tofu. Just as she brought it to her lips, her brow furrowed slightly. Then, maintaining a calm facade, she asked the maid serving behind her, "This 8 treasures tofu is exceptionally well made. Might I ask who prepared it?" Replying to Miss, Momo Lu is rather fond of tofu. I imagine she had someone prepare it. What a coincidence. My mother also likes it very much, Mu Yunyao said, scooping a large spoonful into her own bowl. Su Qing looked slightly puzzled. Mu Yunyao usually disliked tofu. Why was she acting so strangely today? Only after the maid had cleared the bowls and chopsticks and left did Su Qing finally voice her concern. Yaoer. Was there something wrong with that dish? A smile played on Mu Yunyao's lips, but a cold glint flashed in her eyes. It seems someone is getting impatient. They don't want our journey to be too peaceful. The tofu had a bit of finely ground strychnus nux vomica seed powder added to it. The amount was quite small. Eating it just once today wouldn't cause a major problem. Su Qing felt a chill in her heart. But what if one were to eat it for a longer period? A slightly larger dose would cause headaches, chest tightness, and nausea, symptoms extremely similar to seasickness. If the dose were larger still, it could even be fatal. The Su family members aren't that foolish yet. I suspect this is the work of someone acting recklessly, resorting to such a crude tactic. Yaoer, can you guess who it might be? Su Qing was filled with worry. A smile remained on Mu Yunyao's face. The weather is lovely today. I'll help Mother Qing for a stroll outside. We can take the opportunity to see exactly who is getting restless. In the distance, the water and sky merged into one. The river surface seemed dyed red by the sunset clouds. Occasionally, birds skimmed low over the water, appearing to soar between water and fire. The sight couldn't help but inspire awe. It truly is exceptionally beautiful. Momo Lu watched the two of them with a smug expression. Although Su Qing was the old madam's biological daughter, this daughter had been lost outside for many years and had married a farmer. How much importance could she possibly hold now? She had only employed a small trick. As long as they rested for a few days, not a single clue would be traceable. Hearing movement behind her, Mu Yunyao's eyes curved into crescents, and a cold sneer touched her lips. After returning, Su Qing claimed to feel unwell. She summoned the accompanying physician. After taking her pulse, the physician looked troubled. Madam has spent a long time on the boat, leading to some excessive internal heat. However, the medicinal supplies on board are incomplete, which makes it somewhat problematic. Munao nodded, thinning to Su Qing. Mother, perhaps we should dock and rest for 2 days? Allow you to recuperate properly. Just as Momo Lu was inwardly celebrating the success of her scheme, she heard Su Qing refuse Mu Yunyao's suggestion. Momo Lu was dumbfounded. She hadn't expected Su Qing, even while ill, to still be unwilling to let the boat dock. What should she do now? She needed to come up with another plan. That evening, Momo Lu brought medicinal herbs for Su Qing's recuperation. She also conveniently brought a bowl for Mu Yunyao. Mu Yunyao frowned slightly. I'm not ill. Why should I drink this bitter concoction? Momo Lu smiled fawningly. These are just some nourishing herbs for health preservation. Drinking them will be very beneficial for your body, Mississippi. Mu Yunyao picked up the bowl and sniffed it. A cold sneer formed internally. It really was this old crone. Did she take her for a fool? Seeing Mu Yunyao drink the medicine straight down, a flash of triumph crossed Momo Lu's eyes. Once Momo Lu had withdrawn, Mu Yunyao immediately summoned Lu Liang. Teach her a lesson. Lu Liang acknowledged the order and left. The next morning during breakfast, news arrived that Momo Lu had fallen down the stairs and broken her leg. After finishing breakfast, Muno accompanied Su Qing to Momo Lu's room. At that moment, Momo Lu was lying on the bed, wailing, her face covered in cold sweat. She looked utterly miserable. Mu Yunyao wore an expression of concern, yet her words struck directly at Momo Lu's sore spot. Momo Lu, how could you be so careless? Falling and hurting your leg must be incredibly painful. Most importantly, the medicinal supplies on board are incomplete now. It's possible you might even be left with a disability. Hearing this, Momo Lu was filled with extreme resentment, yet she didn't dare show it. Instead, with a pleading expression, she said, Madam, Miss, my injury hurts terribly. Might I trouble Madam to give the order to dock? We could buy some medicine to help me. If I can achieve my purpose, then it won't be too much of a loss. Su Qing, however, did not reply. Instead, she looked towards Momowen at her side. What does Momowen think? Momowen lowered her gaze slightly, her expression perfectly respectful. We should reach Kyoto the day after tomorrow. We can disembark and buy the medicinal herbs then. How can we allow the master to accommodate the servant's needs? Su Qing nodded, though her face showed some distress. The reasoning is sound, but Momo Lu injured her leg. If I don't buy medicine for her, won't it make me seem like too harsh a master? Momo Wen's eyelids twitched sharply, Then she shook her head with a smile. Madam, where are you getting such ideas? You yourself are ill yet persist in traveling by boat. Momo Lu can certainly endure this bit of pain. Su Qing finally let out a breath of relief. Then I am reassured. Her scheme having failed, Momo Lu was already seething with rage. Instantly, her entire face twisted, and she glared hatefully at the two. Momo Wen quickly stepped forward, shielding Momo Lu. The madam and the young miss are kind-hearted. This old servant thanks you both on behalf of Momo Lu. Su Qing nodded. Since it's like this, then Momo Lu should focus on resting well. My head is truly aching terribly, and I even feel slightly nauseous. Mu Yinyao quickly stepped forward to support Su Qing. Mother, you are also ill right now. Please hurry back and rest. After the two had left, Momo Lu couldn't stop grinding her teeth, the sound grating. Those two ignorant. Momo Wen sharply cut off her words, her expression exceptionally stern. You should be calm and recuperate properly right now. The master came to visit you despite her own illness. Shouldn't you be moved to tears with gratitude? Momo Lu snapped back to her senses, her face immediately filled with panic. Elder sister, my leg hurts too much. My mind has become muddled. I was just speaking nonsense. The sharpness in Momo Wen's eyes finally softened somewhat. If your mind isn't clear, then speak less, lest disaster comes from your mouth and harms yourself. After traveling for half a month, the group finally arrived in Kyoto. Mu Yinyao's face was full of smiles, her expression slightly excited. Those sent to welcome them were still the servants from the residence. Su Qing and Mu Yinyao had anticipated this and showed no reaction. Mu Yinyao helped Su Qing into the horse carriage, then turned to instruct Momo Wen. Momo Wen, we have prepared gifts for the people in the residence. Please arrange for someone to help find them. We'll present them after meeting the old madam later. Once Mu Yinyao had gone, Momo Wen quickly signaled Chi Momo with her eyes. The madam and the young miss brought many things. Find more people to help carry them. Chi Momo was puzzled. The people we two brought total 30. Isn't that enough to carry things for 2 people? Momo Wen looked towards the docks with a strange expression. See for yourself. Chi Momo turned her head to look and saw 2 multi-storied boats, much grander than the Su families, docked by the shore. Dozens of servants disembarked from them, continuously carrying large chests off the boats and stacking them on the bank. Chi Momo's mouth fell open in shock. These mother and daughter brought things that actually required 2 large boats to transport, and judging by how the people are carrying the chests, they are extremely heavy. What on earth is inside them? Momo Wen urged anxiously. Don't just stand there stunned. Hurry and find more people. Lu Liang stood to the side, methodically directing the servants in unloading. Then, accidentally, a chest was dropped onto the ground. Various gemstones, pearl hairpins, and jewelry spilled out with a crash, instantly creating a dazzling, brilliant spectacle. Someone quickly rushed forward to pick them up. Be careful with these. These are all things the young miss painstakingly collected to show filial piety to the old madam. More and more people gathered around. Seeing the items spilling from the chest, they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. If the contents of this chest were converted into silver, wouldn't it be worth tens of thousands of taels? Did you see that red gemstone that rolled out? The color is like pigeon's blood. It's the finest quality among gemstones. Even if you have money, it's very hard to buy. This Su family daughter who was lost outside doesn't seem like the crude country bumpkin rumored outside. You people are just ignorant, someone couldn't help but boastfully reveal. That young miss is the owner of Nianfang and Buxinlu. Mu Yinyao, Miss Mu, who taught embroidery skills in Jinling City and received rewards from the emperor. What? This Su family truly has good fortune to have such a capable granddaughter. Seeing the crowd at the docks growing larger, Chi Momo turned pale with fright. She had to report this before Mu Yunyao returned to the residence. A faint smile flickered in Mu Yinyao's eyes. In her previous life, she certainly hadn't received such treatment. They walked for about half an hour. Only then did they arrive at old Madame Su's courtyard. Su Qing and Mu Yinyao, one after the other, slowly walked inside. Su Qing adjusted her emotions, and instantly her eyes reddened. She curtsied deeply to old Madame Su. Mother! Old Madame Su sat upright in the center seat, dressed in dark purple robes. Her features were aged, yet she looked exceptionally kind and benevolent. The beautifully dressed madams, standing on either side, hurried forward to console her. "Old madam, this is a joyous occasion. You mustn't get too agitated and harm your health." Only then did old Madam Su suppress her sorrowful expression. "Good child, rise quickly." Someone quickly stepped forward to help Su Qing up. "Sister Su Qing, you have suffered much outside all these years. Now that you've returned home, old Madam wishes she could dote on you like the apple of her eye. If you remain so courteous, wouldn't it seem distant?" Mu Yunyao remained kneeling on the ground. "Ever since learning of my origins, Mother has knelt daily to pray for grandmother's well-being. She said that upon meeting grandmother, I must pay proper respects. After all, she hasn't fulfilled her filial duties at your side for so many years." Old Madam Su nodded, bending slightly to help Su Qing up. "Good child, you are thoughtful." She looked towards Mu Yunyao at the side, a peculiar emotion flashing momentarily in her eyes. "This must be Yao, then." Mu Yunyao clasped her hands and bowed low. Yunyao greets grandmother. Two beautiful madams smiled at the mother and daughter, their faces serene and dignified, yet their minds harbored ulterior motives. The first madam, Meng Shi, removed a pair of jadeite and gold thread bracelets from her wrist. "First Aunt took an instant liking to you upon seeing you. Consider these bracelets a meeting gift." A shy blush appeared on Mu Yunyao's face, but her eyes remained clear and bright. First Madame Meng Shi was adept at winning people over. Having managed the household finances for years, no one ever spoke ill of her. She was never stingy with wealth, and her rewards and punishments were clear. Her reputation for virtue was widespread. At the side, the second madam, Qi Shi, removed a hairpin inlaid with red jade gemstones. "My dear Yaoer, your face is like a hibiscus flower, delicate and charming. This hairpin suits you perfectly. Consider it a small token from your second aunt." Mu Yunyao quickly curtsied in thanks. "Mother and I have also prepared gifts for grandmother and both aunts. I wonder if the servants below have sorted them out yet." On her very first day in Kyoto, Mu Yunyao had thoroughly embarrassed the Su family. The 12 servants sent by the first madam weren't even enough to move the luggage. Now everything was left exposed on the docks for all to see. Seeing Chi Momo return empty-handed, Mu Yunyao deliberately asked, "Chi Momo, has my luggage been brought into the residence? Just have my maids bring the gifts up." Chi Momo stammered, looking troubled. Second Madam Qi Shi frowned and spoke. "Chi Momo, why are you stammering like this? What sort of behavior is that? If there's something to say, just say it." Chi Momo glanced at the first madam, then lowered her head. "Madam and Mrs. Luggage, there's too much. We estimate needing another 40 people to bring it back quickly." As soon as these words were spoken, the expression in the first madam's eyes shifted dramatically. She quickly spoke with a smile. "It seems my considerations were inadequate. Chi Momo, just assign people to go help." Chi Momo's heart trembled. Having received the order, she quickly retreated. If she had the authority to directly deploy so many people, she wouldn't have needed to come back and specifically invite displeasure. The first madam turned to old Madam Su. "It was my oversight. The Xiaolu courtyard we prepared earlier now seems unavoidably cramped. Why don't we clear out the Jiue pavilion?" Mu Yunyao slightly lowered her gaze. Xiaolu courtyard was small and situated right under old Madam Su's watch. However, Jiue pavilion was indeed a good place. It's just that after they moved in, they would likely face no shortage of meddling. Old Madam Su nodded slightly. "Very well." Suddenly, a clear laugh echoed from the entrance, the voice like the gentle chirp of a yellow warbler, light and pleasant. The leading young lady had a graceful figure and wore vibrant makeup. She was precisely the pearl of the Su family, the renowned talented lady of Kyoto, Su Yui. Granddaughter greets grandmother, greets mother, greets second aunt. A pleased expression immediately appeared on old Madam Su's face. "Quickly rise and come before grandmother." Second Madam Qi Shi spoke. "Yui, come quickly. Greet your aunt. Weren't you just thinking of her?" Su Yui slowly walked forward, then curtsied. "Greetings, aunt. Aunt has finally returned. With the family reunited today, grandmother has one less worry." Su Yui looked towards Mu Yunyao at the side. "This must be younger sister Yunyao. I am in Kyoto." Mu Yunyao stepped forward. "Greetings, elder cousin. Indeed, hearing about you is not the same as meeting you. Elder cousin is even more beautiful than the rumors say." Su Yui was interrupted by this direct praise, momentarily forgetting what she intended to say. After chatting for a while longer, old Madam Su showed signs of fatigue on her face. You must all be tired from the long journey these past days. Why don't you return early to rest? You can come pay respects again tomorrow. After everyone curtsied and exited the front hall, old Madam Su summoned the Momo to her side. You went to receive Su Qing and her daughter. What do you think of them? Seeing the old madam's expression turn cold, the Momo spoke cautiously. Madam is the old madam's biological daughter. Naturally, she is excellent. The old madam let out a cold laugh. Extremely good? To what extent is it good? The Momo found it increasingly difficult to grasp her meaning and could only choose her words carefully, saying, Madam is proper and gentle, her temperament peaceful and approachable. Miss Mu is meticulous in her thoughts, decisive and resolute when handling matters. Decisive and resolute. The old madam coldly interrupted the Momo, a young lady managing embroidery workshops and tea houses, showing her face in public. That is not the style of our Su family. The Momo's heart trembled, and she lowered her head, not daring to speak. The old madam paused for a moment, then spoke again. Send Mayu over to serve them. The Momo quickly agreed, though her heart couldn't help but murmur in confusion. Mayu was the old madam's headmaid. She didn't know what purpose this move truly held. Su Qing and Mu Yinyao followed the Momo towards Jiue Pavilion. Jiue Pavilion was constructed with exquisite beauty, featuring various flowers arranged in perfect order. Connected by winding covered bridges, each step revealed a captivating new sight. The Momo's face was full of smiles. It's wonderful if Madam and young Miss like it. Do you see anything here that needs changing? Mu Yunyao blinked, deliberately confirming with the Momo once more. Only then did she smile and say, that would be lovely. Please ask Jin Xiao and the others to come down and arrange things. After the first madam returned to Chiu Shi Yuan, she sent someone to find Momo Lu. However, she heard that Momo Lu had fallen and broken her leg. Her expression immediately darkened. She turned to scrutinize Su Yui's unparalleled beauty. This mid-autumn festival, I heard the eldest princess will return to the palace to accept an adopted daughter. There must not be the slightest mishap at the banquet then. Su Yui was full of confidence. Please rest assured, Mother. As long as that news is true, your daughter will definitely strive for it. Mother, what do you think of that, Mu Yinyao? The first madam snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, how can the light of a firefly compete with the bright moon? A girl raised in the countryside. Dealing with her is merely a matter of lifting a finger. You don't need to focus your attention on her. Just prepare well for the mid-autumn festival palace banquet. What the first madam never expected was that, after she had painfully given Jiue Pavilion for Mu Yunyao to live in, Mu Yunyao would be so blind as to replace everything inside. Su Yui's eyes turned colder. Everything in Jiue Pavilion was carefully selected by me, the finest quality. They actually looked down on it. Her eyes shifted, and a sinister smile touched her lips. Mother, tomorrow younger sister, Yinran, wants to come visit me. How about I introduce cousin Yinyao to her? The first madam slowly nodded. All right. However, your younger sister, Yinran, has been spoiled by your maternal grandmother. Pay more attention tomorrow. Don't harm the affection between sisters. Su Yui nodded obediently. Mother, rest assured, I know what to do. She and Yinran naturally wouldn't harm their sisterly affection. But if Mu Yunyao caused some trouble, then she couldn't help it. The next day, early in the morning, Su Qing took Mu Yunyao to pay respects to the old madam. However, they were stopped outside the courtyard by a Momo, citing that the old madam's emotions were too turbulent. Su Qing and Mu Yunyao had no choice but to return to their own courtyard. Just as they entered, Jin Xiao came to report, Young Miss, just now the eldest young miss sent someone with a message, saying that the Grand Master's Miss Meng will be visiting. She requests young miss to go to the east courtyard. At this moment, inside the green-clothed little pillar pavilion in the east courtyard, Meng Yinran rested her cheek on one hand, her face beaming with smiles. I've heard that Mu Yunyao isn't simple. You need to be careful. Su Yui smiled. Yesterday, I met with cousin Yunyao. She seems easy to get along with. Meng Yinran glared at Su Yui with her almond eyes. You're good at everything, but your temperament is just too soft. She runs embroidery workshops and tea houses, dealing with people coming and going all day long. Who knows how good she is at acting? Who knows how many schemes she has in her belly? You've been raised by Andy here in Kyoto. You don't understand those shady tricks used behind the scenes. Su Yui showed a troubled expression. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Meng Yinran snorted coldly. Perfect. Today I'll see for myself what skills that clothes seller really has. By the doorway, Mayu stood with her head bowed, her face extremely unpleasant. Jinlan's face was filled with suppressed anger. Yet Mu Yunyao was beaming, showing no sign of displeasure. She had been summoned, but no maid announced her, leaving her standing at the entrance. Hearing every word Meng Yinran said clearly. A maid hurried over, saw Mu Yunyao standing at the entrance, and quickly curtsied in salute. Just now, this servant's stomach was truly uncomfortable. Please forgive me, cousin young Mississippi. Hearing the sound, Suyui quickly walked out. Sister Yunyao, this maid is newly assigned and doesn't know the rules. I will definitely punish her properly later. Mu Yunyao smiled brilliantly. It's just a small matter, it's all right. Elder cousin, please don't punish her. It's not easy for the servants either. A burst of laughter echoed. Meng Yinran's lips curled with undisguised mockery. The rules here are perfectly clear. When one does wrong, one should be punished. Although you come from the countryside, don't act like a servant yourself. If a master is always considerate of the servants, where is the master's authority? Why don't you turn around and serve the servants instead? Mu Yunyao sneered inwardly. Meng Yinran's way of doing things was still just as domineering. Perhaps she should turn this scheme against her and cause her some embarrassment? Mu Yunyao nodded, her gaze carrying a touch of pure innocence. I just arrived and wasn't aware of how strict the Su family rules are. Since that's the case, we cannot let this maidservant off easily. Cousin, then, according to the Su family rules, what should be done? Should she be beaten to death directly or expelled from the residence? Su Yui paused, and Meng Yinran was even more taken aback, unable to react immediately. The maidservant beside them quickly knelt down, crying and begging, "Please, young miss, spare me. I don't want to die, and I certainly don't want to be expelled from the residence." Meng Yinran's willow-like eyebrows shot up. She pointed a finger at Mu Yunyao, her face filled with shock and anger. How can you be so vicious? Mu Yunyao looked puzzled. Wasn't it older sister Meng Yinran who just said that? That a master should possess a master's authority? Since authority is needed, naturally, mistakes must be punished. Even if punishment is required, you don't need to be so cruel as to beat someone to death or expel them from the residence. Mu Yunyao sought Meng Yinran's opinion. Then, according to older sister Meng Yinran's words, what should be done? Meng Yinran acted magnanimously. For such a small matter, just make her kneel for a while. Mu Yunyao nodded and looked at the kneeling maidservant on the ground. Then you shall kneel for a quarter of an hour. After all, older sister Meng Yinran said that mistakes cannot go unpunished. Having escaped a worse fate, the maidservant quickly kowtowed in gratitude. Meng Yinran's pupils suddenly trembled. Her original intention was to humiliate Mu Yunyao, but unexpectedly, Mu Yunyao had twisted her words in just a few sentences. Instead, it made Meng Yinran appear aggressive, arrogant, and domineering, allowing Mu Yunyao to gain the advantage of appearing generous and magnanimous. Suyui had sought out the arrogant Meng Yinran, intending for her to embarrass Mu Yunyao. Unexpectedly, however, she couldn't gain any advantage against Mu Yunyao. As soon as they entered the room, Meng Yinran mocked Mu Yunyao for being short-sighted and inexperienced. She flaunted Su Yui's green-clothed little pillar pavilion, then turned her gaze directly to Mu Yunyao. I heard you replaced everything in Jiue Pavilion. You must have earned quite a bit of silver from selling clothes and tea leaves, right? Mu Yunyao smiled faintly. It's just some hard-earned money. I have many people under me to support, so I haven't saved much. Why be so modest? Meng Yinran snorted disdainfully. If not for the strict family rules forbidding us from meddling in such merchant-class dealings, perhaps I would open an embroidery workshop myself to try it out. Mu Yunyao's eyes darkened slightly. Meng Yinran's words were a veiled insult, implying she lacked proper upbringing. The last phrase, merchant-class dealings, carried particularly obvious contempt. Seeing Mu Yunyao remain silent, the provocation in Meng Yinran's eyes grew more pronounced. Why aren't you speaking? Although you were born in the countryside, you don't need to be so reserved. We address each other as sisters. No one will punish you even if you say something wrong. Mu Yunyao smiled faintly, pursing her lips. Older sister was born into wealth and doesn't know the intricate processes of needlework. Even if the family allowed it, older sister wouldn't be able to open an embroidery workshop. If you truly wish to open one, I can help you find some embroiderers. After all, the most exquisite embroidery techniques currently known all originated from my Neon workshop. Weren't you mocking the merchant class? Now you can't even manage a merchant class venture. Doesn't that make you worse than the merchant class? Meng Yanran was left speechless by Mu Yunyao, her eyes practically spitting fire. Beside her, Suyui suddenly had a premonition. This Mu Yunyao before her was definitely not someone who could be dealt with by merely lifting a finger, as her mother had suggested. Having gained the upper hand verbally, Mu Yunyao felt pleased. She looked towards the tea set placed to the side. Didn't cousin just invite us in for tea? I wonder what kind of tea has been prepared. The finest Yuqian Longjing. I shall brew some for my two younger sisters to try. Meng Yanran reached out and stopped Su Yui. Sister Yui, we have a tea ceremony expert right here. Why not let her demonstrate her skills today? We can also broaden our horizons. Mu Yunyao took the tea leaves, her expression calm. These are just some minor tricks, hardly presentable. However, if both older sisters wish to see, I shall show my humble skills. As the tea's fragrance emerged, Mu Yunyao presented the teacups to the two. Su Yui accepted hers, thanking her softly. Thank you, cousin Yunyao. When she handed the teacup to Meng Yanran, just as Meng Yanran's fingertips touched the cup in the next instant, the teacup was suddenly splashed directly towards Mu Yunyao. Coincidentally, Mu Yunyao was holding the tray. She instantly raised it in front of her, deflecting the teacup back. With a clang, the teacup that Meng Yanran had thrown was knocked straight back. The hot water splashed all over Meng Yanran's leg, causing her to let out an involuntary, piercing scream. It hurts. Su Yui was stunned by the scene unfolding before her eyes. She quickly stood up to check on Meng Yanran. Sister Yanran, how are you? Mu Yunyao also hurried forward. Sister Meng, are you all right? Meng Yanran was pierced by the pain. Seeing Mu Yunyao approach, she raised a hand and pointed accusingly, her voice filled with resentment. Mu Yunyao, I came specifically to visit you, and you actually scalded me with hot tea. What exactly are your malicious intentions? Mu Yunyao frowned, her face showing incomprehension. It was clearly sister yourself who didn't hold the teacup steady. Why must you blame it on me? Meng Yanran's voice grew increasingly shrill. Don't you know your own worth? What reason would I have to frame you using a method that harms myself? Mu Yunyao's face flushed with indignation, her voice crisp and every word clear. Even if my status is like that of an aunt to Sister Meng, it doesn't mean you can trample on me as you please. I didn't expect you to be so sharp-tongued. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson. Let you know what rules are. Meng Yanran was already furious to the extreme. She raised her hand to strike. Mu Yunyao dodged sideways, her tone filled with anger. Even if I truly don't understand the rules, there are elders to instruct me. I wouldn't dare trouble Sister Meng. You still dare talk back? Meng Yanran's eyes looked ready to split. Someone, slap her mouth for me. The scheming, vicious woman had intended to splash Mu Yunyao with the hot tea, but unexpectedly, Mu Yunyao had deflected it back. Meng Yanran, suffering from heart-piercing pain, ordered her servants to slap Mu Yunyao's mouth. Mu Yunyao, however, turned her head to look at Su Yui beside her. Cousin, was that teacup deliberately splashed onto her by me or not? You were right beside me then. You should have seen it very clearly. Su Yui gently furrowed her brow, her gaze shifting to the side. I was tasting tea at that moment. As for the specific situation, I really didn't see clearly. However, we should quickly call a physician to take a look. A woman's body is a serious matter. If a scar is left, it will affect her for the rest of her life. Hearing that there might be scarring, the anger in Meng Yanran's heart blazed even hotter. Seeing the maids behind her remain motionless, she suddenly roared sharply. What are you still standing there long for? Didn't you hear my command just now? Hurry up and drag Mu Yunyao down for a slapping. The two maids standing to the side quickly stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right. They moved to seize Mu Yunyao. Mu Yunyao raised her hand to push them away, retreating 2 steps back. She turned and ran towards the entrance. Calculating the time, Su Qing should be arriving here just about now. Since Meng Yanran wanted to cause a scene, then let's make it a bigger one. The Su family's rules had always been generous. That maid guarding the entrance was clearly deliberately arranged by Su Yui. Mu Yunyao rushed out in one breath, perfectly brushing past Su Qing, who had just reached the doorway, and the 2 menacing maids chasing her, failed to react in time and directly collided with Su Qing, who was entering. One maid accidentally struck his arm, causing his brow to furrow sharply. The two maids turned pale with fright, hastily kneeling to beg for mercy. "Young master, this servant deserves death. Please forgive us, young master." Su Yui quickly stood up, her voice full of pleasant surprise. "Big brother, you're back." Su Qing's gaze landed directly on Mu Yunyao, a myriad of emotions flashing through the depths of his eyes, swift yet exceptionally turbulent, causing his heartbeat to uncontrollably fall into disarray. He never imagined he would see Mu Yunyao again, and especially not within the Su residence. His sharp, penetrating gaze suddenly fell upon the two maids. "What is this commotion about?" Su Yui quickly stepped forward. "Big brother, the ways of the world are just this coincidental and strange. Father sent people to investigate and unexpectedly discovered that Mu Yunyao is grandmother's maternal granddaughter. Her mother is our aunt who was lost for many years." Hearing this, Su Qing couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Upon seeing Su Qing, Meng Yanran began to cry aggrievedly. "Cousin, you've come at just the right time. Today, I came to see Mu Yunyao with good intentions, but I never expected her to deliberately splash scalding tea onto my leg. Now, these legs of mine are ruined." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, looking incredibly pitiful and heart-wrenching. Su Qing looked towards Meng Yanran. "Yui, what happened?" Su Yui gently said, "Sister Yanran heard that Yunyao had returned to the residence, so she wanted to come and meet her today. But unexpectedly, when cousin Yunyao was serving tea, the tea happened to spill on his sister Yinran's leg. Mu Yunyao sneered inwardly." Su Yui really knew how to pick her words. Phrased like that, everyone would assume she had intentionally splashed that cup of tea. Su Qing looked towards Mu Yunyao, pressing his lips together slightly. "Is this really how things happened?" Mu Yunyao stood her ground, an extraordinary stubbornness in her clear eyes. "Whatever cousin thinks is fine. Whether I am to be beaten or punished, I will accept it." Meng Yanran suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Cousin Qing, you heard her. I came to visit her out of kindness. Who knew she would use such a method to harm me instead? If my legs are scalded badly, what am I to do in the future?" Su Qing's brow furrowed even tighter. He turned his head to look at the maids beside them. "You were also present. Recount exactly what happened." Su Yui abruptly lifted her head, surprised that her elder brother would question the servant girls. Could it be that he didn't believe her words? The two servant girls, trembling with fear, knew what they should say. The three young misses were having tea together. When the tea was served to the eldest miss, nothing happened. It was only when it reached Miss Meng that it suddenly spilled. Mu Yunyao suddenly spoke up. "Cousin, what can you possibly learn from questioning them? They both follow Miss Meng's orders. They even dare to lay hands on me directly. If cousin hadn't suddenly entered just now, I might very well be pinned to the ground being slapped right now." Su Qing's gaze appeared calm and undisturbed, yet a sharp glint seemed to flash deep within his eyes. "As servants, you dare to strike a young miss? You need not serve in the Su family any longer." The two servant girls immediately kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Young master, we were only following Miss Meng's orders. As servants, we have no right to resist. We could only do as commanded." Su Qing glanced towards the attendant by his side. "Gag them and drag them away. Don't let them spout nonsense after they leave." If someone splashed hot water on her, she would retaliate. If someone raised a hand to strike her, she would strike back. The two servant girls were promptly gagged and dragged away. Witnessing this scene, Su Yui couldn't help but secretly bite her lip, her expression turning extremely unpleasant. She cast a meaningful glance towards Meng Yanran. As expected, Meng Yanran persisted relentlessly. "Cousin, my leg is badly scalded. Can't Mu Yunyao even be punished for this? How important are her legs to a young lady? I will definitely seek justice for this matter. If cousin won't uphold reason here, I will go directly to aunt and uncle." Suin looked towards Su Yui. "Has a physician been sent for?" Su Yui nodded. "Someone has already been dispatched. They should be on their way now." Su Qing calmly placated. "Miss Meng, please try to remain calm for the moment. Yunyao has just arrived and is unfamiliar with many rules. If she has offended you in any way, I apologize to you on her behalf here. I also ask that you consider the Su family's face and forgive her this once." Meng Yanran stared at Su Qing in disbelief, the resentment in her eyes growing even stronger. "Cousin, you were never one to shield others like this before." Mu Yunyao walked directly up to Meng Yanran, her gaze coolly fixed upon her. Miss Ming, there should be a limit to your clamoring. Do you truly believe I'm afraid of you? Yin Yao, suing froned di sepruingli. Apologized to Miss Ming. On what grounds? Mu Yinyao's expression grew even more defiant. Miss Ming, according to your account, the water has been spilled. How do you wish to punish me? You ruined my leg. Naturally, you must compensate me with something of equal value. Mu Yinyao let out a cold laugh. So, according to your logic, you want to break my legs to compensate you? Meng Yinran looked at Mu Yunyao's expression, the hatred in her heart intensifying until she could no longer control her emotions. The furious words tumbled out. That's right. Naturally, your legs must be used to compensate me. Sister Yinran, Su Yui quickly stepped forward, grasping Meng Yinran's hand. No matter what, Mu Yunyao has just returned under the identity of old Madame's granddaughter. The Su family can punish her slightly, perhaps ruin her reputation. That would suffice. If her legs were truly broken, there would be the Su family who faces condemnation. However, Meng Yinran seemed not to hear Su Yui's implied warning, her eyes glaring fiercely at Mu Yunyao. Do you really think that just because you've returned to the Su family and have a higher status, you can do whatever you please? Don't forget, you're just someone who sells clothes and tea. Rotten to the core. Even if wrapped in gold and jade, you'll never amount to anything noble. Sister Yinran, you must be delirious from the pain. Meng Yinran had lost all sense of propriety, even implicating the Su family in her words. If she continued, Su Qing's expression also darkened. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Mu Yunyao suddenly grab Meng Yinran and pull her forcefully to her feet. There's a limit to feigning madness. You claim your leg is ruined? Fine, prove it to me. If it truly is ruined, I will give you my own legs as compensation. But if you are unharmed, then today, you absolutely must give me an explanation. Even if I am just a commoner, I will not allow you to slander my reputation without cause. The moment Meng Yinran stood up, she felt as though knives were slicing through her legs, an intense, dense pain overwhelming her. Her voice changed abruptly. Mu Yunyao, you bitch. I'll kill you. As she spoke, she raised her arm, swinging it towards Mu Yunyao. Mu Yunyao instantly raised her hand, firmly seizing Meng Yinran's arm. I may come from the countryside, but even I understand etiquette and rules. With that, she disdainfully flung Meng Yinran aside. A well-bred young lady like Miss Meng, this is truly the first time I've encountered one like you. Meng Yinran's arm slammed onto the ground. It felt as if the bone itself had fractured, the pain utterly excruciating. Mu Yinyao directly picked up the clay pot that held the hot water and placed it before Su Qing. Cousin, this clay pot is specially made. According to my elder cousin's sister, it can keep the water temperature constant for half a shurchun, 1 hour. Sui Nadif, this tea set is specially made. The clay pot was intentionally crafted with 2 layers. It can indeed maintain the water temperature for half a shurchun, 1 hour, without change. All right then, from the moment I brewed the tea until now, less than 2/4 of an hour have passed. The temperature inside this clay pot shouldn't have changed much. Please, cousin, come and see. How could I use water like this to scald someone? Su Qing abruptly snatched the clay pot, his eyes filled with panic. What are you doing? Mu Yunyao lifted her water-splashed palm. Cousin, look carefully. Su Yui and Meng Yinran's eyes widened slightly, their faces etched with disbelief. How is this possible? Mu Yunyao waved her hand. My skin has been delicate since childhood. The slightest touch leaves a red mark. This doesn't count. Cousin, why don't you help me test it? After confirming her hand was unharmed, Su Qing finally relaxed slightly. Without saying much, he took the clay pot directly. He poured the water inside onto his own palm. Su Yui cried out in alarm. Big brother! The sensation on his fingers was warm, slightly hot. Yet, it was entirely within a tolerable range. Water of this temperature simply couldn't scald anyone. Su Qing's expression suddenly turned severe. Miss Meng, there must be a limit to your mischief. Meng Yinran's eyes widened in disbelief. Cousin Qing, when was I being mischievous? Mono scolded me. Am I not allowed to seek justice for myself? Even now, you're still lying? Su Qing slammed the clay pot heavily onto the table. This water is merely somewhat hot to the touch. It's nowhere near hot enough to scald someone. How can that be? My leg still hurts so much I can't stand up. It must be because so much time has passed. The water in the clay pot has cooled down. Mu Yunyao's voice was filled with indignation. Miss Ming, if you don't believe it, you can refill it with water and wait half a shurchen to try again. It must be you. You tampered with it. Meng Yanran pointed a finger at Mu Yunyao, her chest heaving with anger. Besides, who uses lukewarm water to brew tea? Mu Yunyao let out a soft scoff, looking at her with utter disdain. That was Preaching Longjing tea. It doesn't require very hot water to begin with. Moreover, the tea leaves prepared by elder cousin sister are tender March leaves. The leaves are very delicate and require an even lower water temperature for brewing. Therefore, that tea water simply wouldn't scald anyone. If you don't understand, don't speak nonsense. Yunyao, don't be so impolite, Su Qing said to Mu Yunyao mildly, then turned to Su Yui. Send Miss Ming back. No, I'm not going back. Today I must have justice. Meng Yanran's eyes burned with hatred. The pain in her leg was exceptionally intense. She was definitely scalded. Today, I will certainly expose your sinister face. Since you insist, I won't hold back either. Go ahead, make a scene. It's best if everyone knows about it. Then let everyone come and see your vicious heart. Meng Yanran was nearly driven mad with fury. You call me vicious? That's right, I'm talking about you. You kept calling me a closed cellar, calling me low-born and base, and even said I was rotten from the roots. My maternal grandmother holds an imperial commendation. For all these years, she has constantly thought of my mother, never giving up the search. Her ladyship is the kindest person imaginable. How is she rotten? Make yourself clear. When did I mention the old madam? Meng Yanran's eyes widened. Her previous words were clearly meant to mock Mu Yunyao's origins. Yet Mu Yunyao had forcefully twisted them to involve the old madam. Even if she had 10 times the courage, she would never dare say anything implicating the old madam within the Su residence. Cousin and cousin sister heard what was just said. They are both fair-minded people. They won't conceal it for you. Are you still trying to argue? Su Yui's hand supporting Meng Yanran gradually loosened, a calculating glint flashing in her eyes from time to time. Mu Yunyao noticed her movement and sneered inwardly. Su Yui had perfectly inherited the Su family trait, always knowing how to assess a situation. At this moment, she had completely forgotten that she was the one who had dragged Meng Yanran over to use as a pawn. Just then, a maid's voice suddenly came from the doorway. Young master, Physician Lin has arrived. Meng Yanran shot a cold glance at Mu Yunyao. Words can be faked, but injuries cannot. Don't think you can twist right and wrong just because you have a clever tongue. Physician Lin nodded slightly, signaling to a nearby maid to help Meng Yanran to the inner part of the room. Seeing that Physician Lin, a cold, murderous intent flashed in Mu Yunyao's eyes. Lin Yuhan, granddaughter of the once famous Imperial Physician Lin. Later, Imperial Physician Lin was implicated in palace intrigue and convicted. The Lin family's assets were confiscated, and all the female relatives were forced into official servitude. Because Imperial Physician Lin had once saved the Su family's old master, the old madam's son managed to rescue her. Later, Lin Yuhan followed Su Yui into the third prince's residence, helping Su Yui quickly establish her footing and suppress other favored concubines. Lin Yuhan's contribution could be said to be indispensable. Even Mu Yunyao had fallen victim to her schemes many times. A stinging slap. As soon as Meng Yanran emerged from the night, she directly slapped Mu Yunyao across the face. Mu Yunyao didn't dodge, enduring it stiffly. Her eyes filled with boundless coldness and sharpness, a chilling aura spreading overwhelmingly, as if it could swallow a person whole in the blink of an eye. Meng Yanran was intimidated by her gaze, taking a sharp step back, her heart pounding uncontrollably. You venomous creature, how dare you look at me like that? Just moments ago, Physician Lin's examination results had shown that Meng Yanran was indeed scalded, and the injury was quite severe, likely to leave a scar. Mu Yunyao's clear eyes frosted over. Just as she had expected, the old madam's son couldn't sit still any longer. A peculiar emotion flashed through Su Qingwu's eyes before he regained his composure. Yui, arrange for someone to send Miss Meng back. No matter the cost, we must ensure Miss Meng's leg doesn't scar. Hearing this, how could Meng Yanran let such a golden opportunity slip? Her eyes brimming with triumph, she walked up to Mu Yunyao. Raising her arm, she swung a vicious slap. This slap is just collecting some interest. Now, let's discuss how you're going to compensate me. Meng Yanran curled her lips smugly, sneering inwardly. She herself hadn't expected that after removing her skirt, her legs would be completely unharmed. Forget scalding, there wasn't even a hint of redness. The piercing pain had also gradually dissipated. She had thought she'd lost face this time and would have to bow her head to Mu Yunyao. Unexpectedly, Physician Lin had remained impassive, applied some ointment to her legs, and bandaged them up. Meng Yanran immediately understood Physician Lin's meaning, her heart instantly settling. So what if Mu Yunyao was arrogant? The old madam disliked her. Dealing with her was incredibly simple. Wasn't she just injured by her now? Didn't she dare to even hit back after being slapped? Mu Yunyao, you said it before. If my injury is verified, you'll break your own legs as compensation. Now, with Physician Lin as a witness, don't even think about denying it. So you stood beside Meng Yanran. Sister Yanran, I know you've been greatly wronged, but if Yunyao's legs are truly broken, think of how it would look when word gets out. Please, spare her this once. Meng Yanran glanced at Mu Yunyao, her eyes filled with disdain. I didn't want to stoop to the level of this country bumpkin, but she's simply too arrogant and even deceive cousin Qingwu. How can I forgive such a malicious person? Su Yui looked at Mu Yunyao with extreme difficulty, indicating she was powerless, before turning to Su Qingwu. She walked to Mu Yunyao's side, letting out a deep breath. Yunyao, apologize to Miss Meng. Beg her to be lenient with you. Meng Yanran curled her lip. For cousin's sake, I can consider not breaking your legs. 20 strokes of the cane will settle it. Mu Yunyao snorted coldly, her tone neither servile nor overbearing. There's no need. I keep my word. Have someone break my legs. She wanted to see just how these demons and monsters of the Su family intended to harm her. You want to cause trouble? Then go all out. Let's see if the Su family can withstand the fallout in the end. Sui's brow twitched. Mu Yunyao's reputation had already spread throughout the capital. If her legs were truly broken, who knew what impact it would have on the Su family? Meng Yanran suddenly shouted sharply, Fine, I want to see how long you can keep up this tough act. Men, drag her down. Give her 20 strokes first. The Su family's servant women waiting at the door, already eager, rushed and holding the canes. Su Qingwu stepped forward, stopping the servant women's actions. Wait! He looked at Mu Yunyao with pity in his eyes, his voice soft and anxious. Yunyao, it's not too late to admit your mistake now. Mu Yunyao let out a mocking laugh. This world is truly strange. Those with black hearts who frame others feel perfectly justified, while I, the innocent victim, am forced to admit fault. Meng Yanran roared furiously. Were you all standing there for? Drag her down and beat her hard. 2 servant women seized Mu Yunyao's arms and forced her to the ground. The first stroke of the cane fell abruptly, landing directly on her lower back, near her side. Intense pain shot through her entire body. Before she could even cry out in pain, the second cane struck, landing in the exact same spot. A sharp, cold glint flashed in her eyes. These 2 servant women must have received instructions. They intended to use this punishment to inflict internal injuries, destroying her ability to bear children. Just then, Meng Yanran abruptly stood up, letting out a piercing scream. What's wrong with my leg? It hurts. It hurts so much. The malicious schemer, faking a scald injury to seize the chance to brutally cane Mu Yunyao, never expected retribution to come so swiftly. The area where Physician Lin had applied the ointment felt as if knives were relentlessly stabbing her leg, the pain seeping deep into her bones. Startled, the few elderly maids hastily stopped their actions, their gazes fixed on Meng Yanran. They saw her face turn deathly pale, a layer of cold sweat breaking out on her forehead as she incessantly rubbed her leg, letting out piercing, miserable screams. Lin Inu stepped forward to support Meng Yanran. Miss Meng, what is the matter? Meng Yanran abruptly lifted her head, her eyes filled with terror as she stared at Lin Inu. What medicine did you just apply to me? Lin Inu lowered her gaze slightly. It is merely common medicinal herbs used for treating scalds. It couldn't possibly. Quick, help me remove the medicine. The pain is killing me. Lin Inu's hand supporting Meng Yanran tightened slightly. Miss Meng, have you forgotten? You have an injury on your leg. Washing away the medicine might leave a scar. Meng Yanran suddenly regained her senses, yet she still couldn't withstand the torment of the pain. I cannot bear it. Quickly wash off those herbs. Lin Yinu still intended to forcibly hold Meng Yanran down, but unexpectedly, Meng Yanran shoved Lin Yinu aside, acting as if she had gone mad. Are you deaf? Hurry up and fetch water. Mu Yinyao directed a cold sneer towards Lin Yinu. Why haven't you quickly found people to restrain Miss Meng? With an injury on her leg, she mustn't move erratically. Can you bear the consequences if something happens? Lin Yinu's heart clenched. She hastily looked towards the two sturdy maids nearby. Quick, come and help. Do not let Miss Meng move wildly. Mu Yinyao watched with ice-cold eyes as Meng Yanran's expression grew increasingly ferocious. Earlier, when Meng Yanran had ordered her to brew tea, she had added fire rock grass to her tea water. Fire rock grass caused no significant harm to the body, but contact with the skin induced excruciating pain. Furthermore, fire rock grass must not encounter honeysuckle, which clears heat and detoxifies. Once the two combined, their medicinal properties were bound to clash, intensifying the pain manifold. Simply washing with water would be ineffective. Unexpectedly, events unfolded exactly as she had anticipated. This physician Lin truly was helping Meng Yanran frame her, even instructing the attendants administering the caning to strike ruthlessly. This left her increasingly bewildered. The blood of the Su family flowed within her own veins. Why did the Su family repeatedly attempt to harm her, and with such cruelty, showing not a shred of mercy? Meng Yanran was pinned firmly onto the chair, struggling desperately, trying to stand up. The more she struggled, the more distinct the sensation of pain became. Mu Yinyao observed coldly from the sidelines. Miss Meng, perhaps you should endure it for a moment. Struggling so violently now, aren't you afraid the wound on your leg will fester completely? Meng Yanran, already driven to the brink of madness by the pain, had lost all reason. She whipped her head around, staring deathly at Lin Yinu. Lin Yinu, what medicine did you apply on me? The pain had already lessened, but now it feels like it's digging into my heart and seeping deep into my bones. At this moment, beads of sweat also appeared on Lin Yinu's forehead. She couldn't comprehend it either. What she had applied was clearly the most common honeysuckle. Mu Yinyao gently curled her lips into a smile. Miss Meng must be muddled from the pain. Lin Yinu serves my maternal grandmother. Her medical skills are exceptionally high. It is absolutely impossible for her to make a mistake with medicine. Under normal circumstances, Meng Yanran would have agreed with this statement. But now, no matter how she heard it, it sounded wrong. Could it be that she deliberately used medicine to ruin her leg? Using her own hand to punish Mu Yinyao? That must be it. Her gaze, filled with resentment, fixed upon physician Lin. There is something wrong with the medicine you gave me. It must be you. Mu Yinyao, however, feigned astonishment. Miss Meng, you mustn't speak so recklessly. Why would Lin Yinu harm you without any reason? Meng Yanran could no longer care about appearances and blurted out the truth directly. There was never any injury on my leg. This Lin Yuhan insisted my injury was severe, even applied medicine, and bandaged it for me. She must harbor malicious intent. Let me go. Quickly prepare water. I want to bathe. Meng Yanran shrieked hysterically, struggling. Su Yui was utterly stunned by the unfolding situation. She had never imagined that merely wanting to seize an opportunity to punish Mu Yinyao would provoke so many unforeseen complications. The commotion was significant. Soon, the first madam arrived with her attendants. Isn't second young Miss Su's small courtyard usually the most tranquil? Why is it so clamorous today, disturbing everyone's peace? Mu Yinyao sneered inwardly. This first madam's words, both explicitly and implicitly, painted her as a troublemaker stirring up the household. The first madam saw Meng Yanran being held down on the chair by two elderly maids, and her expression changed abruptly. Insolence! How dare you treat Miss Meng with such disrespect? Release her at once. Meng Yanran, nearly driven mad by the pain, broke free the instant the restraint loosened. Caring about nothing else, she stood up directly and tore open her own dress. It hurts so much. Where's the water? Bring water quickly. I want to bathe. Yanran, the first madam, cried out in alarm, quickly glancing towards Su Qingwu. You should leave first. This Meng Yanran was, after all, the legitimate eldest daughter of the Meng family. If Su Qingwu were to see her in such a state of disarray today, the Meng family would likely compel Su Qingwu to marry Meng Yanran. This was highly probable. Although she normally doted on this niece, accepting someone like this as her daughter-in-law was absolutely out of the question. Mu Yinyao suddenly interjected. What are you doing? Cousin is supposed to remain here and serve as a witness for me. Until the matters of today are clearly explained, no one can leave so easily. Madame Meng whipped her head around, her gaze like sharpened blades, piercing towards Mu Yunyao before sweeping fiercely over Su Yui. Suppressing the fury in her heart, she quickly looked towards Su Qingwu, who remained motionless. Why haven't you gone out yet? Your cousin is frightened. Wait until she calms down, and I will naturally send someone to escort her back. First aunt. Mu Yunyao spoke again, showing no intention of saving face for the first madam. You just arrived and aren't clear about many things. Cousin witnessed the entire event from beginning to end. Now, he needs to uphold justice for me. Yunyao, have you gone mad too? Your elder sister specifically invited someone to speak with you. How can you not only show no gratitude, but instead spout such nonsense? Mu Yunyao si trektenet herposture. First aunt, I know you wish to settle this quietly, but Meng Yanran falsely accused me of trying to harm her, then fabricated injuries to have my legs broken. This is no longer a trivial matter. If I receive justice today, then fine. If I cannot get justice, I will find a place where reason prevails. Hearing this, Madame Meng took a sharp, hidden breath, her gaze flickering uncertainly at Mu Yunyao. Such audacity from a mere village girl from the countryside. Does she think she can overturn the heavens of the Su family? Madame Meng squinted at Mu Yunyao, her eyes filled with annoyance and contempt. Then, what is your meaning? What do you want? Mu Yinyao's gaze was resolute as she spoke directly. First, Miss Meng herself said she had no scald marks on her legs at all. Then, physician Lin Inu, why did you help her falsify the injury? Second, since Miss Meng was not scalded, how should we settle the score for her using that pretext to slap me and then ordering people to cane me? Third, Mother and I want to move out of the Su residence. Su Yui also turned her head, glaring at Mu Yunyao. Yunyao, don't speak out of anger. You finally managed to return to the Su family. How can you clamor about moving out over such a small matter? The first madam's thoughts raced, trying to placate Mu Yunyao by downplaying the issue. Mu Yunyao, however, was completely unmoved. First aunt, meals must be eaten one bite at a time, and matters must be resolved one by one. Let's first discuss why Miss Meng, despite being uninjured, would falsely accuse me. Meng Yanran was in such pain she wanted to roll on the ground, having completely lost the demeanor of a well-bred young lady. All she wanted was to quickly find water to bathe, utterly disregarding everything else. What are you all still dawdling for? Hurry up and prepare water for me to bathe. Do you really want to see my legs ruined before you're satisfied? When I get back, I'll tell grandfather and grandmother and have them seek justice for me. Mu Yunyao spoke unhurriedly, her tone exceptionally firm. Once you explain things clearly, someone will naturally prepare water for your bath. If you can't explain clearly, then you'll just have to endure it. I'll talk. Meng Yanran threw all caution to the wind. I originally just wanted to splash the tea on you, using the chance to teach you a small lesson. I didn't expect the cup to slip and fall on myself. Who knew that Lenny knew, after discovering my legs were perfectly fine, still helped me fake the injury and even applied ointment. Su Yui's expression turned ugly, her eyes coldly fixed on Meng Yanran. She had thought this younger cousin, though arrogant and willful, had some sense. She hadn't expected her to be so useless. Fortunately, however, she herself hadn't explicitly said anything from beginning to end. Otherwise, she might have been implicated. The first madam knew the truth perfectly well. Hearing this, she immediately spoke up, reprimanding. Yanran, you have truly gone too far. Meng Yanran, at this point, felt like dying from the pain. She completely ignored the first madam, only clamoring incessantly for a bath. I've told the truth. Where's the water? Quickly prepare water for a bath. Mu Yunyao subtly lifted the corners of her lips, turning her head towards Lin Inu. Right, those gauze bandages used to wrap her wounds. Don't throw them away. They are still evidence. Lin Inu's face instantly turned pale. She looked up at Mu Yunyao, her eyes filled with terror. Miss Mu, I truly did not tamper with anything on Miss Meng's person. You even dared to help fabricate injuries. Who knows if you weren't trying to kill two birds with one stone, harming both me and Miss Meng. Mu Yunyao sneered. Lin Inu, a person like you, devoid of a physician's heart, how could grandmother possibly feel at ease keeping you by her side? I think it's best to drive you out of the residence sooner rather than later, lest one day you develop other intentions. intentions. Lin Yuhan's face turned deathly white, and she knelt down with a thud. Miss Mu, how would this servant dare to take the initiative to help Miss Meng fake injuries? It was Miss Meng who ordered this servant to do so. This servant could not refuse. Please, First Madam and Miss, investigate clearly. Lin Yuhan bit her lip tightly. Even if she pushed all the blame on a Meng Yanran, she absolutely could not be driven out of the Su family. Once outside the Su residence, she would revert to her status as an official slave, and her fate would undoubtedly be miserable beyond words. Mu Yinyao slowly turned her gaze towards Madame Meng. First Aunt, the rights and wrongs should be very clear to you now. I ask you to uphold justice and give me an explanation. The first madam's expression completely darkened. Lin Yuhan was one of the old madam's people, loyal and devoted. Could it be that the old madam had interfered in today's matter? Impossible. Thoughts whirled. The only option was to sacrifice Meng Yanran. Yanran, you have truly caused too much trouble today. The first madam's tone was light, directly setting the nature of today's events. It was originally just squabbles between young sisters. Bickering isn't a big deal. You sat on firearms you shouldn't have carelessly touched, striking without any sense of proportion. Fortunately, you knew to restrain yourself and didn't seriously injure Yunyao. Always finding fault. Sister Yanran has always had a childish temperament, but truly harbors little malice. Mu Yinyao's face felt as if swept by frost, devoid of any warmth. This mother and daughter, singing in chorus, wanted to use the excuse of young sisters playing around to brush today's events aside. How could there be such an easy way out in this world? Meng Yanran, who had been weak and frantic, also calmed down slightly, wiping her tears. It was my fault for making such a scene. Cousin Yinyao, I hope you won't hold it against me. It was better to extricate herself from today's situation first, and then settle accounts slowly later. Mu Yunyao tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with mockery. And what if I say I mind very much? How does cousin Yinran plan to compensate me? Hearing this, Meng Yinran's expression changed instantly. Didn't I just apologize? Where possible, one should forgive. Cousin Yunyao should understand this principle. Mu Yunyao sneered. It was incredible that Meng Yanran could even say such words. She blinked, her voice soft. I'll repeat myself. If I cannot get justice here, then I will go find another place where reason prevails. The room suddenly fell silent. The first madam carefully appraised Mu Yunyao, seemingly trying to see through her, to understand what backing gave her the confidence to utter such words. Meng Yanran gave a contemptuous smile. Then take your time finding it. I am feeling unwell, so I shall take my leave for today. Aunt, cousin, I will come visit you another day. After speaking, she shot Mu Yunyao a fierce glare and slowly walked out, supported by her maidservant. Mu Yunyao sat where she was, her posture ramrod straight, saying nothing more. The first madam looked towards Lin Yuhan, who stood to the side. You committed an error today and deserve punishment. However, you're one of the old madam's people. If discipline is needed, it should naturally be handled by the old madam. Go back and kowtow to her. Admit your mistake. The great stone hanging in Lin Yuhan's heart finally dropped heavily. She bowed respectfully to the first madam. Yes, this servant understands. Having dealt with everything, the first madam finally turned back to Mu Yunyao, her voice softening into a placating tone. Yinyao, Yinran, is the legitimate daughter of the Meng family. Under her, even the daughters of 4th or 5th rank officials must endure much. It was just one slap. It will be fine in 2 or 3 days. The old madam has always liked harmony within the family. You should know how to act appropriately, correct? Mu Yinyao nodded slightly. Rest assured, first aunt, having experienced so much today, I naturally understand what needs to be done. This slap, she would soon return it, rightfully and confidently. The first madam, her face stern, summoned Su Qingwu. Qingwu, mother thought you always acted with discretion, but unexpectedly, you were muddled today. Just now, Su Qingwu had listened to Mu Yunyao and remained, instead of obeying her unspoken wish for him to withdraw, which left her deeply resentful. Su Qingwu's handsome face held a trace of pallor. Mother, today's events were clearly Miss Meng being unreasonable. Mother only needed to handle it fairly. But by forcibly suppressing it like this, you risk making the situation uncontrollable. The first madam couldn't help but chuckle softly. Uncontrollable? Can a mere Mu Yunyao overturn the heavens? Ultimately, she is just a yellow-haired lass. So what if she was recognized by Marquis Yu Mian as a goddaughter? Su Qingwu didn't know how to explain it to the first madam. After several encounters, he had a faint intuition. Mu Yunyao was definitely not the type to swallow insults silently. Seeing Su Qingwu remain silent, his expression appearing quite grave, the first madam grew increasingly irritated. Qingwu, you are taking this matter far too seriously. It is now a foregone conclusion. Dwelling on it is useless. You just returned from an outing with the third prince. You must be tired. Go back and rest. The first madam did not know what devastating disaster today's belittlement and contempt would later bring upon the Su family. Returning to his own courtyard, Su Qingwu finally removed his outer robe. Seeing the bloodstains on the inner garment, an attendant quickly brought medicinal powder to help Su Qingwu change the gauze on his arm. Go out and inquire whether a physician has gone over to Jinhua Pavilion. If not, find a physician and send them over. Within Jinhua Pavilion, Su Qing applied medicine to Mu Yunyao's injury, her face full of heartache. Although it was only 2 strikes from the cane, it still left a large patch of bruised marks. Jinlan walked in and asked softly, "Miss, the eldest young master sent someone to ask if we have requested a physician." Mu Yunyao lifted her face. Just say we have medicine here and don't need a physician to come. Also, take a bottle of Hongshan ointment for the person who came asking. Tell him to ask cousin to take good care of himself. Today, she had indeed smelled the scent of blood on Su Qingwu, since he had shown goodwill first. Then she had to respond in kind, one way or another. Perhaps it could prove useful in the future. Su Qingwu took the injury medicine from his attendant's hand, twirling it slightly between his fingertips, his gaze deep, lost in thought. The very next morning, just as he had risen, an attendant rushed in frantically. "Young master, someone from the palace has arrived." Su Qingwu, unhurried, adjusted his robes. He supposed it was merely for bestowing some rewards. What is there to be nervous about? Set up the incense table to welcome the decree. No, the palace envoy specifically asked to see Miss Mu. They said Miss Mu is summoned to the palace tomorrow. The emperor wishes to see her. Su Qingwu's eyes flickered, his brow furrowing tightly. Does mother know about this? By now, not only the first madam, but the entire Su residence had been alerted. The rear courtyards were thrown into disarray. Everyone had dismissed Mu Yunyao's words as a joke, never believing she could actually stir up any trouble. No one had anticipated that after just one night, news would suddenly arrive from the palace that the emperor wished to see her. Inside Jinhua Pavilion, Mu Yunyao sat pale-faced on a chair, 2 soft cushions placed behind her back. Seeing this, Eunuch Li inquired, "Judging by your complexion, miss, you don't seem too well?" Mu Yunyao forced a smile, though it looked strained, and shook her head slightly. "It's nothing. Perhaps I haven't quite acclimatized since arriving in the capital." Eunuch Li's gaze swept over her cheek. Not acclimatizing doesn't cause a palm print on one's face. He understood inwardly, but followed her words aloud. "Then, will the young lady be able to enter the palace for the audience tomorrow?" Yunyao is deeply grateful for His Majesty's favor. Let alone feeling slightly unwell, even if my legs were broken, I would crawl to the palace to kowtow and express my gratitude to the emperor. Eunuch Li nudda. That's good then. I shall not impose further. Jinlan quickly took out a purse and presented it to Eunuch Li. "We've troubled Gong Gong to make this trip amidst your busy schedule. A small token of appreciation. Please accept it for some tea." No sooner had Eunuch Li left than the first madam arrived at Jinhua Pavilion. With Mu Yunyao's cheek injured, she absolutely could not let her enter the palace and speak recklessly. Upon entering the room, she saw Su Qing sitting by the bed, secretly wiping away tears. "Sister-in-law, Yunyao, this child was born somewhat prematurely, so she has always been frail. I'm afraid she isn't well enough to speak with you now." The first madam's smile stiffened further. "Yaoer's health is paramount. Don't blame me for not stopping them yesterday. That girl Yin ran. It was just supposed to be playful banter between young sisters. Who knew it would escalate like this? I will certainly have a stern word with her later and make her come apologize to Yaoer." Mu Yunyao lay on the bed, eyes closed, remaining utterly still no matter what the first madam said. The first madam was vexed to the extreme, yet completely helpless. She could only depart resentfully to seek the old madam's counsel. Old madam's son sat in the seat of honor, her expression grim. The first madam curtsied, but heard no command to rise for a long time. She could only remain frozen in her bow, her heart slowly sinking. Is this because I favored Meng Yanran yesterday? Have I done something wrong, mother, to incur your displeasure? Please enlighten me. Old Madam's son remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. I heard that Yin Yao was injured yesterday. Yes, mother is aware. That child, Yinran, has been spoiled. Sometimes her words and actions lack propriety. So you protected Meng Yanran and let Yaoer suffer injustice. The old madam's gaze turned abruptly cold. The first madam's heart clenched. Listening to the old madam, it seems she intends to pin all the blame on me. Doesn't she remember she also intervened yesterday? Mother, I was worried something might happen to Yanran here, making it difficult to answer to the Meng family. That's why I subconsciously favored her slightly. But I specifically went to see Yaoer today, yet Yaoer seems resentful and refused to speak. Since you know you've wronged Yaoer, then go speak with her again. Don't let her harbor resentment. The old madam's tone softened slightly. After all, she is young and speaks without reservation. If any unpleasant rumors spread, wouldn't it disgrace our Su family? The old madam looked faintly at the first madam, only satisfied when she nodded in agreement. Leaving Ningyi courtyard, the first madam felt utterly wretched, aching from head to toe. If the old madam truly cared for her maternal granddaughter, she wouldn't have sent Lin Yuhan over yesterday to interfere so forcefully. Now that Mu Yunyao is about to meet the emperor, she hastily sends me to smooth things over and appease Mu Yunyao. She gets to take all the credit, while I have to do the dirty work. Is the old madam's face so precious, while mine, the first madam's, is made of paper? Insi Ginep Pavilion, Suching Vasli Vajmuno. Yaoer, you don't truly intend to bring this matter before the emperor, do you? Mu Yunyao blinked, nodding as if it were the most natural thing. Of course. The first madam bullies others relying on her position. Others might not be able to control the Su family, but the emperor certainly can. She had spent so much silver to build her reputation, not so she could suffer grievances silently. A few placating words to smooth things over? Where in the world could one find such a convenient resolution? The next day, Mu Yunyao followed eunuch Li into the palace early in the morning. The emperor was still holding morning court. She waited quietly in a side hall. After waiting for nearly an hour, eunuch Li entered once more. Miss Mu, His Majesty summons you. Halfway there, eunuch Li quietly reminded her with a low voice. His Majesty is in a somewhat foul mood. Mu Yunyao's eyes flickered. Many thanks for the reminder, eunuch. With her head slightly bowed, Mu Yunyao entered the main hall with utmost reverence. She quickly knelt and kowtowed respectfully. Your subject, Mu Yunyao, greets your majesty. Her voice, clear and crisp, sounded exceptionally pleasant in the quiet hall. The emperor, whose brows had been tightly knitted, found his expression softening slightly. Rise. You are Mu Yunyao. Replying to your majesty, yes, I am. The emperor sized up Mu Yunyao, just as she curiously appraised him. This caused the emperor to pause, taken aback. Mu Yunyao, did no one tell you before you came that you must not gaze directly upon the Son of Heaven? Mu Yunyao quickly lowered her head, her voice tinged with apprehension. Replying to your majesty, your subject was truly curious about what the true dragon, the Son of Heaven, looked like, so I couldn't resist a glance. Please forgive my transgression, your majesty. Then tell me, are you disappointed now that you have seen us? Although the emperor found Mu Yunyao bold, he was also somewhat amused. Isn't this exactly how the true dragon, the Son of Heaven, should look? Mu Yunyao said this while sneaking another peek. Without waiting for the emperor's reply, she immediately knelt down again. She meticulously began performing the grand ritual of kowtowing. The emperor's gaze fell upon her, watching her movements with keen interest. Why perform this ritual so abruptly? Naturally, it is to thank your majesty for the rewards you bestowed. Your majesty previously granted your subject many things, and also bestowed treasure calligraphy upon Niyun Workshop and Bushin Pavilion. Your subject has long wished to express her gratitude to your majesty. The emperor raised his hand slightly. The reason we rewarded you is because you rendered meritorious service by teaching embroidery techniques. Is what you deserved. Mu Yunyao's eyes widened slightly, appearing quite astonished. How could that be? Your Majesty's possessions didn't just appear out of thin air. Having received so many rewards, of course, I must express my gratitude. Besides, I taught the embroidery techniques of my own free will. Your Majesty's reward is a sign of your approval. Receiving Your Majesty's recognition is such a rare honor. Your subject has always been endlessly grateful in her heart. The Emperor was somewhat surprised. Looking at Mu Yunyao's sincere expression, his previously displeased mood lightened considerably. If only all officials thought as you do, it would save us much worry. It was merely an offhand remark, yet he saw Mu Yunyao nod as if it were perfectly logical. Your Majesty must govern all the people under heaven. Indeed, you have many concerns. Govern all the people under heaven. This girl is quite straightforward. Lift your head. He couldn't help but be curious about Mu Yunyao's appearance and wanted to observe her carefully. This young girl had stirred up considerable matters, making him increasingly intrigued. Your Majesty, please be careful. Don't be frightened by me. Mu Yunyao first offered the warning before raising her face. Could it be that you look particularly? Hearing Mu Yunyao's warning, the Emperor felt rather amused. He was about to jokingly ask her if she looked particularly ugly when the words died on his lips. Eunuch Li, standing to the side, caught sight of her face and couldn't help but gasp sharply. Could Miss Mu's face have been ruined? Silence descended upon the great hall for a long moment. Mu Yunyao lowered her head again, appearing somewhat uneasy. She bowed towards the Emperor once more. Your subject has been impudent. Please censure me, Your Majesty. Her voice reached his ears, but the Emperor seemed not to register it. The reason for his distraction was not the slap mark on Mu Yunyao's face, but because her features bore a striking resemblance to his own imperial sister, the Ida Grand Princess, in her youth. He couldn't help but feel a flicker of affinity towards her. What happened to the injury on your face? Mu Yunyao answered directly, replying to Your Majesty, it was inflicted by the Meng family's legitimate daughter, Miss Meng Yanran. The Emperor was puzzled. Why did she strike you? Was it because you did something wrong? Mu Yunyao quickly shook her head, her tone frank and unreserved. According to Miss Meng, it was because my birth is lowly and I engage in the base affairs of merchants. Therefore, she found me disagreeable, deliberately framed me, and then found an excuse to punish me. Eunuch Li couldn't help but draw another sharp breath. Wasn't Miss Mu's accusation a bit too direct and blunt? By saying this, are you asking us to seek justice for you? The Emperor's eyes were deep, his bearing majestic, making it impossible to discern his pleasure or anger. Mu Yunyao indeed nodded readily. Your subject came precisely hoping Your Majesty would uphold justice. The Emperor stroked his beard, asking with interest, then how do you propose Meng Yanran should be punished for you to feel vindicated? Mu Yunyao's eyes lit up. Your Majesty, she struck me, but my eldest aunt favored her and let her leave without any punishment. I am unreconciled in my heart, so I wish to strike her back. Hearing this, Eunuch Li nearly stumbled. This little ancestor, surely she didn't view His Majesty as too good-natured? How could she dare say such things? Besides, that Miss Meng, she was the legitimate granddaughter of the current Grand Tutor and Princess Qingming, the beloved niece of the most favored consort Fei. Was she someone you could just strike back? As expected, the Emperor's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing involuntarily. Meng Yanran's status is noble. Do you truly dare to strike her back? But Mu Yunyao nodded without the slightest hesitation. Regardless of her status, one must be punished for wrongdoing. Even the Emperor must issue an edict of self-blame if he errs. She deliberately framed and struck me, so I can strike her back. A flicker of movement crossed the Emperor's eyes, a hint of an unreadable emotion within his gaze. Then, if we permit your claim, do you dare go directly to her residence and strike her? Why wouldn't I dare? Mu Yunyao's eyes were bright and clear, her tone neither servile nor overbearing. With Your Majesty's permission, I would be acting on imperial decree. I fear nothing. The Emperor didn't immediately respond, merely observing her for a moment before speaking. We have heard your tea brewing is exceptional. It's rare that we are in the mood today. Go and brew a cup for us to taste. Mu Yunyao paused, then nodded. Soon, an exquisite tea set, adorned with blue floral patterns, was brought out. Mu Yunyao cleared her mind, focusing her entire attention on brewing the tea. Her movements flowed like drifting clouds and moving water, elegant and refined. The emperor had been contemplating matters from the morning court, but suddenly his gaze lowered and was captivated by Mu Yunyao's tea-brewing motions. In the blink of an eye, the fragrance of tea began to waft through the air. The emperor watched intently, seeing Mu Yunyao bring her hands together before her abdomen. "Your Majesty, the tea is ready." Eunuchly stepped forward at once, carefully taking the teacup and placing it steadily beside the imperial table. The emperor took a sip and instantly felt a fragrant warmth fill him. "Your skill in brewing tea is truly extraordinary." A delighted expression appeared on Mu Yunyao's face, a rich smile filling her eyes. "Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty." The emperor took 2 more sips, then set the cup aside. "Go back and find the person from the Meng family who struck you, and strike her back." Mu Yunyao froze, then dropped to her knees with a soft thud. She kowtowed respectfully to the emperor. After she had withdrawn, the emperor couldn't help but lift the teacup and savor it again. Her tea-brewing skill truly left nothing to be desired. He suddenly let out a soft chuckle. What a remarkably vibrant young lady. Suddenly thinking of the eldest princess, a warmer smile touched his features. "I wonder if Imperial Sister will be willing to stay longer this time she returns." Gazing at the birds flying in the sky, the emperor reminisced. "When we were merely a prince, we were not favored. We even attracted the ire of several imperial brothers due to our humble birth. Back then, whenever Imperial Sister found out, she would invariably help me strike back directly. Every time, she made those who bullied us wail endlessly. Later, as Imperial Father grew old and his health declined, conflicts gradually arose. Life became even more difficult. Furthermore, the emperor seemed to sense the impropriety and swallowed the rest of his words. He didn't know why, but seeing Mu Yunyao today somehow reminded him of the past when he and his imperial sister had stood alone against the overwhelming tide. An old woman, servant waiting outside the palace, saw Mu Yunyao emerge with reddened eyes and immediately relayed this good news back to the First Madam. The First Madam gave a cold sneer, the corners of her lips lifting. Did she really think stirring up a bit of fame in Jingming City would make people look up to her? All this fuss is nothing but a joke. Did she truly believe she possessed any real ability? Su Yui sat to the side, a flash of satisfaction in her eyes. However, the smiles had yet to fade from their faces when a servant rushed in to report the matter of the emperor bestowing rewards. The First Madam abruptly froze, her fingers gripping her round fan tightly. Only after a moment did she forcefully relax her grip. The First Madam slowly rose, putting her smiling mask back on. "Let's go. We should also go congratulate your cousin Yunyao." "Mother," Su Yui felt indignant. "She's just a country girl with a little bit of fame. On what grounds does she deserve the emperor's rewards?" The First Madam shot her a cold, warning glance. "Su Yui, your cousin has received rewards, so we should be happy. Therefore, you must smile happily. Understand?" Su Yui bit her lip and nodded reluctantly. "I understand. Mother, Mu Yunyao of the Mu family possesses a pure and kind heart, upholding virtue and gentleness. Specially awarded 1 pair of jade rui scepters, 10 bolts of silk brocade." The list of rewards took a full quarter of an hour to recite before concluding. Mu Yunyao knelt, receiving the imperial edict with both hands and holding it above her head. "Your subject, Mu Yunyao, thanks His Majesty for his sacred grace." Only after the eunuch who delivered the decree had departed did Su Wenyuan finally look towards Mu Yunyao. "Court affairs have been hectic these past few days, and I haven't had the chance to see Yunyao. Niece, it is my failing as your uncle. Since you received the emperor's rewards today, why not set up a few tables in the residence to celebrate? Consider it also a welcome for you in your mother's return to the family." The First Madam stepped forward and said, "Previously, I considered holding a banquet for Sister Su Qing and Yunyao, but then I thought about their long journey back. They must be quite exhausted. So, I didn't rush the arrangements. I've drafted a preliminary guest list, and once I've discussed it with Sister Su Qing, I'll have the invitations written and sent out. Subeniwan Nadif, you have always been thorough in your affairs. Just see to the arrangements as you deem fit. Yunyao, now that you've arrived at the residence, is there anything you're finding difficult to adjust to?" Mu Yunyao, a smile gracing her features, handed the imperial edict she held to Jinlan beside her. she replied. Jingdu is, after all, different. Although I've only been here for a short 3 days, I've already learned quite a lot. The first madam's smile stiffened slightly. She could naturally discern the veiled sarcasm in Mu Yunyao's words. She always felt that although the smile on Mu Yunyao's face was radiant, it lacked warmth, making one feel inexplicably uncomfortable looking at it. Just then, a servant came to report. Lord Meng, the Minister of Ceremonies, has arrived with Miss Meng, requesting to see the young Miss Cousin. Su Wenyuan paused upon hearing this. They're here for Yunyao? The first madam's heart suddenly sank. Elder brother bringing Yinran here so hastily. Could there be something else she wasn't aware of? The second madam, who had intended to leave, abruptly halted upon hearing the news, standing aside with keen interest to watch. Judging by the first madam's expression, it was clear she had suffered a significant setback. Meng Yu led Meng Yinran inside. Seeing so many people present, his expression turned exceedingly unpleasant for a moment. Forcing a smile, he exchanged greetings with Su Wenyuan and the others. Then, turning back to the pale-faced Meng Yinran, he barked sharply, "This is all you're doing. Hurry up and apologize to Miss Mu. Make amends." Meng Yinran lifted her head, her gaze fixed on Mu Yunyao, the hatred in her eyes churning violently, as if it could solidify. Seeing Meng Yinran remain silent, Meng Yu reprimanded her again. "What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear your father?" Step by step, Meng Yinran walked up to Mu Yunyao, her voice so cold it could seemingly freeze water. "Cousin Yunyao, what happened that day was my fault. Please forgive me." A faint smile played on Mu Yunyao's lips. She lifted her teacup and said leisurely, "What matter is Miss Meng referring to? I don't quite understand." Meng Yinran wished she could grind her teeth to dust, but couldn't lash out. "That day, I shouldn't have framed you, and even less should I have vented my anger on you." With every word she spoke, it felt as though steel needles were scraping down her throat, making her so furious she felt like vomiting blood. Mu Yunyao continued to gaze calmly at Meng Yinran, remaining silent. Meng Yu had assumed that by having Meng Yinran yield and admit fault, Mu Yunyao would readily accept and let the matter pass. Who could have expected her to offer no way out at all? Annoyance flared within Meng Yu, yet he dared not show his anger. He shouted again, "Yinran!" Meng Yinran knelt on the ground with a thud. Her fingers dug deeply into her palms. "Cousin Yunyao, I know what I did that day was truly excessive. I came today to kneel before you, confess my fault, and sincerely apologize." The last few words were practically squeezed through gritted teeth. The main hall fell silent for a long moment, so quiet that just as the hatred in Meng Yinran's chest felt full to bursting, Mu Yunyao finally moved. She slowly took a step forward, stopping right in front of Meng Yinran, just as everyone thought she was about to help her up. However arrogant the scheming girl had been in the past, was exactly how much face she lost today. Just as she thought Mu Yunyao would help her up, Mu Yunyao delivered a sharp slap directly, viciously, across Meng Yinran's face. The resounding crack of the slap seemed to echo, silencing the entire hall. Meng Yinran glared fiercely at Mu Yunyao, her resentful eyes filled with venom. "This bitch, she actually hit her." Mu Yunyao adjusted her sleeves, speaking calmly. "I stated before His Majesty that Miss Meng slapped me that day. I would simply return the slap directly. This way, the score between us is settled. From now on, we are still cousins." Meng Yinran's expression was exceptionally livid. Gritting her teeth, she spat out, "Cousin Yunyao is truly magnanimous. Since you say we're even, that means you forgive me." "Yes, I forgive you." Mu Yunyao paid no heed whatsoever to Meng Yinran's resentment. After today's events, Meng Yinran as a person was already mostly ruined, destined to become a discarded pawn of the Meng family. She posed no threat to her. Filled with humiliation and hatred, Meng Yinran departed swiftly alongside Meng Yu, who carried an air of fury. Su Wenyuan's expression turned cold, his celebratory mood completely gone. He waved his hand dismissively. Everyone disperse. "Wait." As Mu Yunyao spoke, everyone felt their scalps tingle, turning back to look at her, especially the first madam, whose gaze was sharper than a newly honed blade. "You slapped Meng Yinran, disgracing both our family and the Meng family's face. Isn't that enough? What more do you want?" Mu Yunyao stepped forward, curtsying slightly. Just now, Miss Meng said that she deliberately framed me that day. That means I'm innocent and blameless, correct, Aunt? The first madam gritted her teeth, barely maintaining the composure on her face. Mu Yunyao smiled with satisfaction. Since it's come to this, shouldn't certain accounts be settled? The first madam watched Mu Yunyao, uncertain, her eyes filled with a heavy warning. Yunyao, with whom do you wish to settle accounts? Naturally, with those servants who overstepped their bounds. Who else did first Aunt think I meant? Mu Yunyao gazed at her, a smile playing on her lips. Fury surged within the first madam, yet she could not unleash it. Someone, bring forth this servant woman who struck my cousin that day. Soon, the coarse servant woman who had administered the caning that day was dragged forward, forced to kneel on the ground. The old madam, who had remained silent, slowed the movement of the Buddhist beads in her hand. This clamor is truly unbecoming. Gag them. Terror washed over the faces of the three coarse servant women. Muffled cries escaped them as they kowtowed relentlessly towards the old madam. These two were ordered to strike me with 20 strokes of the cane. I shouldn't punish them too severely. Since you've already received the caning meant for my cousin, let's administer the punishment properly now. Then, drive them out of the residence. Grandmother, first aunt, I wonder if my handling of this is satisfactory. The old madam rubbed her temples, a headache brewing. Administer the punishment properly. That's letting them off too lightly. However, your kind heart is commendable. Do as you say. The first madam helped the old madam up, preparing to escort her back to rest, only to hear Mu Yunyao speak again. Wait, grandmother. That Ling Yiru has a deeply scheming heart. If she could help Miss Meng frame me before, who knows what schemes she might employ in the shadows later. The old madam, nay son, turned back. Ling Yiru's grandfather was once an old acquaintance of your maternal grandfather. Besides, I've already punished her. However, Yunyao, if you still harbor resentment, punishing her again is understandable. But our Su family has always treated servants with leniency. We cannot allow ill rumors to spread. Mu Yunyao offered a faint smile. Grandmother worries too much. I was merely offering a reminder. The items bestowed by the emperor still need to be enshrined. Nangong Qing, and I shall attend to it. Ever since returning to her chambers, the first madam felt a knot of anger lodged in her chest, unable to rise or fall. Su Yui sat beside her cautiously, keeping her mother company. Mother, dwelling on it is pointless. Please have something to eat. The first madam slapped away the chopsticks Su Yui offered. To hunt geese all day, only to have one's eyes pecked out by a goose. Who could have imagined a girl from the countryside could be so audacious? Su Yui couldn't comprehend it. Isn't Aunt deeply favored by the emperor? How could his majesty agree to let her strike cousin Yinran? The first madam sighed deeply. Some days ago, during the salt inspection audit, the Li family met with misfortune. Your maternal grandmother, hearing some instigation from somewhere, secretly moved against the eldest prince. Not only did she fail, but the eldest prince reported it to the emperor. His majesty detests factional strife the most. Thus, it's inevitable he harbors some resentment towards the Meng family. This time, it's merely a warning. But no matter what, Aunt has served the emperor in the palace for many years, and the Meng family has rendered considerable meritorious service to the court. His majesty's actions are truly disheartening. The first madam shot her a sharp look, hissing in a low voice. Haven't I told you disaster stems from careless words? What disheartening? To put it nicely, we are subjects. To put it bluntly, we are merely slaves raised by the emperor. How dare a slave interfere in the master's affairs? Not having our hands caught and chopped off is already a sign of immense imperial grace. Your maternal grandmother is good in every way, except she is too easily swayed by instigation. All right, the matter is settled. Further talk is useless. Go call your elder brother over. He warned me before, telling me not to underestimate Mu Yunyao, but I didn't take his words to heart then. Now it seems he must know something. After Su Qingwu arrived, he addressed his mother's confusion without needing to be asked. Mother, the reason His Majesty summoned Mu Yunyao is because she led the donation of 150,000 taels of silver in Jingling City. How much did you say? 150,000 taels. The first madam sat bolt upright, her gaze shifting sharply. Steward Lu mentioned upon his return that Mu Yunyao only bought some rice and grains. The major contributions came from the local merchants of Jingling City. The first madam slammed her palm on the table. Understand now, our Su family and the Li family have always been at odds. It must be Li Mayan who helped Mu Yunyao manipulate things behind the scenes, deceiving a few servants to scheme against us. Waves surged within Su Qingwu's heart. Mother, servants ultimately have limited perspectives. The news they report is inevitably prone to errors. Today, the emperor commended Mu Yunyao. Tomorrow, her reputation for benevolence will spread throughout the entire capital. Su Yui's expression turned ugly as she fiercely twisted her handkerchief. 150,000 taels of silver. Mu Yunyao is truly willing to part with it. Can her Nianfang and Buckshenlu really earn that much silver? The first madam clenched her fingers tightly as if trying to crush something in her palm. After a moment of rapid thought, she stood up and instructed Su Yui. Yui, you were also partly at fault in that day's incident. Tomorrow, take a gift and go apologize to cousin Mu Yunyao. Su Yui hesitated for a moment, and though unwilling, she still agreed. The first madam raised her hand, gently stroking his cheek. I know that asking you to bow your head to that rustic girl must feel like a grievance to you, but for the sake of your future prospects, you must do this. Tomorrow, even if Mu Yunyao embarrasses you in front of others, you must endure it. My daughter must be magnanimous and kind. Do you understand? Mother, are you thinking of letting me ride on Mu Yunyao's coattails to enhance my own reputation? Su Yui asked tentatively. Indeed, your elder brother just mentioned it as well. By tomorrow, Mu Yunyao's fame will have spread throughout the entire capital city of Jingdu. This wind is blowing at just the right time. You can seize this opportunity to soar upwards. Su Yui nodded, the reluctance in her eyes slowly fading away, replaced by a clear and gentle smile. Mother, rest assured, I know what to do. The first madam's lips curved upwards. As long as you can stand out at the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet, any price paid is worth it. There's one more thing. Do not associate with Meng, Yinran anymore. The first madam walked over and sat down beside Su Qingwu. Qingwu, you have a good relationship with the third prince, and the third prince can speak with the grand princess. With the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet approaching, you must help out more. A complex look flickered in Su Qingwu's eyes. Mother, Grand Princess Ida is no ordinary person. If you truly wish to push younger sister before the Grand Princess, then many things should not be done too deliberately. Otherwise, I fear it might be counterproductive. The first madam's brow furrowed slightly. But without making some moves, how would Grand Princess Ida notice Yui? With younger sister's appearance, just sitting there without saying or doing anything is enough to stun everyone. Hearing Su Qingwu praise her like this, the smile in Su Yui's eyes deepened considerably. Elder brother, I've heard you mention the third prince several times. I wonder what kind of person he truly is. His temperament is resolute and decisive, and his perspective is much broader than ordinary people's. Many of his ideas and views are extremely admirable when spoken. Su Yui couldn't help but sigh emotionally. There are many people elder brother praises so highly in life. If only there were a chance to meet this third prince. The first madam gently patted the back of Su Yui's hand. Your father also thinks very highly of His Highness the Third Prince. However, the Emperor is currently in good health, and the situation in court is unclear. Many things cannot be said lightly. Mother has painstakingly hidden you away for so many years. It's time for you to amaze everyone. Since Grand Princess Ida wishes to find a girl to foster under the name of her lost daughter, such a golden opportunity that comes once in a lifetime naturally cannot be missed. Early the next morning, Su Yui appeared at Jian Pavilion with a face full of smiles. After showing Mu Yunyao a great deal of concern, she finally departed. Mu Yunyao stood in the courtyard, watching her retreating figure, a mocking smile playing on her lips. In her past life, when she herself was disliked by the old madam and struggled in the Su family's rear courtyard, this eldest Miss Su had approached just like this, smiling radiantly, intimately holding her hands, and gently speaking of sisterly affection. But who could have imagined that behind her constant talk of deep sisterly love hid sharp swords dipped in poison, merely because she had unintentionally received a word of praise from the third prince? Su Yui had torn off that hypocritical mask. One poisoned arrow after another had struck, nearly costing her life. Mu Yunyao pinched a plump ginseng root, teasing the snow fox in the courtyard. Just as she was finding it amusing, she suddenly heard a slightly arrogant and willful voice nearby. What are you doing? Mu Yunyao stopped her actions and looked over, only to see a young girl with defiant eyes. She wasn't tall, and her figure was extremely slender. "And who are you? Why have I never seen you before?" The young girl's gaze swept over Mu Yunyao, the defiance in her eyes intensifying. "I'm the fifth miss of the residence, Su Yu. You should call me older sister." "Nonsense. You're not even as tall as me and so much thinner. You should be the one calling me older sister." Mu Yunyao chuckled lightly. The snow fox on her shoulder also did a somersault, nearly falling to the ground. The young girl's eyes widened as she saw the snow fox fall, almost crying out in alarm. Fortunately, the snow fox was agile and extended its claws to grab onto Mu Yunyao's clothes. Mu Yunyao reached out and lifted the snow fox by the scruff of its neck. "You've ruined my clothes. Think about how you're going to compensate. If you can't afford it, I'll just skin you and use this fur to make a collar." "You, how can you be like this?" It didn't do it on purpose. Isn't it just a set of clothes? How much silver? I'll compensate you for it." The young girl looked at the snow fox and huffed softly. Mu Yunyao smiled teasingly. "If you call me older sister, I won't make the snow fox compensate for the clothes. How about that?" Suyu paused, then realized she had been tricked by Mu Yunyao. She couldn't help but huff again, said nothing more, turned around, and left. Mu Yunyao couldn't help but laugh out loud. This daughter of the second madam was really quite adorable. In her previous life, she had only heard that the second branch had such a sickly young miss. She was usually so frail, collapsing at the slightest breeze and falling ill in the rain. If the weather changed even slightly, she would invariably need a doctor summoned. Later, not long after, Suyu passed away due to illness. This cast a pall over the second branch of the Su family for quite some time. In this life, she hadn't expected to have any contact with Suyu either, never imagining she would actually come to Jiyun Pavilion. Suyu returned to the west courtyard, her cheeks puffed out in a persistent sulk. "Mother, have someone bring out those bolts of silk later. I want to have some clothes made." The second madam felt both surprised and pleased. "Ewer, what kind of clothes do you want? Have you thought about the patterns and colors?" "Mother feels red suits you best." Suyu replied in an extremely awkward tone. "Just find some simple, elegant ones." "That little wench, she can't wear such festive colors yet." The second madam paused. "What little wench are you talking about?" Suyu huffed, her voice unconsciously rising a few notches. "That Mu Yunyao is younger than me. Isn't she just a little wench? I saw her clothes were slightly torn by the snow fox trim, and she looked heartbroken over it. Seeing how pitiful she looked, I'll bestow some clothes upon her." The second madam couldn't help but smile faintly. "You're right. That girl Yunyao is indeed quite pitiful. Not only did she wander outside for many years, but she just returned only to be beaten by that arrogant Meng Yanran." Suyu frowned. "That girl looked rather sharp-tongued, but I didn't expect her to be all show and no substance. I'll have to teach her properly another day." A few days later, Suyu came to Jiyun Pavilion again, this time storming in furiously. "Mu Yunyao, did you lie to me?" Mu Yunyao blinked, somewhat bewildered. "Sister Suyu, you asked this the moment you enter? How have I lied to you?" Suyu glared at Mu Yunyao. "You said you had no clothes to wear, but I saw the furnishings in your room are quite luxurious. Don't tell me you spent all your silver on this." Mu Yunyao paused. You actually prepared clothes for me?" Just as Suyu was about to say something, she suddenly burst into a violent coughing fit, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. Mu Yunyao's heart jumped, and she quickly went forward to help soothe her breathing. "Don't panic. Inhale slowly. You'll be all right soon." Slowly, the discomfort eased. Suyu looked at Mu Yunyao with a hint of pride. "Were you scared just now?" Mu Yunyao couldn't help feeling exasperated. "Yes, you certainly scared me." Suyu curled her lip, adopting an annoyed posture. "I know you were afraid I wouldn't catch my breath and die right here, and then my mother would make you pay with your life." Mu Yunyao smiled faintly. "Rest assured, looking at you, you won't die completely anytime soon. Before you're quite finished, I'll raise a huge fuss and alert everyone in the residence. With so many people present, your death would have nothing to do with me." Suyu completely ignored Mu Yunyao's words and suddenly burst out laughing. "It seems you really are foolish. You should take the chance while I'm not quite dead, yet to have someone carry me out and dump me outside. That way, you can distance yourself even faster." "All right then. Next time you have an episode, I'll do exactly as you've taught me." Suyu huffed. "I'm definitely not coming back here again. Lulu, give her those clothes, lest she has nothing to wear tomorrow." Having said that, Suyu stood up abruptly. She strode away with an expression of utter disdain. The incense here smells bad, and your life is not refined at all. I can't stand it anymore. I'm leaving. Mu Yunyao touched the clothes on the tray, examining them. The entire set, a Luochuan dress, was exquisitely made, and the style was quite unique. A lot of thought must have gone into this. Put away carefully. I'll wear this outfit to the banquet tomorrow. On the day of the banquet, Mu Yunyao saw Prince Jing again. She froze abruptly, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. A chill flowed from her heart through her limbs. It was this man before her. The day before, he had solemnly sworn that his heart delighted in her in this life, that he would never betray her. The very next day, he drugged her and sent her to Prince Yu's dungeon. As she died, tragically, she screamed countless times in her heart. She desperately wanted to ask him, hadn't he wished he could marry her? Why, in the end, was he so cold and ruthless? Seeing Prince Jing, Suyui quickly lifted her skirt hem slightly and stepped forward to curtsy. Greetings, Your Highness Prince Jing. Suyui's heart pounded, a faint blush rising on her face. Miss Su, please rise. Forgive my presumptuous arrival. I am truly intruding. After speaking, Prince Jing turned his gaze to Mu Yunyao. Presumably, this must be Miss Mu, who received Father Emperor's reward. Mu Yunyao suppressed the hatred in her heart, lifting her lips into a bright, flawless smile. Greetings, Your Highness Prince Jing. Prince Jing raised a hand slightly. Miss Mu, there is no need for formalities. Your donation of silver in Jingling City to benefit the common people shows such kindness and breadth of mind, truly admirable. Your Highness Prince Jing is no less admirable. The year before last, you were commanded to oversee disaster relief in Longping Town, disregarding your own safety and venturing alongside the common people through hardship. Last year, you went to Ningzhou to build dikes, eating and lodging with the workers, safeguarding the peace of tens of thousands along the lower reaches of the Hong River. Even now, many people still erect memorial archways for His Highness Prince Jing. Such courage and character are truly beyond compare. Prince Jing's eyes flickered, a hint of surprise entering his gaze as he looked at Mu Yunyao. I didn't expect Miss Mu to know about this matter. It truly makes me feel rather ashamed. Your Highness Prince Jing's reputation is exceedingly renowned. It's hardly strange that I would know. Mu Yunyao lifted the corners of her lips, her gaze upon Prince Jing as bright as the scorching sun, momentarily causing him to lose focus. Your Highness Prince Jing, why not come into the pavilion for a seat? Su Yui, who had been unable to interject, couldn't resist speaking up to interrupt. Prince Jing shook his head. Today, I merely came to see Qing Wu's injuries. I shall not impose further. After speaking, his gaze shifted back to Mu Yunyao, his smile growing warmer. I didn't have time to prepare a gift today. I shall make it up to Miss Mu another day. Mu Yunyao smiled and accepted. Many thanks, Your Highness Prince Jing. Su Yui stood to the side, her expression quite unpleasant. She had admired the third prince for a long time, yet unexpectedly, during their first meeting, his gaze hadn't fallen on her even once. Instead, Mu Yunyao had stolen all the limelight. After Prince Jing left, just as Mu Yunyao was about to find an excuse to leave, she heard Su Yu beckoning to her from the side. Sister Yunyao, I've been looking for you for ages. Come quickly. Once Mu Yunyao ran over to her, Su Yu let out a soft humph. You little minx, shouldn't you be saying thank you to me? Mu Yunyao raised her hand and patted Su Yu's head. You're still a little minx yourself. How dare you address others like that? You're just ungrateful. So you took 2 steps back, dodging Mu Yunyao's hand. If I hadn't called you out, you'd still be dealing with Su Yui and those other young ladies right now. As they were talking, Su Qingwu, having seen Prince Jing off, walked over. His gaze fell upon Su Yu. Sister Yu, you're not feeling well. You should go back and rest early, lest second aunt worries. Su Yu's face turned icy, devoid of any expression. Thank you, big brother, for the reminder. I'll be leaving then. Without even performing a curtsy, she turned and left directly. Mu Yunyao nodded with a faint smile at her lips and curtsied. Cousin, I need to go accompany mother, so I shall take my leave first. Wait, Su Qingwu subconsciously called her to stop. When Mu Yunyao turned her head back, he was momentarily at a loss for words. You seem to understand His Highness Prince Jing quite well. Mu Yunyao suddenly let out a cold laugh. Cousin, just because I exchanged a few words with Prince Jing, are you worried I'll interfere with big sister's prospects? Su Qingwu's expression changed abruptly. What does this matter have to do with Yui? Mu Yunyo Drulit Halips. Then cousin should just treat it as my nonsensical rambling. It's getting late. Nanny Qing will start to worry about me. After curtsying, she turned directly and walked away. Su Qingwu stood rooted to the spot, his gaze deep as he watched Mu Yunyao's departing figure. A breeze blew past, causing her skirt to flutter. It reminded him of the scene from last year under the osmanthus tree. He had used his family as an excuse, abandoning that flicker of affection in his heart. But who could have known she would reappear? That seed, which had seemed on the verge of withering and dying, suddenly broke through the soil, throwing his heart into turmoil and clouding his vision once more. Su Yui violently smashed things in her room, looking unwillingly towards the first madam. Mother, you said today was supposed to enhance my reputation, but in the end, that Mu Yunyao stole all the limelight. The first madam's brow furrowed, feeling equally displeased in her heart. Don't be anxious. The more it comes to times like this, the more you need to remain steady. Although Mu Yunyao ended up stealing the spotlight at this banquet, with a little maneuvering, the one whose name fills Jingdu will definitely be you. Rest assured, Mother has her own plans. Su Yui couldn't contain her anger. Mother, that Mu Yunyao clearly comes from the countryside, so why doesn't she seem like a country person at all? A thoughtful look flashed in the first madam's eyes, and she sighed inwardly. Speaking of which, our Su family also benefited from Su Qing's light. During the palace coup back then, the Grand Princess could have escaped Jingdu with her child. But to report the news to the emperor, she ended up losing her own daughter. Not only that, the Grand Princess was severely injured and could no longer bear children. Su Yui was somewhat puzzled. What does this have to do with our family? The Su family wasn't originally valued by the emperor, but later we also happened to lose a daughter and searched frantically as if our lives depended on it. This moved the Grand Princess to compassion. And because of this matter, we caught the emperor's eye. Only then did we gradually develop and achieve the stability we have today. The first madam sighed softly. Now, the emperor is getting older, and the several princes have all grown up. The situation at court is uncertain. Whether our Su family can remain as prosperous as we are now is truly hard to say. That's why we need you and your elder brother to plan carefully. Your brother is currently highly regarded by the emperor, arguably uniquely so in Jingdu. Yui, your beauty is the sharpest weapon in your hand, capable of helping you cut through all obstacles. Mother hopes you can be like your name suggests, noble and beautiful, soaring onto the high branches to become a true phoenix, the mother of the nation. And the person your father and I have chosen for you is the third prince, Prince Jing. Su Yui couldn't help but blush. Mother, I understand. Rest assured, I will certainly not disappoint you and father. The first madam beamed. That's good. In a few days, it will be the Mid-Autumn Palace Banquet. You must perform well before the Grand Princess then. The Mid-Autumn Palace Banquet. The second madam had intended to bring Mu Yunyao along, but old madam's son stopped her, insisting she remain in the residence, fearing she might once again ruin Su Yui's prospects. Unexpectedly, however, the very next day, an invitation arrived from the third prince, Prince Jing. Delivered along with it was a gift prepared by Prince Jing, 2 pots of chrysanthemums in full, magnificent bloom. Mu Yunyao reached out, gently brushing the petals. This white one is called White Seagull Riding the Waves, and the one beside it is Tipsy Beauty. Lu Liang frowned, pondering for a moment, then asked hesitantly, Miss, these 2 pots of flowers. I feel as though Prince Jing has some ulterior motive. Mu Yunyao smiled faintly. This is where Prince Jing is clever. The meanings behind these 2 pots of flowers each hold a hidden significance. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Mu Yunyao's name once again caused a sensation throughout the capital. From Jinling City, Steward Qin sent congratulatory gifts filling 4 large ships. The Su residents dispatched over 100 people who spent the entire morning moving them. Especially striking among them was the cinnabar pill cabinet escorted by Xiao Shi, which stunned everyone. What a grand gesture! Besides the shiploads sent by Steward Qin, 3 more ships followed, entirely filled with grain, fruits, and vegetables sent by the common folk of Jinling City. Xiao Si, who had arrived with the boats, proclaimed the matter loudly at the docks, causing the people of the capital to praise Mu Yunyao even more effusively. Mu Yunyao instructed Jing Nan to pass down orders. The 3 shiploads of grain from the common folk were not to be unloaded yet. They would be dealt with after today's palace banquet concluded. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news, a cold glint flashed in the first madam's eyes, sharp as a razor's edge. Was Mu Yunyao inherently incompatible with the Su family? Since their return to the Su residence, barely half a month had passed. Yet, it felt more vexing than an entire year had previously. It seemed a way must be found to deal with them. They couldn't just remain an eyesore indefinitely. Su Yui felt her breath catch, her chest tight with frustration. Damn that Mu Yunyao! Sending gifts neither early nor late, but precisely today. The first madam suppressed her anger, looking at Su Yui with strong disapproval. Don't let her affect your mood. Remember, you have important matters today. Mother, I was wrong. I just uttered that casually. Please don't be angry. Su Yui quickly turned and apologized. The first madam picked up a hairpin from the dressing table. All right now. How could Mother be angry with you? She carefully inserted it into Su Yui's hair, gazing at her peerlessly beautiful daughter in the bronze mirror, her lips curved into a smile. Lie low, then soar with a single cry. Remain still, then shoot to the heavens with a single flight. After today, my daughter will surely become the foremost beauty of the Dali dynasty. The Mid-Autumn Palace Banquet. Dancers swayed gracefully, the music of silk strings and bamboo pipes pleasing to the ear. The emperor sat center stage on his throne, with Grand Princess Ida seated beside him. Officials and their families attending the banquet were seated on either side of the grand hall. Mu Yinyao scanned the seats designated for the princes and princesses, suddenly thinking of Prince Yu, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. A trace of melancholy flickered in her heart. The Mid-Autumn Festival, a time for myriad households to reunite, yet he couldn't even return. The emperor's eyes crinkled with a deep smile as he looked constantly at the Grand Princess. Imperial sister, look at the young ladies below. Do any catch your eye? The Grand Princess couldn't help but chuckle softly. Whether they catch the eye or not isn't something one can tell a single glance. Since we wish to choose someone carefully, naturally, we want to find someone satisfactory in all aspects. The emperor nodded repeatedly. Indeed, there's no rush. Take your time selecting. It concerns Ida's. The Grand Princess looked down below. Coming here, I've heard quite a bit of news. That child from the Neon workshop who is spreading embroidery techniques. Has she arrived in the capital? The emperor nodded slightly. Yes, I met her just a few days ago. Her temperament is quite interesting. Moreover, she bears some resemblance to how Imperial Sister looked when she was young. Shall I call her out for Imperial Sister to see? No need. Let's not make her situation in the capital difficult just because of a word from us. After a dance performance, it was time for the princes to present their Mid-Autumn Festival congratulatory gifts to the emperor. The first was the eldest prince, Ning Junling, in theft as Prince Ling. His mother was the current noble consort Li, daughter of the reigning chancellor, Li Qingzhou. Originally possessing great influence in court, he fell out of favor with the emperor due to the Yan Shui case. The second prince, Ning Junyu, in theft as Prince Yu, was known for his unrestrained and bold nature, greatly favoring the battlefield and holding considerable prestige within the military. He harbored no ambitions for the throne, but was unexpectedly favored by the emperor, who was usually extremely indulgent towards him. He had a relatively good relationship with the fourth prince, Ning Junyue. The third prince, Ning Junjing, in theft as Prince Jing. His birth mother was a former handmaiden to the late Empress, now granted the rank of consort, enjoying enduring favor and affection. Although lacking powerful maternal relatives, he received significant support within the court and enjoyed extremely high prestige among the populace. But Mu Yinyao knew clearly, this third prince's usual affable demeanor, his gentle and refined temperament and conduct, were merely a facade. In reality, he was narrow-minded and extremely vengeful. To sum it up in 2 words, insidious and hypocritical. After the princes had presented their congratulatory gifts, the emperor looked towards the Grand Princess. Imperial sister, perhaps we should let the young ladies from the various families come up and display their talents as well. The Grand Princess glanced at the meticulously adorned young ladies from each family and nodded slightly. The emperor was quite pleased. Is there anyone willing to be the first to come forward? Su Yui, seated beside the first madam, felt a flicker of excitement in her eyes. eyes. Mother, the first madam gently shook her head. Be patient. Mu Yinyao, sitting behind the first madam, gave a cold sneer. The first madam certainly had composure. The first to take the stage was the legitimate daughter of the head of the Hamlin Academy, Zhou Yunong. After a musical performance, the Grand Princess rewarded her with several palace-made artificial flowers. As soon as Zhou Yunong stepped down, Su Yui immediately stood up. Mu Yinyao raised the corners of her lips slightly, her eyes filled with anticipation. She had thought this eldest young miss would wait a bit longer, but unexpectedly, she was also this impatient. Su Yui, I have prepared quite a show for you. Since you desire fame, then I shall help you spread your name even wider. Let's just hope you won't end up crying then. The emperor's gaze fell upon Su Wenyuan. Truly unexpected. Minister Su's daughter is such a peerless beauty. Su Wenyuan quickly stood up. Your servant is overwhelmed. My humble daughter thanks your majesty for the generous praise. Please sit down. Today is the Mid-Autumn Palace Banquet. I've said there's no need for so many formalities. The emperor appraised Su Yui, his eyes showing astonishment. What talent do you wish to display? Replying to your majesty, your humble servant is untalented, but my dancing skills are passable. Therefore, I wish to present a dance for your majesty and the Grand Princess. Diao Chan worships the moon. The clear sound of chime bells suddenly rang out. Su Yui, who had been standing silently, abruptly began to move. Her waist was incredibly supple, seemingly graspable within a single hand. Her eyes held emotion, as if wanting to speak, yet hesitating. With a light lift of her arm, her skirt suddenly unfurled like flowing moonlight. Her entire figure soared, the musical instruments around her clear and resonant, yet still graceful. Amidst the fluttering movements, a face of unparalleled beauty was revealed. Mu Yinyao blinked, unable to suppress her admiration. Even though in her past life, her enmity with Su Yui was as deep as the sea, at this moment, she couldn't bring herself to belittle her dishonestly. The music softly concluded. Only after Su Yui returned to the front of the main hall did the crowd snap back to reality. A roar of praise erupted. The emperor was very satisfied with Su Yui's dance. Imperial sister, what do you think? Grand Princess Ida observed Su Yui, a faint smile playing on her lips. The Su family's legitimate daughter possesses beautiful features and extraordinary dancing skills. Award her a set of gemstone hair ornaments fashioned after osmanthus flowers. Su Yui secretly clenched her teeth and retreated. The emperor suddenly spoke up. Speaking of the Su family reminds me of someone. Where's Mu Yinyao? Mu Yinyao had absolutely not expected the emperor to suddenly mention her. The pastry she held in her mouth became an awkward dilemma, neither swallow nor spit out. In a moment of nervousness, the pastry lodged directly in her throat. Her small face instantly flushed crimson. The emperor burst into laughter. It seems the pastries in my palace are truly delicious. Later, I must properly reward the chefs in the imperial kitchen. Grand Princess Ida cast a reproachful glance at the emperor. Your Majesty, stop teasing her. Quickly have someone bring her a cup of tea. Mu Yinyao hastily accepted the teacup. Gulping it down, she washed the pastry down her throat. Only then did she walk to the center of the hall, curtsy deeply in salute, and express her gratitude. Your humble servant, Mu Yinyao, pays respects to your Majesty, pays respects to Grand Princess Ida. Thank you, Grand Princess, for your life-saving grace. The emperor's eyes shifted. Life-saving grace? This girl certainly knows how to seize an opportunity. Mu Yinyao, everyone who entered the palace prepared a gift for us. How is it that only you did not? Replying to your Majesty's words, I believe you are already aware of the gifts sent by the common people of Jinling City. Your humble servant thought to offer the contents of those 3 ships to your Majesty. Weren't those specifically designated for you by the people of Jinling City? The emperor's expression was unreadable, making him seem only more imposing. Replying to your Majesty's words, under the heavens, there is no land that is not the king's. Within the seas, none are not the king's subjects. Your Majesty is the sovereign lord of the Dali dynasty. Your humble servant received your Majesty's benevolence. Thus I feel unworthy of those gifts. I implore your Majesty to accept them. Hearing this flattery, the emperor's mood brightened further. Fine, since you have the heart to offer them to us, we shall accept. The grain on the ships can be distributed among the impoverished families. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, a time for myriad households to reunite. Let them also enjoy a full meal. Mu Yinyao blinked her large eyes, appearing lively yet sincere. Your Majesty, in that case, your humble servant will also donate this month's profits from the Yun workshop to help some impoverished commoners. The emperor waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Keep it for yourself. Expenses everywhere in Jingdu are considerable. It's always wise to keep some silver on hand. Let's keep that silver for now. When we've saved up more later, and your Majesty finds himself short of funds, I will present it to you. Insolence! Su Wenyuan shouted sharply, quickly stepping forward. He knelt and bowed to the emperor. Please forgive her, your Majesty. Yin Yao is young and speaks without thinking. First, she committed a breach of etiquette before the throne, and then she spoke disrespectfully. Please punish her, your Majesty. Mu Yin Yao knelt down as well, her heart filled with icy killing intent. This old dog, he deliberately said these things to frame her, hoping for her death. If he looked down on her, he shouldn't have brought her and her mother back. Why bring them back only to try every means to harm them? Zhen hasn't even said anything yet. Minister Su, you're making too much of this. The emperor's light words caused Su Wenyuan to break out in a cold sweat instantly. Rise! If everyone could think like Mu Yinyao, Zhen doesn't know how much effort would be saved. Mu Yinyao remained prostrated on the ground, her voice filled with stubbornness. Your Majesty, I merely wish to share your burdens and repay your repeated generosity towards me. I never thought doing so would be considered a breach of etiquette before the throne and disrespectful speech. Please, your Majesty, order my punishment. The emperor felt somewhat displeased. It was just a couple of jokes, but he hadn't expected Su Wenyuan, that troublemaker, to ruin the mood. You are Mu Yinyao, correct? Grand Princesse Yi de Sudonli spoke. A clever and quick-witted child. Her temperament is also likable, and she knows gratitude. Her disposition is pure. The imperial palace will also gift you a set of head ornaments. Rise quickly. Mu Yinyao quickly kowtowed in thanks. Her careful probing was precisely to cultivate an impression of straightforwardness before the emperor. This way, once she mastered the nuances, it would facilitate many of her future actions. Just then, an attendant from outside announced, reporting, the congratulatory gifts sent by all the common people of Jinling City have arrived at the palace gate. The emperor paused. Then, a smile spread across his face. Good. Quickly bring the gifts up. Zhen wishes to have a good look. Soon, the attendants carried the congratulatory gifts up. There were 2 items in total. One was a shengdou measure filled to the brim with the 5 grains, looking heavy and golden yellow. The other was a 10,000 names umbrella, its canopy vast, with densely written names covering the silk strips hanging from its edge. A smile flashed in Grand Princess Ida's eyes. She couldn't help but rise and offer congratulations to the emperor. Your Majesty, the people cherish their ruler, and the common folk repay with sincerity. One signifies a bountiful harvest of the 5 grains. The other represents the hearts of 10,000 people turning towards you. This is truly worthy of becoming a celebrated tale. The emperor then rose, greatly pleased in his heart. The hearts of the common people truly move Zhen. Carefully place the 10,000 names umbrella in the treasure pavilion. Send these 5 grains to the imperial kitchen to be made into meals. Zhen wishes to taste them personally. Everyone in the hall quickly rose and kowtowed. For the past half year, court affairs had been tumultuous, yet Jinling City alone had seen continuous good news this year, which was truly a pleasant surprise for him. Although he didn't know if this initiative came from Limanian or if Qin Guanshi had interfered, for Mu Yinyao, it was a good thing regardless. The better Jinling City developed, the greater its influence would become. Consequently, Mu Yunyao's position would become increasingly stable. Mu Yinyao had greatly pleased the emperor, who specifically named her to accompany him to the autumn hunt in September. Not wanting to remain in the main hall under everyone's scrutiny, Mu Yinyao went to the imperial garden for some fresh air. Seeing a woman dressed in purple, Mu Yunyao's gaze couldn't help but deepen. Zhang Wan, the legitimate daughter of Zhang Zhong, gentle in temperament, Su Yinggui's fiancé. Later, when Su Qingwu caught the eye of the 6th princess, Zhang Wan was forced to break off the engagement with Su Qingwu and subsequently took her own life. The last time she saw this Zhang Wan, her impression of her had been quite good. If she could offer a little guidance, and save a life, it would count as a good deed. The two exchanged greetings and chatted for a while before Zhang Wan departed. Mu Yunyao walked aside. Just as she was fiddling with a purple chrysanthemum, she heard a voice both familiar and unfamiliar. Judging by Miss Mu's expression, you seem extremely fond of this patch of purple chrysanthemums. Or do you perhaps dislike the Shangmian Marin that this prince gifted you? Mu Yinyao raised the corners of her lips, though a glint of coldness flashed through her eyes. The flower gifted by your highness, Prince Jing, is exceedingly beautiful. I have placed it on my room's windowsill to admire daily. Then, does Miss Mu prefer that pot of by Oju Bo or the other pot of Shangmian Marin? Prince Jing's features were gentle and refined, yet his eyes held a peculiar depth. His gaze rested lightly on Mu Yinyao's face, seemingly scrutinizing something. Mu Yinyao gazed back at Prince Jing with a beaming smile. I prefer the pot of Shangmian Marin. As for the pot of by Oju Bo, my feelings are rather indifferent. Prince Jing's eyes flickered slightly. Was Mu Yinyao indicating her unwillingness to follow the current, rejecting him? Suppressing the emotion in his eyes, he put on a smile. I also prefer the pot of Shangmian Marin. Outwardly, it appears flawless like white jade, seemingly pure and detached. But who would have thought that the flawless jade conceals such rich, intense colors? Mu Yinyao chuckled softly. Your Highness Prince Jing, perhaps it's better to say that the flawless white jade conceals a heart that is almost blackened. Prince Jing watched him, his gaze cool and clear. Miss Mu, do you remember the congratulatory gift sent for Father Emperor's birthday? Mu Yinyao asked, puzzled. Which gift does your highness refer to? Last year's blessings, longevity, peace, and health, or this year's 5 blessings offering longevity? I speak of that landscape tapestry, Prince Jing said, carefully studying Mu Yinyao's expression. Landscape tapestry. Mu Yinyao raised her eyebrows slightly, confusion clouding her features. Why am I unaware of any landscape tapestry? Miss Mu truly is a noble person who forgets easily. Chunxiu Workshop has suffered terribly because of you. Prince Jing's thoughts stirred. Mu Yinyao showed no sign of panic. Could it be that she truly had nothing to do with it? I don't understand what your highness Prince Jing is saying. Mu Yinyao had no intention of hiding it. I did indeed embroider a landscape painting that was sold to Chunxiu Workshop, but where this landscape painting ended up afterwards, I have no knowledge whatsoever. You have quite the audacity. Prince Jing's tone suddenly turned severe. How dare you tamper with the Emperor's birthday gift? That is a capital offense, punishable by death. Mu Yinyao leaned forward slightly. When did I ever tamper with the Emperor's birthday gift? The manager of Chunxiu Workshop commissioned me to embroider the piece. From the embroidery cloth to the threads, even the needles were provided by Chunxiu Workshop. I was merely responsible for the needlework itself. How could I have possibly tampered with anything? Seeing Mu Yinyao utterly devoid of panic, Prince Jing suddenly broke into a smile. I was merely jesting with Miss Mu just now. Please don't mind it. Nowadays, Mingyan Workshop and Bushin Pavilion have renowned reputations. One could say their prestige is unparalleled. Mu Yinyao sneered inwardly. He had previously cut off Chunxiu Workshop, Prince Jing's money pouch, and now he was setting his sights on her. I'm endlessly grateful for the Emperor's many rewards. In the future, I shall take the majority of the silver earned by Mingyan Workshop and Bushin Pavilion and give it back to the common people. What does your highness Prince Jing think of this? Mu Yinyao scoffed internally. You harbor thoughts of seizing it, but do you dare compete with the Emperor? I'll let you watch the gleaming silver, yet be unable to touch it. Savor that feeling. A faint, unreadable smile flickered across Prince Jing's face. If it is so, that will be excellent. I hope Miss Mu can persevere. To begin well and end well. Since I have already made a good start, I will naturally persist until the very end. Mu Yinyao smiled gently, her eyes bright and dazzling, seeming extremely pleased with this arrangement. Prince Jing maintained his smile. In that case, I shall not disturb Miss Mu's flower appreciation any longer. The September autumn examinations are approaching. Miss Mu should prepare well. Mu Yinyao nodded and curtsied, respectfully seeing Prince Jing off. Then, her gaze returned to a cluster of emerald chrysanthemums amidst the purple asters. Clearly just an ordinary flower, yet it squeezed itself into the midst of precious purple blooms, making it appear rather unique. On the day of the palace banquet, Su Yui's performance of Diaochan Worships the Moon stunned the entire audience. That very evening, at the capital's renowned Huansai Pavilion, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing gracefully upon the high stage, as if floating out from the bright moon itself, captivating the hearts of all the men present. Upon the high stage, the woman's figure was gentle and graceful. She performed Diaochan Worships the Moon, dancing with the wind, her movements fluid and elegant. Like a celestial fairy riding the breeze, she danced briefly before seemingly returning towards the moon, utterly bewitching. Countless onlookers were left breathless, speculating wildly about the woman's identity. At the back entrance of Huansai Pavilion, Lu Liang had been waiting for some time. A horse-drawn carriage slowly approached. The side curtain was lifted, and a woman of unparalleled beauty, her face veiled with light gauze, stepped down. Upon closer inspection, the woman's attire and headdress were identical to what Su Yui had worn at the palace banquet. Lu Liang stepped forward. "Miss Minjing, thank you for your hard work. The carriage is ready. We shall escort you back to Jinling now." Late at night within Jiwa Pavilion, Mu Yunyao was wide awake. Unable to sleep, she draped a cloak over her shoulders and opened the window. "Yunyao," a voice clear and cool called out. Prince Yu gazed intently at Mu Yunyao, his eyes filled with profound longing. Mu Yunyao's eyes widened slightly, as if she were seeing an illusion. "Prince Yu, Mu Yunyao fujusit hergaze." Beneath the vast white moonlight, a refined figure stood rooted to the spot, his head tilted slightly upwards. He slowly raised his arm towards the seemingly frozen Mu Yunyao at the window and said softly. Yunyao jumped down. Mu Yunyao's mind drifted into a trance. She could clearly hear the pounding of her own heart. Slowly, she stretched out her hand, wanting to follow the desire welling up within her. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality, her fingers gripping the windowsill tightly. "Your Highness Prince Yu, why? How did you appear here?" Just a moment ago, for that fleeting instant, she had wanted to rush forward and embrace that warmth. A flicker of regret crossed Prince Yu's eyes. He slowly lowered his arm, reached out to pluck a branch of Cinnabar osmanthus, and the corners of his lips curved slightly upwards. "I came to admire the flowers." Mu Yunyao raised an eyebrow. "Your Highness must be joking. Coming here to admire flowers? Aren't you afraid of admiring your way into immense trouble?" Prince Yu precisely tossed the flowering branch in his hand to land beside Mu Yunyao's hand. Yet this flower seemed one too many here. Mu Yunyao lowered her gaze to the branch beside her hand, the smile on her lips fading slightly. "Your Highness has finished admiring the flowers. It is time you should be returning." Prince Yu responded with a note of disappointment. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside. Mu Yunyao's heart suddenly tightened. "Someone's coming. Quickly, come inside. Don't let anyone see you." A flicker of amusement swiftly crossed Prince Yu's eyes. With a light touch of his toes, he swiftly leaped up to the second floor, stepping onto the windowsill and jumping down beside Mu Yunyao. Mu Yunyao made a hushing gesture, pricking up her ears to listen to the sounds outside. The person outside seemed to be just passing by. After a few indistinct words, the sounds gradually faded away. Mu Yunyao breathed a slight sigh of relief. The moment she turned her head, she met Prince Yu's smiling eyes. Instantly, she felt a tingling sensation flash across her back, leaving her frozen in place. Prince Yu stepped forward. Just as his hand was about to touch her, he bent down instead and picked up the cloak that had fallen to the floor. He gently draped it over her shoulders. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather turns cooler. Don't open the windows too much at night. Don't be careless and catch a chill. Mu Yunyao let out a sharp breath of relief. "Thank you for the reminder, Your Highness Prince Yu." Prince Yu nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping past Mu Yunyao's cheek. In the capital, people's hearts are unfathomable. Beneath the surging undercurrents lie hidden, sharp reefs everywhere. You must be careful. Since you've come here, you must be prepared to be deeply involved in the scheming and plotting. I'm back now. If you face any difficulties, feel free to send someone to Prince Yu's manor to find me. Mu Yunyao's chest tightened, and a blush rose on her cheeks. It's getting late. Your Highness Prince, you should be going back. Prince Yu, however, didn't move, merely gazing at Mu Yunyao with a smile in his eyes. I still prefer it when you call me Ning Sai, or Your Highness. Mu Yunyao interrupted Prince Yu's words. Now that you have returned to the capital, you are no longer some Ning Sai. You can only be His Highness, Prince Yu. Here, the slightest misstep means losing everything. The name Ning Sai should be buried deep. Prince Yu picked up the osmanthus flower from the windowsill, carefully tucking it into his sleeve. Then, he stepped directly onto the windowsill and leaped straight down. Mu Yinyao watched his departing figure, her fingers tightening slightly. He was injured when he left Junlin City. Has he fully recovered now? Every step after her rebirth, she had planned in advance. Yet, the one thing she hadn't anticipated was Prince Yu appearing in her life. Mu Yunyao let out a heavy breath. Best to take it one step at a time. Mu Yunyao had cost the Meng family face and stolen Su Yui's limelight. Old Madam's son could no longer tolerate her. She actually instructed her own son to use his wife, Meng Shi, to eliminate Mu Yunyao. She must get rid of her before Mu Yunyao becomes established. Otherwise, our entire Su family will be dragged down by her. Mother, but their mother and daughter's identities are, after all. Su Wenyuan's expression was grave as he hesitated, leaving his sentence unfinished. Her identity is simply that of our Su family's cousin, a little girl from the countryside. You must remember this firmly. Do you understand? A sharp glint flashed in the old madam's eyes as she cut him off decisively. Risking life and limb secured a good future for our Su family. Now, the Su family's future is bright. We absolutely cannot allow anyone to obstruct it and ruin our prospects. Please rest assured, Mother. The old madam, however, shook her head. When it comes to the dark dealings of the inner courtyards, your wife is more adept. You just need to guide her from the sidelines, give her a hint or two, and she will naturally take action to eliminate this hidden danger. You only need to watch coldly from the sidelines. Don't get yourself involved. Suvenyuan boast seemingly hesitant. But Mother, Meng Shi has been with me for many years and bore our two children, Su Qinggu and Su Yui. I know you value sentiment, but is sentiment more important, or is our future? The old madam frowned, her face etched with severity. Besides, how long can a Meng family rely solely on the prestige of a grand tutor? Although not many of the Meng family's younger generation are accomplished, at least they still have consorda in the palace. The old madam snorted disdainfully. A consort without children, what great influence do you expect her to wield? When your wife succeeds and the investigation points towards the Meng family, we can properly compensate them then. That's settled. Meanwhile, Lu Liang had arranged for storytellers in the tea houses to widely publicize the Moon Palace Fairy. Now, everyone in the capital was searching for the woman from the Jiaochan Worships the Moon performance. Mu Yinyao instructed Lu Liang to release the paintings that had been prepared in advance. De Foren wanted to borrow her reputation to make Su Yui famous, that she would give her a good push. After fermenting overnight, the beautiful name of the Moon Palace Fairy spread wider and wider. When De Foren heard the news, a satisfied smile appeared on her lips. Yui, after today, your beautiful name will be known by everyone. Su Yui was extremely proud. I still have to thank Mother for her painstaking planning. Otherwise, my reputation might not have spread so widely. Just as the mother and daughter were feeling pleased with themselves, suddenly a maidservant rushed in hastily. De Foren, something bad has happened. Word has come from outside, saying that the eldest Mrs. Reputation is completely ruined. It turned out that just as everyone was desperately searching for the Moon Palace Fairy, suddenly, someone discovered paintings of the Moon Palace Fairy on the market. That posture, that appearance, that expression, they all strongly resembled the eldest Miss, Su Yui. As the rumor spread, everyone began to believe that the person dancing at Jiguan that day was Su Yui. De Foren's heart skipped a beat, a sharp glint flashing fiercely in her eyes. Utter nonsense. Yui is the legitimate miss of the Ministry Mansion. How could she appear in such a lowly place? Su Yui broke out in a nervous sweat and quickly looked at Deforin. Mother, what should we do? If this continues, your daughter will be ruined. Don't panic. Mother will definitely find a way to quell this matter. Isn't it just a dancing girl? Find someone similar to her, and naturally, it will have nothing to do with you. Just stay home peacefully during this time. Mother will handle it properly. She had calculated meticulously to help Su Yui gain fame, wanting her to stun everyone at once. But who could have expected that a Moon Palace fairy would appear midway? And worse, one originating from a lowly place like Huansai Pavilion. For now, they could only first find a way to extricate Yui. As for reputation among the common folk, they would slowly figure that out later. Deforin was filled with resentment. Before she could even digest this anger, an old female servant rushed in again, flustered. Deforin, it's bad. Something's happened. Already in a foul mood, Deforin couldn't help but become even angrier. What is it now? Is the sky falling? The old servant knelt down immediately. Reporting to Deforin, people are causing trouble at the gate, carrying 2 corpses. They say Old Woman Wang and Old Woman Lu are dead. What did you say? Deforin's face contorted with rage. Who are Old Woman Wang and Old Woman Lu? What does their death have to do with us? Madam, they were the ones who were ordered to cane Miss Mu previously. Later, they were expelled from the Su residence under Miss Mu's orders. Deforin's eyes widened slightly. Those 2 were only lightly struck 10 times. It's been several days already. How could a problem arise only now? Deforin raised her eyebrows. Go to Jiwa Pavilion and tell Su Qing and Yun Yao. They should take responsibility for the trouble they caused themselves. Outside the main gate of the Su residence, 2 stretchers covered with white cloths lay horizontally at the entrance. 2 men knelt beside them, wailing loudly on the ground. A crowd of onlookers had gathered around. Mu Yinyao slowly walked out of the gate. Since Deforin wanted her to resolve this, she would certainly not disappoint her expectations. Mu Yinyao's gaze fell coldly upon the 2 kneeling men. Who gave you the audacity to come and frame the Su family? The wailing at the gate abruptly stopped. We are not framing the Su family. It's just that my mother died without cause, and our family is poor, lacking the money for a burial. So, if you're not here to frame us, you're here to extort money. Is that it? Mu Yinyao didn't wait for him to finish, cutting him off directly. Wang Zhu, Old Woman Wang's son, hastily said, "We don't mean that at all. We wanted to see if the Su family, considering the many years of service, over these many years, has our Su family ever mistreated them?" Mu Yinyao interrupted Wang Zhu again. Some time ago, these 2 old women beat me. Merely expelling them from the residence was already benevolent of our Su family. What is your purpose in coming here today, carrying corpses and causing a scene? You might as well state it plainly. There's no need to feign pitifulness here to gain sympathy. Wang Zhu's face turned pale. Your Su residence is noble and doesn't regard human life. In that case, consider it as if we never came today. My mother and Aunt Lu died in vain. Just as Wang Zhu and the others were about to leave, Mu Yinyao stopped them with a sharp command. Stop! Our Su family's reputation is clear and untarnished. We will absolutely not tolerate others splashing dirty water onto our doorstep. Back then, they were only punished with the cane. 10 strokes would never kill someone. Don't even think about leaving until you explain yourselves clearly. Seeing Mu Yinyao being so aggressive, Wang Zhu gritted his teeth and decided to risk everything. You're right. 10 strokes of the cane indeed cannot beat someone to death. But now both my mother and Aunt Lu are dead, and they died suddenly at the same time. Mu Yinyao frowned, her expression unprecedentedly serious. What do you mean by that? Wang Zhu abruptly knelt and cowed out. Miss Mu, we don't mean anything by it. We just came to inquire why perfectly healthy people would die so inexplicably. Mu Yinyao glanced at the streets on both sides. Many commoners were already whispering amongst themselves. Currently, the Su family was already in the eye of the storm because of the Su Yui incident. She would just let the matter escalate further. The old governess, observing the situation nearby, sensed things were taking a bad turn and quickly ran to the east courtyard to report back to Deforin. Mu Yinyao's brow furrowed deeply. Judging by your words, you feel they died unjustly? The Su family is not an ungrateful household. However, while money can be given, the Su family will not bear blame without cause. We should first find someone to investigate the cause of death for these two old women before saying anything more. Hearing this, Wang Zhu grew instantly anxious. The person is already dead. I don't wish to pursue this further. I only hope my mother can be laid to rest peacefully soon. Please, miss, do not disturb the deceased's tranquility. Mu Yunyao let out a cold laugh. Weren't you just clamoring to seek justice for them? And now you're demanding they be laid to rest? So, you came here to cause a scene, just for silver? Don't you know what kind of place the Su residence is? How dare you act so presumptuously here? Men, go fetch a physician to perform an autopsy. Wait, the hastily arriving Deforan quickly spoke up to stop them. Mu Yunyao turned and curtsied, a flicker of regret crossing her heart. If Deforan had arrived just a moment later, she might have succeeded in pinning the reputation of silencing witnesses through murder onto the Su family. Deforan's expression was exceptionally stiff. Yunyao, didn't I ask you to come out and see? To appease those who needed appeasing? Why are you now clamoring to call for a physician? Mu Yunyao's expression remained unchanged. Eldest aunt, they're making such a fuss. If we don't investigate the matter clearly, isn't this dirty water going to be splashed right onto our Su family's face? Deforan's eyes turned grim. Mu Yunyao spoke with such righteousness, yet she had completely absolved herself of any responsibility. She might have a clear conscience, but wouldn't the Su family still have to bear the consequences? Very well then, call the physician. Let's investigate. However, if nothing is found, you two must give the Su family an explanation today. Deforan, Wang Zhu suddenly cried out in alarm. We only came because we lack the money for burial, hoping to appeal to the Su family's sense of past ties. Old woman Wang and old woman Lu served the Su family diligently for over a decade. How could they possibly do anything to betray their masters? We'll leave right now. We absolutely won't cause the Su family any more trouble. Hearing these words, Deforan's face instantly turned shades of pale and green. There was clearly nothing amiss, but Wang Zhu's statement made it seem as though the Su family had done something shameful they couldn't bear to have exposed. Eldest aunt, don't be anxious. Mu Yunyao stepped forward. I know you must be mindful of the past master-servant relationship. After all, these many years, you have always been exceptionally lenient towards the servants. Moyu, go fetch 200 taels of silver. Give each family 100 taels to handle the funeral arrangements. After all, the deceased deserve respect. Let's not continue this ordeal. Wang Zhu's eyes lit up brightly. He immediately stopped his wailing and began kowtowing towards the Su residence entrance. Mu Yunyao smiled and said, It is all thanks to my eldest aunt, who remembers past affections, that she chooses not to pursue matters with you. Hurry back and arrange your mother's funeral affairs. The two men repeatedly expressed their gratitude towards Deforan. After speaking, they carried the stretchers and quickly departed. Deforan was so furious her heart and liver trembled, the anger in her eyes barely contained. Yunyao, why did you do that? Eldest aunt, everything was fine. Why are you so angry? I handled the troublemakers at the residence gate according to your instructions, following your cues. Was that also wrong? Seeing Mu Yunyao's innocent expression, Deforan gave a cold laugh. Don't think I didn't see through those little schemes in your heart. Do you realize that by simply sending them away with silver just now, it might lead to significant trouble later? Eldest aunt, what you're saying is strange. Wasn't your intention just now to minimize the issue, to turn a big matter into a small one, and a small one into nothing? 200 taels of silver is hardly anything. If eldest aunt is unwilling to count it as a public expense, just put it on my account. Deforan couldn't tell if Mu Yunyao was genuinely foolish or merely pretending. But regardless, the most important thing now was to salvage Yui's reputation. She would deal with Mu Yunyao once she had the chance. Su Qingwu had found a young woman whose build bore some resemblance to Su Yui, arranging for Su Yui to teach her the Baiwed dance to counter the rumors circulating in the capital. Deforan carefully examined the young woman, nodding in satisfaction after she put on the veil. Indeed, quite good. Qingwu, thank you for this. Su Qingwu dismissed the young woman. Then he said to Deforan, Mother, a tall tree attracts the wind. This time, the rumors have persisted for so long largely because Yui is too outstanding. Deforan's gaze immediately sharpened. The hidden instigator. Have you found out who it is? Su Qingwu frowned. Mother, don't investigate this matter. Since Yui gained such prominence at the palace banquet, she naturally must be prepared to be targeted. De Foreign was deeply unwilling. I knew those people harbored ill intentions. Qingwu, have you found out who promoted that Moon Palace fairy? I haven't found out. Su Qingwu's expression seems slightly grave. There are absolutely no leads on this matter. It's as if there's nowhere to even begin investigating. A venomous glint flashed into Foreign's eyes. Daring to ruin my plan to enhance Yui's fame, I will remember this grudge. Mother, Su Qingwu's eyes flickered. Yui is already outstanding enough. There's no need to deliberately help enhance her fame anymore. Su Qingwu wanted to persuade her further, but De Foreign had no mind to listen. I've asked Mu Yunyao to copy Buddhist scriptures. Take her and her mother to Manhwa temple together for blessings. Mu Yunyao made him uncomfortable. How could he possibly let her off easy? She had slighted him repeatedly. It was time to settle this score. Night had fallen, yet Mu Yunyao was still diligently copying the scriptures De Foreign had sent over. The snow fox lay sprawled on the table, constantly pawing at the brush pen in Mu Yunyao's hand. Seeing that she ignored it, it stretched out a front paw again to fiddle with the ink stick in the inkstone. Mu Yunyao took the brush pen and gently tapped the snow fox's front paw. Instantly, a splotch of ink stained its snowy white fur. Startled, the snow fox abruptly retracted its paw, thinking it was injured. It rolled around on the table, yelping. Mu Yunyao chuckled at its antics, unable to resist reaching out a finger to tap its head. Will you dare to be disobedient again? The snow fox's eyes were watery as it looked at its little paw, looking utterly adorable. A slight sound came from the window. Mu Yunyao turned her head to see Prince Yu leaning casually against the window frame, his posture quite relaxed. He was gazing intently at her, his expression cool, yet his eyes brimmed with amusement. Your Highness, Prince Yu, don't you think your actions are highly improper? Mu Yunyao stood up, holding the snow fox, a trace of annoyance in her heart. This was the ministry manner. For him to come and go so recklessly. If he were discovered, it would surely cause chaos throughout the court and country. Prince Yu slowly walked over to Mu Yunyao, picked up the snow fox, and tossed it aside. You can't spoil it like this. The snow fox, tossed onto the soft couch, had eyes full of tears and whimpered pitifully a few times. Mu Yunyao bent down and gently stroked its back. It's all right, go play over there. After comforting the snow fox, Mu Yunyao turned back to see Prince Yu looking through the Buddhist scriptures she had copied. Her annoyance grew. Your Highness, Prince Yu, shouldn't you be leaving? She snatched the scripture book from his hand. Trespassing into an official's residence is hardly the conduct expected of the fourth prince of the current dynasty. Prince Yu didn't leave, but pursued Mu Yunyao, saying, I received news. Lady Su of the Su family has dispatched servants to contact some people. It seems she intends to stir up some trouble on the road to Baohua Temple in a couple of days. Mu Yunyao's eyes sharpened. She finally stopped insisting that Prince Yu leave. Who did she contact? Some unsavory characters from various walks of life. A hint of a smile flashed in Prince Yu's eyes. Don't worry, I can have someone take care of it for you beforehand. No need. A cold glint flashed in Mu Yunyao's eyes. De Foreign is looking for trouble herself. Naturally, I should oblige her. Prince Yu was not the least bit surprised by this answer. I have another important piece of news for you. In 2 days, Grand Princess Ida will also be going to Baohua Temple. Mu Yunyao suddenly lifted her gaze. Really? Naturally, I wouldn't lie to you. Every year, as long as my imperial aunt is not in the capital, she will definitely go to Baohua Temple to offer incense and pray for blessings, Prince Yu said with a smile. Right now, all the young ladies in the capital have their eyes on the Grand Princess. However, this time, no one else knows. Imperial Aunt is going to pray for her lost daughter and hasn't made it public. Mu Yunyao nodded, a smile appearing. I see. Thank you, Your Highness, for bringing this news. How do you plan to thank me? Prince Yu leaned forward, his gaze burning as he looked at Mu Yunyao, a sparkle in his eyes. Mu Yunyao quickly dodged away. Your Highness, it's getting late. You really should be going back. After Prince Yu finished speaking, he turned decisively to leave. Just as he reached the window, he suddenly stopped. It said that snow foxes from Yueshi carry fleas. Make sure you don't let it onto the bed, and don't hold it too often. The snow fox looked up at Mu Yunyao quite innocently. Mu Yunyao's eyes widened. After staring intently at the snow fox for a moment, she reached out and started pawing through its fur, searching carefully for a long time. How could there possibly be fleas? 1 day later, On this day, Su Qingwu took Mu Yunyao, Su Qing, and the Su sister Su Yaxian to Baohua Temple to pray for blessings. Mu Yunyao looked at the scenery along the road, the corners of her lips lifting. Prince Yu said to Furin wanted to stir up some trouble. She wondered when she planned to make her move. After traveling for half a day, the carriage slowly stopped at the entrance of Baohua Temple. Baohua Temple was bustling with worshippers and filled with ginkgo trees. From time to time, yellow ginkgo leaves would fall to the ground. Mu Yunyao tilted her head slightly to look around, unable to help but sigh in admiration. This truly is a good place to calm the mind and spirit. Yunyao, Su Qingwu, stood not far away, his hand inside his sleeve involuntarily tightening. Seeing Su Qingwu, the smile on Mu Yunyao's face suddenly cooled somewhat. "Cousin, is there something you need? Are you aware of the rumors circulating in the capital concerning Yui?" Mu Yunyao offered a slight smile, yet the warmth didn't reach her eyes. With the matter spreading so wildly, is there anyone left in the capital who doesn't know? So, does this affair have anything to do with you? For some reason, after the incident came to light, the first person he suspected was Mu Yunyao. "Cousin, your words are truly strange. I've only been in the capital for a few days, and I usually don't even step out of the residence gates. What ability would I have to arrange such things? Besides, I only wish to live peacefully and don't want to stir up any trouble. Cousin, by falsely accusing me without reason, are you determined to push me and mother to our deaths before your family will be satisfied?" Just as Mu Yunyao finished speaking, a sudden breeze swept past, kicking up dust that happened to get into her eyes. Su Qingwu's heart tightened, and he quickly stepped forward to support Mu Yunyao. "What's wrong?" Mu Yunyao tried to pull away from Su Qingwu, but the slightest movement made her eyes sting intensely. Tears immediately welled up. "Don't meddle in my affairs." Pushed slightly, Su Qingwu didn't let go. Instead, he pulled Mu Yunyao into his embrace, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible urgency. "If dust gets in your eyes, you absolutely mustn't rub them with your hands. Don't move. I'll blow it out for you." Saying this, he reached out, cupped Mu Yunyao's face, leaned down, and gently blew towards Mu Yunyao's eyes. His warm breath brushed against Mu Yunyao's face. Ignoring the pain in her eyes, Mu Yunyao forcefully pushed Su Qingwu away. "Elder cousin, please conduct yourself with propriety." Su Qingwu looked at her current state, a trace of remorse rising involuntarily in his heart. He shouldn't have suspected her like that just now. Mu Yunyao turned and walked towards the incense workshop, her mood extremely foul. She detested the Su family and held not the slightest favorable impression of Su Qingwu. Su Qingwu released his clenched fist, expressionlessly rubbing his fingertips together. The touch of Mu Yunyao's cheek seemed to linger on his palm, soft and warm like jade, smooth as fine cream, beautiful enough to stir one's heart. Emotions seemed to struggle to surface in his eyes, yet he forcefully suppressed them with reason. All things in the world transform into fragrance. If the heart is still, all things are still. After reciting this line, he tucked the ginkgo leaf into his sleeve. Inside the prayer hall, candlelight shone brightly. The sound of a wooden fish was clear, serene, and pleasant. Sandalwood incense purified the spirit and calmed the mind. Mu Yunyao looked towards Su Qingwu's mother, referred to as Su Yaxian in the original, likely a mistake or another character not in the summary, but context implies Su Qingwu's mother/de Foreign's group, feeling a trace of apology in her heart. This time, she had indeed implicated them. Later, when she planned her escape from de Foreign, she should lend them a hand. Mu Yunyao bowed to the Buddha statue, silently praying in her heart. "In this lifetime, I pray to Buddha to grant me vengeance. I pray for mother's long life, peace, and prosperity." In the evening, Mu Yunyao returned to her wing. Just as she lit the candle, she saw a note on the table. Opening it revealed Prince Yu's handwriting. 2 words were written on it: West Side. Mu Yunyao furrowed her brow and burned the paper slip over the candle flame. Could Prince Yu have also come to Baohua Temple? Mu Yunyao stood up, intending to go out, but stopped abruptly at the door. It was already so late, and this was Baohua Temple. Would she bump into someone if she went out? The thought had barely settled in her mind when she heard Si Qin's knock. "Miss, are you asleep?" In the Lingxi stream on the west side of Baohua Temple, many river lanterns have suddenly floated down. The mistress, de Foreign, wishes to go see, so she sent this servant to check if you were asleep. Mu Yinyao's heart skipped a beat. Could this be what Prince Yu was referring to? She immediately opened the door. I will accompany Mother to have a look. Mu Yinyao followed Su Qing, likely referring to Su Qingwu's mother/Deforin or her entourage, to the side of Lingxi Stream and saw the exquisite river lanterns floating downstream one by one. The stream murmured, the lanterns shimmered. Under the light of the vast starry sky, the sight was so beautiful it made one reluctant to look away. Mu Yinyao's gaze focused intently on the stream's surface, on the patterns of the river lanterns. They were exactly the same designs as the ice lanterns Prince Yu had sent her back in Jingming City. She didn't know why, but her cheeks felt slightly hot, unable to tell if it was annoyance or something else. Prince Yu was being far too bold. Wasn't he afraid others would notice something? Just as she was preparing to head back, she seemed to sense something and turned her head to look westward. There, standing amidst the crowd, was Prince Yu with a quiet expression. He wore black robes, his figure tall and straight. His eyes were fixed intently on Mu Yunyao. Mu Yunyao's heart trembled, and she spoke involuntarily. Mother, I'd like to look around the west side a bit longer. Have Si Qing accompany you back first. After watching Su Qing, Deforin/entourage, leave, Prince Yu had already walked up behind her with a smile. Do you like these river lanterns? Fourth Lord certainly has refined tastes. Mu Yinyao didn't answer, but her mind couldn't stop thinking. So many river lanterns must have taken a considerable amount of time to prepare. Prince Yu slightly quirked the corner of his lips. There is another matter. Look east. Mu Yinyao looked eastward and saw Grand Princess Ida walking over slowly. Mu Yinyao quickly stepped forward and curtsied. Greetings, Your Highness. The Grand Princess also seemed somewhat surprised. Well, what a coincidence. Are you also here to see the river lanterns? Mu Yinyao bowed slightly. Tomorrow is the death anniversary of my maternal grandfather. I came specifically to Baohua Temple to copy scriptures and pray for blessings. The Grand Princess smiled faintly. She is a child with a filial heart. Seeing her standing silently to the side, the Grand Princess spoke. The scenery here is quite nice. Take your time to enjoy it. After saying this, she walked directly towards the prayer hall with Prince Yu. Mu Yinyao sensed Prince Yu's intention, but she had no plans to rely on the Grand Princess. There were too many favors involved, and the relationships were too complex. Once involved, it wouldn't be easy to withdraw completely unscathed. The Grand Princess returned to the prayer hall to offer incense, clasping her hands together before Master Yuan Guang and bowing slightly. Lifting her head, she gazed at the gilded clay statue, at the compassionate face of the Buddha. Back then, I came continuously, making wishes for over 30 years. Now I am old. In this lifetime, will I still have the chance to see my daughter? Amitabha, Your Highness the Grand Princess has performed many good deeds throughout your life. Heaven will not treat a kind person unfairly. Kind people are easy to come by. The Grand Princess chuckled softly, the light in her eyes flickering. Even if there is only the faintest glimmer of hope, I am willing to believe in the Buddha wholeheartedly. Even if I cannot find my child, I hope she can live peacefully and safely, free from worries, in a place where I cannot see her. As Grand Princess Ida stood up to leave, the corner of her eye caught sight of the Buddhist scriptures placed as offerings on the incense table. The calligraphy on them gave her a sense of comfort. Prince Yu stepped forward, picked up a scroll, and placed it before the Grand Princess. It was copied by Miss Mu to pray for blessings for her maternal grandfather. Grand Princess Ida took it and glanced at it, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Filial piety is rare. I find the handwriting on this scripture particularly pleasing. Let me take this scroll. Junyue, find a suitable time tomorrow to inform Mu Yunyao. Leaving the prayer hall, the Grand Princess turned to look at Prince Yu. You're no longer young. It's time you had someone by your side to take care of you. As the Grand Princess spoke, her gaze fell upon the scripture in her hand. That Mu Yunyao seems like a clever child. She looks quite decent, though her background is somewhat low. Prince Yu stiffened slightly. I do not place importance on background. Facing the Grand Princess who had doted on him for many years, Prince Yu did not wish to hide his feelings. The princess chuckled softly. No wonder you went through so much trouble today. But you deliberately arranged for her to meet me, yet she doesn't seem to appreciate it. Although she is not old, she has a strong character. I originally wanted to make things easier for her. It seems I meddled unnecessarily. Though Prince Yu said this, there wasn't the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. Instead, a touch of admiration grew in his heart. Seeing his expression, the smile on the Grand Princess's lips deepened. Your return this time, I suppose you don't plan on going back to Yueshi, do you? Yes, I want to stay in the capital. Firstly, to look after Yin Yao, and secondly, to investigate the cause of my mother Empress's death back then. The princess sighed softly. I knew you would return here one day, and that one day you would want to uncover the old events of the past. Prince Yu clenched his fists tightly. Imperial Aunt, you must know something about what happened back then. But why have you always refused to tell me the truth? I don't believe Mother Empress would harm Father Emperor's children. If Mother Empress was truly as intolerant as the rumors say, she wouldn't have waited until the princes grew up to act, and especially not choosing to do so while pregnant with me. Grand Princess Ida opened her mouth slightly, but then swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. I know I cannot dissuade you. However, sometimes the truth is far crueler. Finding out might not necessarily be beneficial for you. Imperial Aunt, I know you don't tell me certainly for my own good, but I cannot stand by and do nothing while my mother suffers injustice. Please understand me. The Grand Princess shook her head slightly. If you want to investigate, then go ahead. Given your temperament, no matter what you eventually find, I imagine you will be able to bear it. Take my advice. Don't clash with your father emperor. Over these many years, his arranging for you to be in Yueshi also had its reasons. When Suyui learned that the Grand Princess was at Baohua Temple, she rushed over overnight. Lu Liang, upon discovering Suyui's arrival, sent someone to sprinkle sesame powder on the kneeling cushion Mu Yunyao used. Mu Yunyao's eyes turned cold, a sneer forming. First, putting Tsujia grass in my kanji, now tampering with a kneeling cushion. Both are extremely cold substances. Their intentions are truly malicious. She immediately instructed Lu Liang to swap Mu Yunyao's cushion with Su Yui's. A smile flickered across Mu Yunyao's lips. DeForeign has painstakingly planned for so long. We can't let all this effort go to waste. By the time Mu Yunyao arrived at the main hall, Su Yui was already kneeling on the cushion. Her face was pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Once sesame powder makes contact, one initially feels pain and numbness in the knees. As time passes, it feels like fine needles are continuously piercing the skin. Just 3 days of contact is enough to completely cripple the legs. Su Yui was already mentally and physically exhausted from the Moon Palace Ferry incident. Finally, she couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed softly. Mu Yunyao reached out to support her. Sister Yui, are you all right? A thick veil of disgust flashed through Su Yui's eyes. I wouldn't dare trouble cousin Yunyao. Just then, Mu Yunyao turned her head towards the figures standing at the entrance. She saw the third prince and Su Qingwu, who had appeared there at some unknown moment. The third prince, with his open features and gentle aura, carried the air of an unparalleled gentleman as he slowly approached. Su Yui couldn't help but stiffen, fiercely marking another grievance against Mu Yunyao in her heart. Her voice trembling slightly, she greeted, "Greetings, Your Highness Prince Jing." The third prince offered a faint smile. There's no need for formalities. I noticed Miss Su seems unwell. While praying for blessings is a display of filial piety, you mustn't exhaust yourself. Su Yui gently shook her head, her beautiful face tinged with a delicate sorrow. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness Prince Jing. I should have accompanied my elder brother yesterday to pray for grandfather's well-being in place of my parents. But yesterday was truly, I felt slightly better this morning, so I hurried over. Standing aside, Mu Yunyao scoffed inwardly at these words. Both were hypocritical to the extreme, truly a perfect match. Since that was the case, she would definitely push them together and fulfill this fine destiny of marriage. Prince Jing then turned his gaze upon Mu Yunyao. Miss Mu should also take care. Please do not injure your health over this. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness Prince Jing. Mu Yunyao curtsied slightly. Beside her, Su Yui's eyes, like daggers, fixed upon her. Prince Jing did not linger. After leaving the prayer hall, he headed straight for the Xiangfeng, wing room, or guest room in the rear courtyard. Upon entering, a broad smile spread across his face as he bowed to Grand Princess Ida. Greetings, Imperial Aunt. The Grand Princess's expression was indifferent. Rise. Why have you come? Prince Jing produced a prescription from his sleeve. Imperial Aunt, I know the pain in your chest has flared up again these past few days. This is a prescription I had someone find. Its properties are mild and can slowly nourish the body. Please take a look, Imperial Aunt, and use it if you find it suitable. The Grand Princess accepted the prescription. You are thoughtful, she said faintly. It was kind of you to go to the trouble of searching for a remedy. It is merely what this nephew ought to do. As Prince Jing spoke, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. He quickly turned around, meeting the icy gaze of Prince Yu. Why is he here? Fourth brother, when did you return from Yueshi? Why haven't you entered the palace to greet Father Emperor? Prince Yu first set down the basin of narcissus he was holding, then clasped his hands in salute towards Prince Jing. Greetings, third imperial brother. Fourth brother, dispense with the courtesy. A few days ago, Father Emperor mentioned issuing an edict to summon you back. I didn't expect that in just a few short days, you would have already returned to the capital. Prince Yu ignored him, walking straight towards the narcissus plant. He approached Grand Princess Ida. Imperial Aunt, what do you think of this pot of flowers? Although they haven't bloomed yet, their plump buds are quite charming and possess a certain appeal. Grand Princess Ida did not involve herself in the brothers' conversation. You two brothers haven't seen each other in a long time. Go outside and chat. I am a bit weary and wish to rest for a while. Once outside the room, Prince Jing surveyed Prince Yu with a smile, completely unfazed by the cold, harsh aura surrounding him. Fourth brother is usually extremely observant of the rules. This time, however, is quite unexpected. Prince Yu lifted his gaze. Will third imperial brother report my early return to the capital to Father Emperor? A flicker crossed Prince Jing's eyes, his smile deepening slightly. How could I? Although Father Emperor previously decreed that you, fourth brother, may not enter the capital without summons, now that Imperial Aunt is here, I imagine Father Emperor won't hold such a minor matter against you. Prince Yu directly ignored the deeper meaning in his words, speaking with curt indifference. Then, third imperial brother, please proceed slowly. I shall not see you out. With that, he turned directly and went back into the room where the Grand Princess resided. Prince Jing watched his retreating back, a shadow of gloom flashing in his eyes. Everyone knew he had been raised by the Grand Princess during his childhood. Even Father Emperor regarded him more highly because of this connection. But in reality, it was his mother Empress who had made him cling to the Grand Princess's side. He had done his utmost to please her, yet the Grand Princess remained lukewarm towards him. However, she treated this fourth brother, Prince Yu, completely differently. Not only did she periodically have her attendants send things into the cold palace, but she also constantly inquired about his activities there. If not for the Grand Princess's repeated care, it was questionable whether Prince Yu would have even survived to the age of 12, let alone be infected and sent to Yueshi. Prince Yu had gifted a pot of narcissus to Mu Yunyao, only to have it returned. He couldn't fathom why. Although the narcissus hadn't bloomed yet, its plump, fat leaves were quite lovely. Why didn't Yunyao like it? The Grand Princess smiled as she looked over, speaking softly. Are you thinking about Mu Yunyao? Why do you look as if you've suffered some sort of blow? Prince Yu paused. He nodded slightly. Imperial Aunt, do you prefer narcissus or cotton rose hibiscus? The Grand Princess suddenly laughed aloud. Now, I find myself rather curious about that Mu Yunyao. Did she tell you? She prefers cotton, rose, hibiscus. Prince Yu nodded. Discussing Mu Yunyao with the Grand Princess always filled his heart with an inexplicable nervousness and embarrassment. Truly unexpected, Junyue, that you would be suffering from unrequited love. Prince Yu's figure stiffened. That letter had clearly stated Yunyao admired him, a fact he had believed without a shadow of a doubt. This made the Grand Princess's smile deepen. Seeing Prince Yu's rather troubled expression, a flicker of complex emotion crossed her eyes. Do you know the cotton rose has another name? The cotton rose thrives in the cold. It is also called the frost-defying flower. Defying frost, defying frost. Isn't the meaning obvious enough? Prince Yu paused, a flash of disappointment crossing his eyes, but his resolve quickly firmed again. Imperial Aunt, I shall go find some cotton roses. If you plan to visit the prayer hall later, please take more guards with you. Many people have heard you've arrived at Baohua Temple. Don't let any unruly individuals disturb you. When Mu Yunyao returned to her room, she saw a cotton rose, blooming in its full glory, placed upon the table. She walked slowly towards it, gently touching the petals twice, and murmured with a mixture of helplessness and amusement, "Fool." The night was tranquil, the chirping of insects piercing the silence with remarkable clarity. At the Grand Princess's invitation, Mu Yunyao was copying Buddhist scriptures for her. Prince Yu leaned against the doorway, his soft gaze resting gently upon Mu Yunyao. Mu Yunyao's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the entrance, only to find Prince Yu standing there. She had no idea how long he had been watching. "Your Highness Prince Yu, when did you arrive?" Prince Yu walked in. Gazing at the scriptures on the table, a hint of heartache flickered in his eyes. "There's no need to rush so. Just ensure they are finished before we leave Baohua Temple." Mu Yunyao's eyes shifted slightly. "Wouldn't it be better to deliver the scriptures to Grand Princess Edith sooner?" Prince Yu felt a touch helpless. You should have anticipated this. Yunyao's nature had always been unyieldingly stubborn. She rarely allowed herself to show weakness in front of others. Seeing Prince Yu fall silent, Mu Yunyao paid him no further mind and resumed copying the scriptures. Silence descended upon the scripture-copying pavilion, broken only by the occasional flare of the lamp wick and its faint crackling sound. She wrote with intense focus. Suddenly, her heart gave a violent lurch. Prince Yu instantly detected the change. "Yunyao, what is wrong?" Mu Yunyao frowned slightly. "What time is it now?" "It's not too late, just past." Before Prince Yu could finish, the main door was abruptly thrust open. Sikin rashed imbretlessly. Upon seeing Mu Yunyao safe and sound inside, her face instantly turned deathly pale. "Miss!" The sheer panic in Sichin's voice caused Mu Yunyao's pupils to contract sharply. She shot up from the table. "Oh no, mother!" she cried out, frantically dashing towards the door. Prince Yu's expression turned icy. In a few swift strides, he caught up to Mu Yunyao, gripping her shoulder firmly. "Do not fear. I am here." Without hesitation, he swept an arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Channeling his internal energy, he surged towards the prayer hall at incredible speed. Mu Yunyao clung tightly to Prince Yu's robes, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. "Mother, please, you must be all right." They burst into the hall. Inside, however, only Su Qingwu, Su Yaxian, and a few others were present. There was no trace of Su Yui or Su Qing. "Where's my mother?" Su Yingwei's pupils constricted. "How could Yunyao be with Prince Yu? Weren't you copying scriptures? Why have you rushed here in such a state?" Mu Yunyao's heart was gripped by extreme panic. She seized Su Qingwu's sleeve. "Where's my mother?" Aunt returned to her wing room just moments ago. Su Qingwu frowned, noticing the alarming look on Yunyao's face, and a knot of worry tightened within her. "Yunyao, what has happened?" Mu Yunyao ignored her, turning to leave. Just as she reached the threshold, the frantic, clanging sound of a gong erupted. "Fire! Fire!" They sprinted towards the wing room, where Su Qing resided, only to be met by the sight of flames leaping furiously towards the heavens, painting half the sky crimson. Mu Yunyao's face went deathly white. She immediately headed towards the burning room, ready to plunge inside. Su Qingwu hastily grabbed her arm, pulling her back. "I am sending people to extinguish the fire. Don't be rash. Perhaps Aunt is not inside the room." Mu Yunyao whipped her head around, her eyes blazing with a hatred as fierce and deep as the tides. "Let go of me." Su Qingwu felt a tremor run through her, but held fast, refusing to release Mu Yunyao. "Yunyao, calm yourself." Mu Yunyao, teetering on the edge of emotional collapse, bit down savagely onto Su Qingwu's wrist. Su Qingwu instinctively released her grip, her brow furrowed in pain and concern, utterly disregarding her own injury. "Don't move. I will go in and find her for you." Mu Yunyao paid her no attention whatsoever. Wrenching free, she charged directly into the inferno of the wing room. The main beam of the wing room, consumed by the fire, gave way and crashed down with a thunderous roar. Mu Yunyao stood frozen before the surging wall of fire, her voice choked and hoarse beyond recognition. Sichin rushed forward, clinging desperately to Mu Yunyao. "Miss, the building has collapsed. We cannot go inside." Sichin dragged her backwards, her voice shaking uncontrollably. Miss, please, it is all my fault. Blame your servant. It is all because your servant failed to protect Madam. Mu Yunyao, however, remained utterly unresponsive. At that moment, she was deaf to the world, her wide eyes fixed on the consuming flames, enveloped entirely by a suffocating mantle of grief. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Su Yui approaching, supported by her matron. Her face was pale, her clothes and face smudged with dirt, making her look rather disheveled. Yui, are you injured? Su Yui shook her head. I was feeling unwell and wanted to rest for a moment in my room. I was sleeping drowsily when I smelled smoke. Fortunately, I woke up in time and escaped before the fire grew too large. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to see you, big brother. What about Aunt? Did you see her? Su Qingwu asked urgently. Su Yui paused for a moment. I didn't notice. Could it be that Aunt didn't escape? She then looked towards Mu Yunyao, a flicker of malicious delight flashing across her eyes. Cousin Yunyao, you must restrain your grief. Mu Yunyao shook off Si Qing's hand and abruptly turned around. Her chilling gaze locked onto Su Yui, filled with intense hostility. When did you leave the prayer hall? Meeting Mu Yunyao's stare, Su Yui instinctively took 2 steps back. Realizing her reaction, she grew even more annoyed. My previous illness hasn't fully recovered. By evening, I couldn't bear it any longer, so I returned early. How long have you been back? Mu Yunyao advanced a few steps, her gaze like a razor's edge, sharp enough to draw blood. Suiduji Fronith. Cousin Yunyao, what is the meaning of this? Are you interrogating me? The killing aura around Mu Yunyao intensified. Answer me, she rasped, enunciating each word. How long have you been back? Su Yui initially didn't want to answer, but under Mu Yunyao's pressing gaze, her heart couldn't help but tremble. A little over an hour ago. Is there a problem with that? Mu Yunyao clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms until they bled. You deserve to die. Miss, look quickly. Si Qing cried out, pulling Mu Yunyao back from the brink of losing her sanity. Mu Yunyao shuddered violently and looked in the direction Si Qing indicated. Tears instantly streamed down her face. The suffocating pressure around her instantly receded, and a surrounding clamor once again filled her ears. The moment she saw Su Qing, she felt alive again. Mu Yunyao rushed forward, opening her mouth several times. Finally, she managed to croak out 2 words, Nyangqin. Su Qing's heart ached as she touched Mu Yunyao's face. My child, it's all right. Nyangqin is all right. It took a while for Mu Yunyao to relax. She anxiously scanned Su Qing. Nyangqin, are you injured? Su Qing looked rather wretched, her clothes bearing scorch marks from the fire. Rest assured, it's nothing serious. I just accidentally sprained my ankle and inhaled a couple of mouthfuls of thick smoke. Nyangqin, don't speak. Let me help you sit down over there first. Rest well for a while. I'm mostly fine, but young Master Ning, he's injured. Mu Yunyao's eyes flickered. 4th Master Ning? Was it he who saved Nyangqin? Su Qing nodded. Si Qing and I were trapped in the fire. Thick smoke was everywhere, and the fire was intense. Just as the building seemed about to collapse, it was young Master Ning who rushed in and saved Si Qing and me. As we were getting out, he was accidentally injured by falling debris. At this point, Su Qing's throat was severely irritated by the smoke, and her voice became too hoarse to speak by the end. Mu Yunyao quickly stepped forward to support her. Nyangqin, rest assured, once you're settled, I will go visit 4th Master Ning. There were too many eyes and ears here right now. She could only wait until the crowd dispersed. Seeing that Su Qing was unharmed, intense resentment flashed through Su Yui's heart. The fire had burned so fiercely, yet Su Qing actually managed to escape with her life. How could she be so lucky? Su Qingwu had earlier heard Mu Yunyao's sharp questioning of Su Yui and felt something was amiss. Now, seeing Su Yui's expression, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Yui, Su Yui quickly snapped back to reality. Meeting Su Qingwu's gaze, she felt a pang of guilt. Big brother, why are you looking at me like that? Since you are unwell, there's no need to persist with the prayers. I'll have someone prepare a carriage for you. You should return to the residence tonight. Why? Su Yui quickly shook her head. There's still tomorrow. I can manage. Grand Princess Ida is still here. She hadn't even seen the Grand Princess yet. How could she be willing to return like this? Just return to the residence first. Don't ask so many questions. Mu Yunyao's expression just now had been too alarming. Su King Wu felt increasingly uneasy. It'd be best to send Yui away first at this time. Seeing Mu Yunyao's terrifying expression, Su Qingwu felt increasingly uneasy and wanted to quickly send Su Yui back to the residence. But Su Yui was unwilling to leave. Big brother, it's so dark already, and the road back is difficult. What if something happens to me? Aren't you worried, big brother? I will have people escort you. Nothing will happen. Su Qingwu's attitude was firm. He was determined to send Su Yui away immediately. Cousin, why the rush? Mu Yunyao approached at some point, a slight smile playing on her lips, though it didn't reach her eyes. It's so late, and wild beasts roam the mountains. Besides, eldest sister's great reputation is known by everyone now. If someone were encountered on the road, it would be difficult to explain. Hearing Mu Yunyao's words, Su Yui felt a chill creep into her heart. Big brother, I don't want to go back. Chi Momo, take the eldest miss and find another place to stay. Su Qingwu gazed at Mu Yunyao, the light in his eyes extremely deep. Yunyao, both you and Anne have been frightened. You should go back and rest properly now. We can discuss other matters later. Thank you for your concern, cousin. Mu Yunyao's gaze lightly fell upon Su Yui. Is eldest sister still planning to return? The curve of her lips deepened slightly, yet it was filled with cold, sharp intent. Su Qingwu had already decided to send Su Yui back first, but seeing Mu Yunyao like this, he didn't dare take the risk. He feared Mu Yunyao might, in a fit of anger, cause trouble on the road. An inexplicable panic arose in Su Yui's heart. Whether I return or not is no concern of yours, younger sister Yunyao. You should focus on taking care of Aunt first. Seeing Big Brother's expression, it seems he doesn't intend to send Cousin Yui back to the residence. In that case, I can rest assured and go back to look after Mother first. After speaking, Mu Yunyao turned and left. Su Qingwu and Su Yui watched her depart, simultaneously breathing a sigh of relief. Upon returning to her room, Mu Yunyao immediately summoned Lu Liang. Her eyes seemed to hold icy crystals, blazing with light, yet heavy with meaning. Lu Liang, where did you just go? This was the first time in a long while that Mu Yunyao had shown anger towards Lu Liang. Lu Liang lowered his head guiltily, replying to Mistress, I was lured away and fell into an ambush. As he spoke, he couldn't help but cough twice, blood seeping from the corner of his lips. Mu Yunyao turned and walked to the desk. She took out a bottle of wound medicine from within. With your skills, how many people would it take in an ambush to injure you like this? Lu Liang fought hard against more than 10 low-level thugs, plus 3 skilled experts from that family. And those people, they're all dead. Mu Yunyao's eyes flickered. She handed over the medicine bottle. Were the bodies disposed of cleanly? Did you find any clues? Lu Liang reached out to take it. I interrogated those few thugs. They confessed they were hired. As for who hired them, I didn't know, only saying the person had a black mole near the brow bone. The 2 skilled experts from that family, after being injured by me and seeing no escape, committed suicide directly. They revealed nothing. There were no obvious markings on their bodies. As Lu Liang spoke, he couldn't help coughing again, his face growing paler. He knelt on one knee. Please punish me, mistress. Mu Yunyao nodded, her expression softening considerably. Get up. Take the medicine first. If you hadn't chased after them, those people might have harmed Mother. You didn't truly do anything wrong. I can still distinguish right from wrong in this matter. Lu Liang kept his head bowed, his eyes filled with guilt. Lu Liang, thanks, mistress. The smell of blood on you is strong. Go tend to your wounds first. I will look for some prescriptions for cultivating internal energy and treating injuries, and have someone send them to you later. Lu Liang exited the room, seeing Mu Yunyao safe and sound. The fear in his heart gradually dissipated. Lu Liang secretly clenched his jaw, suppressing the surge of blood in his chest several times before it calmed. This lesson was enough. He would absolutely not make the same mistake again. Early morning, before the sun had fully risen, Mu Yunyao, accompanied by Lu Liang, arrived at Su Yui's room. They gagged and bound the serving old woman aside. Su Yui's eyes widened, trembling uncontrollably. This has nothing to do with me. Really, a faint smile played on Mu Yunyao's face, yet it sent an inexplicable chill down one's spine. Cousin, this act of denying everything to the death is truly repulsive to witness. Earlier, when Cousin asked if you had seen my mother, do you remember how you answered? Su Yui rapidly considered. Then her face suddenly turned white. You remember now? Mu Yunyao held the hairpin, gently pushing it forward a fraction. You said you hadn't noticed. You even asked if my mother hadn't managed to escape. You returned earlier than my mother. If you had been sleeping the whole time, you certainly wouldn't have known my mother had returned to her wing room. Thus, you couldn't possibly have asked whether she had escaped or not. Su Yui felt the pain in her neck, her entire body trembling even more violently. I don't understand what you're saying. Mu Yunyao, I am the legitimate D-Miss of the Su family. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, grandmother and mother will not let you go. Mu Yunyao laughed softly, murderous intent flooding her eyes. You dare to lay hands on my mother, nearly costing her life. If I don't avenge this grievance, I will surely toss and turn, unable to rest. Therefore, Lu Liang grabbed Su Yui's left arm, his other hand clamped firmly over her mouth. Under Su Yui's terrified gaze, with a sharp crack, he broke her arm. The pain was excruciating, heart-piercing. Su Yui fainted from the terror and intense agony. Lu Liang disgustedly pushed Su Yui away. Mistress, she fainted. Mu Yunyao nodded, her gaze falling on Chi Momo beside them. Cousin Yui arrived in a hurry. Besides, eldest aunt has always spoiled her, never letting her get involved in too many dirty tricks. But you're different. You've spent a long time following eldest aunt, so inevitably, your heart has turned black. Luring my mother back to the wing room, and then setting the fire. It was all your idea, wasn't it? Chi Momo shook her head frantically, trembling uncontrollably with fear. Mu Yunyao slowly crouched down in front of her, a beautiful smile gracing her lips. Answer my question honestly, and I'll spare your life. How about that? Chi Momo looked into Mu Yunyao's eyes, her own filled with terror. Mu Yunyao was a demon. She could be so ruthless even towards the eldest miss. She certainly wouldn't care about Chi Momo's life. Terrifying, simply terrifying. Was it the eldest mistress who ordered you to do this? Mu Yunyao asked, removing the cloth stuffed in Chi Momo's mouth. Chi Momo nodded hastily. Yes, the eldest mistress said this was a perfect opportunity, so she ordered me. Mu Yunyao let out a cold laugh, her aura growing even more frigid. Besides hiring those dozen or so ruffians, did eldest aunt employ any experts from that family? Experts from that family? Chi Momo looked startled. She quickly shook her head. No. Generally, experts are unwilling to get involved in court matters. If there truly were experts present, there would have been no need for such elaborate trouble. Mu Yunyao's brow furrowed slightly. If it wasn't the eldest mistress, then who else was acting from the shadows? The sky gradually brightened. Mu Yunyao instructed Lu Liang to handle the aftermath before finally leaving. Returning to the wing room, Su Qing was still sleeping soundly. Exhausted from the night's ordeal, Mu Yunyao simply slumped onto a cushion by the bed and closed her eyes for a brief rest. Just then, Si Qing entered and whispered, Miss, Jinxiu said she saw a monk acting suspiciously earlier. She is currently drawing a portrait of the man. Mu Yunyao wearily lifted her head. If that man was involved, he's likely long gone by now. However, once the portrait is done, still take it to the managing monk of Baohua Temple to confirm his identity. Also, Mu Yunyao pursed her lips. Do you know where Prince Yu is staying? In the easternmost wing room of Baohua Temple, the courtyard next to Princess Ida's, Si Qin replied. Mu Yunyao nodded. Understand. Once mother awakens later, I will go pay him a visit. At that moment, Si Yi pushed the door open. Miss, young Master Biao is waiting in the courtyard. As soon as Mu Yunyao stepped out of the room, she saw Su Qingwu standing at the entrance, his expression cold and stern. His figure was tall and straight, his features handsome, yet the aura surrounding him felt intensely frigid. It even carried an indescribable sense of pressure. Greetings, cousin. Su Qingwu turned his head, carefully studying Mu Yunyao, not missing the slightest flicker of emotion on her face. This morning, Yui's hand was broken. She has now collapsed from illness. She claims you broke her hand, and that you also threatened to kill her. Mu Yunyao's expression was filled with astonishment. I haven't left this room all night, focusing solely on caring for mother. Could cousin Yui have been frightened into confusion? Why else would she randomly accuse me like this? Chi Momo also says it was you. Su Qingwu's brow tightened, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. Then I could just as well say it was her, Mu Yunyao retorted. Perhaps she failed to take proper care of Yui, and cousin is afraid eldest aunt will reprimand her upon returning, so she came up with these terrible ideas on the side. Su Qingwu looked at Mu Yunyao for a long moment, but couldn't discern anything from her expression. Mu Yunyao, you are also a member of the Su family. You should understand the principle that we prosper together and suffer together. Cousin must be joking. My surname is Mu, not Su. She had never considered herself part of the Su family. Su Qingwu sized up Mu Yunyao, finally averting his gaze after a good while. This prayer retreat ends today. Pack your things. We will set off back to the residence shortly. Mu Yunyao gently shook her head. I haven't finished copying the Buddhist scriptures for Princess Ida. Therefore, I need to stay for 2 more days. Cousin should take Cousin Yui back first. Once I have finished copying the scriptures, Mother and I will naturally return to the Su residence. Su Qingwu remained silent for a moment, then turned around wordlessly. Mu Yunyao scoffed inwardly. She hadn't expected Su Qingwu to leave after just a few words. Letting her off so lightly wasn't the Su family's usual style. Or perhaps, she thought, he was waiting to settle the score all at once when they returned to the residence. Su Yui had hoped her elder brother would stand up for her and vent her anger, but instead, she learned Su Qingwu's great secret. Seeing Su Qingwu return, Su Yui quickly asked, "Brother, where is that bitch Mu Yunyao? Did you deal with her for me?" Su Qingwu frowned, his gaze deep as he looked at Su Yui. The fire in Ant's wing room. Ant was nearly trapped inside and burned to death. Was it your doing? Su Yui's body stiffened, then she hastily denied it. It had nothing to do with me. It was all Mu Yunyao framing me. I was resting in my room the whole time. I have no idea why the fire started. Yui, don't you think your words are full of holes? Su Qingwu stared at her, his expression exceedingly cold. You claim you escaped while the fire was still small. Then why didn't you immediately call for help? Why didn't you notify Ant in her wing room to escape? Su Yui's pupils contracted, yet her tone was exceptionally defiant. I didn't know Aunt Su Qing was also in the room at the time. Then why, when Mu Yunyao questioned you, did you claim you didn't see her escape? Su Yui was exasperated. Are you helping Mu Yunyao interrogate me? Don't you even trust your own sister? If I were truly helping Mu Yunyao, I wouldn't have helped you conceal the evidence. Su Qingwu's expression turned cold, his voice filled with anger. Although the fire burned those wing rooms clean, some things inevitably remain. For example, the iron pieces used to fasten the doors and windows shut, making them impossible to open from the inside. An unspeakable disappointment filled Su Qingwu's heart. I truly never expected that my gentle and magnanimous sister would actually resort to such actions. Su Yui initially felt a twinge of guilt, but hearing Su Qingwu repeatedly speak up for Mu Yunyao, she instantly lost her senses to anger. My hand was broken by Mu Yunyao. Not only do you not help me seek retribution, but you stand here lecturing me. What bewitching potion did Mu Yunyao feed you? Or have you fallen for that bitch? Su Qingwu let out a cold snort, the suppressed aura around him suddenly erupting. It startled Su Yui. I guessed right. Hatred flowed in Su Yui's eyes, filled with disbelief. Big brother, this is the first time I've seen you like this. I hit the mark about your feelings, didn't I? That's why you're flying into a rage out of shame. That's why you protect Mu Yunyao in every way and refuse to help me get even. Think whatever you want. If you wish to blow this matter up, then blow it up. If it reaches a point where it cannot be salvaged, don't blame me, your big brother, for not warning you. A big brother who only sides with outsiders? I couldn't care less. You want to send me back to the residence, right? Fine, I'll go back. Su Yui smiled coldly, boundless hatred surging in her heart. Mu Yunyao, I will break both your arms, shatter both your legs, and make you wish for death, but find no release. Inside the room, Grand Princess Ida looked towards Prince Yu, who was seated on a chair, her voice stern. Such a huge fire, yet you still dare to rush in to save someone. If you had been just a little later, even with your heaven-defying abilities, escaping that inferno would have been difficult. Prince Yu looked slightly weary, but his voice remained firm. I have made Imperial Ant worry, but Yunyao's mother was trapped in the fire. No matter what, I could not stand idly by. Grand Princess Ida studied him for a long moment before letting out a sigh. I only hope this deep affection of yours will not be unrequited. Just then, Chu Momo walked in. Grand Princess, Miss Mu Yunyao has arrived. She wishes to request an audience with His Highness Prince Yu. Prince Yu's eyes lit up, his posture becoming even straighter. The entire aura around him brightened considerably compared to before. Seeing him like this, the Grand Princess sighed and quietly took her leave. As Mu Yunyao entered the room and saw Prince Yu leaning against the bed with his eyes closed in rest, her breath hitched slightly. He was leaning back, head tilted, his complexion pale, seemingly in some discomfort. Hearing her footsteps, Prince Yu opened his eyes, a faint glimmer passing through them. Yin Yao, you're here. Mu Yinyao felt somewhat unsure how to face him. She hoped Jean Cook could keep everything under control, allowing her plan to protect her mother and counter the Su family to proceed smoothly. But Prince Yu had unexpectedly burst in, becoming a major variable. After spending time together, he had gradually occupied a different place in her heart, one she couldn't quite fathom or control. After a long silence, she finally spoke. Thank you, Your Highness Prince Yu, for your rescue yesterday. See, if you don't mind, allow me to take a look for you. Prince Yu shifted slightly. When I was carrying her out from behind, someone fell and happened to strike me. Mu Yinyao stepped forward and gently eased off his light silk shirt. On Prince Yu's firm back, one burn was particularly severe, looking like a mess of blood and flesh. Mu Yinyao's fingertips trembled slightly, her heart feeling as if pricked by a fine needle, bringing a faint ache. It's actually this serious. Prince Yu endured the pain, the tips of his ears turning slightly red. Mu Yinyao carefully finished treating the wound and explained the precautions. Prince Yu nodded casually in agreement, but he hadn't heard a single word. His body tensed further, and a faint blush appeared on his slightly pale face. Noticing his unusual state, Mu Yinyao quickly placed her hand on his forehead. Feeling how hot it was, she couldn't help but say nervously, "See, you must have developed a fever due to the injury. I'll write down a prescription shortly. Taking 2 doses should resolve it." Prince Yu nodded impassively, doing his utmost to suppress the ripples in his eyes. "How is Madame Su? Are her injuries severe? I sent people to investigate the wing room, but found no clues. But if it were called an accident, this accident seems far too coincidental." Thinking of Su Qing's injuries, a shadow flickered in Mu Yinyao's eyes. It was Su Yui and Qi Momo. They did it. Recalling how the Su family had previously indulged Meng Yanran in making things difficult for her, Prince Yu's aura turned cold. The Su family has made things difficult in countless ways. This time, they even resorted to murder. Have you noticed anything unusual? I find it strange, too. It's as if the Su family bears some deep-seated hatred towards us. Mu Yinyao's thoughts grew heavier. The Su family want to harm my mother and me. Naturally, I want to sit back and wait for death. It's just a matter of whose methods are more cunning. Do you need my help? Feel free to ask for anything. Mu Yinyao's breath hitched slightly. Prince Yu's feelings for her were already exceedingly obvious, stirring an involuntary unease within her heart. Prince Yu slowly raised his hand, his thumb gently brushing across her brow. His smile held an indescribable abandon. "Yinyao, you don't need to be like this." After a moment of silence, she stated coldly, "I want to kill several people, and those people are your highness's subordinates. Can you agree to this?" Prince Yu's brow furrowed sharply, surprised. "My subordinates?" Indeed. Mu Yinyao looked at Prince Yu, the warmth in her eyes growing increasingly thin and cold. During their time together, she had indeed developed feelings for Prince Yu. Yet, the lingering resentment from her tragic death in Prince Yu's mansion in her past life still lay heavy in her heart. Although Prince Yu wasn't directly involved, it was the doing of his subordinates. Now, she wanted to give herself a chance. If Prince Yu agreed, then she would try to forget her past life. "I promise you. Who do you want to kill?" Prince Yu's cool voice echoed in the room, causing Mu Yinyao to abruptly lift her head. "Your Highness, have you thought this through? A promise made is a promise kept. Since I said I agree, I have naturally thought it through. Who do you want to kill?" He understood Mu Yinyao. She was definitely not someone who would kill the innocent indiscriminately. For her to be driven to kill, they must have committed unforgivable evil deeds in the past. Mu Yinyao walked to the table and picked up a brush. "I don't know the names of these people, but I could draw their faces. There are 5 in total." Mu Yinyao handed the portraits to Prince Yu. "It's these 5 people. Is your highness determined to kill them?" Prince Yu examined them carefully, then singled out one drawing. "Yinyao, of these 5, this is the only one I've seen. I don't recognize the others." Mu Yinyao snapped her head up, her gaze flickering uncertainly at Prince Yu. "Are you sure?" Prince Yu met her gaze without evasion and nodded. "I naturally wouldn't lie to you. Only this person is my subordinate. His name is Lu Nan, a newly promoted captain. He is currently in the mansion." Mu Yinyao's face grew increasingly pale. Since her rebirth, she had been unwilling to recall the horrific circumstances of her death. Thinking back now, the movements of those 5 men at the time did indeed seem somewhat furtive. Mu Yunyao turned her head, staring intently at Prince Yu. If a female spy is discovered in your mansion, how would you handle it? I have men skilled in interrogation. They would thoroughly investigate her origins. Mu Yunyao drew a sharp breath, her chest heaving uncontrollably. Would you have her tortured to death? How could that be? Prince Yu's brow tightened further. Although I am no saint, I would not resort to such cruel methods. Yunyao, what is wrong? Mu Yunyao clutched her chest, the hatred in her eyes surging uncontrollably. In an instant, tears streamed down her face. If it wasn't you, then who was it? That day, the carriage had overturned for no reason, and she had fallen at Prince Yu's feet. Then, she was dazedly sent to Prince Yu's mansion. When she saw Prince Yu in the room, he had indeed only glanced at her, showing no improper intentions. Before she could say anything, she fainted. When she woke up, she was treated as a spy. She had always believed it was Prince Yu who ordered her execution in that manner. But if it wasn't him, then the answer was becoming terrifyingly clear. King Jing. It was King Jing. King Jing used her to frame Prince Yu with the crime of coveting his brother's concubine, humiliating and murdering her, dragging Prince Yu into the mire. King Jing. How could it be King Jing? Mu Yunyao bit her lower lip until it bled, traces of blood seeping out. Prince Yu was startled. He reached out to support her, calling her name repeatedly. Yunyao, what's wrong? Mu Yunyao snapped back to reality, wiping away her tears. Your Highness, have someone keep a close watch on that Lunan. Some people appear loyal on the surface, but no one truly knows their hidden intentions. As for the other 4, please help me investigate their identities. Prince Yu nodded, looking at her with concern. Once I find any trace of these 4, I will definitely tie them up and deliver them before you. Yunyao, what on earth is wrong with you? At this moment, Mu Yunyao gathered up all the coldness and hatred radiating from her body. She had thought some things through, seen some people clearly, and also knew what she needed to do next. With the lingering resentment in her heart dispelled, she gently lifted the corners of her lips, a smile gradually seeping into the corners of her eyes and brows. Then, I shall have to ask for 4th Master's considerable care in the future. The great madam, her eyes filled with fury, walked straight into Su Qingwu's room. Qingwu, her tone seemed laced with ice shards as she questioned coldly. Your sister was injured. It was Mu Yunyao's doing. Did you know? Su Qingwu put down the book in his hand and slowly rose. I know. Since you know, why didn't you avenge your sister? Mother, I don't know what Yui told you, but now is absolutely not the right time to move against Mu Yunyao. The great madam abruptly grabbed a teacup from the desk and, with a crash, threw it at Su Qingwu's feet. Kneel! Su Qingwu didn't even glance at the porcelain shards on the floor, kneeling straight down onto them. Instantly, the color of blood began to bloom on the ground. But the great madam's expression didn't change in the slightest. She walked before Su Qingwu, looking down at him condescendingly. Tell Mother, do you perhaps like Mu Yunyao? I do not like her. Mother. Qingwu lowered his head, his face showing no change whatsoever. The great madam let out a cold laugh. Since you don't like her, then Mother is planning to eliminate her. Do you have any ideas? Su Qingwu's eyes suddenly trembled. Mother, this matter absolutely cannot be rushed. Mu Yunyao has gained quite a reputation now. If she dies in the Su residence, it will certainly cause a huge uproar. At that time, Qingwu, such a strong reaction, and you still say you don't like her? The great madam sharply interrupted, scolding him. Su Qingwu raised his eyes. Mother, I am merely discussing the facts. Yui suffered a grievance, yes, but the great fire at Baohua Temple, it was her doing. Aunt Su Qing almost burned to death in the side room back then. Nonsense. The great madam was furious. Your sister has a pure and kind nature. She would never do such a thing. Su Qingwu frowned deeply. Right now, many powerful factions are watching Mu Yunyao. Once the Su family makes a move against Mu Yunyao, someone will definitely intervene to rescue her. Gaining Mu Yunyao's loyalty is equivalent to gaining financial support. They certainly won't miss the chance to win her over. The great madam had no patience to listen further. Qingwu, you are the eldest legitimate son of the Su family, with a future as bright as brocade ahead of you. Don't you dare do anything to ruin your own prospects. Otherwise, without Mother even needing to act, your father will first eliminate this scourge, Mu Yunyao. The great madam turned away, her tone icy, her expression grim, her eyes resolute. Mu Yunyao cannot be allowed to live. Absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Dark clouds gathered over the Su family. The atmosphere was tense. Over at Baohua Temple, however, it was sunny and bright, a scene of peace and harmony. Ever since Mu Yunyao had cleared up the misunderstanding that day, she had come over daily to help Prince Yu change his wound dressings. The relationship between the two gradually became wondrously complex. Seeing that Prince Yu was mostly recovered, Mu Yunyao prepared to set off back to the Su residence the next day. A great sense of loss flashed through Prince Yu's heart, but he still voiced his concern. The Su family must certainly be lying in wait now, just waiting for you to return and be punished. Mu Yunyao nodded. Su Yui hates me to the bone. The old madam has always been biased. Officially, the one leading the charge this time should be the great madam. Her methods are not to be underestimated. However, there was a farce at the Su family's gate some time ago. Among those involved, Wang Pozi's son is a local ruffian and degenerate, burdened by gambling debts. I later sent someone to snatch back the 100 taels of silver that had been given to him, gave him a sound beating, and also warned him not to speak carelessly. His situation should be exceptionally difficult right now. Prince Yu's eyes flickered. You intend to use him to create some trouble for the Su family? The Su family regards me as an enemy and has repeatedly tried to harm me. Naturally, I must properly publicize the Su family's great achievements. Calculating the time, Wang Pozi's son should have taken the matter to the Shuntian prefecture by now. Shuntian prefecture? Admiration flashed in Prince Yu's eyes. The Shuntian prefect, Shun Binghuai, is upright and incorruptible by nature, historically unafraid of the powerful and noble. Pushing the matter before him will give the Su family quite a headache for a while. Mu Yunyao smiled coldly. That's the first step. I have also prepared some other measures. We just have to see if the great madam can hold steady. Kyoto, su residence. Su Yuan had just returned from outside when he was intercepted squarely by Shun Binghuai. I wonder what matter requires Lord Shun to trouble himself to make a trip personally. Shun Binghuai bowed slightly. This subordinate received a case today. There's a man named Wang Zhu who claims his mother was driven away from the Su residence with beatings and then died suddenly. After the residents gave him 100 taels of silver, they then sent people to rob him and threaten his life. Su Yuan's brow furrowed. Indeed, such an incident did now occur some days ago. But this matter was handled by my niece, Mu Yunyao. That old woman was also driven away by her beatings back then. Su Yuan wanted to push all the blame onto Mu Yunyao, but Shun Binghuai was one to stick rigidly to the facts. But according to this official's investigation and evidence, Miss Mu intended at the time to call for a physician to examine the body for the cause of death, but it was your esteemed wife who spoke up and stopped it. Only then did Miss Mu take out silver and divide it between the two families. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively, appearing quite unconcerned. It's merely hearsay, repeating gossip picked up from the streets. It hardly counts as evidence. Indeed. However, I have retained an item here. I wonder if Lord Su recognizes it. Shun Binghuai spoke, producing a waist token engraved with the characters of the Su family. This token was found at the scene. Does Lord Su recognize it? Su Yuan's brow twitched slightly as he forced a smile. I'm truly not quite sure. Later, I will ask the steward to check. If it is indeed missing, I will certainly report it to Lord Shun. Shun Binghuai's routine inquiry set off a wave of rumors throughout Kyoto. Coupled with Mu Yunyao's subtle manipulation behind the scenes, the gossip gradually morphed into the Su family having murdered someone, paid hush money, and then secretly silenced the witnesses. As rumors swirled through the capital, Su Yuan's face turned ashen. He hurried to see the great madam, Mengshi. That day, the families of those two old women came causing trouble at our residence. Why did you give them silver? The great madam was busy plotting how to punish Mu Yunyao and didn't immediately grasp his meaning upon hearing his words. My lord, why are you so furious? All of Kyoto is saying that our Su family killed someone to silence them, then paid hush money. If this continues and reaches the emperor's ears, what will become of the Su family's reputation? The great madam finally understood. That day, I was preoccupied with handling the matter of Yui's reputation, so I entrusted Mu Yunyao to deal with it. Entrusted it to her? Are you trying to make matters worse? Just then, the steward entered to report, "My lord, this servant has just verified. None of the official waste tokens are missing." Su Wenyuan breathed a sigh of relief. "You investigate thoroughly up and down the residence. Make sure no baseless rumors spread. I'm going to Shuntian Prefecture now regarding the token." If there was no issue with the token, the Su family's suspicion could be cleared. After Su Wenyuan left, the great madam's tightly furrowed brow did not relax. She felt that things were not so simple. As she pondered, Chi Momo came to report. "A woman has arrived at the gate, saying she is here to deliver something to Mu Yunyao." The great madam waved her hand in utter disgust. "All sorts of riffraff are sending things to the residence now. What do they take our Su family for? Send her away." But Chi Momo hesitated. "That person said it's the recent profits from Nianfang and Buckshinlu." The great madam's eyes flickered. "Delivering silver?" A cold smile touched the great madam's lips. "Call her in. I will see her personally." "Greetings, great madam." Yun Chun entered and knelt, her demeanor somewhat timid. Seeing she was merely a servant, the great madam relaxed. "Yun Yao has gone to Baohua Temple to pray for blessings and hasn't returned yet. You can give the items to me." Yun Chun looked hesitant. "Would that be improper?" "Improper." The great madam's expression turned displeased, her voice chilling slightly. Could the Su family possibly covet this small amount of silver? Ing Chun hastily bowed, her expression filled with apprehension. This servant would never dare think such a thing. "Since Miss is not here, then I shall trouble madam to accept these silver taels on her behalf." The great madam nodded with a hint of impatience. "Yun Yao should be back tomorrow. It wasn't easy for you to travel all the way from Jinling City. Stay in the residence for a couple of days." Ing Chun looked pleasantly surprised. "Yes, thank you, madam." After Chi Momo led Yun Chun away, the great madam glanced disdainfully at the box beside her. She had heard Su Qingwu mention before that Nianfang and Buckshinlu were booming businesses. She wanted to see just how booming they were. When she opened the box, her eyes widened abruptly at the sight of the neat stacks of silver notes inside. She immediately took them out and counted carefully. A full 200,000 taels. The great madam's fingers trembled slightly as she held the silver notes, her eyes glinting with suspicion. Not long ago, Mu Yunyao had donated 150,000 taels. Now, in just 10 short days, another 200,000 taels had come in. A greedy light flashed in the great madam's eyes. She had truly underestimated Mu Yunyao. This Nianfang and Buckshinlu were practically gold mines. The next day, when Mu Yunyao returned to the Su residence with Su Qing, she was forcibly summoned to the east courtyard by Chi Momo. The east courtyard was filled with servants, their eyes brimming with malice. The great madam sat in the center, her face dark and hostile. As Mu Yunyao entered, the great madam glared venomously and shrieked, "Men, seize Mu Yunyao and tie her up." The surrounding maids and old women responded loudly in unison and lunged towards Mu Yunyao. Su Qing's heart trembled. She stepped forward, shielding Mu Yunyao behind her. "What are you doing? If you have an issue, direct it at me." Mu Yunyao remained calm and unhurried. She turned to Si Qin and the others, ordering, "Make your move." Upon receiving Mu Yunyao's command, Si Qin instantly sprang into action. The four of them were originally shadow guards, handpicked by Mu Yunyao to protect Su Qin. Facing these low-level servants, Si Qin effortlessly repelled them. In moments, a crowd lay groaning on the ground. The great madam was completely stunned by the sudden turn of events, her heart trembling uncontrollably. "Mu Yunyao, how audacious you are!" Supported by Su Qingwu, Mu Yunyao offered a sarcastic smile. "Great madam, we are all family. Is there anything that cannot be discussed calmly? Once fists start flying, it's inevitable that old bonds and affections will be hurt." The great madam was incandescent with rage. "Yui is your dear cousin, yet you broke her arm and nearly killed her. Have you ever considered familial affection?" Mu Yunyao smiled faintly. "Cousin Yui clearly broke her arm accidentally. Why is she trying to blame me now?" "Nonsense." Su Yui rushed out from the room, forcefully suppressing the terror in her heart. "It was you. You ordered someone to break my arm. If I hadn't been lucky, I would have been killed by you. Cousin Yui, are you perhaps experiencing some sort of hallucination? Why would I break your arm for no reason?" A smile played on Mu Yunyao's lips, identical to the one she wore the night she broke Su Yui's arm. Su Yui's heart pounded violently. She quickly reached out to tug at the great madam's sleeve. "Mother, Mu Yunyao allowed her servant to injure your people and even intended to harm you. Quickly, have someone tie her up. The great madam was equally furious. Mu Yinyao, I intended to show you leniency, but who knew you would be so stubbornly unrepentant? Since it has come to this, don't blame me, your aunt, for being ruthless. Men come. The great madam shouted sharply towards the door. Instantly, guards wielding weapons surged in, their expressions cold and stern as they stared at Mu Yunyao and Su Qinwu. The great madam gritted her teeth fiercely. Seize them all. If anyone dares to resist, kill them without hesitation. Intent on seizing Mu Yunyao's assets, the great madam ordered the guards to use deadly force. Mu Yunyao abruptly lifted her head, her gaze being cold as she looked at the great madam. Kill without hesitation? Truly worthy of someone from the Meng family. You really treat human lives as if they were mere weeds. A guard raised his saber and advanced, slashing mercilessly towards Mu Yunyao. Si Qin's expression remained unchanged. With a swift move, catching the blade empty-handed, she seized the perfect moment and violently kicked the guard before her, sending him flying towards Su Yui. Su Yui's vision went black, and then she was slammed onto the ground. The arm that had just been set snapped again with a distinct crack. Before she could even cry out, she fainted dead away. The great madam cried out in alarm. Yui, how are you? Quick, call a physician. Go call a physician. Mu Yinyao, today you will die. The great madam's eyes, filled with cold fury, turned to the guards. The Su family has supported you for so many years, and you can't even handle a mere slip of a girl? Don't hold back. If she dies, the responsibility falls on me. The guards swarmed forward. Si Qin was alone. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Eventually, she was subdued along with the others. The great madam strode forward quickly. She delivered a vicious slap across Mu Yunyao's face. You wretched girl, you broke Yui's arm. Today, I'll make you pay with your life. Mu Yunyao suddenly let out a cold laugh, her gaze clear and cold as she looked at the great madam. Great aunt, you said I knew you were going to deal with me. Why do you think I still dared to return? The great madam's heart skipped a beat. She scrutinized Mu Yunyao with cold eyes. Trying to mystify me? Do you think such bluffs will make me let you go? Mu Yunyao, this is the Su residence. This is Kyoto. It's not a small place like Jingling City. Someone destined to be a sparrow, even if they occasionally fly onto a high branch, can never become a phoenix. Man, just as the great madam was about to have Mu Yunyao dealt with, the sound of rapid, orderly footsteps approached. What are you all doing? Shun Binghuai, dressed in official robes, arrived with officers. Su Wenyuan followed closely behind, his face ashen. Jean Lan, wiping her tears, took a step forward and cried out, Sir, help! The great madam is trying to kill us. Sir, don't listen to this servant girl's nonsense. The great madam panicked inwardly and quickly tried to argue her case. Yinyao broke Yui's arm. I merely wanted to question her, but unexpectedly, she remained stubbornly unrepentant, refusing to admit her mistake, and even ordered her maidservant to injure the servants in my courtyard. I had no choice but to have the guards restrain her. Su Wenyuan quickly interjected, Lord Shun, I told you there must be a misunderstanding. It's just a small family matter. To trouble the Shuntian prefecture over this is truly. Lord Su, Shun Binghua interrupted Su Wenyuan, his sharp gaze sweeping over the guards. Such a large formation doesn't look like merely a family matter, does it? Su Wenyuan ist totsreist. Lord Shun, my wife was merely administering routine discipline. This is, after all, the minister's residence, and this is the inner courtyard. Don't you think it's somewhat improper for Lord Shun to barge in like this with your men? Shen Binghuai nodded. Indeed, it is improper. However, these are urgent circumstances involving matters of life and death. This official cannot afford to be overly concerned with propriety. After handling this matter, I will naturally go to the palace to report my offense to His Majesty. Just then, Mian Qiao rushed in frantically. Miss, something has happened. The great madam has seized Ying Chun. Mu Yinyao was instantly filled with anxiety. What exactly happened? Lord Shen from the Shuntian prefecture is here. Quickly explain everything clearly. Jean Xiao dropped to her knees with a thud. Lord Shun, please help us find our sister. Her name is Ying Chun. She came to the Su residence to deliver silver to the young miss, but now she's been locked up, and we don't know if she's alive or dead. Please, my lord, uphold justice. Su Wenyuan's face turned pale as he looked towards the great madam, bewildered. Madam, this Ying Chun, do you know anything about her? A jolt went through the great madam's heart. Her suspicious gaze fell upon Mu Yunyao. Could this all be a trap laid by Mu Yunyao? The great madam glanced towards Chi Momo at her side. Seeing her give a slight nod, she felt marginally calmer. Indeed, a missing Chun did visit. However, I did not make things difficult for her. Instead, I graciously arranged for her accommodation within the residence. Chi Momo, go bring her here. Let Lord Shun have a good look. Let's see who is truly spouting nonsense here, deliberately damaging the Su family's reputation. The great madam stood her ground, her expression cold and tense, merely waiting for Ing Chun to arrive safe and sound, after which she would launch her counterattack against Mu Yunyao. However, after waiting a short while, she saw Ing Chun following Chi Momo over, covered head to toe in injuries. The moment she saw Mu Yunyao, Ing Chun burst into tears. Young miss, this servant almost didn't get to see you again. The great madam stared at the scene in disbelief. What was happening? She had never ordered anyone to lay a hand on Ing Chun. Shin Binghuai looked towards Su Wenyuan. Lord Su, even when dealing with a maidservant, should one be so harsh? Su Wenyuan felt a surge of anger. The Su family had always cultivated an image of benevolence and magnanimity. If word of today's events got out, the reputation they had painstakingly built would surely be ruined in an instant. Mu Yunyao supported Ing Chun, her sharp gaze fixed on the great madam. Great aunt, may I ask how Ing Chun offended you, for you to inflict such a vicious beating upon her? The great madam's brow furrowed tightly, her piercing gaze, like swords, shooting towards Mu Yunyao. It was her doing. This must all be her scheme. Ing Chun walked up to Shun Binghuai. Reporting to Lord Shun, this servant came from Jinling City. Upon arriving at the Su residence, I found the young miss was not present. The great madam then met with me and asked me to hand over the silver drafts to her for safekeeping. Afterwards, the great madam said she wanted to let this servant stay in the residence for a few days so that I could meet the young miss upon her return from Baohua Temple. This servant then followed this Chi Momo to be settled in. Unexpectedly, Chi Momo had people tie this servant up and administer a beating. Shin Binghuai maintained a righteous expression. Why were you beaten? This servant heard Chi Momo say it was because the young miss had offended the great madam. Fortunately, Jin Lan and Jin Xiao learned in advance that I was coming to the Su residence, and that's how they managed to rescue me. Utter nonsense. Su Wenyuan interjected coldly. If you committed no wrong, why would madam punish you? Uncle. Mu Yunyao looked at Su Wenyuan, her expression filled with sorrow. Why did great aunt have someone punish my maids? And judging by the brutality of the beating, they practically intended to take their lives. Yunyao, your great aunt merely wanted to discipline you a little. You mustn't disregard your great aunt's painstaking efforts. Mu Yunyao let out a cold laugh. Painstaking efforts? Is this how great aunt usually teaches cousin Yui the rules as well? Though my background may be humble, I am not foolish. If Lord Shun hadn't arrived in time today, Si Qin and I would likely be dead by now. If this is painstaking effort, then it is something I cannot afford to bear. Mu Yunyao, the great madam shrieked. Even now, you remain so obstinate. Yui's arm was clearly broken by you and your people. Mu Yunyao sneered. Great aunt claims it was me? Then do you have any proof? The great madam pointed towards Chi Momo at the side. She is the witness. Mu Yunyao's smile grew increasingly mocking. Raising her voice slightly, she retorted. Then according to great aunt's reasoning, I could also say you intend to murder me to seize the silver earned by Nianfang and Buckshenlu for yourself. Don't talk nonsense. The great madam abruptly cut her off, her eyes flickering violently. Why do I feel that great aunt seems quite flustered right now? Could it be that I guessed correctly? Everything you did today, trying to put me to death, was all for the sake of seizing the businesses in my hands. Or perhaps inviting us back from the very beginning was a complete and utter conspiracy? You're spouting absolute nonsense. How can my dignified ministry manner possibly care about that little bit of money in your hands? Ing Chun suddenly interjected. This time, I brought a total of 200,000 taels in silver drafts for the young Mississippi. That's hardly a small sum. 200,000 taels. Su Wenyuan looked sharply at the great madam, his heart instantly clenching. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, the great madam had complained to him that the household finances were somewhat strained. Could it be that, with such a huge commotion now, she had truly been tempted? However, this was not the time to carefully ponder the issues involved. The first priority was to extricate the Su family and clear their name. He turned towards Mu Yunyao, adopting a heartbroken expression. Yin Yao, you and your mother suffered while living elsewhere for many years. Everyone in the Su family, from top to bottom, regarded you both as close relatives. I don't know why you would harbor such extreme thoughts. It truly saddens your uncle deeply. Just then, an official hurried over. Upon seeing Shun Binghuai, he hastily reported, "Sir, Wang Zhu is causing trouble again. He claims that his man and that Lu Huzi must have been silenced by murder. Wang Zhu says his man and Lu Pozi once dealt with maids of impure thoughts for the Su family. They could cripple someone with just a few strikes of a staff punishment. Afterwards, it looked like only superficial wounds, but in reality, the internal organs were damaged. They would never be able to conceive or bear children in this lifetime." Hearing this, Mu Yunyao's face turned deathly pale, her figure swaying uncontrollably. Jean Lan suddenly cried out in alarm. "That Wang Pozi and Lu Pozi also used the staff punishment on our young miss. The young miss's body." Although her words trailed off, her meaning was exceedingly clear. Si Qin stepped forward to support Mu Yunyao, weeping silently, her appearance utterly wretched. Shin Binghuai's expression grew solemn. "Miss Mu, you were also subjected to the staff punishment." As if deeply stricken, Mu Yunyao nodded and replied, "To answer the sir, on the second day after I arrived at the Su residence, I was beaten by those two." Su Wenyuan felt his face burn. Just moments ago, he had claimed that everyone in the Su residence treated Mu Yunyao as family. Yet in the blink of an eye, it was revealed that Mu Yunyao had been beaten the day after her arrival. This reversal felt like a harsh slap across his old face. Shin Binghuai dispatched someone to summon a physician to examine Mu Yunyao. The pulse-taking took quite some time. When Dr. Huang withdrew his fingers, his expression was very grave. "If my diagnosis is correct, the young lady must have suffered a caning not long ago, injuring her internal body. It may not be obvious now, but I fear it will affect her ability to bear children in the future." Mu Yunyao's face turned the ultimate shade of pale, utterly incredulous. "Doctor, could just 2 strikes of a staff be this severe?" Dr. Huang sighed. "This has nothing to do with how many times one was struck. The key is the force used during the beating. If the force is applied skillfully, even a single tap can lead to disastrous consequences." The great madam's eyes widened, her gaze sharp as she stared at Dr. Huang. "Dr. Huang, are you certain of your diagnosis? If the great madam does not believe me, you may invite other physicians to check this young lady's pulse. I, Wang, am confident that my diagnosis is not mistaken." Si Qin held Mu Yunyao, sobbing uncontrollably. Mu Yunyao gave a wan smile. "Truly unexpected. I thought I had found my family upon arriving in Kyoto. But who could have imagined?" Su Wenyuan clenched his teeth tightly, feeling a tightness in his chest as if it were about to explode. "Yunyao, there must be some misunderstanding in all this." Mu Yunyao stood up straight, her eyes filled with sorrow and despair. "Truthfully, this is, after all, only my maternal grandmother's home. Coincidentally, during this time, Ninefang and Bukshanlu are also set to open in Kyoto. Matters will become even busier. Living in the minister's residence makes coming and going extremely inconvenient. My mother and I wish to move out. This is improper." Su Wenyuan's heart tightened. He looked towards Su Qing, intending to stop her immediately. Having finally gotten them under his control, how could he easily let them leave? Su Qing, however, stood firmly beside Mu Yunyao. "Big brother, say no more. Our minds are made up. Uncle, this time during the fire at Baohua Temple, Mother nearly lost her life. Her body is still very weak now. Please, do not make things difficult for her. Also, great aunt, isn't it time you gave me those 200,000 taels in silver notes?" The great madam was so hateful her heart felt like it was dripping blood, but with Shun Binghuai present, she could do nothing more. She forced a stiff smile. "Yunyao, you truly misunderstand. Our Su family has always acted uprightly. Before you returned, great aunt was merely keeping it safe for you. I'll fetch it for you now." The great madam spoke earnestly, but Mu Yunyao remained completely unmoved. She opened the wooden box to check the silver notes inside. Upon inspection, her expression changed abruptly. "Great aunt, are these the silver notes you intended to hand over to me?" As Mu Yunyao spoke, she handed the box she held to Shun Binghuai. "Sir Shun, please inspect this." Shun Binghuai took the wooden box. Seeing the so-called silver notes inside, his brow furrowed deeply. How could these be silver notes? It was clearly a stack of waste paper. Impossible! The great madam shrieked, snatching the wooden box back. After this box was delivered yesterday, I haven't touched it. It must have been fake when it was sent over. You lie. Ing Chun was extremely agitated. When I delivered the box, it was clearly sealed with beeswax, perfectly intact. Now it has been opened. You must have tampered with it. The great madam looked towards Su Wen-Yuan. Master, I swear I truly did not touch it. It's all Mu Yunyao framing me. Great aunt, you say I'm framing you? Do you dare let people search your room? Conveniently, Sir Shun is present. Let his men conduct the search. It will be fair and just, and also serve as a testimony. Shen Binghuai nodded. In that case, I, Shun, shall serve as a witness from his side. He also wanted to know what exactly happened to those 200,000 taels of silver notes. Soon, a group of officials entered the house to search. Before long, the great madam's room had been searched thoroughly, yet nothing was found. However, there was one storeroom that was locked. The great madam smiled coldly. My conscience is clear. Naturally, I do not fear petty schemes. Chi Momo, go back to my room and fetch the key. Let these people search properly. After about a quarter of an hour, an official, holding a stack of silver drafts, quickly walked over. Lord Shun, we found them. It was as if thunder exploded beside the great madam's ears, freezing her on the spot. What? Found what? The great madam's eyes stared fixedly at that stack of silver drafts. The great madam snapped back to reality, striding forward to snatch and examine them, her face filled with disbelief, her expression bordering on madness. This is impossible. Where were these silver drafts found? The great madam embezzled funds and attempted to silence her niece. No matter how she tried to explain, no one believed her words. Even her own husband, Su Wen-Yuan, glared at her fiercely with disdain and snatched the silver drafts from her hand. He looked guiltily towards Mu Yunyao. Yunyao, it is I, your uncle, who failed to manage your great aunt well. I will certainly deal with her according to family law. The great madam's face was deathly pale. She, who had always excelled at scheming, was now tasting the bitterness of being wrongly accused and unable to defend herself. Watching Su Wen-Yuan's decisiveness, completely disregarding their decades of marriage, her heart felt as if it were being brutally torn into countless pieces. Just then, Su Qingwu rushed in like a gust of wind. Lord Shun, the arsonists from Baohua Temple, have been identified. They were a few ruffians who learned the Grand Princess was at the temple and intended to kidnap her for ransom. However, the temple's defenses were too tight, so they set a fire out of frustration. But as those ruffians were descending the mountain, the path was dark and slippery, and they accidentally fell off a cliff to their deaths. Shen Binghuai frowned. Is there any evidence? Su Qingwu nodded, his eyes clear. Some weapons and fire-starting materials were found on their bodies. They are all currently held at Prince Jing's mansion. Mu Yunyao's eyes flickered. Indeed, Prince Jing had also made a move. Of course, Su Wen-Yuan was his right-hand man. He wouldn't let his own arm be broken so easily. The great madam seized the opportunity, looking utterly aggrieved. My lord, all the events that transpired today point fingers at me. I trust Lord Shun will investigate thoroughly and restore my innocence. Since the situation had reached this point and the missing silver had been returned, his rank was lower than Su Wen-Yuan's, giving him no authority to investigate rashly. He could only report the matter to the emperor in writing and request his majesty's special permission. Shen Binghuai was escorted out of the east courtyard by Su Wen-Yuan. The great madam's gaze instantly turned cold and venomous as she stared at Mu Yunyao. Mu Yunyao, you must be pleased now. She truly hadn't expected this turn of events to backfire on her. Not only had she gained nothing, but she had even lost the authority to manage the household. Mu Yunyao raised a hand and gently touched her cheek. I still have to thank Great Aunt. If not for your actions today, I wouldn't have peaceful days ahead. You bitch. The great madam wished she could tear Mu Yunyao apart. Yet, it was exactly as she said. From this day forward, no one in the Su family would dare to treat them lightly again. Mu Yunyao leaned forward slightly. Great Aunt, why must you speak so vulgarly? Aren't you afraid of setting a bad example for Cousin Yui? The great madam gasped for air, feeling an intense tightness in her chest. Staring at Mu Yunyao, she trembled for a long moment before failing to catch her breath and fainting dead away. Su Qingwu quickly stepped forward to catch her. He looked heavily at Mu Yunyao, his heart filled with complex emotions. Mu Yunyao felt a twinge of regret. Catching Su Qingwu's gaze, she slightly lifted the corners of her lips. "Cousin, why are you looking at me like that?" "Yunyao, must you really push things until the fish dies and the net breaks?" "Whether the net breaks or not, I don't know. But the fish certainly won't die. Just as Great Aunt said, I grew up in the countryside and am of humble birth, but my life is very tough." Su Qingwu was momentarily speechless. After a while, he finally said, "We are all family, connected by blood. If the Su family falls, it brings you no benefit." Mu Yunyao gave a cold laugh, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. "How could there be no benefit? As long as the Su family falls, I'll be happy. And when I'm happy, I can earn more silver. Isn't that a benefit? It's getting late. Si Qin, let's go back." Su Qingwu nodded. He didn't want to stay in the east courtyard any longer either. Seeing the great madam's face, he felt inexplicably disgusted. What family? What blood ties? It was all just a joke. Only by truly being immersed in it could one experience the unique indifference of the Su family. Back at Jiua Pavilion, Mu Yunyao brought wound medicine for Ing Chun. Most of the injuries on Ing Chun's body were faked and very minor. Jin Xiao took the medicine, looking very pleased. "Miss, Lu Liang has already spread the word outside. We won't let the Su family easily clear their name. Also, the investigation into the Meng family and the Su family's businesses is complete." Mu Yunyao nodded. "Excellent. They constantly look down on merchants. Since that's the case, let's cut off their financial lifeline and see if they can become immortals who live on wind and dew." Ing Chun looked a little worried about Mu Yunyao's health. "Miss, is it true that your body was badly injured?" Mu Yunyao quickly reassured her in a low voice. "Don't worry. I had Lu Liang bribe Dr. Huang. It was just to make the Su family lose face. There's absolutely nothing wrong with my body." Only then did the group let out a sigh of relief. The next day, the common folk began to spread the news far and wide. Madame Su Jia, in her scheme to seize Miss Mu's 200,000 taels, had resorted to underhanded tactics, even ordering servants to secretly administer beatings, ruining Miss Mu's health. The Su family's wicked deeds were now firmly established in the hearts of the people. The first madam was confined, and the second madam, Qi Shi, gained control of household affairs. However, most of the servants within the residence were spies for the first madam and the old madam. She held the title of authority, but lacked real power, unable to intervene in many matters. Mu Yunyao's eyes glinted as she advised, "Second aunt, since some old hands cannot be touched, start with those you can. Minor details may seem unimportant, but enough of them can shake the very foundation." Enlightened by the suggestion, the second madam instantly understood. As they approached Su Yu's room, a medicinal odor wafted towards them. Just as the two entered the room, they saw Su Yu clutching her chest, racked by a heart-wrenching cough. After a considerable struggle, Su Yu's breathing gradually steadied. The second madam helped her lie back down, covering her with a thick quilt. Su Yu's face was pale, her figure so thin and frail, she seemed like little more than a skeleton. Mu Yunyao frowned. "Second aunt, please bring a thinner quilt. Sister Su Yu is too hot." The second madam looked up, hesitant and uncertain, gazing at Mu Yunyao. But the imperial physician repeatedly warned against catching a chill. "Inducing sweat is beneficial for you." Mu Yunyao pulled the quilt down slightly. That imperial physician has been treating Sister Su Yu for many years. Has her condition improved at all? The second madam clenched her fists, her eyes flickering with increasing intensity. "I've consulted many doctors. They all say, second aunt, living deep within the inner courtyards, you should understand that everyone knows the principle of self-preservation. If something has already been determined, would an ordinary doctor dare to contradict it, even if they saw the truth?" The second madam's face turned white, as if she had grasped something profound. "Yunyao, you understand medicine?" Sister Su Yu started with a weak constitution, but after so many years of nourishment, her foundation should have strengthened somewhat. Mu Yunyao walked to the window and opened it. Yet, she only grows weaker and weaker. Has second aunt never considered the reason why? The second madam hesitated for a long moment, but remained silent. "I'll go get a thinner quilt." "Second aunt, please also have some warm water prepared. Sister Su Yu is covered in sweat. It's best to wipe her down gently." The second madam began to carefully clean Su Yu, with Mu Yunyao assisting from the side. Once outside the room, Mu Yunyao spoke again. Second aunt, have you ever wondered why Sister Su Yu's condition has deteriorated to this point? Yuer has had a weak constitution since childhood, frail and prone to illness. As the second madam spoke, she suddenly looked up at Mu Yunyao, the heavy fog in her mind seemingly dispersed, revealing a blood-stained truth. Yunyao, have you discovered something? Mu Yunyao nodded, her expression grave. I once inadvertently checked Sister Su Yu's pulse. Her weakness stems partly from a poor constitution from birth, but there's a more crucial factor. The medicine she has taken over the years have caused a significant accumulation of medicinal toxins in her body, placing an ever-increasing burden on her system. Medicinal toxins? The second madam's eyes widened. But Suyu is just a girl, and so frail. Could someone in the residence truly bear her ill will? The second madam clenched her fists tightly. Yunyao, is what you're saying true? Can I trust you? Mu Yunyao nodded firmly. Since I've already revealed my knowledge of medicine, I naturally wish to do everything in my power to ensure Sister Suyu's safety and well-being. I hope second aunt can believe my words. From now on, please follow my instructions to help Sister Suyu recuperate. The second madam gritted her teeth and nodded heavily. All right, I trust you. Starting today, we will follow your methods for her recovery. Having temporarily stabilized Su Yu's condition, Mu Yunyao visited Yibao Pavilion. Since the salt tax case, although Qi Ming had successfully extricated himself, Yibao Pavilion had come under scrutiny and dared not make any moves. To prevent others from discovering her connection to Yibao Pavilion, Mu Yunyao instructed Qi Ming to take Yibao Pavilion and seek refuge with the Grand Prince, Ling Wang. If Yibao Pavilion wished to continue growing, aligning with him was the only option. Only by dispelling the Grand Prince's suspicions about Qi Ming and Yibao Pavilion could they regain the opportunity to develop. Though somewhat surprised, Qi Ming readily agreed. But approaching him so abruptly might arouse the Grand Prince's suspicion. Mu Yunyao smiled faintly. Of course, we cannot simply present ourselves on a silver platter. In the salt tax case, Ling Wang suffered a great loss. He suspects Prince Jing but lacks concrete evidence, so he can only bide his time. You will pretend to be one of Prince Jing's men. After succeeding, you'll be betrayed by Prince Jing, who seeks to silence you, only to be conveniently rescued by Ling Wang's people. To make it more believable, I will provide you with a half-destroyed personal letter from Prince Jing. Ling Wang should surely believe it then. Qi Ming nodded emphatically. Please rest assured, Mississippi. Your servant will certainly do everything in his power to develop and expand Yibao Xian. As for this assassin, Mu Yunyao turned her head to look at Yu Wang, who had just walked in. I want Qi Ming to take Yibao Xian and pledge allegiance to the first prince. I'm thinking of fabricating a scene where someone is killed to silence them. Fourth master, will you help me? The corners of Yu Wang's lips lifted, and he couldn't resist reaching out to gently touch the space between her brows. All right, I will have someone arrange it. On the day of the autumn hunt, Mu Yunyao's tent was deliberately placed next to the stables by Meng Yanran. Because of this, the neighing of the horses carried over, and the smell was quite unpleasant. After tossing and turning through the night, the next day, while others were hunting, Mu Yunyao found a large tree and settled down a nap. Just as she was drifting off, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Yu Wang crouched down, his deep voice tinged with a smile. Yunyao, why are you so tired? Did you not rest well last night? Mu Yunyao, her eyes still heavy with sleep, frowned in displeasure. That's right. My tent's location is terrible. I slept very restlessly last night. A cold glint flashed through Yu Wang's eyes. Cool me. I'll have someone change your tent. Mu Yunyao sat up, and turning her head, she saw a dazed-looking rabbit nibbling grass nearby. Yu Wang picked up a pebble, just about to make a move. An arrow precisely pinned the rabbit to the ground. Immediately after, Prince Yu Wang rode over on horseback. I saw a fourth brother here from afar. I didn't expect Miss Mu to be here as well. Yu Wang dismounted, secretly sizing up Mu Yunyao. This was the first time he had ever seen a young lady near his fourth brother. It was just that this young lady looked a bit young. Mu Yunyao curtsied with a poised and graceful demeanor. Since your highnesses have matters to discuss, this humble girl shall not disturb you further. Farewell. Yu Wang watched Mu Yunyao leave. He quickly hurried after her. I still have things to do. Yu Wang, highly intrigued, also followed along. Fourth brother, wait for me. What are you planning to do? I'll accompany you to arrange it. Yu Wang went directly to find the eunuch responsible for recording the camp assignments and straightforwardly arranged for Mu Yunyao's tent to be moved. Yu Wang stared at Yu Wang with great curiosity for a long while, his eyes full of amusement. Fourth brother, this really isn't like you. How did you suddenly become enlightened? Do you want your elder brother here to teach you how to win a girl's favor? Yu Wang turned his head away in disdain. Imperial elder brother, you should hurry off to hunt. Father Emperor did say that whoever takes first place will receive a hefty reward. Just as the two brothers were bantering, suddenly, a sharp cry of alarm came from Mu Yunyao's tent. Yu Wang immediately dashed towards the tent at top speed. He saw a guard holding a pile of snakes, chopped in two, and tossing them outside the tent. Yu Wang's gaze turned icy as he looked at the nearby guard. What happened? How can there be venomous snakes within the camp area? As if rushing to offer herself up, Meng Yanran gloated, lifting the corners of her lips. Perhaps some people just attract snakes. Yu Wang frowned and looked over, the chilling aura emanating from him instantly, making Meng Yanran shiver, nearly biting her tongue. Yu Wang patted Yu Wang's shoulder and instructed the guard, quickly have someone change Miss Mu's tent. The guard acknowledged and withdrew. Mu Yunyao appeared calm. Many thanks, Your Highness Yu Wang. As she was leaving, Mu Yunyao glanced at Meng Yanran, a strange smile touching her lips. Does Miss Meng attract snakes? Meng Yanran's heart tightened, an inexplicable chill running down her spine. What did you say? Mu Yunyao just smiled and turned to leave. Night fell. Torches were lit all around. The emperor sat high above, in high spirits. The one who took first place today is Prince Jing again. If I remember correctly, counting this year, Prince Jing has won first place in the autumn hunt for 3 consecutive years, hasn't he? Prince Jing stood up, his smile gentle, his demeanor modest. It is all due to Father Emperor's excellent guidance. Just then, a sudden, piercing shriek rang out. Everyone looked up and saw Meng Yanran hopping about uncontrollably, her face utterly pale with fright. Father, there's a snake. A snake crawled onto me. Father, save me. Quickly, save me. Meng Yu's eyes instantly turned red. Where's the snake? Is this daughter trying to bring ruin upon the Meng family? How dare she cause such a commotion before the emperor? The cold, slithery sensation made every hair on Meng Yanran's body stand on end. Terrified and completely losing her senses, she disregarded all decorum and began tearing at her own clothes right there in public. It's on me. The snake is on me. Father, quickly save me. Meng Yanran's indecent behavior in public earned a displeased look from the emperor. Finally, Meng Yanran managed to shake off the snake that had crawled onto her back. It was only as thick as a little finger. After falling to the ground, Meng Yanran pinned its head with her foot, stomping forcefully while screaming at the top of her lungs. Meng Yu's expression became utterly ghastly. He slapped her across the face. Are you mad? Hurry up and kowtow to the emperor to beg for forgiveness. Your Majesty, it is all my fault for failing to discipline my daughter, disrupting tonight's banquet. Please, Your Majesty, punish me. The emperor frowned, suppressing his displeasure. Meng Yu, your rank is demoted by 1 level. Take your daughter away. Meng Yanran quickly looked up, instantly sobered. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly. It was Mu Yunyao. She deliberately put the snake inside my clothes. She threatened me earlier today. It must be her doing. Meng Yanran had thrown the venomous snake into Mu Yunyao's tent, seeking revenge for that slap, never expecting to suffer the consequences herself that very night. She ended up tearing her own clothes in front of everyone, causing her father to be demoted. Spared by the emperor, she still recklessly courted death by making false counteraccusations. Your Majesty, Mu Yunyao is vicious, and her methods are unfathomable. With someone like her appearing at the hunting grounds, who knows how much trouble she will cause in the future? Mu Yunyao appeared composed. Miss Meng, the slap I gave you that day was retribution for you framing me and causing me to be punished with the cane. The score between us was already settled. Why are you targeting me again today? It's you. It must be you. It has to be you. Meng Yanran, already driven mad with anger, stood up and rushed towards Mu Yunyao. She raised her hand to strike back. You venomous woman. But in the next second, a figure flashed past swiftly, delivering a kick straight to Meng Yanran's stomach, sending her flying. Meng Yanran let out a wretched cry as she was flung away. Yu Wang stood protectively in front of Mu Yunyao, his gaze seemingly laced with ice and snow as he looked coldly towards Meng Yu. As a court official, you condone your daughter committing violence in the imperial presence. The Meng family truly has audacious courage. Meng Yu hastily knelt to plead for forgiveness. Your Majesty, I am guilty. My unworthy daughter has suffered from bouts of madness since she was young. I didn't expect her to have an episode today. Please, Your Majesty, forgive her. At this moment, it was better to sacrifice Meng Yanran than to let the Meng family bear the crime of committing violence. Hearing this, Meng Yanran seemed even more frenzied. Father, since when have I been ill? I am perfectly fine. It's him. He's flirting around. Father, what are you afraid of? Afraid of Yuang. He's merely a disgraced prince exiled by the emperor. A lowly peasant girl from the countryside and a disgraced prince getting together. They truly make a fitting pair. Abruptly, the emperor on the high platform slammed the wine cup beside him. The intimidating aura in his eyes, like mountains collapsing, radiated outwards overwhelmingly. Meng Yanran has spoken disrespectfully of the imperial family. Death penalty. Meng Yu, for failing to discipline your daughter and manage your household strictly, your official hat and peacock feather are stripped for 5 years. No official duties are permitted. You can't even teach your own daughter properly. How can we trust you with important matters of the court? Begone! The banquet ended. Mu Yinyao followed Yuang to an open space on the edge of the camp. Fourth Highness, thank you for saving me today. Yuang turned to look at Mu Yinyao, a smile touching his lips. That little snake on Meng Yanran, did you put it there? I merely sprinkled a bit of snake-attracting incense on her clothes. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that a snake actually crawled into her clothes. Yuang couldn't help but chuckle softly. You certainly repay your grudges on the spot. The night was too dark to see the ground clearly. Mu Yinyao lost her footing and stumbled sideways. Yuang reached out and caught her in his arms, a deep amusement flashing in his eyes. The person in his embrace was slender and soft, appearing exceptionally delicate. It made him curious just how much this young woman weighed. Thinking this, Yuang actually lifted Mu Yinyao up, bouncing her slightly in his hands to gauge her weight. Fourth Highness, Mu Yinyao exclaimed in surprise. Yuang quickly put her down, coughing awkwardly twice. It had truly been an instinctive action. By the time he realized what he was doing, he had already lifted her. But my internal injuries haven't healed yet. Mu Yinyao stomped her foot angrily and turned to leave. Then Fourth Highness should rest well. Because Yuang had helped Mu Yinyao, offending the Meng family, he was summoned by Grand Princess Ida early the next morning. The Grand Princess sat upright above, exuding an air of majesty and nobility. She got straight to the point. Yuang openly stood up for you, not only losing the decorum expected of a prince, but also creating enmity with Grand Tutor Meng in court. In my view, this was truly unwise. Your current status, although your old Madame Su's maternal granddaughter, is extremely mismatched with Yuang's. For Junyu to stand up for you shows he is sincere towards you. What about you towards him? Have you sincerely considered things for his sake? Mu Yinyao's fingertips trembled slightly, her thoughts turbulent for a moment. Your Highness the Grand Princess, are you saying these words to warn me to stay away from Yuang? Grand Princess Ida sized up Mu Yinyao, her expression suddenly turning cold. If that is indeed my intention, would you be willing to obediently leave? Mu Yinyao lowered her head, the emotions in her eyes complex and tumultuous. After a long while, she finally looked up at the Grand Princess. If your Highness had made this request a few days ago, I would certainly have obeyed and left. But now I do not wish to do so. The Grand Princess's expression grew even colder. Do you think I have no way to make you leave just because you don't want to? Mu Yinyao stood up and bowed respectfully. I know your Highness has many ways to make me leave, but I think if one day Yuang fails me, you won't need to say a word. I will stop seeing him myself. If he does not fail me, then I will not take the initiative to distance myself. The Grand Princess frowned slightly. Have you thought this through? Yes. Mu Yinyao's tone was firm, absolutely unyielding. Silence suddenly fell within the tent. After a long moment, the Grand Princess unexpectedly burst into laughter. Putting other things aside, the temperaments of you two are indeed remarkably compatible. Mu Yinyao looked up in surprise, gazing at the Grand Princess with considerable confusion. What? Did you think I was some wicked person intent on breaking up a happy couple? Grand Princess Ida smiled, her expression carrying a hint of playful mischief. All right, sit down. You are an intelligent child. Come by my side more often in the future. Keep me company and chat. That child, Junyue, has had such a bitter life for so many years. It's rare for him to find someone who brings him such contentment. If I can offer some guidance, I should. Hearing that Mu Yunyao had been summoned by the Grand Princess, Yu Wang immediately rushed over. Yunyao, Imperial Aunt, what did she say to you? Mu Yunyao found a clean patch of grass and sat down, her face full of melancholy. The Grand Princess said, I've implicated you, causing you to make an enemy of the Meng family at court. She also said the difference in our statuses is vast, and there's no possibility for us to be together in the future. Yu Wang stepped forward, came to Mu Yunyao's side, and bent one knee to crouch down beside her. I have never cared about common folk versus imperial grandsons and nobles. If I valued status, I wouldn't still be alone now. Seeing him so tense, Mu Yunyao suddenly burst out laughing. I was teasing you. The Grand Princess just asked me to chat with her. Mu Yunyao tucked a strand of hair, ruffled by the wind, behind her ear, her eyes curving into crescents. Didn't Fourth Master say he would teach me horse riding? Does that offer still stand? Yu Wang paused slightly, then quickly broke into a smile. He stood up and extended his hand. Yunyao, come. Gazing at the young woman's happy, carefree smile, he felt a moment of perfect tranquility, wishing time could stop right there. Suddenly, the sound of something slicing through the air broke the peace. Yu Wang's pupils contracted. He swiftly grabbed Mu Yunyao, pulling her straight into his embrace. An arrow, with unstoppable momentum, grazed past Mu Yunyao's cheek, whizzed by with a swoosh, knocked the hairpin from her hair, and embedded itself in the grass. Mu Yunyao's eyes turned cold. She snapped her head around, looking towards the direction the arrow came from. Meng Handong, mounted on his horse, approached slowly. Ah, it's Miss Mu. From a distance, I thought it was a fox. Accidents are unavoidable on the hunting grounds. Every year, people get injured by stray arrows. Fortunately, Miss Mu wasn't hurt. Otherwise, Meng Handong rode closer on his horse, saw Yu Wang standing beside Mu Yunyao, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. He scrambled down from his horse. Why, Your Highness Yu Wang? Why are you here? Just now, Mu Yunyao began coldly. I didn't see any fox, but I did see a wild dog. Yu Wang took his bow and arrows from his horse, his eyes icy, devoid of any warmth. He drew the bow diagonally to its full extent, aiming straight at Meng Handong. Indeed, on these hunting grounds, every year people get injured by stray arrows. Meng Handong nearly wet himself in fear. Your Highness Yu Wang, I didn't mean it just now. Seeing Yu Wang's fully drawn bowstring about to be released, Meng Handong could no longer bother with words and hastily turned to flee. After Meng Handong had run several dozen meters, Yu Wang's fingers suddenly loosened. With a swoosh, the feathered arrow sped towards Meng Handong. Thwack! It shot off the crimson gold crown, securing his hair. Meng Handong screamed and threw himself flat on the ground, frantically raising his hands to feel his head. Thinking Yu Wang must have vented his anger, Meng Handong turned, intending to ask Yu Wang, for the sake of his grandfather, Grand Tutor Meng, to spare him. Unexpectedly, Yu Wang knocked another arrow and drew his bow again, aiming precisely in his direction. Terror filled Meng Handong's eyes. He immediately dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. Your Highness Yu Wang, spare me this once. I'll never dare to trouble Miss Mu again. Yu Wang's thin lips pressed into a tight line, as if he hadn't heard Meng Handong's words at all. His fingers released the bowstring again. The feathered arrow shot towards Meng Handong, piercing straight through his left shoulder. Yu Wang looked coldly at Meng Handong, finally lowering his bow. Remember what you just said. If there's a next time, I will take your miserable life. Meng Handong watched their departing figures, hatred and fear warring in his eyes. Yu Wang, Mu Yunyao, I will make you pay. Yu Wang led the horse, with Mu Yunyao seated on its back. A gentle breeze drifted past, seeming to tickle both their hearts. Yu Wang looked back, gazing expectantly at the young woman on the horse. When we return, how about I ask Father Emperor to decree our marriage? Mu Yunyao's smile faltered, a complex light flickering in her eyes. Has Fourth Master thought this through? I am but a merchant's daughter. Can Fourth Master truly take a merchant's daughter as his principal wife? Yu Wang understood the concerns in her heart. However, he didn't mind. Yu Wang cannot, but Ming Junyue can. Mu Yunyao, however, gently shook her head. Lately, I've been so busy with various matters that I haven't had time to properly accompany my mother. For the next year, I wish to spend more time with her. After 1 year, if Fourth Master's feelings for me remain unchanged, just like today, I will certainly don the phoenix coronet and robes of rank and joyfully marry you. Yu Wang gazed into Mu Yunyao's eyes, and after a moment, nodded with a smile. All right, then I shall wait 1 year. When the time comes, I will undoubtedly welcome you as my bride with great splendor. The two returned to the camp in high spirits. But just as they arrived, they were immediately surrounded by the Imperial Guard. Meng Handong was dead. The fatal arrow in his body bore Yu Wang's mark. One moment, he was arrogantly standing up for his sister, seeking trouble with Mu Yunyao. The next, he lay dead in the hunting grounds. The Emperor's presence radiated an oppressive aura that weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Old Fourth, he questioned coldly. Meng Shi accuses you of murder. Do you have anything to say? Yu Wang bowed in salute. Meng Handong, your servant, drew an arrow intending to assassinate. Your son and servant merely shot and injured his shoulder, not fatally. I implore Father Emperor to investigate clearly. Beside them, Meng Shi abruptly lifted his head, overcome with grief. Your Highness Yu Wang, even if Han Dong was somewhat unruly, he was still just a child. You shouldn't have killed him so cruelly. Your Majesty, Mu Yunyao suddenly spoke up. This humble woman has something to say. The Emperor swept a cold glance towards Mu Yunyao, an inscrutable emotion deep within his eyes. Reporting to your Majesty, this humble woman was present at the time and can be considered the sole witness. I can testify to His Highness Yu Wang's innocence. Mu Yunyao raised her hand, pointing towards Meng Handong's corpse. The arrow that killed Meng Handong struck squarely in the chest, entering from the back and exiting through the front, a single fatal blow. The wound on his shoulder, however, was inflicted by Yu Wang shooting from the front. This can be easily verified by examining the wounds. Meng Shi remained unconvinced. Han Dong must have sensed Yu Wang's killing intent and surely tried to turn and flee. That fatal arrow must have been shot as he was escaping. Just then, the second prince, Yu Wang, strode in quickly. Father Emperor, your son and servant has found evidence that can prove fourth brother's innocence. Yu Wang pointed to Meng Handong's hair crown on a tray. Father Emperor, this shattered hair crown belonged to Meng Handong. His Highness Yu Wang fired a total of 2 arrows. If an arrow struck a hair crown made of jadeite, the arrowhead would inevitably be damaged. Your son and servant ordered someone to compare. The damage marks on the arrow that pierced Meng Handong's chest with the fracture marks on the hair crown. They match perfectly. Therefore, the fatal arrow in Meng Handong's chest was shot by someone who picked up fourth brother's arrow, killed Meng Handong, and framed fourth brother. However, the culprit did not expect that the arrowhead would reveal this flaw. The Emperor remained silent for a moment before speaking. Hand this matter over to the Ministry of Justice. Let them be responsible for the investigation. Meng Shi, you have no objections, I presume. Although Meng Shi was unwilling, faced with the evidence, he could only swallow his grievance. Who could he blame but his own disappointing granddaughter, Meng Yanran, for having offended the emperor just the night before? Outside the tent, the 3 individuals harbored their own thoughts. This incident must have been secretly instigated by someone from the imperial family. As for that person, he was currently sitting in his own tent, grinding his teeth in frustration. Useless. Didn't you say the plan was foolproof? Prince Jing's face was dark and sullen, devoid of his usual gentle smile. The hair crown was broken. How could you miss such a significant flaw? 2 attendants knelt on the ground, heads bowed low. It was this subordinate's oversight. We thought the hair crown was unimportant. We never expected it would become crucial evidence proving Yu Wang's innocence. Prince Jing slammed his teacup down heavily. Forget it. This was merely intended to probe Father Emperor's attitude towards Yu Wang. I never expected such a simple setup could seriously harm him. All right, leave. By evening, Lu Liang had sent word. The one who framed Yu Wang was indeed Prince Jing. Mu Yunyao placed the paper slip over the candle flame, burning it, her expression serene. Information that Lu Liang could uncover, Yu Wang surely already knew. Not to mention the Emperor and the Grand Princess. Sure enough, just before dawn, news arrived that several princes had simultaneously received disciplinary beatings from the Emperor. Mu Yunyao, disguised as a palace attendant and carrying a medicine box, arrived at Yu Wang's tent. Yu Heng tactfully withdrew. Seeing the bloodstains soaking through the back of Yu Wang's robes, Mu Yunyao furrowed her brows. His Majesty struck too harshly. Father Emperor has already shown restraint. In truth, truth, these are just superficial wounds. Yu Wang lay prone on the soft couch, a smile spreading across his face. Third brother, on the other hand, will likely need to lie in bed and recuperate properly for several days. Mu Yunyao said indignantly, "Is His Majesty planning to punish Prince Jing merely like this? Falsely accusing Yu Wang of brutally killing Meng Han Dong. That's certainly no small crime. No, the Emperor should have other methods. Even if he doesn't think of them, Imperial Aunt will remind him." Mentioning the Grand Princess, a trace of guilt arose in Yu Wang's heart. If it weren't for me, Imperial Aunt wouldn't have become entangled again in the turbulent currents of the capital. Speaking of which, I feel truly ashamed. As if a bright light flashed through her mind, Mu Yunyao couldn't help but widen her eyes slightly. An incredibly bold conjecture formed in her heart. Could it be that Grand Princess Ida supports Yu Wang in contending for that position? Yu Wang couldn't resist looking back at her again, a smile brimming in his eyes. "You've guessed some of it?" Mu Yunyao nodded. "I have thought of some things, but certain words aren't suitable for this moment." Mu Yunyao spoke with Yu Wang while swiftly helping him dress. "Your Highness, you must pay attention to your health. If you don't take care now, you'll suffer for it later." "All right, I'll listen to you." Yu Wang nodded very obediently. At this moment, whatever Mu Yunyao said, he was willing to agree. On the last day of the autumn hunt, the Grand Princess's senior maidservant came over, requesting Mu Yunyao's presence to bandage the wounds of the Su family's second miss, Su Yaxian. This was because all the imperial physicians had gone to attend to the sixth princess and Zhang Wan. Mu Yunyao's gaze darkened. In her past life, this sixth princess had forcefully broken up Su Qingwu and Zhang Wan's engagement to snatch him for herself, driving Zhang Wan to take her own life. Indeed, what happened in the previous life was still unfolding. After treating Su Yaxian's wounds, the sky had already brightened considerably. Fortunately, it was only a wolf scratch on the shoulder, not life-threatening. Jingluan glanced left and right, ensuring no one was around, then leaned close to Mu Yunyao's ear and whispered, "Last night, the sixth princess, Su Qingwu, Zhang Wan, and Su Yaxian encountered danger together. The sixth princess is mostly unharmed, but Zhang Wan's face was ruined and her leg was bitten. Her condition is very poor. But the one who truly harmed Zhang Wan was the sixth princess. Before the wolves attacked, Su Qingwu had already placed Zhang Wan on horseback. Unexpectedly, the sixth princess directly pushed her off. Mu Yunyao listened, her heart sinking, and sighed helplessly. The emperor will surely issue a gag order on this matter. Zhang Wan can only be said to have been injured while protecting the sixth princess. The autumn hunt finally concluded. Mu Yunyao was utterly exhausted. On the second day after returning to the Su residence, Su Yu came over. Although still looking thin and frail, her complexion had improved significantly, with a touch more color on her face. Having not seen each other for just a few days, the two sisters chatted incessantly for the entire morning, as if they had endless things to say. The second madam walked in. In a few days, it would be Mu Yunyao's hairpin ceremony. Old Madam Sun had declared it should be a grand affair. Since Su Yu hadn't had her hairpin ceremony previously due to poor health, it was decided that the two sisters would hold theirs together, making it livelier. Hearing this, Su Yu's eyes widened. "That's wonderful. Sister Yunyao, did you hear? We can have our hairpin ceremony together." Seeing Su Yu so happy, Mu Yunyao told her she had acquired several fine pelts from the hunting grounds and urged her to go pick some quickly. After Su Yu left, the second madam looked at Mu Yunyao, her expression turning slightly grave. "You deliberately sent Yu away. Is there something you wish to tell me?" Mu Yunyao nodded slightly. "Second aunt, what do you think grandmother means by this arrangement?" The second madam paused, slightly taken aback. Upon hearing the news, she had been solely focused on her happiness and hadn't thought too deeply. Now, prompted by Mu Yunyao, she too felt something was amiss about how the matter was brought up. "Second aunt, you previously guessed that it was old madam who harmed Sister Su Yu. Yet now, you aren't taking extra precautions? Do you intend for all previous efforts to be in vain?" Mu Yunyao frowned, her tone inevitably carrying a hint of coldness. The second madam's heart tightened. She quickly grasped Mu Yunyao's hand, her expression filled with anxiety. "Yunyao, you must help me think of a solution. These past 2 days, I've truly gotten carried away, only thinking about suppressing the first household, inevitably becoming lax in my vigilance. Yunyao, Tell me, could old madam be planning to harm you during the hairpin ceremony and then frame you for it? Considering this possibility, the second madam felt a chill run down her spine. A cold glint flashed in Mu Yunyao's eyes. If everything is truly as second aunt suspects, then we might as well turn her own scheme against her. However, I need to think about it carefully. I will discuss the details with second aunt later. But just as night began to fall, the second madam arrived at the Jiue pavilion again. Seeing Mu Yunyao was like finding her anchor. Yunyao, I received news today. Look, she said, handing over a slip of paper. Mu Yunyao opened it and read, her brow instantly furrowing. Second aunt, who gave you this note? I don't know. The second madam was also puzzled. Today, while drinking tea, she happened to find this note under her teacup. Regardless of who sent the note, one thing is certain. Our guess was correct. Old madam indeed plans to harm Suyu again during the hairpin ceremony. Mu Yinyao returned the note to the second madam. Second aunt, grandmother is getting old. It's time she retired to live out her years peacefully, don't you think? On the day of the hairpin ceremony, Mu Yinyao and Suyu held their ceremonies simultaneously. A screen was placed in a room, neatly dividing it in half. After changing into their ceremonial attire, they sat quietly, one on the left and one on the right, waiting. Suyu's cheeks were slightly flushed, her voice tinged with unconcealed excitement. Sister Yinyao, are you happy? Do you think we'll make mistakes during the ceremony later? Mu Yinyao looked towards the screen and couldn't help but smile reassuringly. Of course I'm happy. You remember the ceremonial procedures better than I do. If I forget later, you must remember to remind me. As her words fell, silence lingered from behind the screen. Mu Yinyao's smile faded as she rose and walked towards it. Sister Suyu, just as she reached the front of the screen, a sharp sword suddenly pierced through the fabric, aiming straight for her throat. Mu Yinyao's eyes widened as she instinctively recoiled. Immediately after, bloodstains abruptly blossomed across the screen, splashes of crimson searing the eyes. Lifting her skirts, Mu Yunyao quickly bypassed the screen, only to see a figure clutching Suyu leap up and vanish into the air. Hearing Mu Yunyao's shout, Lu Liang had already pursued them through the open window. Mu Yunyao approached the window, her gaze fixed on the bloodstains left on the sill before following. The trail of blood led blatantly towards the nearby pond, completely unconcealed, as if deliberately luring her forward. Mu Yunyao's brow furrowed tightly, her expression growing increasingly alarmed. By the time she reached the edge of the pond, she first spotted a blood-stained dagger on ground. Then, looking towards the pond, she saw a figure floating within. Judging by the attire, it was unmistakably Suyu. Soon, the person was pulled from a pond. Guests from the front courtyard, drawn by the commotion, gathered around. The second madam let out a cry and threw herself onto the body, wailing heart-wrenchingly, "You're my poor child." The first madam arrived, supporting the old madam. Witnessing the scene, tears instantly streamed down her face. Wasn't she perfectly fine just moments ago? How could my Yuer be gone in the blink of an eye? The servants answered one after another. When we arrived, the young Miss Cousin was already standing here, holding a dagger. Yin Yao. The old madam immediately turned to Mu Yunyao, her face etched with urgency and grief. You were just with Suyu in the East Wing. What exactly happened? Isn't it obvious? The second madam, however, stopped her weeping, lifting her head to stare menacingly at Mu Yunyao. It was Mu Yunyao who killed my Yuer. It was her. She is the murderer. Mu Yunyao's face turned pale. Shaking her head, she took a few steps back. Second aunt, Sister Suyu, and I have always been close. Why would I harm her? Besides, what benefit would harming her bring me? The second madam, clutching Suyu's body, spoke in a voice like a cuckoo weeping blood. Only you were present when it happened. You were holding the dagger. Who else could it be but you? Cold sweat dripped down Mu Yunyao's back. She was utterly unable to defend herself. Second aunt, if I had truly killed someone, why would I foolishly remain here to be discovered? Just then, two house servants dragged a man over. "Oh, madam, we caught him. He was hiding in Jiue Pavilion." A servant in the young Miss Cousin's room cried out, "Isn't that Steward Shin's son, Shansu? Why is he here?" The old madam's brow knitted tightly, her expression extremely grim. "Shinsu, what have you done? Confess the truth immediately." Shinsu trembled uncontrollably, looking up at Mu Yunyao. "Miss, save me." Mu Yunyao's expression turned cold, her brow deeply furrowed, eyes filled with confusion. "I don't even know you. Why are you asking me for help?" Shinsu stared at Mu Yunyao in disbelief, then gritted his teeth, heartbroken. Miss, since you were so heartless, then don't blame me. Shunsu dropped to his knees with a thud. The young Miss Cousin and I fell in love at first sight. Over time, feelings developed between us. The young Miss Cousin said that if I obeyed her, she would ask the old madam to allow her to marry me in the future. Blinded by infatuation, I helped her frame the first madam. The silver notes previously found in the first madam's storeroom were also placed there secretly by me at the young Miss Cousin's instruction. First madam, I have wronged you. I damaged your reputation and caused you to suffer unjustly. The first madam sighed and shook her head. Enough. You were also misled into committing such a wrong. I never thought Yun Yao would harm me like this. Tears streamed down the second madam's face, her eyes like poisoned daggers. Even so, why did you harm I? You, Shinsu, trembling, continued. The young Miss Cousin and I were intimate in Jiwe Pavilion and were discovered by Miss Su. The young Miss Cousin feared exposure. While pretending to persuade Miss Su to keep the secret, she secretly plotted today's murder with me. The second madam glared at Mu Yun Yao, her face thick with hatred. You shameless pair. The old madam, heartbroken, looked as if she might faint at any moment. Yun Yao, how could you be so foolish? Why set your sights on a servant? You have truly disappointed grandmother. All eyes were fixed accusingly on Mu Yun Yao. The old madam was especially grief-stricken. Yun Yao, do you still refuse to admit your mistake? Mu Yun Yao looked up, her gaze sweeping over the Su family members, and suddenly let out a chuckle. Grandmother, first aunt, second aunt, do you think I'm stupid? This performance of yours is far more exciting than any storybook. What do you mean by that? The first madam's voice trembled with anger. Don't play dumb at a time like this. Mu Yun Yao continued to smile. First aunt, why are you in such a hurry? Your performance is over. Naturally, it's my turn to offer a rebuttal. Or could it be that you intend to force me to confess right here and now? The first madam, recalling the old madam's meticulous arrangements, wore a triumphant expression. Go on, speak. I'd like to see how you can twist black into white. Mu Yun Yao glanced at Shun, so beside her. You are the steward's son, a servant of the Su residence, naturally assigned to the front courtyard. You claim you and I had a secret meeting, which was witnessed by Sister Suyu. Then let me ask you, where did this meeting take place? Shun So lowered his head, his gaze flickering evasively. It was behind the rockery in the Jiwe Pavilion. Mu Yun Yao tilted her head slightly. Jiwe Pavilion is already within the inner courtyard. How could you, a mere steward's son, have the opportunity to enter and exit so freely? Or does the Su family allow unrelated men to wander into the inner courtyard at will? Furthermore, Sister Suyu's health has always been frail. Why would she wander aimlessly behind a rockery? The first madam scoffed coldly. Mu Yun Yao, Shun Su is the steward's son. Perhaps he entered the inner courtyard under orders from a master. As for your, maybe she happened to be passing by, heard something, and went to investigate. Mu Yun Yao ignored the first madam's flimsy excuse, turning instead to the second madam. Second aunt, why haven't you quickly seized the servants who attended Sister Suyu for interrogation as her attendants? Allowing the frail Sister Suyu to go alone behind the rockery is a dereliction of duty. Mu Yun Yao's voice was clear and cold, carrying an imposing aura that commanded attention. Before that, I also ask everyone present to bear witness. Shinsu, I ask you, on which day and at what hour did Sister Suyu supposedly witness our secret meeting? A flicker of panic crossed Shun Su's eyes, his words becoming even more hesitant. It was around noon on the 17th of the 8th month. Mu Yun Yao turned to the second madam. Please, second aunt, summon the servants who attended Sister Suyu for questioning. The first madam's face turned somewhat unsightly. Sister-in-law, you must think clearly. Just as the second madam, flanked by guards, was about to leave, the old madam spoke up. You stay here and accompany Suyu. Let your elder sister-in-law take these guards over. The second madam bowed to the old madam. Mother, please forgive your daughter-in-law's disobedience. This matter concerns the cause of my daughter's death. I trust no one. With that, she directly led the guards towards the west courtyard. The old madam's brow twitched, her fingers clutching the prayer beads tightened incessantly. A moment later, the two maids who served Suyu were brought over. Before Mu Yunyao could speak, the second madam directly questioned them. Did Miss Su ever go behind the rockery outside Jiue Pavilion? And did she witness cousin Miss Mu Yunyao having an illicit meeting with Shun So? The servants, terrified, nodded repeatedly. Miss Su did indeed go there, and she saw the two meeting privately. The second madam's face filled with fury. On what day? At what time? I don't remember clearly. It should have been the 16th or 17th of the 8th month. It was the 17th. The first madam secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a hidden smile touching her lips. Yunyao, what else do you have to say now? Mu Yunyao remained utterly composed, her tone calm. First aunt, let second aunt finish her questioning. Why are you in such a rush? The second madam looked at the two servants. Tell me, exactly when did Miss Su go alone to the rockery by Jiue Pavilion? I remember it was also the 17th of the 8th month. It should have been in the afternoon. The sky was already getting dark. The second madam's brow furrowed tightly. Are you certain it was already getting dark? The servant nodded timidly. Yes. Shinsu's face turned pale, fear growing in his heart. The first madam hadn't specified these exact times beforehand. Now the stories didn't match. The second madam trembled all over. It seems unless you face some punishment, you won't tell the truth. Men come. The first madam's heart tightened progressively. She moved closer to the old madam. Mother. The old madam ignored her, rapidly considering solutions. Mu Yunyao was too clever. The finer the details, the easier it was to find loopholes. Once she broke through, unraveling the threads might just allow her to turn the tables. The two servants were forced to the ground for caning. Soon, one couldn't bear it. Second madam, I'll speak. Miss Su never went to the rockery. It was Nanny Lu who found us and forced us to lie. Nanny Lu, terrified, shook her head frantically and backed away. Second madam, I don't know what they're talking about. I never bribed them. The second madam sneered. Beat her fiercely until she tells the truth. Stop. The old madam intervened. Using torture might lead to a forced confession. Is that the result you desire? Grandmother. Mu Yunyao's voice dripped with cold sarcasm. We are just reaching the crucial point of the investigation. Why are you obstructing it? Or perhaps you already knew something? The old madam feigned indignation, turning shame into anger after being exposed by Mu Yunyao for framing her own granddaughter for an affair with a servant. Yunyao, are you suspecting your own grandmother? You wound my heart deeply. Mu Yunyao watched the old woman's performance coldly. Grandmother need not be so agitated. Right and wrong will eventually be distinguished clearly. The first madam's face flushed with anger. Yunyao, you truly stop at nothing to absolve yourself of guilt. You are young, yet how can your heart be so venomous? Mu Yunyao cast a cold glance over. Whether it was slander or not, wouldn't it become clear once Nanny Lu was interrogated? The first madam's face was drained of color. She tugged at the old madam's sleeve, hoping she would make a decision quickly. But the old madam's expression suddenly changed. She forcefully pushed her hand away. Nanny Lu is your servant. Whatever she did, as her mistress, surely you weren't kept entirely in the dark? Mother, what do you mean by that? The first madam was stunned. Last time, the old madam had pushed her forward to take the blame. Did she intend to repeat the same trick this time? The old madam's face was grim, her eyes sweeping over the first madam, filled with warning. If you don't carry this burden securely, watch how I deal with you. This matter is too scandalous. It's best to escort the guests out first, then interrogate slowly and clearly. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, Mu Yunyao spoke up. Grandmother, matters unspoken remain unclear, truths unargued remain obscure. Please allow the esteemed guests to bear witness, and, incidentally, grant justice to Sister Suyu. Please, grandmother, do not obstruct this. The old madam's gaze deepened, her eyes seemingly laced with poison as she stared fixedly at Mu Yunyao. Yunyao, are you even defying my words now? Mu Yunyao, however, maintained a stubborn expression, turning her head to look towards the second madam beside her. Second aunt, why haven't you begun the interrogation of Nanny Lu? The second madam turned to the guards and gave a cold command. Begin. Nanny Lu, inherently one to bully the weak and fear the strong, broke down in tears after just a few strikes of the plank, beginning her confession. Stop hitting. Any more, and someone will die. It was the first madam who instructed me. I was just following my mistress's orders. I know nothing else. Mu Yunyao looked up, her face a mask of disbelief. First aunt, was it really you? No, it has nothing to do with me. The first madam frantically shook her head, denying it. You can explain that at the Shuntian Prefecture office, Mu Yunyao said, turning back to Jean Lan. Go immediately to the Shuntian Prefecture and report the case. There's no need. This official has already arrived. A stern voice rang out. Shun Binghuai, leading government soldiers, surged in. The first madam's heart pounded violently. She subconsciously took 2 steps back. The old madam cursed inwardly, but after composing herself, stepped forward. Lord Shun, what brings you here? Shun Binghuai cupped his hands in salute. Greetings, old madam. I have come regarding the matter of Miss Su Yu of your esteemed residence. The incident had just occurred, yet news had spread so quickly that even Lord Shin knew. The old madam's heart sank. She felt things spiraling further out of control. Shun Binghuai turned, instructing the guards beside him to bring someone in. The guards acknowledged and withdrew. Shortly after, a maidservant entered, supporting another woman. The second madam pushed through the crowd, rushing forward. The woman's face was pale, her entire being exuding an aura of weakness. It was indeed the Su residence's 5th Miss, Su Yu. The first madam was too shocked to speak. The old madam was equally dumbfounded. Shouldn't Su Yu have drowned? Why is she here? The second madam was also confused. How did you end up outside the residence? What exactly happened? Su Yu shook her head. I don't know what happened either. I was waiting in the east wing when suddenly a maidservant jumped in through the back window and lunged at me with a dagger. At that moment, a figure appeared, injured the maidservant, and carried me away. After escaping the residence, I fainted. When I woke up, I was lying at the entrance of the Shuntian Prefecture office. A guard turned over the female corpse on the ground, cleaning the mud from her face until her features were clear. Someone couldn't help but gasp. It's MOU, the maidservant who previously served the old madam. Montague, who was the mastermind behind this? The old madam cried out, her pale face crumpling as she slowly collapsed. The first madam quickly stepped forward to support the old madam. Mother, what's wrong? Quickly, fetch a physician. The supposedly fainted old madam abruptly opened her eyes, her face contorted with an indescribable ferocity. Little bitch, why aren't you dead yet? If you died, wouldn't all the problems be gone? The second madam carefully shielded Su Yu, tightly covering her ears so she wouldn't hear. The old madam, seemingly crazed, looked towards Mu Yunyao. You're also a damn bitch. Don't think you can ruin the Su family. The Su family will only get better and better. The credit for spreading the embroidery techniques belongs to the Su family. Nian Fang and Bukshanlu also belong to the Su family. Disobedient pawns should be destroyed. All destroyed. After screaming these words, the old madam seemed utterly drained of strength and fainted properly. The first madam slumped down beside the old madam, kneeling, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. Mother, quickly find a physician. Shin Binghuai detained all relevant personnel, locking them in the Shuntian Prefecture prison to await individual interrogation. The old madam had repeatedly harmed her own granddaughter. She even framed her, using the opportunity to attempt to kill her own biological granddaughter. The truth arrived when Su Yu saw MOU being pulled out of the pond. Suddenly, fragmented images flashed through his mind. It seemed to be from when he was 5 or 6 years old. At that time, he had run into the old madam's courtyard to play. He happened to see his grandmother dealing with a nanny. Family members were forcing the nanny's head into a basin of water. The nanny struggled continuously, splashing water everywhere. She kept cursing the grandmother, saying she had stolen imperial bloodline and would surely face divine retribution. The grandmother wore a smile, saying she wasn't afraid, that no one could obstruct the Su family's prosperity. She said Grand Princess Ida wouldn't blame her, but would instead be grateful to the Su family. He hid nearby, petrified, completely forgetting to conceal himself. Consequently, after being discovered by his grandmother, he was thrown into the pond. Although his life was saved, he completely forgot that memory. That year, he was 5 years and 3 months old. When he was pulled out, he was barely breathing. If not for the high fever that coincidentally made him forget these events, he likely wouldn't have survived until now. Mu Yunyao frowned deeply, a whirlwind of emotions churning within her, stealing the imperial bloodline. Grand Princess Ida had brought them back, yet showed no affection, instead repeatedly trying to take their lives. The clues started connecting. The old madam's eyes sharpened. She seemed to realize something too. But to uncover the truth, she had to personally question the old madam. The old madam's power was gone. The frightened servants attending her, also having lost their standing, let Mu Yunyao in. The old madam saw Mu Yunyao. Her expression instantly turned ferocious. You plotted against me. It must have been you. Did I plot against you? Mu Yunyao stood by the bed, a faint smile playing on her lips. You are the true master of schemes. Unfortunately, you forgot someone. Su. The old madam looked ready to burst, veins throbbing on her forehead. She spoke incoherently, unable even to grasp the reasons. She couldn't accept it. Mu Yunyao leaned in slightly. Old madam, you've committed so many evils that even those around you couldn't bear it anymore. And anyone who followed you for years, Linny knew, whom you saved, you suddenly went mad at the banquet, and now you're bedridden. You wretched girl. The old madam's lips turned blue with rage, her face contorted. Do you think you've won just like this? The Su family's foundations are deep. It's not something you can shake just because you hate it. Old madam, perhaps you were a bit too confident. In the mere 10 days since my return, hasn't the Su family already shown signs of decay? Besides, it doesn't matter if I cannot shake it. There are others in this world who can. For example, Grand Princess Ida. Mu Yunyao's smile was full of mockery, her eyes filled with boundless coldness. Sunshine suddenly grabbed Mu Yunyao's skirt hem. Her pupils contracted sharply, a flicker of panic in her eyes. The witnesses and evidence from back then were all destroyed by me. So what if you know your identity? You still can't prove it. Even if you stand before Grand Princess Ida and tell her, will she believe you? Will the imperial family believe you? Her heart seethed with extreme resentment. She wanted Mu Yunyao to suffer, to watch the wealth and glory she deserved remain just out of reach. Mu Yunyao slapped away Sun Shi's withered hand. If there's truly no evidence to be found, why were you in such a hurry to kill us? Old madam, to stay peacefully in Ningyi courtyard. Consider this trip my farewell to you. Having said that, she turned and left without looking back. Sun Shi's eyes widened. In her agitation, she abruptly rolled off the bed, sprawling on the floor. Her voice was shrill, like the roar of a vengeful spirit. Mu Yunyao, you will face retribution. A surge of resentment choked her chest, and she coughed up a mouthful of old blood. She fainted. Mu Yunyao ordered the servants to pack her things to leave the residence, but she was blocked by guards sent by Su Wenyuan. The Su residence was in chaos. Outside the residence gate, however, it was quiet. A black steed stood at the forefront, followed by the clatter of hooves, like rolling thunder echoing through the long street, abruptly halting before the Su residence gate. Yu Hung looked up at the imposing residence gate, his eyes sharp and murderous. Main gate. The heavy gates groaned under the impact, letting out a tremendous crash. The gate leaves, unable to bear the force, collapsed inwards. The figure on the steed, his black cloak whipping in the wind, exuded a chilling aura, like an encroaching frost, making one shudder involuntarily. Mu Yunyao, supporting Su Qing, walked out of the main gate, looking at the dilapidated and chaotic state of the Su residence. The resentment that had built up in her heart finally began to subside. Yu Wang strode forward quickly, his icy demeanor melting away, his eyes softening with tenderness. Yunyao, I've come to get you. Seeing him arrive, a smile slowly bloomed on Mu Yunyao's face. Su Wenyuan's expression changed drastically. He hurried out to intercept them. Your Highness Yu Wang, as an imperial prince, leading men to trespass into my residence. Don't you find this improper? Su Wenyuan narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with threat. Yu Wang looked at the pale-faced Su Wenyuan with amusement. This prince was merely passing by the gate and heard the sounds of clashing weapons within. Concerned for Lord Su's safety, I brought men inside to investigate. Is there anything improper about that? Mu Yunyao couldn't help but chuckle aloud. That excuse was truly fitting. Su Wenyuan trembled with fury. This was truly twisting black and white. Lord Su, you misunderstand. It has always been my nature to be direct. Twisting black and white is your greatest skill. Yu Wang paid Su Wenyuan no further heed, striding towards Mu Yunyao. Yunyao, Madam Su, please board the carriage. Let us depart. Su Wen-yuan stood frozen, his bones rattling, watching Mu Yunyao and Su Qing walk away, yet powerless to stop them. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, darkness engulfing his vision. It's over, it's over. The Su family is finished. The manhwa has concluded, but it didn't depict the final endings. Below, I will briefly summarize each character's fate so that dear readers are not left with regrets. The old madam, Sun Shi, fell from power. Nanny One, who was by her side, turned against her. Because she had followed her for many years, she remained alone. Sun Shi had never considered Nanny Wen's future after her service. Maid Lin also turned against her. Sun Shi had rescued her, but the Su residents had not freed her from her government-assigned servitude. She remained a government slave. Once outside the Su residence, her fate would undoubtedly be miserable beyond compare. Mu Yunyao seized upon the vulnerabilities of these two, successfully turning them. After Mu Yunyao left the Su family, Nanny One and Maid Lin tormented Sun Shi daily. However, Sun Shi had suffered a stroke and could not speak. The old madam was the pillar supporting the Su family. If this pillar collapsed, it meant half the sky had fallen for the Su family. To preserve the Su family, Su Wen-yuan had no choice but to let Meng Shi take the blame. Meng Shi became the subject of gossip, known as the infamous venomous madam. Ultimately, she suffered the tragedy of being divorced, her status lower than even a concubine's. Su Qingwu also knew the Su family's doom was inevitable, so he took the initiative to approach the sixth princess, who was interested in him. The sixth princess threatened suicide, forcing the emperor to temporarily spare the Su family. Su Wen-yuan was demoted from second-rank Minister of Rights to an attendant reader of the Hamlin Academy, a subordinate fourth rank. Zhang Wan, whose face was ruined due to the sixth princess's jealousy, successfully turned to the dark side. Rong Yao threatened suicide, ensuring she married Su Qingwu at the same time as the sixth princess. In the days that followed, the sixth princess and Zhang Wan schemed against each other, throwing the entire Su household into chaos and turmoil, barely clinging to existence. Mu Yunyao revealed Su Qing's true parentage to Yuan. Unwilling to see the eldest princess consumed by longing, Yuan told her the truth. Later, after verification by the eldest princess, coupled with the undeniable feeling of blood connection, they finally acknowledged Su Qing, restoring her original name, Su Yanhan. Su Yanhan was granted the title of Lady Hui. Mu Yunyao was granted the title of Commandery Princess Wan Xian. Under the eldest princess's tutelage, Su Yanhan gradually mastered the schemes of the inner palace. Later, she ordered people to break both of old Madame Sun Shi's arms. Afterward, the crime of the Su family persecuting Lady Hui and Commandery Princess Wan Xian was confirmed. Su Wen-yuan and Sun Shi were ordered by the emperor to commit suicide. Found one despised Su Qingwu. To drive a wedge between him and the sixth princess, she took her own life. To protect herself, the sixth princess had no choice but to divorce Su Qingwu. Su Qingwu, for murdering his first wife Zhang Wan, was exiled 800 li and conscripted into the army. Su Yui had originally intended to marry Prince Jing, but after the Su family's downfall, she became a discarded pawn. To survive, Su Yui drugged the emperor during the Lantern Festival dance performance. That very night, she was favored by the emperor and granted the title Yuepin. She attached herself to the most favored consort Mengde, selling herself cheaply, yet she did not live a good life. With numerous concubines in the inner palace, she was targeted and suppressed by various consorts. To deal with consort De, other concubines secretly gave Su Yui herbs that induced a false pregnancy. Su Yui, believing she carried the imperial heir, acted arrogantly in the palace for quite some time, even brazenly demanding Mu Yunyao personally brew fruit tea for her. In the end, not only did her wish fail to materialize, but she was instead checkmated by Mu Yunyao. Later, Su Yui slowly sensed something abnormal about the child in her womb, but imperial physicians diagnosed no issues. Su Yui believed she was carrying a monster, beating her belly and drinking saffron water daily, yet her belly remained unresponsive. Later, on the wedding day of the second prince, Prince Yu, she threatened the second prince's consort, Min Fenghua, demanding Mu Yunyao perform an abortion for her. When the emperor arrived, she was still in a state of frenzy, speaking recklessly. In front of everyone, she even slashed her own belly. Indeed, a pool of foul-smelling, dark blood flowed out. The emperor was furious, stripped Su Yui of her title, and threw her into the cold palace. Unreconciled, Sui hated Muono intensely. To escape the cold palace, she was used by consort Jun, the birth mother of the third prince. She revealed Yu Wang's true parentage to Mu Yunyao, hoping to devastate Mu Yunyao and leave her heartbroken and restless. After Mu Yunyao left, consort Jin had her hanged with a white silk cord in the cold palace. In truth, Yu Wang was not the emperor's biological son. Thus, the relationship of uncle and niece between him and Mu Yunyao did not exist. Yu Wang had no intention of vying for the throne and thus strongly supported the second prince, Prince Yu, for the position. The third prince, Prince Jin, and the first prince, Prince Ling, were locked in a fierce struggle. Both had already committed numerous dirty deeds. Coupled with the covert actions of Mu Yunyao and Yu Wang, the evidence of their corruption involving salt taxes and theft of imperial tax silver was all pinned on Prince Jing. Prince Jing vehemently denied it. To prove his innocence, he slammed his head against a dragon pillar in front of the emperor. Unexpectedly, this act blinded him. During the subsequent treatment, Prince Jin specifically requested the emperor to allow Mu Yunyao to be responsible for his care. Knowing the emperor possessed a soft heart, Prince Jin then had his mother, consort Jun, procure poison. Stealing his resolve, he ingested it himself, calculating that the dose was light enough that Mu Yunyao, out of concern, would surely save him in time. Unexpectedly, however, the poison had been tampered with by the first prince, leaving him crippled in both legs as well. The first prince, repeatedly targeted by the second prince and Yu Wang, harbored deep resentment. On the very day of Yu Wang and Mu Yunyao's grand wedding, he abducted the second prince's consort, Mi Fanghua, and her escort, Lu Liang, as they were returning to the palace. Powerless against the assault, Lu Liang and numerous guild guards were also taken. By the time Yu Wang and Mu Yunyao located them, the pair were imprisoned within the first prince's secret passage. Mi Fanghua suffered a miscarriage. Lu Liang's arms were both broken, his legs twisted into grotesque angles, his fingernails torn away, revealing mangled flesh and bone beneath. The first prince, knowing full well how deeply Prince Yu adored Mi Fanghua, sought to drive a wedge between the brothers, Yu Wang and Prince Yu. Thus, he drugged Lu Liang and locked the two together in the same chamber. But Lu Liang possessed a will far stronger than ordinary men. He would rather have his limbs broken than lay a single finger on Mi Fanghua. Mi Fanghua's miscarriage, it turned out, was caused by the first prince brutally stomping on her abdomen, rendering her unable to conceive children thereafter. Fortunately, the skilled physician Dun Yangzi later intervened, and by the novel's conclusion, Mi Fanghua successfully gave birth to a pair of fraternal twins. Upon their rescue, Prince Yu, consumed by a towering inferno of rage and hatred, seized a heavy club and stormed the first prince's residence. Blow after heavy blow rained down upon Prince Ling. Prince Ling suffered grievously, his agonized screams echoing throughout his entire estate. Yet, Prince Yu was poised to become the emperor, to wield power over the realm. Therefore, he could not commit an act unbecoming of his future status. For the moment, he could only exercise restraint, staying his hand from taking Prince Ling's life. The Li clan, the first prince's maternal family, were members of the northern borders royalty who had remained hidden within the Dali dynasty until this time. They later colluded with the northern borders in rebellion, secretly amassing iron mines, trafficking weapons, and clandestinely undermining the foundations of the Dali dynasty. During the spring plowing ceremony, they joined forces with Prince Jin in a treacherous plot of regicide, only to be outmaneuvered by Yu Wang and Prince Yu, who turned their own schemes against them, eradicating the threat in one decisive move. With the rebellion quelled, the emperor decreed that the throne would pass to the second prince, with Yu Wang providing joint support. By design, in the final moments of the retired emperor's life, the truth of Yu Wang's parentage was revealed to him. When the retired emperor first ascended the throne, he found himself constrained at every turn by the checks and balances imposed by the 6 great families. He harbored thoughts of eliminating them, but the conflicts among the consorts in the harem grew increasingly fierce. They each had their own sons, and some even leveraged the power of these prominent families, plotting to assassinate him and install their own offspring on the throne. The emperor fell victim to these schemes and nearly lost his life. It was then he resolved to eradicate the 6 great families, along with those troublesome consorts. Yu Wang's birth mother learned of his intentions and absolutely forbade him from carrying out the deed himself. She did not wish for the emperor to bear the sin of killing his own kin. Therefore, she took the initiative herself, consequently shouldering the infamy of having poisoned the imperial princes. Among the 6 great families, Luo Kuan, the head of the Luo clan, harbored a deep obsession for Yu Wang's birth mother. A woman from the same clan, Luo Yun, held the rank of noble consort and constantly coveted the position of empress. Through Luo Kuan's machinations, Yu Wang's mother was drugged and subsequently violated by Luo Kuan. Yu Wang's mother initially wished only for death, but was rescued by the eldest princess. Later, she was diagnosed as pregnant, having been plotted against and rendered unable to conceive for 10 long years. She could not bring herself to terminate this hard-won pregnancy. The emperor, unable to bear harming either mother or child, assured her that if she wished, he would raise this child as his very own flesh and blood. And so, he feigned ignorance, pretending not to know the child's true origins. He outwardly rejoiced and, together with her, began planning for Yu Wang's future. Yet, she continued to waste away day by day, and ultimately, he could not keep her with him. Exiling Yu Wang to the distant Yueshi region was thus a measure born of painful necessity. After the retired emperor passed away, his procession proceeded with great ceremony to the imperial mausoleum for burial during the day. But that night, according to the retired emperor's own wishes, his coffin was exhumed. He had no desire to lie interred within the cold, lonely mausoleum. He wished only, even in death, to watch over the wife he had cherished and accommodated throughout his life. To remain together in life and share the same resting place in death. For them, guarding each other thus was their greatest happiness. The first prince, Ning Junling, and the third prince, Ning Junjin, were stripped of their imperial status, reduced to commoners, and condemned to guard the imperial mausoleum. Ning Junjin, having endured immense suffering and torture, insisted on seeing Mu Yunyao one last time while en route to his desolate post. The guards initially paid him no heed, but the words he spoke compelled them to report his request. Ning Junjin declared that his greatest regret in this life was being unable to marry her, Mu Yunyao, and walk beside her. He vowed that if ever given another chance, he would treasure her like a priceless pearl, holding her in his hands and cherishing her in his heart. This chance, this life, was now lost, never to return. Before her marriage, Mu Yunyao had already confided in Yu Wang about her rebirth. Hearing Ning Junjin's words now, Mu Yunyao's heart clenched. Could Prince Jin possibly remember something from that past life? That night, after Mu Yunyao had fallen asleep, Yu Wang mounted his horse and rode through the night, straight to the imperial mausoleum. Prince Jin, weeping and consumed by resentment, confronted Yu Wang. "Why did Mu Yunyao come to see me?" he cried. He felt Mu Yunyao rightfully belonged to him, that Yu Wang had ruthlessly stolen the woman who should have been his. As Yu Wang processed this, realizing that the events Jin alluded to, the events Mu Yunyao had told him of had actually occurred, a surge of sharp pain and fiery rage constricted Yu Wang's chest. His hand shot out, closing around Ning Junjin's throat. A mocking smile touched Ning Junjin's lips. "Yu Wang," he rasped, "are you jealous? Or perhaps envious? You never expected it, did you? The one Mu Yunyao loved most was me. For my sake, she was willing to become a mere concubine, utterly disregarding status. For me, she diligently mastered the art of tea and the music of the qin. Have you ever tasted the tea she brewed? Have you ever heard the melodies she played? Her qin music, it was the most beautiful sound in the world." Rage flared in Yu Wang's heart. With a final cry, he strangled Ning Junjin. He wouldn't hold any of this against Mu Yunyao. His Yaoer deserved everything beautiful in this world, and he would absolutely not allow this scum to tarnish her purity any further. Yaoer's display of the tea ceremony arts was initially a means of survival. She avoided touching the qin because the experiences of her past life were too brutal. She didn't want to recall them, refused to acknowledge them, and was utterly unwilling to revisit them. Shortly after Yu Wang ascended the throne, the Dali dynasty fell into turmoil. Liu Yang's true identity was the sixth prince of the northern borders, Helian e.g., when he was returning to the northern borders, Mu Yunyao, worried that he wouldn't be able to survive there, told him she would always keep a place for him by her side. She had assumed he would go back to inherit his throne. Yet, unexpectedly, 8 months later, during the perilous moment Mu Yunyao gave birth to her son, he reappeared at her side, clad in the uniform of the Shadow Guards. To be able to protect Master always is this subordinate's greatest wish. I hope Master will grant it. Tears welled in Mu Yunyao's eyes, her chest constricting painfully. Are you foolish? I have already chosen Ning Jiyue. That will never change in this lifetime. Even if you stay by my side forever, I will never fall in love with you. A faint smile touched Lu Liang's lips. It doesn't matter. I will wait for Master in the next life. If there's still no chance in the next life, then I will simply continue to wait. Master once said that no matter when I returned, you would always keep a place for me by your side. I have always remembered that. Mu Yunyao laughed and laughed until she dissolved into tears. Foolish, foolish Lu Liang. He clearly could have become the king of the northern borders, second only to one and ruling over thousands. A smile bloomed in Lu Liang's eyes as he gradually melted back into the crowd, resuming his watch from the shadows, forever silently guarding the woman before him. So close, yet utterly unattainable. The novel is wonderful. This summary was rushed. It's recommended for interested darlings to go read the original work. Support this completed manhwa.